said that she would look in, but if he was asleep she would not disturb him, or if she was tired she would go straight to bed, quiet as a mouse, and see him in the morning. "Don't worry, darling," he had said happily. "Just have a good time. I'll see you at breakfast. Sleep well, and know I love you." "I love you too, chérie. Sleep well." The book was resting in his lap. With an effort he sat upright and swung his legs over the side of the bed. That part was just bearable, but not getting up. Getting up was still beyond him. His heart was pounding, and he felt nauseated and lay back. Still, a little better than yesterday. "Got to push, whatever Babcock says," he told himself grimly, rubbing his stomach. "Tomorrow I'll try again 3 times. Perhaps it's just as well. I'd want to stay with her. God help me, I would have to." When he felt better, he began to read once more, glad for the book. But now the story did not absorb him as before. His attention wandered, and his mind started to intermix the story with pictures of her about to be murdered, and corpses, him rushing to protect her, other glimpses becoming ever more erotic. At length he put the book away, marking the place with a page she had given him, one from her journal. Wonder what she writes in it, knowing her to be as diligent as anyone. About me and her and me. Very tired now. His hand reached for the lamp to turn the wick down, then stopped. The little wine glass with sleep in it beckoned. His fingers trembled. Babcock's right. I don't need it any more. Firmly, he doused the light and lay back and closed his eyes, praying for her and his family, and that his mother would bless them, and then for himself. "Oh, God, help me get better. I'm afraid, very afraid." But sleep would not take him. Turning or trying to gain comfort hurt him, reminding him of the Tokaido and Canterbury, half asleep, half awake, his mind buzzing with the book, the macabre setting, and how would it finish, adding all kinds of pictures and more pictures, some bad, some beautiful, some vivid, every little movement to get more comfortable, bringing blossoms of pain. Time passed, another hour or minutes, and then he drank the elixir and relaxed contentedly, knowing that soon he would be floating on gossamer, her hand on him, his hand on her, there on her breasts and everywhere, hers equally knowingly, equally welcomed. Not only hands. Chapter 15. Friday, the 3rd of October. Just after dawn, Angelique got out of bed and sat at her dressing table in the bay windows overlooking the high street and harbour. She was very tired. In the locked drawer was her journal. It was dull red leather and also locked. She slid the little key from its hiding place, unlocked it, then dipped her pen in ink and wrote in it, more as a friend to a friend. Her journal these days seemed her only friend, the only one she felt safe with. Friday the 3rd. Another bad night, and I feel ghastly. It's 4 days since André gave me the terrible news about father. Since then I have been unable to write anything, to do anything, have locked my doors and taken to my bed, feigning a fever, apart from once or twice a day going to visit my Malcolm to allay his anxiety, closing the door to everyone except my maid, who I hate, though I agreed to see Jamie once, and André. Poor Malcolm, he was beside himself with worry the first day when I did not appear, nor would open my door, and insisted that he be carried on a stretcher into my boudoir to see me, even if they had to break down the door. I managed to forestall him, forcing myself to go to him, saying that I was all right, it was just a bad headache, that no, I did not need Babcock, that he was not to worry about my tears, telling him privately that it was just that time of the month, and sometimes the flow was great and sometimes my days irregular. He was embarrassed beyond belief that I had mentioned my period. Beyond belief, almost as though he knew nothing about this female function. At times I don't understand him at all, although he's so kind and considerate, the most I've ever known. Another worry. In truth, the poor man is not much better, and daily in so much pain I want to cry. Blessed Mother, give me the strength, she thought. Then there's the other. I try not to worry, but I'm frantic. The day approaches, then I'll be free from that terror, but not from penury. She began to write again. It's so difficult to be private in the Struan building, however comfortable and pleasant, but the settlement is awful. Not a hairdresser, not a ladies' dressmaker, though I have a Chinese tailor who is very adept at copying what already exists. No hat maker. I haven't yet tried the shoemaker. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do. Oh, how I long for Paris, but how can I ever live there now? Would Malcolm move there if we married? Never. And if we don't marry, how can I pay for even a ticket home? How? I've asked myself 1,000 times without an answer. Her gaze left the paper and went to the window, and to the ships in the bay. I wish I were on one of them, going home. Wish I'd never come here. I hate this place. What if Malcolm doesn't marry me? I'll have to marry someone else, but I've no dowry. Nothing. Oh, God, this isn't what I'd hoped. If I manage to get home, I've still got no money. Poor aunt and uncle ruined. Colette hasn't got any to lend. I don't know anyone rich or famous enough to marry, or far enough up in society so I could safely become a mistress. I could go on the stage, but there it's essential to have a patron, to bribe managers and playwrights, and pay for all the clothes and jewels and carriages, and a palatial house for soirees. Of course you have to bed the patron, at his whim, not yours, until you are rich and famous enough, and that takes time, and I don't have the connections, or have any friends who do. Oh dear, I'm so confused. I think I am going to cry again. She buried her face in her arms, the tears spilling, careful not to make too much noise lest her maid hear her and start wailing, creating a scene as on the first day. Her night dress was cream silk, a pale green dressing gown around her shoulders, hair tousled, the room masculine, the curtained four-poster huge, this suite much bigger than Malcolm's. To one side was the anteroom that adjoined his bedroom, a dining room off it that could seat 20 with its own kitchen. Both those doors were bolted. The dressing table was the only frivolity. She had had it curtained with pink satin. When the tears stopped, she dried her eyes and silently studied her reflection in the mirror. No lines, some shadows, face a little thinner than before, no outward change. She sighed heavily, then began to write again. Crying simply doesn't help. Today I must talk to Malcolm. I simply must. Andre told me the mail ship is already 1 day overdue, and the news of my catastrophe is bound to arrive with it. Why is it English call a ship she or her? Her. I'm terrified Malcolm's mother will be aboard. News of his injury should have reached Hong Kong on the 24th, which gives her just enough time to catch this mail ship. Jamie doubts she would be able to leave at such short notice, not with her other children there. Her husband dead just 3 weeks, and still being in deepest mourning, poor woman. When Jamie was here, the first time I've ever really talked to him alone, he told me all sorts of stories about the other Struans. Emma is 16, Rose 13, and Duncan 10, most of them sad stories. Last year 2 other brothers, the twins Rob and Dan Ross, 7, were drowned in a boating accident just off a place in Hong Kong called Shek-O, where the Struans have lands and a summer house. And years ago, when Malcolm was 7, another sister, Mary, then 4, died of Happy Valley fever. Poor little thing. I cried all night thinking of her and the twins. So young. I like Jamie, but he's so dull, so uncivilized. I mean, gauche, that's all. He has never been to Paris and only knows Scotland and Struans and Hong Kong. I wonder if I could insist that if... She crossed that out and changed it to, when we're married. Her pen hesitated. Malcolm and I will spend a few weeks in Paris every year, and the children will be brought up there, of course, as Catholic. Andre and I were talking about that yesterday, about being Catholic. He's very kind and takes my mind off problems, as his music always does. And how Mrs. Struan was Calvinist Protestant, and what to say if that ever came up. We were talking softly. Oh, I am so lucky he is my friend and forewarned me about Father. Suddenly, he put his fingers to his lips, went to the door, and jerked it open. That old hag, Tok, Malcolm's Amma, had her ear to it, and almost fell into the room. Andre speaks some Cantonese and told her off. When I saw Malcolm later in the day, he was abject in his apologies. It's unimportant, I said. The door was unlocked. My maid was correctly in the room, chaperoning me, but if Tok wants to spy on me, please tell her to knock and come in. I confess I've been distant and cool to Malcolm. and he goes out of his way to be extra pleasant and calm me. But this is how I feel, though also I must confess André advised me to behave so until our betrothal is public. I had to ask André, I'm afraid, ask him for a loan. I felt awful. It's the first time I've ever had to do it, but I'm desperate for some cash. He was kind and agreed to bring me 20 louis tomorrow on my signature, enough for incidentals for a week or two. Malcolm just doesn't seem to notice that I need money, and I didn't want to ask him. I really do have an almost permanent headache, trying to plan a way out of the nightmare. There is no one I can really trust, even André, though so far he has proved his worth. With Malcolm, every time I start the speech I have rehearsed, I know the words will sound forced, flat, and dreadful before I begin, so I say nothing. "What is it, darling?" he keeps saying. "Nothing," I say. Then after I've left him and relocked my door, I cry and cry into my pillow. I think I shall go mad with grief. How could my father lie and cheat and steal my money? And why can't Malcolm give me a purse without my having to ask, or offer some so that I can pretend to refuse and then accept gladly? Isn't that a husband's or fiancé's duty? Isn't it a father's duty to protect his beloved daughter? And why is Malcolm waiting and waiting to make our betrothal public? Has he changed his mind? Oh, God, don't let that happen. Angelique stopped writing, tears beginning again. One dropped onto the page. Again she wiped her eyes, sipped some water from a tumbler, then continued. Today I will talk to him. I must do it today. One good piece of news is that the British flagship came back into the harbor safely a few days ago to general rejoicing. We are really quite defenseless without warships. The ship was battered and had lost a mast, to be closely followed by all other vessels, except a 20-gun steam frigate called Zephyr, with over 200 aboard. Perhaps it's safe, I hope so. The newspaper here says that 53 other seamen and 2 officers died in the storm, the typhoon. It was terrible, the worst I have ever known. I was terrified by day and by night. I thought the whole building would be blown away, but it is as solid as Jamie McFay. Much of the native quarter vanished, and there were many fires. The frigate Pearl was damaged, also losing a mast. Yesterday a note came from Captain Marlowe. I have just heard that you are sick, and I send my deepest and most sincere condolences, etc. I don't think I like him, too haughty, though his uniform makes him very glamorous and accentuates his manhood, which tighter breeches are, of course, supposed to do, just as we dress to show our breasts and waists and ankles. Another letter arrived last evening from Setri Paladar, the second. More condolences, etc. I think I hate both of them. Every time I think of them, I'm reminded of that hell called Kanagawa, and that they did not do their duty and protect me. Philip Tyra is still in the Yedo legation, but Jamie said he had heard Philip was supposed to be coming back tomorrow or the day after. That's very good, because when he does, I have a plan. The dull, echoing roar of a cannon made her jump, and pulled her attention to the harbor. It was the signal gun. Far out to sea, another cannon answered. She looked beyond the fleet to the horizon, and saw the telltale smoke from the funnel of the arriving mail ship. Jamie McFay, a briefcase heavy with mail under his arm, guided a stranger up the main staircase of the Struan building, sunlight flooding through tall and elegant windows of glass. Both wore woolen frock coats and top hats, though the day was warm. The stranger carried a small case. He was squat, bearded, ugly, and in his 50s, a head shorter than Jamie, though wider in the shoulders, an unruly thatch of long grey hair sprouting from under his hat. They went down the corridor. McFay knocked gently. "Taipan." "Come in, Jamie. Door's open." Struan gaped at the man, then said at once, "Is Mother aboard, Dr. Hoag?" "No, Malcolm." Dr. Ronald Hoag saw the immediate relief, and it saddened him, though he could understand it. Tess Struan had been vehement in her condemnation of the foreign baggage she was sure had her hooks into her son. Hiding his concern at Malcolm's loss of weight and pallor, he put his top hat beside his bag on the bureau. "She asked me to see you," he said, his voice deep and kindly, "to find out if I could do anything for you and to escort you home, if you need escorting." For almost 15 years he had been the Struan family doctor in Hong Kong, and had delivered the last 4 of Malcolm's brothers and sisters. "How are you?"
Dr. Babcock has been looking after me. I'm all right. Thanks for coming. I'm pleased to see you."
"I'm pleased to be here, too. George Babcock is a fine doctor, none better." Hogue smiled, his small topaz eyes set in a creased and leathery face, and continued breezily, "Filthy voyage. The tail of the typhoon caught us, and we almost foundered once. Spent my time patching up sailors and the few passengers, broken limbs mostly. Lost 2 overboard, one a Chinese, the steerage passenger, the other some sort of foreigner. We never did find out who he was. The captain said the man just paid his fare in Hong Kong, mumbled a name. Spent most of the time in his cabin, then came on deck once, and poof, a wave caught him. Malcolm, you look better than I expected after all the rumours that flooded the colony." Jamie said, "I'd best leave you 2 together." He put a pile of letters on the bedside table. "Here's your personal meal. I'll bring your books and newspapers later." "Thanks." Malcolm watched him. "Anything important?" "2 from your mother. They're on top." Dr. Hogue reached into his voluminous pockets and brought out a crumpled envelope. "Here's another from her, Malcolm, later than the others. Best read it, then I'll have a look at you, if I may. Jamie, don't forget about Babcock." Jamie had already told him that Babcock was in Kanagawa for a clinic this morning, and that he would send the cutter for him the moment they had seen Malcolm. "See you later, Taipan." "No, best wait a minute, Jamie." Struan opened the letter Hogue had given him and began to read. When Jamie had reached the main deck of the mail ship, Dr. Hogue had met him, told him that he had all Struan mail ready so they could leave at once, and in answer to his immediate question and relief, "No, Jamie, Mrs. Struan's not aboard, but here's a letter from her." It read simply, "Jamie, do whatever Dr. Hogue asks and send me detailed confidential reports by every mail." "You know what it says, Doc?" "Yes, hardly necessary, but then you know the lady. How is she?" Hogue thought a moment. "As usual, imperturbable outwardly, inwardly a volcano. One day it has to explode. No one can keep such sadness contained, so many tragedies. No one. Even her." He had followed Jamie down the gangway, eyes everywhere. "Must say I'm pleased to have the chance to visit Japan. You're looking very fit, Jamie. This posting certainly agrees with you. Let's see, it's almost a year, isn't it, since your last leave? Now, tell me everything. First about the murderous attack, then about Miss Richaud." By the time they reached the shore, Dr. Hogue knew all that Jamie knew. "But please," he added uneasily, "please don't mention to Malcolm what I've told you about Angelique. She's a wonderful person. She's had a terrible time, too. I really don't think they've bedded. The secret betrothal is hearsay, but he's smitten. Not that I blame him, or anyone in Asia for that matter. I hate the idea of sending Mrs. Struan secret reports for obvious reasons. Anyway, I've written one, a watered-down version, and it's ready to go when this ship turns around. My loyalties must be to Malcolm first and foremost. He's Taipan." Now watching Malcolm Struan lying there, reading the letter Hogue had given him, seeing the wan face and listless body, he began to wonder and to pray. Struan looked up, his eyes narrowed. "Yes, Jamie?" "You wanted me to do something?" After a pause, Malcolm said, "Yes, leave a message at the French legation. Angelique's there. She said she was going to wait for her mail. See, an old friend has arrived from Hong Kong that I'd like her to meet." McFay nodded and smiled. "Done. Send for me when you want anything." He left them. Uneasily, Struan watched the door. Jamie's face had been too open. Trying to regain his calm, he went back to the letter. "Malcolm, my poor dear son. Just a short note in haste, as Ronald Hogue leaves at once for the mail ship I held up so he could catch it, and you can have the best care. I was aghast to hear about those swine, and that they had attacked you. Jamie reports that this Dr. Babcock has had to operate. Please write by any express mail you can, and come home quickly so we can care for you properly. I send my love and prayers, as do Emma, Rose, and Duncan. P.S. I love you." He looked up. So, tell me the truth, Malcolm. How are you? I feel dreadful, and I'm afraid I'm going to die." Hogue sat in his armchair and steepled his fingers. "The first is understandable, the second not necessarily accurate, though very easy. Very, very easy, and very, very dangerous to believe. Chinese can make ye die, can think themselves into death, even though healthy. I've seen it happen. Christ, I don't want to die. I have everything to live for. I want to live and get well so much I can't tell you. But every night and every day at some time the thought hits me. It hits like a physical blow." "What medicine are you taking?" "Just some stuff, laudanum's in it, to help me sleep. The pain's rotten and I'm so uncomfortable." "Every night?" "Yes," Struan added, half apologetically. "He wants me to stop taking it, says I should stop." "Have you tried?" "Yes, but haven't stopped. No, not yet. My will seems to forsake me." "That's one of its problems, however valuable and beautiful it is." He smiled. "Laudanum was the name first given by Paracelsus to this panacea. Do you know Paracelsus?" "No, and neither do I," Hogue said with a laugh. "Anyway, we pass the name on to this tincture of opium. Pity that all derivatives are habit-forming, but then you know that." "Yes, we can wean you off it, that's no problem." "It's a problem, I know that too, and that you still don't approve of our opium trade." Hogue smiled. "I'm glad you made that a statement, not a question. But then you don't approve of it either. No China trader does, but you're all trapped. Now, no economics, no politics, Malcolm. Next. Miss Richaud?" Struan felt the rush of blood in his face. "Now you bloody listen once and for all time. Whatever Mother says, I'm old enough to know my own mind and can do what I want. Clear?" Hogue smiled benignly. "I'm your doctor, Malcolm, not your mother. I'm also your friend. Have I ever failed you or any one of your family?" With a visible effort, Struan shoved away his anger, but could not still his racing heart. Sorry, but I—" He shrugged helplessly. "Sorry. That's not necessary. I'm not trying to interfere in your private life. Your health depends on many factors. It seems she's a major one, hence my question. I ask for medical reasons, not family reasons. So, Miss Angelique Richaud." Struan wanted to sound manly and calm, but could not contain his frustration, and burst out, "I want to marry her, and it's driving me mad, lying here helpless. For Christ's sake, I can't even get out of bed yet, can't pee or can't do a God-cursed thing, can't hardly drink or eat or anything without it hurting like hell. I'm going mad, and much as I try, I don't seem to be getting better." He continued ranting until he weakened. Hogue just listened. Eventually Struan stopped. He mumbled another apology. "May I take a look at you?" Yes, of course." With great care, Hogue examined him, put his ear to his chest to listen to his heart, looked in his mouth, took his pulse, peered at the wound, and smelt it. His fingers probed the stomach walls, searching for the organs beneath, the extent of the damage. "Does that hurt? This? Is it easier here?" Every little push caused Malcolm to groan. At length Hogue stopped. Struan broke the silence. "Well?" "Babcock has done a very good job with what would have by this time killed a normal man." Hogue's words were measured and full of confidence. "Now we will try an experiment." Gently he took Struan's legs and helped him to sit on the side of the bed. Then, his arm around Malcolm's shoulders, taking most of the weight with his surprising strength, he helped him stand. "Careful." Struan could not stay upright by himself, but he had the impression of standing, and this encouraged him. After a moment or two, Hogue settled him in the bed again. Struan's heart was thumping from the pain, but he was greatly satisfied. "Thanks." The doctor sat back in the armchair and gathered his own strength. Then he said, "I'm going to leave you now. Got to get myself organized. I would like you to rest. After I've seen Babcock, I'll come back again. We'll probably come back together. Then we'll talk, all right?" "Yes, and thanks, Ronald." For an answer, Hogue just patted him on the arm, picked up his belongings, and left. Once alone, the tears seeped down Struan's cheeks, and these happy tears took him in sleep. When he awoke, he felt rested, for the first time refreshed, and he stayed without moving, glorying in the fact that he had stood up. With help, yes, but he had been on his feet, and made a beginning, and that now, he had a real ally. From where he lay, slightly turned on his left side, he could see out of the window toward the sea. He loved the sea and hated it, never at ease on it, fearing it because it was uncontrollable and unpredictable, like on the sunny day when the twins and the boatswain rowed offshore 100 yards or so, and a wave came and overturned the boat, and a current took them down, all of them swimmers, the twins like fish, but all gone, except the seaman. The shock devastated him, and almost killed his father. His mother stayed in one of her walking comas, saying repeatedly, "The will of God, we must go on." "Won't think about my brothers, or duck strewing," he told himself, glad to be safe ashore. "But our past is bound to the sea inexorably, and our future. Isn't our ultimate strength in our clippers and steamers, and China? Japan's a small market, interesting but small, never to be compared with China. We can make money here, certainly. Selective armaments and ships and British skills will make a bundle. I'm going to tell Jamie to conclude the Choshu order. Let them kill themselves, and the quicker the better. Sir William's weak-kneed, dilly-dallying, waiting for London's approval to war is stupid. If it were up to me, I would order them to hand over the murderers, to pay up at once, or tomorrow a state of war would exist between us, and the first act would be to stamp out Yedo. I will never, never forgive the bastards." The horizon beckoned. "Soon I must go back to Hong Kong to take charge. A week or so. No hurry. Plenty of time. What's the time now?" There was no need to turn and look at the clock. The angle of the sun told him it was about noon, and he thought that normally he would order lovely rare roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, with rich gravy and roast potatoes, a bowl or two of diced roast chicken with fried rice and mixed vegetables, and other Chinese dishes that Ah Tok would make, and he enjoyed, however much his mother and brother and sisters decried as tasteless, without nourishment, probably poisonous, and only fit for heathens. A slight sound. Angelique was curled up in the armchair, dwarfed by it, her face tear-stained, and more unhappy than he had ever seen her. "Christ, what's the matter?" I'm ruined." Her tears began again. "For God's sake, what are you talking about?" It was in today's mail." She got up and handed him a letter, tried to speak, couldn't. The sudden movement he made to take it twisted him, and he barely managed to stop crying out. The paper was green, like the envelope, dated Hong Kong, the 23rd of September. The letterhead, Guy Richaud Frère, and in French, which Struan could read adequately. "Darling Angelique, in haste. The business deal I told you about did not turn out very well. My Portuguese Macau partners cheated me, so I lost heavily. All my present capital has vanished, and you may hear lies spread by enemies that I am unable to make new banking arrangements, so the company is in the hands of receivers. Don't believe them. The future is bright. Never fear. Everything is in hand. This letter goes by tomorrow's mail ship. Today I have passage on the American steamer Liberty for Bangkok, where I am promised new financing from French sources. I will write from there. In the meantime, I am your devoted father. P.S. By now you will be aware of the sad but expected news about Colum Struan. We have just heard about the vile Japper attack on Malcolm. I hope he's not badly hurt. Please wish him well, and give him my hopes for a quick recovery." Struan's mind was in turmoil. "Why are you ruined?" He's took all my money," she whimpered. "Stole all my money and lost that as well. He's a thief, and now I've nothing in the world. He stole all that I have. Oh, Malcolm, what am I going to do?" Angelique, listen." She seemed such a waif, so melodramatic, that he almost laughed. "For goodness' sake, listen, that's no problem. I can give you any money you want." "I can't accept money from you," she cried out through her tears. "That's not right." "Why not? Soon we'll be married, won't we?" The crying stopped. We will?" "Yes, we'll make the announcement today." "But father, She sniffed tearfully like a child. "Andre told me he was sure that there was no business deal in Macau, or anywhere, and never was. It seems father was a gambler, and must have gambled it all away.
Father had promised Henri Secretary, he would stop and pay his bills. Everyone knew but me. Oh, Malcolm, I never knew. I feel so terrible I could die. Father stole my money. He swore to keep my money safe.
Another burst of crying, and she ran over to him, and was on her knees beside the bed, her head buried into the counterpane. Tenderly he stroked her hair, feeling very strong and in command. The door opened, and Artok strode in. "Get out!" he bellowed. "Du ne lo mot!" She fled. Genuinely frightened, Angelique cowered deeper into the covering. She had never known his anger. He caressed her hair. "Don't worry, my darling, don't worry about your father. I'll see what we can do to help him later, but now, you mustn't worry, I'm looking after you." His words ever more tender. Her sobbing lessened, the vast weight off her, now that she had told him the truth and given him the news before he heard it from others, and that he did not seem to care. André's a genius, she was thinking, exhausted with relief. He swore that this would be Malcolm's reaction. "Just be honest, Angelique. Tell Malcolm the truth, that you didn't know your father was a gambler, that this is the first you've heard about it, and you're shocked beyond words, that your father has stolen your money. Important you use the words stolen and thief. Tell the truth. Show him his letter, and with the right amount of tears and tenderness, this will bond him to you forever." "But André," she had said miserably, "I daren't show him father's letter. I daren't. This postscript sounds so awful." "Look, without the second page, the postscript just says, 'My hopes for a quick recovery.' Perfect. The second page. What second page? There. It's torn up and never existed." André's nimble fingers glued the last shred of the reassembled second page into place. "There, Henri," he said, and pushed it across the desk. "Read for yourself." It had taken him no time at all to rebuild the page from the pieces he had seemingly thrown carelessly into his waste-paper basket. They were in Seratad's office, the door locked. The page read, "And hope. As we discussed, you can position an early betrothal and marriage by whatever means necessary. He is the catch of the season, and vital for our future, yours particularly. Struan will permanently solve Richaud Frère. Never mind that he is British, too young, or whatever. Now he's Taipan of Struan's, and can assure us of a smooth future. Be adult, Angelique. Do anything necessary to bond him to you, because your future is presently threadbare." "That's not so terrible," Seratad said uneasily. "Just a father's panic advice, reaching for straws. Struan is without doubt a wonderful catch for any girl. And Angelique, who could blame a father?" "That depends on the father. This, if used at the correct time in the correct way, is another weapon over her, therefore over the noble house." "Then you think the poor girl will be successful?" "We must work to make it so. Now that we've this evidence to use, if necessary, we must assist her as a matter of policy." André's lips were a thin, cold line. "Not that I think she's a poor girl. She's the one who's prepared to snare him by any means necessary, eh?" Seratad sat back in the red leather chair. His office bureau was tatty, except for a few oils of modern, little-known French painters, Manet amongst them, that he collected cheaply through a Paris agent from time to time. "What's she doing but reacting to a young man's love?" He shoved the paper back. "I don't like these methods, André. They're distasteful. You encourage the girl into the morass of half-truths by telling her to give him half the letter." Machiavelli wrote, "It is necessary for the state to deal in lies and half-truths, because people are made up of lies and half-truths, even princes. And certainly, by definition, all ambassadors and politicians." André shrugged. Carefully he folded the letter. "Perhaps we won't have to use it. But it's good to have it, because we represent the state." "Use it how?" "The fact that she tore it up and—" "She didn't," Seratad said, shocked. "Of course," André said coldly. "But it's her word against mine, and who wins that contest?
The fact that she tore up the second page and only showed strewn the first should be enough to damn her in his eyes. This gives him a perfect excuse to annul any promise of marriage, as he had been deceived. His mother, if she knew about this, she would concede us all sorts of concessions to gain possession of it, if he insists on marrying Angelique against her advice. I don't like blackmail. Andre flushed. I don't like lots of methods I'm obliged to use for I repeat, our purposes. He put the page with the fine writing into his pocket. Circulated in society or published with the details, this document would destroy Angelique. In a court, it would damn her. Perhaps it only shows the truth, that she is just an adventuress, in conspiracy with her father, who is at best a gambler, and soon to be bankrupt, like her uncle. As to encouraging her, I only tell her what she wants to know and say, to help her. It's her mess, not mine or ours. Sarah sighed. Said that she is embroiled. Yes, but she is, isn't she, to our advantage? Andre's lips smiled, but not his eyes. And yours personally, monsieur. Judiciously used, this would guarantee her into your bed, would it not, if your undoubted charm failed, which I doubt? Sarah did not smile. And you, Andre, what are we going to do about Hannah, the flower? Andre looked at him abruptly. The flower is dead. Yes, and under such strange circumstances. Not strange, Andre said, his eyes suddenly flat as a reptile's. She committed suicide. She was found with her throat cut with your knife. The mama-san says you spent the night with her, as usual. Andre was trying to work out why Sarah was probing now. I did, but this is none of your business. I'm afraid it is. The local Bakufu official sent a formal request for information yesterday. Tell him to kill himself. Hannah, the flower, was special. Yes, she was mine, yes. I paid the very top pillow price for her, but she was still only part of the willow world. As you said so rightly, people are made up of lies and half-truths. The complaint reports that you had a violent row with her, because she had taken a lover. We had a row, yes, and I wanted to kill her, yes, but not for that reason, Andre muttered, choked. The truth is she did have some clients, 3, in the other house, but this was before she became my property. One of them gave her the pox. She gave it to me. Sarah was aghast. Mon Dieu, syphilis. Yes. Mon Dieu, you're sure? Yes. Andre got up and went to the sideboard and poured some brandy and drank it. Babcock confirmed it a month ago. No mistake. It could only have been her. When I asked her about it, He was seeing her again, looking up at him in the little house within the walls of the House of the 3 Carp, a little frown on the perfect oval of her face. She was just 17 and 5 feet tall. Hai gomen nasai furan sosan? Spot, like yours, but year ago, mine Sokoshi, Riddle, hi, Riddle furan sosan, Sokoshi, no bad, go away, she said gently with her sweet smile. In her usual mixture of Japanese and bits of English, her L's always like R's. Hana, tell Mama-san say see doctor, he say no bad Spot, but because just begin pillow and I small. Doctor say, pray at shrine and drink medicine. Oh, but feel weak, all gone way, she added happily. All gone way year ago. It hasn't gone away. Why, Anga? No worry, I pray at Shinto shrine like doctor say. Pay priest many tales. I eat, her face crinkled with her laugh, eat nasty medicine. Few weak, all gone. It hasn't gone. It won't. There's no cure. She had looked at him strangely. All gone. You see me, my body, all. How many times, ne? Of course all gone way. For Christ's sake, it hasn't. Another frown. Then she shrugged. Karma, ne? He had exploded. Her shock was vast, and she put her head to the tatami and pitifully began to beg his pardon. No bad for Aunt Susan. Gone way, doctor say, gone way. You'll see same doctor soon, all go away. Outside their shoji walls, he could hear footsteps and whispers. You have to see the English doctor. His heart was thundering in his ears,
and he was trying to speak coherently, knowing that going to a doctor, any doctor, was useless, and that though sometimes the ravages could be arrested, perhaps, as sure as the sun would dawn tomorrow, the ravages would one day arrive in force. "Don't you understand?" he had shrieked. "There's no cure." She just stayed bowed, shaking like a brutalized puppy, saying monotonously, "No bad, Florence-san. No bad, all go away." He dragged himself back and looked again at Saratar. When I questioned her about it, she said she had been cured a year ago. She believed it. Of course she believed she was cured. Me, oh yes, I was screaming and asked her why she hadn't told Raiko-san, and she mumbled something about what was there to tell. The doctor said it was nothing, and her mama-san would have told Raiko-san if it had been important. But this is terrible, André. Did Babcock see her? No. Another swallow of brandy, but he felt none of its customary bite, then said in a rush, desperate to tell someone at last, "Babcock told me the pox. He told me an early poxed woman can appear to be without blemish in every way, that she won't always pass it on, not every time you bed, God knows why, but it's inevitable she will sometime if you continue with her. And once a sore appears, you're lost, though after a month or so the sore or sores go away and you think you're safe, but you're not." Now the vein in the center of André's forehead was knotted and pulsating. "Weeks or months later there's a rash. This is the second stage. It's strong or weak, depending on only God knows what, and sometimes brings hepatitis or meningitis and stays or goes away, the rash, depending on Christ knows what. The last stage, the horror stage, appears anytime, months up to 30 years later." Saratar took out a handkerchief and wiped his brow, praying that he would be spared, thinking about the frequent times he visited the Yoshiwara, about his own musume, that now he kept for himself alone but could never guarantee had no other lover. How can you prove or disprove that if there's collusion with the mama-san when they're only interested in fleecing you? "You had the right to kill her," he said grimly. "And the mama-san." "Raiko wasn't responsible. I told her none of the girls here, anywhere in the Yoshiwara, were ones I wanted. I wanted someone young, special, a virgin, or almost one. I begged her to find me a flower, explaining exactly what I wanted, and she did, and Hana-chan was everything I wanted, perfection. She came from one of the best houses in the Edo. You can't imagine how beautiful she was. He remembered how his heart had leapt the first time Raiko had shown her to him, chattering with other girls in another room. That one, Raiko, in the pale blue kimono. "I advise stay with Fujiko or Akiko or one of my other ladies," Raiko had said. When she wanted, her English was good. "In time, I would find you another. Their little cycle. In a year or two." That one, Raiko, she perfect. Who is she? "Her name is Hana, the flower. Her mama-san say the pretty little thing was born near Kyoto, bought by her house when 3 or 4 for training as a geisha." Raiko smiled. "Luckily she's not geisha. If geisha, she would be not on offer, so sorry." "Because I Gai-Jin?" "Because geisha is for entertainment, not pillowing, and Florence-san. So sorry, truly difficult to appreciate if not Japanese. Hana's teachers were patient, but she could not develop the skills, so she was trained for the pillow." "I want her, Raiko." "A year ago, she was old enough to begin. Her mama-san arranged the best pillow prices, of course only after Hana had approved the client. 3 clients only have enjoyed her. Her mama-san says she is fine pupil, and only allowed to pillow twice weekly. Only mark against her, she was born in the year of the fire horse." "What that mean?" "You know we count time in cycles of 12 years, like the Chinese, each year with an animal name. Dragon, snake, cockerel, bull, horse, and so on. But each also has one of the 5 elements, fire, water, earth, iron, wood, that vary, cycle by cycle. Ladies born in year of horse, with the fire sign, are thought to be unlucky."
not believe superstitions. Please, say price. She is a pillow flower beyond price. The price, Raiko. To the other house, 10 koku for Anso-san. To this house, 2 koku a year, and a price of house of her own within my fence, 2 maids, all the clothes she wants, and a parting gift of 5 koku when you no longer require her services. This sum to be deposited with our Yokoyama rice merchant banker, at interest which, until time of parting, is yours, all to be in writing, signed and registered with Bakufu. The sum was huge by Japanese standards, extravagant by European counting, even with the rate of exchange heavily weighted in the European's favor. For a week he had bartered and had managed to reduce the price only a few sous. Every night his dreams drove him onwards, so he had agreed. With due ritual 7 months ago she had been presented to him formally. She agreed to accept him formally. They both signed formally. The next night he had pillowed, and she was everything he had dreamed, laughing, happy, enthusiastic, tender, loving. She was a gift of God, Henri. Of the devil. The Mamason, too. No, it wasn't her fault. The day before I received Hannah, Raiko told me, formally, it was also on the deed of payment, that the past was the past. She promised only to cherish Hannah as one of her own girls, to make sure Hannah was never seen by other men, and remained mine alone from that day onwards. Then she killed her? Andre poured another drink. I asked Hannah to name the 3 men. One of them is my murderer, but she said she couldn't, or wouldn't. I smashed her around the face to force it out of her, and she just whimpered and didn't cry out. I would have killed her, yes, but I loved her, and then I left. I was like a mad dog. It was 3 or 4 o'clock by then, and I just walked into the sea. Maybe I wanted to drown myself. I don't know, don't remember exactly, but the cold water gave me back my head. When I got back to the house, Raiko and the others were in shock, incoherent. Hannah was crumpled where I left her, now in a mess of blood, my knife in her throat. Then she committed suicide. That's what Raiko said. You don't believe it? I don't know what to believe, Andre said in anguish. I only know I went back to tell her I loved her, that the pox was karma. Not her fault, not her fault. That I was sorry I said what I said and did what I did, that everything would be as before except when it became obvious we would suicide together. Henri was trying to think, his own brain addled. He had never even heard of the House of the 3 Carp before rumors of the girl's death had rushed through the settlement. Andre's always been so secretive, he thought. Correctly so. And he's right. It was none of my business, until the Bakufu made it official. The 3 men, did this Raiko know who they were? Numbed, Andre shook his head. No, and the other Mama-san would not tell her. Who is she? What's her name? Where is she? We'll report her to the Bakufu. They could force it out of her. They wouldn't care. Why should they? The other house, it was a meeting place for revolutionaries. Inn of the 47 Ronin. A week or so ago it was burned to the ground, and her head stuck on a spike. Holy Mother of God, Henri. What am I going to do? Hannah's dead, and I'm alive. Chapter 16. Early that afternoon, Dr. Hogue was in the cutter heading for the legation wharf at Kanagawa. Babcock had sent word that he could not leave Kanagawa, as he was operating in his clinic there, but would return as soon as possible. Sorry, it can't be until late tonight, probably not until tomorrow morning. You're more than welcome to join me here if you wish, but be prepared to stay the night, as the weather is changeable. Waiting on the wharf was a grenadier and Lim, who wore a white coat, loose black trousers, slippers, and small skull-cap. As Hogue came ashore, Lim yawned a token bow. "Heya Masa Limma, number 1 boy." "We can stop, pigeon coolie talk, Lim," Hogue said in passable Cantonese, and Lim's eyes widened.
I am Medicine Doctor Wise Enlightened. This was Hoag's Chinese name, the meaning of the two characters nearest to the Cantonese sound of ho and ge, selected out of dozens of possibilities for him by Gordon Chen, the Struan comprador, one of his patients. Lim stared at him, pretending not to understand, the usual and quickest way to make a foreign devil lose face, who had the impertinence to dare to learn a few words of the civilized tongue.
Ah, yeah, he thought. Who's this gamey fornicator, this putrid red devil mother-eater with the neck of a bull, this toad-like monkey, who has the gall to speak in our tongue with such a far superior manner?
Ah, yeah, Hoag said sweetly. Also, I have very many dirty words to describe a fornicator's mother and her putrefying parts if a man from a dog-pissed dung-heap village gives me an eyelid of cause, like pretending not to understand me.
Medicine Doctor Wise Enlightened. Ah, yeah, that's a good name, Lim guffawed. And never have I heard such good man talk from a foreign devil in many a year.
Good. You will soon hear more if I am again called foreign devil. Noble House Chen selected my name.
Noble House Chen? Lim gawked at him. Illustrious Chen, who has more bags of gold than an oxen has hairs? Ah, yeah, what a fornicating privilege.
Yes, Hoag agreed, adding not quite the truth, and he told me if I have any dung-mixed troubles from any person of the Middle Kingdom, be he high or low, or not the at once service a friend of his must expect, to mention the vile fornicator's name on my return.
Oh, God, Medicine Doctor Wise Enlightened, it is indeed an honor to have you in our humble dung-heap house.
Dr. Hoag felt he had achieved greatness, blessing his teachers, mostly grateful patients, who had taught him the really important words, and how to deal with certain persons and situations in the Middle Kingdom. The day was pleasant and warm, and the look of the small town pleased him. The temples he could see over the rooftops, fishermen trawling the inland waters, peasants everywhere in the paddy, people coming and going, and the inevitable stream of travellers on the Tokaido beyond. By the time they reached the legation with Lim's overtly attentive support, Hoag had a fairly good picture of what the situation was in Kanagawa, today's number of Babcott's patients, and what to expect. George Babcott was in his surgery, assisted in the operation by a Japanese acolyte, a trainee appointed by the Bakufu to learn Western medicine, the anteroom outside, crowded with villagers, men and women and children. The operation was messy, a foot amputation. Poor fellow's a fisherman, got his leg trapped between the boat and the wharf. Should never have happened. Too much sake, I'm afraid. When I'm through, we can discuss Malcolm. Did you see him? Yes, no hurry. It's good to see you, George. Can I help in any way? Thanks, I'd appreciate that. I'm all right here, but if you could sift through the mob outside. Those who are urgent, those who can wait. Treat any you want. There's another surgery next door, though it's little more than a sick room. Mura, give me the saw, he said in studied English to his assistant, and accepted the tool and began to use it. Whenever I have a surgery here, it gets hectic. In the cabinet, there are the usual placebos, iodine, etc., usual medicines, painkillers, bitter cough mixtures for the sweet old ladies, and sweet ones for the angry. Hoag left him and looked over the waiting men, women, and children, astonished with their orderliness, patience, and bows, and lack of noise. Quickly he established none had smallpox, leprosy, measles, typhoid, or cholera, or any of the other infectious diseases or plagues that were endemic in most of Asia. More than a little relieved, he began to question them individually, and met with grave suspicion. Fortunately, one was an elderly itinerant Cantonese letter-writer and soothsayer, Cheng Sin, who could also speak some Japanese. With his help, after being introduced as the giant healer's teacher, and a promise of an especially good new modern medicine to ease his hacking cough, Dr. Hoag began a second surgery. Some had minor ailments, a few were serious. Fevers, illnesses, dysentery, and the like. Some he could diagnose, some he could not. Broken limbs, sword and knife cuts, ulcers. One, a young woman in great pain, heavily pregnant. His practiced eye told him the birth, her fourth, would be bad, and that most of her trouble was caused by marrying too young, working the field too long, and carrying too much. He gave her a small bottle of opium extract. Tell her when her time is come, and the pain is bad, to drink a spoonful.
A spoonful? How big, Honorable Wise Enlightened?
A normal-sized spoon, James Clavell. The woman bowed.
Domo arigato gozaimashita,
she muttered as she left, pathetic in her thanks, both hands trying to carry the weight of her belly. Children with fevers and colds and hookworm, sores, but not nearly as bad as he had expected, no malaria. Teeth generally good and strong, clear eyes, no lice. All patients astonishingly clean and healthy compared with similar villages in China. No opium addicts. After an hour he was happily in his stride. He had just finished setting a broken arm when the door opened and a well-dressed, attractive young girl came in hesitantly and bowed. Her kimono was blue-patterned silk, the obi green, hair dressed with combs, blue sunshade. Hogue noticed Cheng Sin's eyes narrow. She answered his questions and spoke even more persuasively, though clearly quite nervous, her voice soft. "A medicine doctor, wise, enlightened," Cheng Sin said, his speech punctuated with the permanent dry cough that Hogue had diagnosed instantly as terminal consumption. "This lady say her brother need important help near death. She beg you to accompany her. House is nearby." "Tell her to have him brought here." "Unfortunately, afraid to move him." "What's the matter with him?" After more questions and answers, which to Hogue sounded more like bargaining than anything else, Cheng Sin said, "Her house only 1 or 2 street outside. Her brother is," he coughed as he searched for the word, "sleep like a dead man, but alive with mad talk and a fever." His voice became more honeyed. "She afraid move him, honorable medicine doctor, wise enlightened. Her brother samurai. She say many important persons very happy if you have a brother. I think she say truth." From Hong Kong newspapers, Hogue was acquainted with the importance of samurai as the absolute ruling class in Japan, and that anything that would gain their confidence, and thus their cooperation, would assist British influence. He studied her. At once she dropped her eyes. Her nervousness increased. She appeared to be 15 or 16, and her features quite unlike the villagers. Lovely skin. "If her brother's samurai, so is she," he thought, intrigued. "What's her name?" "Uki Ichikawa. Please to hurry." "Her brother's an important samurai?" "Yes," Cheng Sin said. "I accompany you, not to be fear." Hogue snorted. "Afraid? Me? The pox on fear. Wait here." He went to the surgery, opened the door quietly. Babcock was heavily involved extracting an abscessed tooth, his knee on the youth's chest, the distraught mother wringing her hands and chattering. He decided not to disturb him. At the gates, the sergeant of the guard politely stopped them and asked where he was going. "I'll send a couple of my lads with you. Better safe than sorry." The girl tried to dissuade them from bringing soldiers, but the sergeant was adamant. At length she agreed, and more nervously led the way down one street, into an alley, into another, and then another. The villagers they passed averted their eyes and scuttled away. Hogue carried his doctor's bag. Over the rooftops he could still see the temple, and was reassured, and glad for the soldiers, knowing it would have been foolhardy to go without them. Cheng Sin plodded along, a tall staff in his hand. "This young lady's not all she pretends to be," Hogue thought, not a little excited by the adventure. Into another alley. Then she stopped at a door set in a tall fence, and knocked. A grill opened, then the door. When the burly servant saw the soldiers, he started to close it, but the girl imperiously ordered him to desist. The garden was small, well kept, but not extravagant. At the steps to the veranda of a small shoji house, she slipped out of clogged shoes and asked them to do the same. It was awkward for Hogue, as he wore high boots. At once she ordered the servant to help him, and was obeyed instantly. "You two, best guard here," Hogue said to the soldiers, embarrassed by the holes in his socks. "Yes, sir." One of the soldiers checked his rifle. "I'll just look around the back. Any trouble, just shout." The girl slid back the shoji. Ori Ryoma, the shishi of the Tokaido attack, lay on the futons, the sheet soaking, a maidservant fanning him. Her eyes widened, seeing Hogue, and not honorable medicine giant healer as she had expected, and she backed away as he came in ponderously. Ori was unconscious, in a coma, his swords on a low rack nearby, a flower arrangement in the tokonoma. Hogue squatted on his haunches beside him. The youth's forehead was very hot, face flushed, dangerously high fever. The cause was quickly apparent as Hogue pulled away the bandage on his shoulder and upper arm. "Christ," he muttered, seeing the extent of the puffy, poisonous inflammation, the telltale smell, and the black of dead tissue. gangrene, around the bullet wound. "When was he shot?"
She not know exactly. 2 or 3 weeks.
Once more he looked at the wound. Then, oblivious of all the eyes focused on him, he went out and sat on the edge of the veranda and stared into space. "All I need now is my fine Hong Kong hospital and fine operating equipment, my wonderful Nightingale nurses, together with a barrel of luck to save this poor youth. Fucking guns, fucking laws, fucking politicians. For God's sake, I've been trying to patch up gun mutilations all my working life, failing most of the time. 6 years with the East India Company in bloody Bengal, 15 years in the colony and Opium War years, a volunteered year in the Crimea, the bloodiest of all, with the Hong Kong Hospital Detachment. Fucking guns. Christ, what a waste." After he had sworn his rage away, he lit a cheroot, puffed, then discarded the match. At once the shocked servant rushed forward and picked up the offending object. Sorry," Hogue said. Not having noticed the pristine cleanliness of the path and surrounds, he inhaled deeply, then dismissed everything from his mind except the youth. At length he decided, beginning to throw his butt away, stopped and gave it to the servant, who bowed and went to bury it. "Cheng Sin, tell her I'm sorry, but if I operate or not, I think her brother will die. Sorry."
She says, if die, there's karma. If no help, he dies today, tomorrow. Please to try. If he dies, karma. She ask help.
Cheng Sin added softly,
"Medicine doctor wise enlightened, this youth important. Important try, eh?"
Hogue looked at the girl, her eyes gazed back at him.
"Dozo, Hoge-sama," she said. "Please."
"Very well, Yuki. Cheng Sin, tell her again. I can't promise anything, but I'll try. I will need soap, lots of hot water in bowls, lots of clean sheets, lots of sheets torn into swabs and bandages, lots of quiet, and someone with a strong stomach to help me." At once the girl pointed at herself.
"Soji shimasu."
"I will do it." Hogue frowned. "Tell her it will be very unpleasant, much blood, much stink, and ugly." He saw her listen intently to the Chinese, then reply with evident pride.
"Gomen nasai, Hoge-san. Wakarimasen. Watashi samurai desu." She say, "Please to excuse. I understand. I am samurai."
"I don't know what that means to you, pretty young lady, and I didn't know women could be samurai, but let's begin." Hogue found out quickly that one characteristic of samurai was courage. Never once did she falter during the cleaning operation, cutting away the infected tissue, releasing the foul-smelling pus, flushing the wound, blood pulsing from a partially severed vein, until he could stanch the flow and repair it, swabbing and swabbing again. The big sleeves of the maid's kimono into which she had changed rolled up and fastened out of the way, and the scarf with which she had tied back her hair both soon soiled and reeking. For an hour he worked away, humming from time to time, ears closed, nostrils closed, every sense engrossed, repeating an operation he had done 1,000 times too often, cutting, sewing, cleaning, bandaging. Then he had finished. Without haste he stretched to ease his cramped back muscles, washed his hands, and took off the now bloody sheet he had used as an apron. Ori was balanced on the edge of the veranda as a makeshift table, he standing in the garden against it. "Can't operate on my knees easily, Yuki," he had said. Everything he had wanted done she had done without hesitation. There had been no need to anesthetize the man whose name, he was told, was Hiro Ichikawa. His coma was so deep. Once or twice Ori cried out, but not from pain, just some devil in his nightmare, and struggled, but without strength. Ori sighed deeply. Anxiously Hogue felt his pulse. It was almost imperceptible, so was the breathing. "Never mind," he muttered. "At least he has a pulse."
"Gomen nasai, Hoge-san," the soft voice said. "Anata kangaemasu, hai-ie." She says, "Excuse me, Honorable Wise Enlightened, you think yes or no?"
Cheng Sin coughed. He had spent the time well away from the veranda, his back towards them. Hogue shrugged, watching her, wondering about her, where the strength came from, where she lived, and what would happen now. She was quite pale, her features stark, but still dominated by an iron will. His eyes crinkled with a smile. "I don't know. It's up to God. Yuki, you number 1. Samurai.
Domo arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you. She bowed to the tatami. Her real name was Sumomo Anato. She was Hiraga's wife-to-be and Shorin's sister, not Ori's.
She asks, what should she do now?
For her brother, nothing at the moment. Tell the maid to put cold towels on his forehead and keep bandages soaked with clean water until the fever goes down. Once the fever's gone, I hope before dawn the youth will live. Perhaps.
And what are the odds, was usually the next question. This time it did not happen.
Well, I'll go now. Tell her to send a guide for me early tomorrow morning. If he's still alive, was in his mind, but he decided not to say it. As Cheng Sin translated, he began to wash his instruments. The girl beckoned the manservant and spoke to him. "Hi," the man said, and hurried away.
Medicine doctor, wise enlightened, before you go, lady say sure to want bath, yes?
Dr. Hogue was on the point of saying no, but found himself nodding yes, and he was glad that he did. In the gloaming, Babcock sat on the legation veranda, enjoying a whiskey, exhausted but pleased with his surgery. There was a good smell of the sea on the breeze that touched the garden. As his eyes strayed involuntarily to the shrubbery where the black-clothed assassin had been caught and killed 3 weeks ago, the temple bell began tolling, and the distant, deep-throated chant of the monks sounded. Om Mani Padme Om. He looked up as Hogue plodded up towards him. Good God! Hogue wore a patterned belted yukata, white shoe socks on his feet, and Japanese clogs. Hair and beard combed and freshly washed. Under his arm was a large straw-covered cask of sake, and he was beaming. "Evening, George. You look pleased with yourself. Where have you been?" "The best part was the bath." Hogue put the cask onto a sideboard, poured a stiff whiskey. "My God, the best I've ever had. Can't believe how good I feel now." "How was she?" Babcock asked dryly. "No sex, old man. Just scrubbed clean and dunked in damn near boiling water, pummeled and massaged, and then into this garb. Meanwhile, all my clothes were washed and ironed, boots cleaned and socks replaced. Marvelous. She gave me the sake and these." He fished into his sleeve and showed Babcock 2 oval-shaped coins and a scroll covered with characters. "My God, you've been well paid. These are gold oban. They'll keep you in Champagne for at least a week. The sergeant told me you were on a house call." They both laughed. "Was he a daimyo?" "Don't think so. He was a youth, a samurai. Don't think I helped him much. Can you read the scroll?" "No, but Lim can. Lim?"
"Yes, massa."
"Paper what?" Lim took the scroll. His eyes widened, and then he reread it carefully and said to Hogue in Cantonese,
"It says, Medicine Doctor, wise enlightened, has performed a great service. In the name of Satsuma Shishi, give him all help he needs."
Lim pointed at the signature, his finger trembling.
"Sorry, Lord, the name I can't read."
"Why are you frightened?" Hogue asked, also in Cantonese. Uneasily, Lim said,
"Shishi are rebels, bandits, hunted by the Bakufu. They're bad people, even though samurai, Lord."
Impatiently, Babcock asked, "What's it say, Ronald?" Hogue told him. "Good God, a bandit? What happened?" Thirstily, Hogue poured another drink and began describing in detail the woman, the youth, and wound, and how he had cut away the dead tissue. "Seems the poor bugger got shot 2 or 3 weeks ago, and—" "Christ almighty!" Babcock leapt to his feet as everything fell into place, startling Hogue, who spilt his drink. "Are you bonkers?" Hogue spluttered. "Can you find your way back there?" "Eh? Well, yes, I suppose so, but what?" "Come on, hurry!" Babcock rushed out, shouting, "Sergeant of the Guard!" They were loping down a back alley, Hogue leading, still in his yukata, but now wearing his boots, Babcock close behind, the sergeant and 10 soldiers following, all of them armed. The few pedestrians, some with lanterns, scattered out of the way. Above was a fair moon. Hurrying faster now, a mist turning, Hogue cursed, then doubled back, got his bearings and found the half-hidden mouth to the correct alley. On again, another alley. He stopped, pointed. 20 yards ahead was the door. At once the sergeant and soldiers charged past him. 2 put their backs to the wall on guard. 4 slammed their shoulders into the door, bursting it off its hinges, and they poured through the gap, Hogue and Babcock after them. Both carried borrowed rifles easily, expert in their use, a common skill and a necessity for European civilians in Asia. Along the pathway, up the steps, the sergeant hauled the shoji open. The room was empty. Without hesitation he led the way into the next room and the next. No sign of anyone in any of the 5 interconnecting rooms or kitchen or little wooden outhouse. Out again into the garden. "Spread out, lads. Jones and Burke go that way. You 2 over there. You 2 that way. And you 2 guard here. And for Christ's sake, keep your eyes open." They went deeper into the garden, in pairs, one guarding the other, the lesson of the first assassin well learned, into every nook, around all the perimeter, safety catches off. Nothing. When the sergeant came back he was sweating. "Sweet Fanny Adams, sir. Not a bloody whisper, nothing. You sure this is the right place, sir?" Hogue pointed to a dark patch on the veranda. "That's where I operated." Babcock cursed and looked around. This house was surrounded by others, but only roofs showed above the fence, and no windows overlooked this way. Nowhere else to hide. They must have left the moment you did. Hogue wiped the sweat off his brow, secretly glad that she had slipped away and was not trapped. After he had left for the bath, he had, regretfully, not seen her again. The maid had given him the money and scroll, both neatly wrapped, and the cask, and told him her mistress would send a guide for him tomorrow morning, and thanked him. About her brother now he was ambivalent. The youth was just a patient. He was a doctor and wanted his work to succeed. "Never occurred to me the youth might have been one of the assassins. It wouldn't have made any difference, not to the operation. At least now we know his name." 1,000 oban to a bent button. It was false. We don't even know if the youth was her brother. If he was Shishi, as the scroll said, it's bound to be false, and anyway, being devious is an old Japanese custom. Babcock sighed. "I can't be certain either it was the Tokaido devil, just a hunch. What are his chances?" "The move wouldn't have helped." Hogue thought a moment, so squat and frog-like against the immense height of Babcock, neither of them conscious of the difference. "I checked him just before I left. His pulse was weak but steady. I think I got most of the dead tissue away, but—" He shrugged. "You know how it is. You pays your money, and you takes your chances. I wouldn't bet much money he'll live. But then, who knows, eh? Now, tell me about the attack, the details." On the way back, Babcock related all that had happened, and about Malcolm Struan. "He worries me, but Angelique's just about the best nurse he could have." "Jamie said the same. I agree there's nothing like a beautiful young lady in a sick room. Malcolm's lost a devilish lot of weight and spirit, but he's young and he's always been the strong one in the family, after his mother. He should be all right so long as the stitches hold. I've every confidence in your work, George, though it'll be a long haul for him, poor lad. He's very taken with the girl, isn't he?" "Yes, and reciprocated. Lucky fellow." They walked in silence a moment. Hogue said hesitantly, Well, I presume you know his mother is completely opposed to any form of liaison with the young lady." "Yes, I've heard that. That creates a problem." "Then you think Malcolm's serious?" "Head over heels serious. She's quite a girl." "You know her?" "Angelique? Not really, not as a patient, though, as I said, I've seen her under terrible stress." "You?" Hogue shook his head. "Just at parties, the races, socially. Since she arrived 3 or 4 months ago, she's been the toast of every ball, and rightly so. Never as a patient. There's a French doctor in Hong Kong now. Imagine that. But I agree, she's stunning. Not necessarily an ideal wife for Malcolm, if that's his bent." "Because she's not English and not wealthy?"
"Both of those and more. Sorry, but I just can't trust the French. Bad stock. It's in their makeup. Her father's a perfect example. Charming, gallant on the surface, and scallywag just below, and through and through. Sorry, but I wouldn't select his daughter for my son when he's of age." Babcock wondered if Hogue knew that he was aware of the scandal. While young Dr. Hogue was with the East India Company 25-odd years ago in Bengal, he had married an Indian girl against convention and the open advice of his superiors, and had consequently been dismissed and sent home in disgrace. They had had a daughter and a son, and then she had died. The London cold and fog and damp almost a death sentence to someone of Indian heritage. People are so strange, Babcock thought. Here's a fine, brave, upstanding Englishman, a great surgeon, with children who are half Indian.
so socially not acceptable in England. Complaining about Angelique's heritage. How stupid, and even more stupid to hide from the truth. Yes, but don't you hide from it either. You're 28, lots of time to get married, but will you ever find a more exciting woman than Angelique anywhere, let alone in Asia, where you will spend your working life? I won't, I know. Fortunately, Struan will probably marry her, so that's that, and I will support him, by God. Perhaps Mrs. Struan is just being protective, like any mother, he said, knowing how important Hogue's influence was with the Struans, and just opposed to him getting entangled too young. That's understandable. He's Taipan now, and that will take all of his energies. But don't mistake me. I think Angelique is quite a young lady, as courageous and fine a mate as anyone could want, and to do a good job, Malcolm will need all the support he can get. Hogue heard the underlying passion, docketed it, and left the matter there, his mind suddenly back in London, where his sister and her husband were bringing up his son and daughter, as always hating himself for leaving India, bowing to convention, and so killing her. Arjumand, the lovely. I must have been mad to take my darling into those foul winters, dismissed, broke, with no job and having to start all over again. Christ, I should have stayed and battled the company. Eventually my surgical skills would have forced them to accept me and would have saved us. The 2 sentries left on guard saluted as they passed. In the dining room dinner was laid for 2. Scotch or champagne? Babcock asked, then called out, Lun! Champers. Shall I? I've got it. Babcock opened the wine that waited in the Georgian silver ice bucket. Health. Lun! And happiness. They clinked glasses. Perfect. How's your chef? Fair to awful, but the quality of our seafood is good. Shrimps, prawns, oysters, and dozens of different kinds of fish. Where the devil's Lun? Babcock sighed. That bugger needs stick. Swear at him, will you? But the butler's pantry was empty. Lun was not in the kitchen. Eventually they found him in the garden beside a pathway. He had been decapitated, his head tossed aside. In its place was the head of a monkey. No, lady, the Mama-san said, very afraid. You cannot leave Ori-san here tomorrow. You must leave at dawn. Sumomo said, So sorry. Ori-san will stay until... So sorry. Since the attack on Chief Minister Anjo, the hunt for Shishi is intense. Rewards for information are to the sky, with the death for anyone in a house harboring them. That orders for Yedo, not here in Kanagawa, Sumomo said. So sorry, someone has talked, the Mama-san said, lips tight. Her name was Noriko, and they were alone in her private quarters, in her Inn of the Midnight Blossoms, both kneeling on purple cushions, the room candle-lit, a low table with tea on it between them, and she had just returned from an angry meeting with the rice merchant moneylender, who had raised the interest rate on her mortgage from 30 to 35%, pleading the dangerous state of the realm. Motherless dog, she thought, seething, then compartmentalized that problem to deal with the more dangerous one before her. This morning we heard that enforcers are... Who? Enforcers? They're special, interrogating Bakufu patrols, men without mercy. They arrive in the night. I expect to be visited. So sorry, at dawn he must go. So sorry, you will keep him until he is well. I dare not. Not after the Inn of the 47 Ronin. Enforcers know no mercy. I don't want this head spiked. That was in Yedo. This is Kanagawa. This is the Inn of the Midnight Blossoms. So sorry. Hiraga-san would insist. No one insists here, lady, Noriko said sharply. Even Hiraga-san. I have my own son to think of, and my house. Correctly. And I have my brother's friend and Hiraga's ally to think of. Also the face of my brother to remember. I am empowered to settle his debts. Noriko gaped at her. All Shorin's debts? Half now, half when Sonojoy rules. Done, Noriko said, so unbalanced with the windfall she never expected to collect that she failed to bargain. But no Gai-Jin doctors, and only a week. Agreed. At once the girl reached into her sleeve for the purse in a secret pocket. Noriko sucked in her breath, seeing the gold coins. Here are 10 oban. You will give me a receipt and his detailed account, the balance of the half we have agreed when we leave. Where can Ori-san be safe? Noriko cursed herself for being so hasty, but having agreed, now it was a matter of face. As she considered what to do, she studied the girl in front of her, Sumomo Anato, younger sister of Shorin Anato, the Shishi, the wild one, the boy she had initiated into the world of men so many years ago. What a lust! What vigor for one so young, she thought with a pleasant though untoward ache. And what a memorable courtesan this girl would make! Together we could earn a fortune. In a year or two she would marry a daimyo, and if she's still a virgin, what a below price I could get! She's every bit as beautiful as Shorin had said. Classical Satsuma. According to him, samurai, in every way, every bit as beautiful. How old are you, lady? Sumomo was startled. 16. Do you know how Shorin died? Yes, I will be revenged. Hiraga told you? You ask too many questions, Sumomo said sharply. Noriko was amused. In the game we play, you and I, though you are samurai and me mama-san, we are sisters. Oh? Oh, yes, so sorry. The very serious game of trying to cover for our men, to shield them from their bravery or stupidity, depending on which side you are, risking our lives to protect them from themselves merits trust on both sides, trust of blood sisters. So, Hiraga told you about Shorin. Sumomo knew that her position was tenuous. Yes. Hiraga is your lover? Sumomo's eyes slitted. Hiraga was affianced to me before he left to serve Sono Joy. The mama-san blinked. A Satsuma samurai allows his daughter to be betrothed to a Choshu samurai, whether Shishi or not, Ronin or not. My father did not approve, nor my mother, though Shorin did. I did not approve their choice for me. So sorry. Noriko was saddened, knowing too well that that meant continual pressure, confinement in their house, or even worse. Are you outcast from your family? Sumomo stayed motionless. Her voice remained calm. A few months ago, I decided to follow my brother and Hiraga-san, to spare my father that shame. Now I am a Ronin. Are you mad? Women cannot become a Ronin? Noriko, Sumomo said, gambling. I agree we should be blood sisters. A stiletto appeared in her hand. Noriko blinked, not having seen where it had appeared from. She watched as Sumomo pricked her finger and offered her the knife. Without hesitation she did the same, and they touched fingers, mixing their blood, then bowed gravely. I am honored. Thank you, Sumomo-san. Smiling, the mama-san returned the knife. Now I am a tiny bit samurai, yes? The knife slid back into the sleeve sheath. When the emperor regains all power, he will make those deserving it samurai. We will petition for you, Hiraga-san, Ori, and I. Again Noriko bowed her thanks, loving that idea, but sure it was beyond possibility, and that she would never live to see the unthinkable happen, the day the Toranaga shogunate ceased to be. On behalf of all my line, thank you. Now, sake. No, thank you, so sorry. But Sensei Katsumata made women in his class forswear sake, telling us it would forever blunt our skills and spoil our aim. Please, where is Hiraga-san? Noriko watched her, hiding her smile. Katsumata, the great sensei. You studied under him. Shorin told us you could use sword, knife, and shuriken. Is that true? With dazzling speed, Sumomo's hand went into her obi, came out with a shuriken, and hurtled the small, razor-sharp, 5-bladed circle of steel across the room to thwack viciously into the exact center of a post. She had hardly moved. Please, where is Hiraga-san? She asked gently. Chapter 17. Yedo. That night Hiraga led the silent charge up and over the stockade of a daimyo's palace in the second ring, outside the castle walls, and rushed through the gardens for the back entrance of the mansion, the night lit by a half-hearted moon. All 6 men wore the same short black night-fitting kimonos without armor for speed and quiet. All had swords, knives, and garottes. All were Choshu Ronin Hiraga had summoned urgently from Kanagawa for tonight's raid. Around the mansion, the sprawling compound of barracks, stables, and servants' quarters that would normally house 500 warriors and the daimyo's family and servants was eerily empty. Only 2 sleepy sentries were at the back door. These men saw the raiders too late to sound an alarm and died. Akimoto stripped one of his uniform and put it on, then dragged the bodies into the undergrowth and rejoined the others on the veranda. They waited motionless, listening intently. No warning shouts, or they would have abandoned the attack at once. "If we have to retreat, never mind," Hiraga had said at dusk when the others had arrived in Yedo. "It's enough that we can penetrate so close to the castle. Tonight's purpose is terror, to kill and spread terror, to make them believe no one and no place is beyond the reach of us or our spies. Terror, in and out quickly, maximum surprise and no casualties. Tonight's a rare opportunity," he smiled. "When Anjo and the others cancelled Sankin Kotai, they dug the shogunate's grave." "We fire the palace, cousin?" Akimoto asked happily. "After the kill." "And he is—" "He's old, grey hair and a little of it, thin and small. Utani, the Roju elder." They all gasped. "Daimyo of Watasa?" "Yes, unfortunately, I've never seen him. Anyone?" "I think I'd recognize him," the 18-year-old youth said, a bad scar running down the side of his face. "He's scrawny, like a diseased chicken. I saw him once in Kyoto. So tonight we send an elder on with a daimyo, eh? Good." He grinned and scratched at the scar, a legacy from the unsuccessful Choshu attempt to seize the palace gates in Kyoto last spring. "Utani won't be running anywhere after tonight. He's mad to sleep outside the walls and let it be known. And without guards? Stupid." Joan, a 17-year-old, always the cautious one, said, "Excuse me, Hiraga-san, but are you sure this isn't a trap baited with false information? Yoshi is called the Fox, Anjo worse. We've heavy prices on our heads, eh? I agree with my brother. How could Utani be so stupid?" "Because he has a secret assignation. He's a pederast." They stared at him blankly. "Why should he want to keep that a secret?" "The youth is one of Anjo's intimates." "So ka!" Joan's eyes glittered. "Then I think I would keep that secret, too. But why should a pretty boy give himself to someone like Utani when he already has a powerful patron?" Hiraga shrugged. "Hey, what else? Nori's a miser, Utani lavish. Aren't his peasants the most taxed in all Nippon? Aren't his debts to the sky? Isn't he known for consuming gold oban like grains of rice? Soon, one way or another, Anjo will leave this earth. Perhaps this pretty boy thinks Utani will survive and the risk is worth it. Utani has influence at court, eh? Koku. Why not? His family's probably destitute and drowning in debt. Aren't almost all samurai below Hirasamurai rank at poverty level?" "True," they all agreed. "That's been true since the 4th shogun," the 18-year-old said bitterly. "Almost 200 years. Daimyos take all the taxes, sell samurai status to stinking merchants, more and more every year, and still they cut our pay. Daimyos have betrayed us, their loyal retainers." "You're right," Akimoto said angrily. "My father has to hire himself out as a farm laborer to feed the rest of my brothers and sisters. Ours has only his swords left. No house, just a hut," Joan said. "We're so deep in debt from great-grandfather's time we can never repay the loans. Never." "I know how to settle those filthy money worshippers. Cancel their debts or kill them," another said. "If daimyos sometimes pay off their debts like that, why not us?" "A fine idea," Akimoto agreed, "but it would cost your head. Lord Ogama would make an example of you, in case his own lenders stopped advancing money against, what is it now, against 4 years' taxes ahead." Another said, "My family stipend hasn't changed since Sekigahara, and the cost of rice up 100 times since then. We should become merchants or sake brewers. 2 uncles and elder brother have given up their swords and done that." "Terrible, yes, but I've thought of it too. Daimyos betrayed all of us." "Most have," Hiraga said. "Not all." "True," Akimoto said. "Never mind. We'll choose our own daimyo when we've expelled the barbarians and broken the Toranaga shogunate. The new shogun will give us enough to eat, us and our families, and better weapons, even some of the Gai-Jin rifles." He'll keep them for his own men, whoever he is.
Why should he, Hiraga? There'll be enough for everyone. Don't the Toranagas hoard 5 to 10 million koku yearly? That's more than enough to arm us properly. Listen, if we're split up in the dark, where do we regroup?
The House of Green Willows, south of Fourth Bridge, not here. If that's too difficult, hide somewhere and make your way back to Kanagawa.
Now on the veranda, listening carefully for danger, enjoying the sensation, Hiraga smiled, his heart beating well, feeling the joy of life and approaching death every day nearer.
In a few moments we move again. Action, at long last.
For days he had been in the temple beside the English legation, waiting impatiently for an opportunity to fire it, but always too many enemy troops, foreign and samurai. Each day acting the gardener, spying, listening, planning.
So easy to kill the tall barbarian there, who escaped the Tokaido attack. Astonishing that only one barbarian was killed out of the easy target of 3 men and a woman. Ah, Tokaido. Tokaido means Ori, and Ori means Shorin, and they mean Sumomo, who is 17 next month, and I will not consider my father's letter. I will not. I will not accept Ogama's pardon if I have to recant a sono joy. I will follow its lodestone to whatever death it steers. Just me, alive now. Ori is dead or will die tomorrow. Shorin gone. And Sumomo.
Last night, tears had wet his cheeks, tears from the dream that she was in, her bushido and fire and perfume and body beckoning and lost to him forever. Impossible to sleep, so he sat in the lotus seat, the Buddha position, using Zen to fly his mind to peace. Then this morning, a gift of the gods, the furtive coded message from Koiko's Mama-san about Utani, who had heard it, equally secretly, from Koiko's maid.
Yeah, he thought gleefully. I wonder what Yoshi would do if he knew our tentacles reached out even to his bed, even around his balls.
Confident now they were still undetected, he jumped up and went to the door, used his knife, sliding the bar back. Inside quickly. Hakimoto stayed on guard in the sentry's uniform. The others followed Hiraga noiselessly up the stairs towards the women's quarters, the route already given to him. Everything was lavish, best woods, finest tatamis, purest oiled paper for shoji, and most fragrant oils for lamps and candles. Turning a corner, the unsuspecting guard stared at him blankly. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Hiraga's knife had stopped it. He stepped over the body, went to the end of the corridor, hesitated a moment to get his bearings. Now a cul-de-sac. Either side were walls of sliding shoji, rooms behind them. At the end just one, bigger and more ornate than all the others. An oil lamp burned within, also in some of the other rooms. A few snores and heavy breathing. Silently he motioned for Todo and Joun to follow, and the others to guard. Then went forward again like a night-hunting beast. The sound of heavy breathing increased. A nod to Joun. At once the youth slipped past him, crouched at the far door, then, at another sign from Hiraga, slid the shoji open. Hiraga leapt into the room, then Todo. 2 men were prone on the exquisite silk quilts and futons, naked and joined. The youth spread the older over him, clutching him and thrusting, panting and oblivious. Hiraga stood over them, reared his sword on high, and with 2 hands gripping the hilt, drove the point through the back of both bodies just above the heart, burying it into the tatami floor, impaling them. The old man gasped and died instantly, his limbs quivering beyond death. The youth clawed impotently, unable to turn, unable to move his trunk, only his arms and legs and head, but even so, he still could not twist enough to see what had happened, nor could he understand what had happened, only that his life was somehow seeping away as all his body opened. A howl of terror gathered in his throat as Todo leapt forward and twined the garrote to choke it back, just too late. Part of the cry hung in the now fetid air. Instantly he, with Hiraga, whirled for the door, all senses frenzied. Hiraga with knife poised, Todo, Joun, and those in the corridor with swords raised, hearts pounding, all ready to charge, flee, fight, rush, die, but battle and die proudly. Behind Hiraga the delicate hands of the youth tore at his neck, his long, perfect and painted nails gouging the flesh around the wire. The fingers shuddered and stopped and fluttered and stopped and fluttered, and were still. Silence. Somewhere a sleeper stirred noisily, then returned to sleep.
Still no alarms or warning shouts. Gradually the raiders wrenched themselves from the brink, numbed and sweat-stained. Hiraga signaled the retreat. At once they obeyed, except for Joun, who ran back into the room to recover Hiraga's sword. He straddled the bodies, but with all his strength he could not pull the sword out or ease it out. Hiraga waved him away, tried himself and failed. On a low lacquered sword stand were the weapons of the dead men. He picked one up. At the door he looked back. In the clean, steady light of the oil lamp, the two bodies seemed like a single monstrous, multi-legged, human-headed dragonfly. The crumpled quilts its gorgeous wings, his sword a giant silver pin. Now he could see the face of the youth. It was quite beautiful. Yoshi was strolling on the battlements, Koiko beside him. He was easily a head taller than her. A chill was on the small wind, and the smell of the sea at low tide. He did not notice it. Again his eyes flicked from the city below to the moon, and he watched it, brooding. Koiko waited patiently. Her kimono was the finest shantung with a scarlet underkimono, and her hair, loosed informally, fell to her waist. His kimono was ordinary, silk but ordinary, and swords ordinary, ordinary but sharp. "What are you thinking about, sire?" she asked, judging it time to dispel his gloom. Though they were quite alone, she kept her voice down, well aware that nowhere within the castle walls was really secure. "Kyoto," he said simply, as quietly. "Will you accompany Shogun Nobusada?" He shook his head, though he had already decided to go to Kyoto before the formal party. The deception habitual. "Somehow I must stop that young fool and become the sole channel between Emperor and Shogunate," he had been thinking, his mind assaulted with the difficulties surrounding him. The madness of this state visit. Anjo, whose hold over the consul had forced approval. Anjo with his hatred and plotting. The trap I'm in here in the castle. The multitude of enemies throughout the land, the chief of them Sanjiro of Satsuma, Hiro of Tosa, and Ogama of Choshu, who now holds the gates that are our birthright. And added to all those, and waiting to pounce like salivating wolves, are the Gai-Jin. They have to be dealt with permanently. The boy Nobusada and the princess have to be neutralized permanently. The permanent solution for the Gai-Jin is clear. In any way we can devise, whatever the sacrifice, we must become richer than them and better armed. This must be secret national policy now and forever. How to achieve this? I do not know yet, but as policy we must flatter them to sleep, keep them off balance, using their foolish attitudes against them, and employ our superior abilities to cocoon them. Nobusada? Equally clear. But he's not the real threat. It's her. I don't have to worry about him, but her, Princess Yazu. She's the real power behind him, and in front. The sudden mental picture of her with a penis and Nobusada, the receiver, made him smile. It would make a wonderful shunga-e, he thought, amused. Shunga-e were erotic, many-colored woodcuts, so popular and prized among Yedo's traders and shopkeepers that they had been proscribed by the shogunate for a century or more, as too licentious for them, the lowest class, and too easy to be used as lampoons against their betters. In Nippon's immutable hierarchy, instituted by the Tairo, dictator Nakamura, then made permanent by Shogun Toranaga, first were samurai, second farmers, third artisans of every kind, and last, despised by all, merchants. Leeches on all other labor, the legacy called them, despised because all others needed their skills and wealth, most of all their wealth, particularly samurai. So rules, certain rules, could be eased. Thus in Yedo, Osaka, and Nagasaki, where the really rich merchants lived, shunga-e, though officially outlawed, were painted, carved, and merrily produced by the best artists and printmakers in the land. In every epoch, artists vied with each other for fame and fortune, selling them by the thousands. Exotic, explicit, but always with gargantuan genitalia, hilariously out of all proportion, the best in perfect moist and mobile detail. Equally prized were ukiyo-e, portraits of leading actors, the constant meat of gossip, scandal, and license. Actresses were not permitted by law, so specially trained men, onagata, played female roles. And, above all, prints of the most famous courtesans. I would like someone to paint you. It's a pity Hiroshige and Hokusai are dead. She laughed.
How should I pose, sire?
Not in bed, he said, laughing with her, unusual for him to laugh, and she was pleased with the victory. Just walking along a street with a sunshade, green and pink, and wearing your pink and green kimono with a carp of woven gold.
Perhaps, sire, instead of a street, perhaps in a garden at dusk catching fireflies.
Ah, much better. He smiled, remembering the rare days of his youth on summer evenings when he was released from studies. Then he and his brothers and sisters and friends would go out into the fields and hunt fireflies with gossamer nets, and put the tiny insects into tiny cages, and watch the light miraculously pulse on and off, composing poems, laughing and larking with no responsibilities, and young.
Like I feel with you now, he muttered. Sire?
You take me out of myself, Koiko. Everything about you. For answer she touched his arm, saying nothing and everything, pleased with the compliment, all her mind concentrated on him, wanting to read his thoughts and needs, wanting to be perfect for him.
But this game's tiring, she thought again. This patron is too complex, too far-sighted, too unpredictable, too solemn and too difficult to entertain. I wonder how long he will keep me. I begin to hate the castle, hate confinement, hate the constant testing, hate being away from home, and the ribald laughter and chatter of the other ladies. Moonbeam, springtime, petal, and most of all my darling Mama-san, Mei-kin. Yes, but I glory, being in the center of the world. Adore the one koku a day, every day, exult that I am who I am, handmaiden to the most noble lord, who is really just another man, and like all men, a fractious little boy, pretending to be complicated, and who can be controlled by sweets and spanking as always, and who, if you are clever, decides to do only what you have already decided he may do, whatever he believes.
Her laughter trilled.
What? You make me joyous, filled with life, sire. I shall have to call you Lord Giver of Happiness.
Warmth pervaded him. And so to bed?
And so to bed.
Arm in arm they began to leave the moonlight. Look there, he said suddenly. Far below, one of the palace mansions had caught fire. Flames began gushing upwards, then clouds of smoke. Now faintly they could hear fire bells and see ants of people milling around, and soon lines of other ants forming to join the fire to the water tanks. Fire is our greatest hazard, not a woman, Shogun Toranaga had written in his legacy with rare humor. Against fire we can be prepared, never against a woman. All men and all women of marriageable age will be married. All habitations will have tanks of water within easy reach.
They will never put it out, will they, sire?
No. I suppose some fool has knocked over a lamp or candle, Yoshi said, his lips tight.
Yes, you are right, sire, the clumsy fool, she said at once, gentling him, sensing an unexpected anger in him, and not knowing why. I am so glad you are in charge of fire precautions in the castle, so we can sleep safely. Whoever did it should be talked to severely. I wonder whose palace it is.
It's the Tajima residence.
Ah, sire, you continue to amaze me,
Koiko said with touching admiration.
How wonderful to be able to distinguish one palace from another, amongst 100 so quickly, and from so far away.
She bowed to hide her face, sure it was the Watasa, and that now Daimyo Utani must be dead and the raid successful.
You are wonderful.
No, it is you who are wonderful, Koiko-chan. He smiled down at her, so sweet and tiny and observant and dangerous. 3 days ago, his new spy, Misamoto, ever anxious to prove his worth, had reported the rumors circulating in the barracks about the tryst of Utani and the pretty boy. He had ordered Misamoto to allow the secret to be overheard by Koiko's maid, who was certain to whisper it to either her mistress or the Mama-san or both, if other rumors were true, that this same Mama-san, Mei-kin, was an avid supporter of Sono Joy, and that clandestinely she allowed her house to be a meeting place and sanctuary for Shishi. The news would be passed to Shishi, who would instantly react at such a marvelous opportunity for a major kill. For almost 2 years his spies had kept her and her house under surveillance, both for this reason and because of the growing stature of Koiko. But never once had the merest scrap of evidence appeared to support the theory and condemn them. "Ah, but now," he thought, watching the flames, "Otani must be dead if the palace is fired, and now I have real evidence. A whisper planted in a maid has borne evil fruit. Otani is a coup for them, as I would be, even more so." A small shudder touched him. "Fire frightens me," she said, misinterpreting the shudder, wanting to give him face. "Yes, come along. We'll leave them to their karma." Arm in arm they walked away, Yoshi finding it hard to conceal his excitement. "I wonder what your karma is, Koiko. Did your maid tell you, and you told her to tell the Mama-san and are part of the chain?" "Perhaps. Perhaps not. I saw no change in you when I said Tajima instead of Watasa, and I was watching very carefully. I wonder. Of course you are suspect. Always were suspect. Why else should I choose you? Doesn't this add spice to my bed? It does, and you are everything your reputation promised. Truly, I am more than satisfied, so I will wait. But now it is easy to trap you, so sorry. Even easier to extract the truth from your maid, from this not-so-clever Mama-san, and from you, pretty one. Too easy, so sorry, when I close the trap." That will be a hard decision, because now, thanks to Utane, I have a secret and direct line to the Shishi, to use to uncover them, destroy them, or even to use them against my enemies at my whim. Why not? Tempting. Nobusada? Nobusada and his princess? Very tempting. He began to laugh. "I am so happy. You're so happy tonight, sire." Princess Yazu was in tears. For almost 2 hours she had used every practice that she had ever read or seen in pillow books to excite him, and though she had succeeded in making him strong, before he could achieve the clouds and the rain he had failed her. Then, as usual, he had burst into tears, raving in a paroxysm of nervous coughing that it was her fault. As usual, the tempest vanished quickly. He begged forgiveness, falling asleep, nestled close to kiss her breasts, suckling a breast curled in her lap. "It's not fair," she whimpered, exhausted and unable to sleep. "I must have a son, or he is as good as dead, and so am I. At the very least, so shamed that I will have to shave my head and become a Buddhist nun. Oko, oko." Even her ladies had not been able to help. "You're all experienced? Most of you married? There must be some way to make my lord a man," she had shouted at them after weeks of trying, both she and they aghast that she had lost her temper. "Find out! It is your duty to find out!" Over the months her court had consulted herbalists, acupuncturists, doctors, even soothsayers, to no avail. This morning she had sent for her chief matron. "There has to be a way. What do you advise?" "You are only 16, honored princess," the matron had said on her knees, "and your lord is 16, and—" "But everyone conceives by that time far earlier, almost everyone. What's the matter with him, or with me?" "Nothing with thee, princess. We have told you many times. The doctors assure us that nothing with thee is wrong." "What about this Gai-Jin doctor? The giant I've heard about? One of my maids told me it's rumored he does miracle cures of all kinds of ailments. Perhaps he could cure my lord." "Oh, so sorry, Highness," the woman had burst out, appalled. "It's unthinkable that he or you would consult a Gai-Jin. Please have patience, please. Cheng Xin, the marvelous soothsayer, told us patience will surely—" "It could be done secretly, fool. Patience? I've waited months," she had shrieked. "Months of patience, and still my lord hasn't yet the glimmerings of an heir." Before she could stop herself, she had slapped the woman's face. 10 months of patience, and ill advice is too much. You miserable person, go away. Go away forever." All day she had planned for tonight. Special dishes that he liked were prepared, well seasoned with ginseng, special sake laced with ginseng and powdered rhinoceros horn, special perfumes heavily aphrodisiac, special prayers to the Buddha, special supplications to Amaterasu, the sun goddess, grandmother of the god Ninigi, who came down from heaven to rule Nippon, who was great-grandfather of the first mortal emperor, Jinmu Tenno, founder of their imperial dynasty 25 centuries ago, and therefore her direct ancestress. But all had failed. Now it was in the black time of the night, and she wept silently, lying on her set of futons, her husband asleep on his beside her, not happy in sleep, a cough now and then, his limbs jerking, his sleeping face not unpleasing to her. "Poor, silly boy," she thought, anguished. "Is it your karma to die airless like so many of your line? Why did I allow myself to be talked into this disaster out of the arms of my beloved prince?" 4 years ago, when she was 12, and with the delighted approval of her mother, last and most favorite consort of her father, Emperor Ninko, who had died the year she was born, and with the equally delighted and necessary acquiescence of the Emperor Kome, her much older stepbrother, who had succeeded him, she was happily affianced to a childhood playmate, Prince Sugawara. That was the year the Bakufu formally signed the treaties that opened Yokohama and Nagasaki against Emperor Kome's wishes, the majority of the court, and the outspoken advice of most daimyos. That was the year Sono Joy became a battle cry, and the same year the then Tairo Ii proposed to the prince advisor that the Princess Yazu marry the shogun Nobusada. "So sorry," the advisor said. "Impossible." "Very possible, and highly necessary to bond the shogunate to the imperial dynasty, and bring further peace and tranquility to the land," Ii had said. "There are many historical precedents when Toranagas have agreed to marry imperials." "So sorry." The advisor was effete, elaborately dressed and coiffured, his teeth blackened. "As you well know, Her Imperial Highness is already engaged to be married as soon as she reaches puberty. As you well know, too, the Shogun Nobusada is also engaged to the daughter of a Kyoto noble." "So sorry. Engagements of such illustrious persons are a matter of state policy, in shogunate control, and always have been," Ii said. He was small, portly, and inflexible. "Shogun Nobusada's engagement at his own request has ceased." "Ah, so sorry. How sad. I heard it was a good match." "Shogun Nobusada and the Princess Yazu are the same age, 12. Please advise the Emperor that Tairo wishes to inform him the Shogun will be honored to accept her as a wife. They can marry when she is 14 or 15. "I will consult the Emperor, but so sorry. I am afraid your request will not be possible." "I certainly hope the Son of Heaven will be guided by Heaven on such an important decision. The Gai-Jin are at our gates. The shogunate and the dynasty must be strengthened." "So sorry. The imperial dynasty needs no strengthening. As to the Bakufu, obedience to the wishes of the Emperor would surely improve the peace." Ii said harshly, "The treaties had to be signed. The barbarian fleets and weapons can humble us whatever we say publicly. We are defenseless. We were forced to sign." "So sorry. That is the problem and fault of the Bakufu and the shogunate. Emperor Kome did not approve the treaties and did not wish them signed." "Foreign policy, any temporal policy, such as the marriage I so humbly suggest, is the absolute province of the shogunate. The Emperor," he chose his words carefully, "is preeminent in all other matters." "Other matters? A few centuries ago the Emperor ruled as was custom for millennia." "So sorry, we do not live a few centuries ago." When Ii's proposal, considered by all those opposed to the Bakufu as an insult to the dynasty, became known, there was a general outcry. Within a few weeks, Shishi had assassinated him for his arrogance, and the matter lapsed. Until 2 years later, when she was 14. Though not yet a woman, Imperial Princess Yazu was already an accomplished poetess, could read and write classical Chinese, knew all the court rituals necessary to her future, and was still enamored of her prince, and he of her. Anjo, needing to enhance the prestige of the shogunate, increasingly under threat, again approached the prince advisor, who repeated what he had already said. Anjo repeated what Ii had already said, but added, to the astonishment of his adversary, "Thank you for your opinion, but so sorry, Imperial Chancellor Wakura does not agree." Wakura was in his 40s, a man of high court rank, though not of the nobility, who, from the beginning, had assumed the leadership of the xenophobic movement amongst middle-ranking nobles opposed to the treaties. As chancellor, he was one of the few who had imperial access. Within days, Wakura sought an interview with the princess. I am pleased to tell you that the Son of Heaven requests you agree to annul your engagement to Prince Sugawara and marry Shogun Nobusada instead. Princess Yazu almost fainted. Within the court, an imperial request was a command.
There must be some mistake. The Son of Heaven opposed this arrogant suggestion 2 years ago for obvious reasons. You are opposed, so is everyone. I cannot believe the Godhead would ask such a hideous thing.
So sorry, but it is not hideous, and it is asked.
Even so, I refuse. I refuse.
You cannot, so sorry. May I explain the...
No, you may not. I refuse, I refuse, I refuse.
The next day another interview was requested and refused, then another and another. She was equally inflexible. No. So sorry, Highness, her chief matron said, very flustered. The Imperial Chancellor again requests a moment to explain why this is asked of you.
I will not see him. Tell him I wish to see my brother.
Oh, so sorry, Highness, the chief matron said, appalled. Please excuse me, but it is my duty to remind you the Son of Heaven has no kith or kin once he has ascended.
Of course. Please excuse me. I know, I'm overwrought. Please excuse me.
Even within the court, only the Emperor's wife, consorts, mother, children, his brothers and sisters, and 2 or 3 counselors were allowed to look him in the face without permission. Outside of these few intimates it was forbidden. He was divine. Like all emperors before him, from the very moment Komei had completed the rituals that mystically joined his spirit to that of the recently deceased emperor, his father, as his father had joined with his, and he had with his, in unbroken line back to Jimmu Tenno, he had ceased to be mortal and became a deity, the keeper of the sacred symbols, the orb and sword and mirror, the Son of Heaven.
Please excuse me,
Yazu said humbly, appalled at her sacrilege.
I am sorry. Please ask the Lord Chancellor to petition the Son of Heaven to grant me a moment of his time.
Now, through her tears, Yazu was remembering how, many days later, she was on her knees before the Emperor and his ever-present multitude of courtiers, heads bowed, she hardly recognizing him in his formal swirling robes, the first time she had seen him for months. She had begged and pleaded in a litany of weeping, using the necessary court language hardly understood by outsiders, until she was spent.
Imperial Highness, I do not want to leave home. I do not want to go to this foul place, Yedo, the other side of the world. I beg leave to say we are the same blood. We are not Yedo upstart warlords.
And had wanted to screech,
we are not descended from peasants who do not speak properly, dress properly, eat properly, act properly, cannot read or write properly, and stink of daikon.
But she dared not. Instead she said,
I beg you, leave me be. First, please go and listen carefully and calmly, as befits an imperial princess, to what the Lord Chancellor Wakoro has to say. I will obey, Imperial Highness. Second, I will not allow this against your will. Third, return on the 10th day. Then we will talk again. Go now, Yazu-chan.
It was the first time in her life that her brother had called her by the diminutive.
So she had listened to Wakura.
The reasons are complicated, Princess.
I am accustomed to complications, Chancellor.
Very well. In return for the imperial betrothal, the Bakufu have agreed to the permanent expulsion of all Gai-Jin and to cancel their treaties.
But Nori Anjo has said this is impossible.
True, at this time. But he has agreed at once to start modernizing the army and at once to build an invincible navy. In 7, 8, perhaps 10 years, he promises, we will be strong enough to enforce our will.
Or in 20 or 50 or 100 years, the Toranaga shoguns are historical liars and not to be trusted. For centuries they have kept the emperor confined and usurped his heritage. They are not to be trusted.
So sorry. Now the emperor is persuaded to trust them. In truth, Princess, we have no temporal power over them.
Then I would be a fool to give myself as a hostage.
So sorry. But I was going to add that your marriage would lead to a healing between emperor and shogunate, which is essential to the tranquility of the state. The shogunate would then listen to the imperial advice and obey imperial wishes.
If they became filial, But how would my marriage bring that to pass? Would not the court, through you, be able to intervene, even to control this youthful shogun and his government? Her interest had quickened. Control? On behalf of the emperor? Of course. How could this boy, compared with you, Highness, he a child, how could this boy have any secrets from you? Of course not. Surely the Exalted's hope is that you, his sister, would be his go-between. As wife of the shogun, you would know everything, and a remarkable person such as yourself could soon have all the threads of Bakufu power within your hands, through this shogun. Since the third Toranaga shogun, there has never been a strong one. Would you not be perfectly placed to hold the real power? She had thought about that for a long time. Anjo and the shogunate aren't fools. They would have deduced that. They do not know you, Highness. They believe you are only a reed to be twisted and shaped and used at their whim, just like the boy Nobusada. Why else did they choose him? They want the marriage, yes, to enhance their prestige, certainly to bring court and shogunate closer. Of course, you, a girl, would be their pliant puppet to subvert imperial will. So sorry. You ask too much of a woman. I do not want to leave home nor give up my prince. The emperor asks that you do this. Once again, the shogunate is forcing him to battle when they should just obey, she had said bitterly. The emperor asks that you assist to make them obey. Please excuse me, I cannot. 2 years ago, the bad year, Wakura continued in the same measured way, the year of famines, the year Ii signed the treaties, certain Bakufu scholars were searching history for examples of deposed emperors. Yazu gasped, They would never dare, not that. The shogunate is the shogunate. They are all-powerful at the moment. Why shouldn't they consider removing an obstacle, any obstacle? Did he not, his wa destroyed, even consider abdicating in favor of his son, Prince Sachi? Roma, she burst out, that cannot be true. I believe it was, Imperial Princess, he said gravely, and now in truth he asks, please, will you help him? Beyond herself, she knew whatever she said, it would always return to the ask. No way out. In the end, she would have to comply or become a nun. Her mouth opened for the final refusal, but it never happened. Something seemed to sever in her mind, and, for the first time, she began thinking by a different process, no longer child, but adult, and this gave her the answer. Very well, she said, deciding to keep her own counsel. I will agree, providing I can continue to live in Yedo as I have lived in the imperial palace. That conversation had brought her to this night's silence, broken only by her weeping. Yazu sat up in the bed and wiped her tears away. Liars, she thought bitterly. They promised me, but even on that they cheated. A slight sound from Nobusada, and he turned in his sleep. In the lamplight, without which he could not sleep, he looked more boyish than ever, more like a younger brother than a husband. So young, so very young. Kind, considerate, always listening to her, taking her advice, no secrets from her, everything that Wakura had foretold, but unsatisfying. My darling Sugawara, now impossible, in this lifetime. A shiver went through her. The window was open. She leaned on the lintel, hardly noticing the mansion below that was gutted and smouldering, other fires spotted here and there throughout the city, moonlight on the sea beyond, smell of burning on the wind, dawn lightening the eastern sky. Her secret resolve had not changed from that day with Wakura, to spend this life wrecking the shogunate, who had wrecked this lifetime, to rip away their power by any means, to return that power to the Godhead. I will destroy, as they destroyed me, she thought, far too wise now to even whisper it down a well. I begged not to come here, begged not to have to marry this boy, and though I like him, I loathe this hateful place, loathe these hateful people. I want to go home. I will go home. That will make this life bearable. We will make this visit, whatever Yoshi does or says, whatever anyone does or says, we will go home, and we will stay there. Book 2.
Chapter 18. Monday, the 13th of October. In brilliant midday sunshine 10 days later, Philip Tyrer sat at a desk on the veranda of the Yedo legation, contentedly practicing Japanese calligraphy, brush and ink and water, surrounded by dozens of filled and discarded pages of rice paper, astonishingly inexpensive here compared with England. Sir William had sent him to Yedo to prepare for the first meeting with the elders. His brush stopped abruptly. Captain Setri Paladar and 10 equally immaculate dragoons were riding up the hill. As they came into the square, the samurai there, many more than before, parted to allow them access, slight, stiff bows acknowledged by a slight, stiff salute, clearly a newly established protocol. Redcoat sentries, many more than before, opened the iron gates and closed them after the troops had clattered into the high-walled forecourt. "Hello, Setri," Tyler called out, running down the main steps to greet him. "Good God, you're a sight for sore eyes. Where the devil did you come from?" "Yokohama, old boy. Where else? Came by boat." As Paladar dismounted, one of the gardeners, hoe in hand, was already hurrying in a half-bowing run to hold the bridle. When Paladar saw him, his hand went to his holster. "Get away!" "He's all right, Setri. He's Ukiya, one of our regulars, and always very helpful. Domo, Ukiya," Tyra said. "Hey, Taira-sama domo." Hiraga put on a vacant smile, his face half obscured by the coolie hat he wore, bowed and did not move. "Get away," Paladar repeated. "Sorry, Philip, but I don't like any of the buggers near me, particularly with a bloody hoe in his hand. Grimes!" Instantly the dragoon was there, and he shoved Hiraga away roughly, taking the bridle. "Hop it, Japo, piss off." Hiraga obediently bobbed his head, kept the vacuous grin in place, and moved away. But he stayed within easy listening distance, bottling his desire to avenge the insult instantly, with the razor-sharp hoe, the small stiletto hidden in his hat, or with his iron-hard hands. "Why on earth come by boat?" Tyler was saying. "To save time. Patrols report extra Japo barricades all along the Tokaido, and traffic jams all the way from Hodogaya to Yedo, worse than Piccadilly Circus on the Queen's birthday, making everyone more nervous than usual. Have a dispatch from Sir William. He's ordering the legation closed and you and your staff back. I'm your escort for Faith." Tyra stared at him. "But what about the meeting? I've been working like the devil to get everything ready." "Don't know, old boy. Here." Tyra broke the seals on the official letter. "P. Tyler, Esquire, British Legation, Yedo. This is to inform you I have agreed with the Bakufu to postpone the meeting from October the 20th to Monday, November the 3rd. To save unnecessary expense in troops, you and your staff will return immediately with Captain Paladar." "Three cheers! Yokohama, here I come." "When do you want to leave?" "Immediately, the Great White Father says. Immediately it will be. Can't wait." "How about after lunch? Come and sit down. What's new in Yoko Poko?" "Not much." As they strolled up to the veranda and easy chairs, Hiraga moved under the lee and continued hoeing. Paladar lit a cheroot. "Sir William, the General, and Admiral had another bash at the local governor and Bakufu, swearing they would have his guts for garters if they didn't produce Canterbury's murderers. And now London's pretty bloody awful, what? All they got was the usual fawning and, so sorry, we're watching all roads, all paths to catch them, so sorry for delays and inconvenience." "Oh," says Sir William, "then you know who they are." "Oh, no," say the Japos, "but if we check all papers and watch everyone, perhaps we'll find them. We do everything possible, please, to help, by being more careful of revolutionaries. A lot of balls. They could catch them if they wanted. They're liars. Terrible about Lan. Ghastly. I went into shock. Sir William almost had a stroke. Still no sign of how the murderers got into our place at Kanagawa." "Nothing, any more than last time." Paladar had noted the many pages filled with practice characters, but did not comment. He loosened his collar. The corporal left in charge was demoted, and he and the other two given 50 lashes for dereliction of duty. Stupid not to be sharp after the other attack. But why the monkey's head? Tyler shuddered. Sir William thinks it was because Lan jeered at their delegation, called them monkeys, and it was their form of revenge. Paladar whistled. That means at least one of them, unbeknownst to our people, secretly understands English, or, at the very least, Pidgin. We came to the same conclusion. With an effort, Tyra threw off his fear. To hell with that. I'm delighted to see you. What else is new? Paladar was idly watching Hiraga. The general believes there's more to the increased barricades and native troop movements than meets the eye. The traders say their Japo contacts whisper that all roads out of Yedo are strangled, and that the real reason's civil war's brewing. Damn nuisance not knowing. We should be moving around, like the treaty allows, should be finding out for ourselves. The general and admiral agree for once we should operate here like in India, or anywhere else. Send out patrols or a regiment or two to show the flag, by God, and contact some of the discontented kings to use them against the others. Do you have a beer? Oh, of course, sorry. Chen? Yes, Masa. Beeru, chop, chop, Tyra said, not at all sure his friend's militancy was the correct approach. The foreman of the gardeners came nearer and stood in the garden below and bowed deeply. To Paladar's surprise, Tyra bowed back, though his bow was slight. Hi, Shikisha? Nan desoka? Yes, Shikisha, what do you want? With even more astonishment, Paladar listened as the man asked something. Tyra replied fluently, and their conversation went back and forth. At length the man bowed and left. Hi, Tyra-sama domo. My God, Philip, what was all that about? Eh? Oh, old Shikisha. It was just that he wanted to know if it was all right for the gardeners to repair the garden in the back. Sir William wants fresh vegetables, cauliflower, onions, Brussels sprouts, baking potatoes, and... What's the matter? You're really speaking Japo, then? Tyra laughed. Oh, no, not really. But I've been cooped up here for 10 days with nothing to do, so I've been swatting and trying to learn words and phrases. Actually, though Sir William read me the riot act about pulling my finger out, I'm enjoying it immensely. I get a tremendous charge out of being able to communicate. Fujiko's face leapt to the forefront of his mind, communicating with her, the hours spent with her. The last time 10 days ago, when he had returned to Yokohama for a day and the night. Hooray for Sir William. Tonight or tomorrow I'll see her again. Wonderful. Wonderful, he said without thinking, beaming. Oh, he added hastily. Oh, yes, I enjoy trying to speak and read and write it. Old Shikisha's given me lots of words, mostly work words, and ukiya. He pointed to Hiraga, who was gardening industriously, always within distance, not knowing that ukiya was an alias and just meant gardener. He's helping me with writing. Jolly intelligent fellow for a Japanese. During a writing lesson yesterday, he checked rumors he had heard. He asked him with signs and words Ponsin had given him to write the characters for war, senso, and soon, jikini. Then he combined his crudely written attempts as war in Nippon soon, please? He had seen a sudden change and surprise. Gai-Jin to Nihonjin ka? Foreigners and Japanese? Ie, ukiya, Nihonjin to Nihonjin. No, ukiya, Japanese and Japanese. The man had laughed suddenly, and Tyra had seen how good-looking he was, and how different from the other gardeners, wondering why he was seemingly so much more intelligent than the others, though, unlike the British equivalent worker, most Japanese could read and write. Nihonjin no tsunene senso Nihonjin. Japanese are always fighting Japanese. Ukiya had said with another laugh, and Tyra laughed with him, liking him even more. Tyra grinned at Paladar. Come on, what's new? Not business, for goodness sake. Angelique. Paladar grunted. Oh, are you interested in her? He asked flatly, greatly savouring the joke inside himself. Not at all. Tyra was equally flat, equally teasing, and they chuckled together. Tomorrow's the engagement party. Lucky Malcolm. Thank God I'm released. Marvellous. I'd hate to miss that party. How is she? As pretty as ever. We had her as guest of honour at the mess. She arrived looking like a goddess, escorted by the frog minister, pompous ass, and that André Ponsin chap. Don't like either of them. It was... André's rather nice, actually. He's helping me a lot with my Japanese. Perhaps he is, but I don't trust him. There's a long article in the Times about the coming European conflict. France and probably Russia against Germany. We'll be dragged in again. That's one war we can do without.
You were saying?
An immense grin. It was a terrific evening. Had one dance with her. It was smashing. A polka. Danced my heart out. Close up well, without being disrespectful, I have to say her bosoms are like milk and honey, and her perfume. For a moment Paladar was reliving that heady moment, the center of attention on the hastily constructed dance floor, gorgeous sparkling uniforms, she the only woman present, candles and oil lamps, and the guards' band playing lustily, dancing on, the perfect couple, everyone else consumed with jealousy. Don't mind admitting I envy Struan.
How is he? Eh?
Oh, Struan. Slightly better, so the story goes. I haven't seen him, but they say he's out of bed. I asked Angelique, and she only said he's much better. Another beam. The new doctor, Dr. Hogue, their family doctor, has taken over. I hear he's pretty damn good. Paladar finished his beer. Another appeared from the ever-attentive chin, smiling and round, and a pattern of limb, equally a plant, and also a distant cousin of the Struan comprador.
Thanks.
Paladar sipped it appreciatively. Damn good beer.
It's local.
Ukiyo says Japanese have brewed it for years, the best from Nagasaki.
I imagine they copied some Portuguese beer centuries ago. What else is new?
Paladar looked at Tyra thoughtfully. What do you make of Hogue's assassin story, the operation, and the mysterious girl?
Don't know what to think. I thought I recognized one of them, remember? The fellow was wounded in exactly the same place. Everything adds up. Pity you and Marlowe didn't catch him. Ironic if one of our side cured him, so that he can murder more of us.
Tyler dropped his voice, always servants nearby, and soldiers.
Between you and me, old boy, Sir William's sending for more troops and ships from Hong Kong.
I'd heard the same. It'll be war soon, or we'll have to intervene, even if they start fighting amongst themselves. Hiraga was listening carefully as he weeded and hoed, and though he missed many words, he caught the marrow, and their news confirmed his own, increasing his worries. After setting the Yutani mansion on fire, he and his friends had reached their nearby safe house without incident. Todo and others wanted to return to Kanagawa as soon as the barriers opened at dawn, and left. He, Joun, and Akimoto decided to remain in hiding at separate dwellings to await an opportunity to attack the legation. That same dawn, with eerie, unprecedented speed, the Bakufu doubled the barriers on the Tokaido and extended their grasp on all 4 main trunk roads, as well as all roads, paths, and even tracks leading out of Yedo. With stepped-up surveillance, this effectively locked them in, along with all Shishi and other antagonists throughout the capital. 4 days ago, the Mama-san Noriko sent a letter from Kanagawa, saying that with all the increased hostile activity, this was her first opportunity relating about Ori and Sumomo and the Gai-Jin doctor, and ended,
Still no sign of Todo and the other 2 Shishi. They have vanished without trace. We know they passed the first barrier, but nothing more. We fear they were betrayed, and you are betrayed. Escape while you can. Ori is much stronger every day. His wound is still clean. I have sent him to safety near Yokohama, the last place the Bakufu will expect him to go. Your lady refuses to leave without your order. Send it at once, for I fear that my house is being watched. If we are attacked, seek word from Reiko, the house of the 3 Carp at Yokohama. News of Utani's assassination speeds throughout Nippon, and terror with it. Sonojoy.
He began to write a reply, but her messenger was very afraid.
Getting here was terrible, Hiraga-san. Barrier guards are ordering everyone to strip completely, men, women, even children, in case messages are hidden in loincloths. It happened to me, sire.
Then how did you escape? The messenger pointed to his bottom.
I enclosed the letter in a small metal tube, Hiraga-san. I do not want to risk that again, as some guards are very wise in the ways of smugglers. Please trust me with a spoken message.
Then give your mistress all my thanks and hopes, and tell Sumomo-san to report to Shinsaku at once. Hiraga had used his father's private name that only she would know, and would therefore be sure the order to return home had come from him. He paid the man. Be careful.
Karma.
Yes, karma, Hiraga thought, and began to concentrate again on the foreign words, glad that Ori was alive, enjoying the joke that indeed a Gai-Jin had saved Ori to kill more Gai-Jin, as he himself would kill these 2. During the retreat, during the confusion of leaving, I could do it, if not both, Then one of them, whoever is the first target. All gods, if you exist, watch and guard Sumomo. Good that she resisted her parents. Good she journeyed to my parents' home in Choshu. Good she came to Kanagawa. More than good that she dares to join me in battle. She will be a worthy mother to my generations, if that is my karma. Therefore much better she goes home to safety. Better she is in Choshu, far from danger. His ears caught the word Shimonoseki. The Gai-Jin officer was talking volubly, and seemed quite excited, and though most of the words were lost, Hiraga gleaned that cannon had fired on some ships in the straits, had killed some sailors, and that all Gai-Jin were furious because the straits were essential to their shipping. Yes, it is, Hiraga thought with grim amusement, which is exactly why you will never have our straits. With the cannon we have even now, we can close them and keep them close to any barbarian fleet. And soon our Dutch-built and designed armament factory will be casting 60-pounders, completing 3 a month with gun carriages. The tide has turned in our favor at last. Lord Ogama of Choshu, alone of all daimyo, obeys the Emperor's wish to attack and expel the Gai-Jin. Correctly, he and Choshu troops firmly hold the palace gates. Katsumata is gathering all Shishi to ambush and destroy the Shogun, unbelievably winkled out of his lair on the way to Kyoto, and now our grip tightens at the Gai-Jin citadel, Yokohama. Abruptly, all attention in the forecourt went to the barred and guarded gates as shouting erupted. Hiraga's stomach turned over. A samurai officer at the head of a patrol under the banners of the Bakufu and personal insignia of Toranaga Yoshi was loudly demanding entrance, the red-coated soldiers telling him as loudly to go away. Just behind him, bound and battered and cowed, was Joun, his Shishi comrade. A bugler sounded the alarm. All troops inside the walls rushed to action stations, some with half-buttoned uniforms and hatless, but all with rifles, full magazines and bayonets. All gardeners were on their knees, heads into the earth. Hiraga, caught off guard, remained standing for a moment, then hastily followed suit, feeling totally naked. Warriors massed in the square began collecting ominously. Shakily, Tyra got to his feet. "What the devil's up?" With studied slowness, Paladar said, "I suppose we'd better find out." He got up leisurely, saw the captain in charge of the legation guards at the doorway queasily opening his holster. "Morning. I'm Captain Paladar." "Captain McGregor, glad you're here. Yes, very glad."
"Shall we?"
"Yes. How many troops do you have here?"
50. "Good. More than enough. Philip, nothing to worry about,"
Paladar said to reassure him, outwardly calm, but his adrenaline circulating strongly.
"You're ranking official. Perhaps you should ask him what he wants. We'll escort you." Yes, very good."
Striving to appear calm, Tyra put on his top hat, straightened his frock coat, and walked down the steps, all eyes on him. The dragoons watched, only Paladar awaiting his orders. 5 yards from the gate, Tyra stopped, the 2 officers just behind him. For the moment, all that he could think of was that he wanted to urinate. In the silence, he said haltingly, "Ohayo watashi wa Tyra-san, nan desu ka?" "Good morning. I am Mr. Tyra. What do you want, please?" The officer, Uraga, the big bear-like man who was at the Shishi ambush of Anjo outside the castle, glared at him, then bowed and held the bow. Tyra bowed back, but not quite as low, as André Poncin had advised, and said again, "Good morning. What you want, please?" The officer had noted the less-than-respectful bow and exploded in a rush of Japanese that totally swamped Tyra, whose dismay mushroomed. So did Hiraga's, because the officer was asking for immediate permission to search the legation and grounds, and to interview all Japanese there at once, because it was probable Shishi assassins and revolutionaries were amongst them. "Like this one," he finished angrily, pointing at Joun. Tyra searched for the words. "Wakaremasen, dozo hanashi wo suru no roku." "I don't understand. Please to speak slowly." "Wakaremasen ka?" "You don't understand?" the officer said with exasperation, then raised his voice, believing, like most people when talking to a foreigner, that loudness made his words clearer and more understandable, and repeated what he had said, the guttural language sounding even more threatening, and ended with, "It won't take much time, and please understand it is for your own protection."
So sorry, not understand. Please you to speak English or Dutch?
No, of course not. It should be clear to you. I only want to come in for a little while. Please open the gates. It is for your protection. Look, your gates. Here, I will show you.
He stepped forward, grasped one of the bars, and rattled the gates loudly. Everyone inside shifted nervously. Many safety catches came off, and Paladar ordered loudly, "Safety catches on. No firing without my order."
I don't know what the hell he's talking about, Tyra said, a chill sweat running down his back, except it's obvious he wants us to open the gates.
Well, we're not bloody doing that. Not to that armed rabble. Tell him to go away, that this is British property.
This,
Tyra thought a moment, then pointed at the flagstaff and Union Jack.
This English place, no to enter, please to go.
Go? Are you mad? I have just explained, this is for your own protection. We have just caught this dog, and we are sure another is here or hiding near here. Open the gates.
So sorry, not understand.
Helplessly, Tyra looked around as more Japanese words surrounded him. Then his eyes focused on Hiraga, not far away.
Ukiya, come here, he called out in Japanese. Ukiya.
Hiraga's heart almost stopped. Tyra shouted at him again. With pretended terror, after a stumbling, grovelling run, Hiraga put his head in the dirt at Tyra's feet, his rump towards the gate, his coolie hat covering most of him.
"What man say?"
Tyra asked. With much feigned shaking, all senses razor-edged, Hiraga replied softly,
"He's a bad man. He wants to come in, to steal your guns."
"Ah, yes, come in. Why?"
He wants to search."
"No, understand. What means search?"
"Search. He wants to look at your house, everywhere."
"Yes, understand, come in. Why?"
"I told you to search." "You, Governor!" the officer shouted, and Hiraga jerked as anger flowed over him.
For the first time in his life, out there at the center of attention, on his knees in front of a Gai-Jin, knowing that under his hat he wore a rough turban, if that was taken off it would reveal the shaven pate and topknot of a samurai. He was suddenly sick with fear.
"You Governor!"
the man shouted again, rattling the gates.
"Tell the fool I only want to search for assassins, shishi assassins."
Desperately, Hiraga said softly,
"Taira-sama, the samurai wants to come in to look at everyone. Tell him you are leaving, then he can come in." "No, understand. Ukiya, go there." Tyra pointed at the gates. "Say, go away. Nice, go away."
I cannot,
Hiraga whispered, trying to get his mind working and overcome his nausea.
"Philip," Paladar said, the sweat staining the back of his uniform, "what the devil's he trying to tell you?" "I don't know."
Tension soared as the officer battered the gates again, once more demanding entrance. His men began to surge forward and grip the bars to assist him. Goaded into action, Paladar went closer. Coldly he saluted. Equally coldly the man bowed. Then slowly Paladar said, "This is British property. You are ordered to leave in peace or accept the consequences." The officer stared at him blankly, then again with words and actions told him to open the door, and quickly. "Go away." Without turning his back, Paladar called out, "Dragoons only, prepare volley." Instantly the 10 dragoons rushed forward in unison, formed 2 ranks just in front of the gates. In unison the front rank knelt. All 10 safety catches came off. Shells went into the breach, and they aimed. In the sudden silence, Paladar slowly unbuckled his holster. "Go away." Abruptly the officer laughed, and his laugh was taken up in the square. There were hundreds of samurai there, and he knew thousands were nearby and tens of thousands within reach, but none of them had seen the carnage that a few stalwart, disciplined British soldiers could cause with their fast and easy-to-fire breech-loaders. As quickly as the laughter arose, it died. Both sides waited for the inevitable first move. Frantic expectation swept everyone. "This'll be to the death. Shirkaru Beki. Christ Almighty. Namu Amida Butsu." Hiraga sneaked a quick look up at Taira, saw the blank helplessness and cursed, knowing that any second the officer must order the attack to save face amidst the rumbling animosity outside. Before Hiraga could stop himself, his self-survival mechanism decided to gamble, and he heard himself whisper in English. Never once before had he made any indication to Taira he could speak the language.
Please to trust. Please say words. Shusho.
Those... Taira gaped.
Eh? Did you say trust? Eh?
Committed now, heart thundering and hoping that the two officers nearby were so concentrated on the outside they would not overhear him, Hiraga whispered haltingly, his pronunciation only fair, L's impossible for him.
Please quiet. Danger. Pretend words yours. Say shusho dozo shizuka ni. Say words.
Sick with fear, he waited then, sensing that samurai tension outside was at the breaking point, hissed in English again as an order.
Say words now. Now. Shusho dozo shizuka ni. Quick.
Almost out of himself, Taira obeyed. Shusho dozo shizuka ni. Parroting the words exactly, and those following, not knowing what he was saying, and endeavouring to put into perspective that this gardener could speak English, and that this was not a dream. Within seconds he saw that the words were having an effect. The officer shouted for quiet. Tension was lessening in the square. Now the officer listened intently to him, occasionally saying,
Hai, wakata. Yes, I understand.
Taira's courage flooded back, and he concentrated on Hiraga and the Japanese. The words ended quickly with domo. At once the officer launched into a reply. Hiraga waited until it had ended.
Shake head, he whispered. Say, Ie, domo. Bow quick, quick. Back house. Order me, go through.
More controlled now, Taira firmly shook his head. Ie, domo, he said importantly. And in awed silence, the centre of the world, he stomped back towards the house, stopped in sudden confusion, turned and called out in English, Ukiya, come along. Oh, Christ. Searched frantically for the Japanese word, found it, and beckoned him. Ukiya, isogi. With the same grovelling run, Hiraga obeyed. At the top of the steps, so that only Taira could hear, stooping abjectly, his back to all eyes, he said, Please order all men now safe. Inside house, quick, please. Obediently, Taira called out, Captain Paladar, order the men to stand down. It's quite safe now. Once inside the legation out of sight, Taira's ashen relief turned to anger. Who are you? What the devil did I say, eh? Explain already, Taira-san. Samurai want to search you. All men want to take guns. Hiraga said, stumbling over the words, not yet recovered from his own fear. He stood erect now, looking him straight in the eyes, not as tall, but as sweat-stained, knowing he was not yet out of the trap. Captain, very anger, want guns, taking guns, want searching for Bakufu enemy. You say him? No, Captain, Kinajiro, forbidden searching. Today, I and men arrive here, then you search. Not now, Kinjiro. We keep weapons when arrive. Kinjiro forbidden stop us. Thank you. I now prepare go Yokohama. That's what I said. Yes. Please now outside again order me. Gardeners back to work angrily. Word hatarake. Hiraga said queasily. We speak Reta in secret. You, me, yes? Yes, but not alone, with an officer present. Then no speak. So sorry. Hiraga assumed his grovelling posture and backed out of the room, the exchange having taken only a few seconds, and once more dropped to his knees before Taira ramped towards the forecourt. Unsettled, Taira stepped out into the light. He saw that everyone was still waiting. Captain Paladar and, Captain McGregor, stand the men down, then please join me for a conference. Hatarake, ikimasho, get to work, hurry up, he shouted at the gardeners, who obeyed at once. Thankfully, Hiraga fled to the safety of the garden, muttering to the gardeners to cover him. Officers and sergeants started shouting orders, and the world began again. Oblivious of everything, Taira stood on the veranda watching Hiraga, undecided, aghast that obviously he was a spy at the same time, blessing him for saving them. You wanted us, Paladar said, breaking his reverie. Oh yes, please, follow me. He led them into his office, closed the door, and told them what he had said. Both congratulated him. "Damned impressive, Philip," Paladar said. "For a moment I was sure we were going to have a showdown, and Christ knows what would have happened then. Too many of the buggers, really. Eventually they would have overrun us." "Eventually. Of course the fleet would have revenged us, but we would have been pushing up daisies, and that's a pretty bloody boring thought." "More than a bit boring," Captain McGregor muttered, then glanced at Tyra. "What do you want us to do now, sir?" Tyra hesitated, astonished that neither had heard Hiraga's English, but pleased with his newfound stature. It was the first time McGregor had called him sir. "We'd best obey Sir William. Order everyone to pack up but without making it look like an ignominious retreat. Can't let them have our guns. What cheek! Or let them think we're running away. We'll march out with bands and pomp." "Perfect, after we've ceremoniously run down the flag." "Fine. Well, I'd better make sure all dispatches are boxed, etc." Captain McGregor said, "May I suggest, sir? I really think you've earned a large glass of champagne. I do believe we've a few bottles left." "Thank you," Tyler beamed. "Perhaps let's splice the main brace." This was the traditional naval phrase for issuing a ration of rum to all hands. Also, we should all have tiffin first. Show them we're not going to be hurried. "I get it organised right away," McGregor said. "Damn clever to think of getting that gardener to help with the words. Some of them sounded quite English. But why did they want to search the legation?" To search for Bakufu enemies." Both men stared at him. "But there aren't any Japos here except gardeners, if that's what they meant." Tyra's heart surged, as this at once pegged Ukiah, but Paladar was saying, "You're not really going to allow them to search our legation, are you? Surely that would create a dangerous precedent." At once his bonhomie vanished, for of course Paladar was right. "Damn, didn't think of that at the time." McGregor broke the silence. Perhaps before we leave, sir, you could invite the samurai officer to walk around with us, inspect the legation. Nothing wrong with inviting him. He can inspect the gardeners at the same time, or we could just send them off before we all leave and we lock our gates." "A perfect compromise," Paladar said happily. Hiraga was weeding near a side door of the legation, an open window nearby, dirty and sweaty, the late afternoon sun still hot. Baggage being piled in carts in the forecourt, horses groomed, some soldiers already drawn up in marching order. Sentries patrolled the circumference walls. Outside the walls, masked samurai squatted under sunshades or lolled around, malevolently. "Now!" It was Tyra's voice from inside the room. Hiraga made sure he was not observed, ducked down into the undergrowth, and quickly opened the door. Hastily, Tyra led the way down the corridor into a room that overlooked the forecourt, and bolted the door. Curtains over the closed windows filtered the sunlight. A desk and a few chairs, rolls of documents, files, and a revolver on the desk. Tyra sat behind it and motioned to a chair. "Please sit down. Now, tell me who you are."
"First, a secret. I speak English, yes?"
Hiraga remained standing at his full height and somehow menacing.
"First, tell me who you are, and then I will decide."
"No, so sorry, Tyra-san. I use to you already save men. Big use. True, ne?"
"Yes, true. Why should I keep this secret?"
"Save me. You also."
"Why me?"
"Perhaps not wise have, how you say, yes, secret other Gai-Jin not know. I very help you, help learn language, help about Nippon. I say you truth, you say me truth too. You help me, I help you. What age, praise?"
"I'm 21.
Hiraga hid his surprise and smiled from under the brim of his hat. So hard to tell the age of Gai-Jin, who all looked alike. As to the gun his enemy had placed on the table, it was laughable. He could kill this fool with his hands before he could touch it. Such a simple kill, so tempting, and this a perfect place, so easy to escape from, but, once outside, not so simple to escape the samurai.
"Keep secret."
"Who are you?
Your name's not Ukiah, is it?"
"Promise secret."
Tyra took a deep breath, weighed the consequences, and came up with disaster on all counts.
"I agree."
His heart skipped several beats as Hiraga slid the blade out of the hat brim, and cursed himself for being so reckless to put himself at so much risk. "In for a penny, in for a pound," he muttered.
What?
Nothing. He watched Hiraga prick his finger, then hand him the knife.
Now you, please.
Taira hesitated, knowing what was coming, but having decided, he shrugged and obeyed. Solemnly, Hiraga touched his finger to Taira's, mixing their blood.
I swear by gods, I keep secret about you. You say same, praise by Christian God, Taira-san.
I swear by God to keep it secret about you as long as I can, Taira said gravely, wondering where the binding oath would take him. Where did you learn English? A missionary school?
Hi, but I'm not Christian. Not safe to tell about our Choshu schools, Hiraga thought, or about Mr. Great Smell, the Dutchman, our English teacher, who said that he had been a priest before becoming a pirate. Truth or lie to this Taira matters not at all. He is Gai-Jin, a minor leader of our most powerful outside enemy, and therefore to be used, distrusted, hated, and killed at whim. You help escape.
Who are you? Where do you come from? Your name's not Ukiya. Hiraga smiled and sat in one of the chairs.
Ukiya mean gardener, Taira-san. Family name Ikeda.
He said the lie easily.
Nakama Ikeda, I who officer want. I 22 year.
Why?
Because I and the family of Choshu, we fight Bakufu. Bakufu take power from emperor and...
You mean the shogun?
Hiraga shook his head. Shogun is Bakufu, head of Bakufu. He
thought a moment, then mimed a puppet on a string.
Understand?
Puppet?
Yes, puppet.
Taira blinked. The shogun's a puppet. Hiraga nodded, more confident now he was communicating, having to work hard to remember the words.
Shogun Nobusada, boy, 16 year, Bakufu puppet. He live Yedo. Emperor live Kyoto. Now Emperor no power. More 200 year, Shogun Toranaga take power. We fight take power from Shogun and Bakufu give back Emperor.
Taira's mind, aching with so much concentration, hard to understand this man's speech, instantly realized the far-reaching implications. This boy, Shogun, how old, please?
16 year, Shogun Nobusada. Bakufu say what do?
Hiraga said again, curbing his irritation, knowing he must be patient.
Emperor much power, but no...
He searched for the word, could not find it, so explained another way.
Emperor not like daimyo. Daimyo has samurai, weapon, many. Emperor no samurai, no weapon. Can no make Bakufu obey. Bakufu have armies, Emperor not. Wakata?
Hi, Nakama. Wakata. 1,000 questions were jostling to be asked, and Taira knew this man could be a well to be emptied, but it must be done cautiously, and this was not the place. He saw the intense concentration on the man's face, and wondered how much of what he said Nakama actually understood, reminding himself to speak slowly and as simply as possible. How many of you fight against the Bakufu?
Many.
Hiraga slapped at a vagrant mosquito. Hundreds? Thousands? What sort of people? Ordinary people? Gardeners? Workmen? Merchants? Hiraga looked at him, bewildered.
They nothing. Only serve samurai. Only samurai fight. Only samurai have weapon. Kinjiro, other have weapons.
Taira blinked again.
You're samurai?
More bewilderment.
Samurai fight. I say fight Bakufu, yes? Nakama, samurai.
Hiraga took off his hat and pulled away the soiled, sweat-stained cloth that served as a turban to reveal his characteristic shaven pate and topknot. Now that Taira could see his face clearly, for the first time without the low-brimmed coolie hat, and the first time he had really looked at him, he saw the same hard, slanting eyes of a two-sworder, and the vast difference in bone structure from villagers.
When Shusho, Captain Samurai, see me so, I dead.
Taira nodded, his mind amuck.
Easy me escape. Please give soldier crows.
Taira was finding it hard to keep the excitement and dread off his face, part of him desperate to flee, the other avaricious to have all this samurai's knowledge that could, no, would be a major key to unlock the world of Nippon, and his own future if handled correctly. Just as he was about to blurt out his agreement, he remembered Sir William's previous admonition and thankfully took time to compose himself.
"Easy escape, yes?" Hiraga repeated impatiently.
"Not easy, possible, but risky. First, I have to be convinced to be sure you are worth saving." Tyra saw the sudden flash of anger. Perhaps it was anger together with fear. He could not decide. "Christ, samurai! I wish Sir William were here. I'm out of my depth." "Don't think I can
"Praise,"
Hiraga said as a supplicant, knowing that this was his only real chance to break out of the trap, but thinking,
"Hurry up and agree, or I shall kill you and try to escape over the wall. A nakama, swear by God's help, Tyra-san."
"You swear solemnly by your gods you will answer all my questions truthfully?"
"Hi,"
Hiraga said at once, astounded that Tyra could be so naive as to ask that question of an enemy, or believe his affirmative answer.
"Surely he cannot be that stupid. What god or gods? There are none." "By gods, I swear."
"Wait here, bolt the door, only open it to me." Tyra put the revolver in his pocket, went and found Paladar and MacGregor, and took them aside breathlessly. "I need some help. I found out Ukiya is one of the men wanted by the samurai. It turns out he's a sort of dissident. I want to disguise him as a soldier and sneak him back with us." Both officers stared at him. Then MacGregor said,
"Excuse me, sir, but do you think that's wise? I mean, the Bakufu are the legal government, and if we get caught, then—"
"We won't get caught. We just dress him up as a redcoat and put him in the middle of soldiers. Eh, Setri?" "Yes, we could do that, Philip, but if he's spotted and we're stopped, we'll be up the creek without a paddle." "Do you have an alternative suggestion?" Tyler said, a nervousness to his voice as his feared excitement rose. "I want him smuggled out. Without his help, we would probably all be dead, and he will be extremely useful to us." Uneasily, the other two men looked at each other, then at Tyler. "Sorry, it's too dangerous," Paladar said. "I don't think so," Tyler snapped, head aching. "I want it done. It's a matter of extreme importance to Her Majesty's government, and that's the end to it." MacGregor sighed.
"Yes, sir. Very well. Captain, what about mounting him?"
"As a dragoon? Ridiculous idea. A gardener won't be able to ride, for God's sake. Much better. Let him march. Surround him with soldiers. £50 against a brass farthing. The bugger can't keep step. He'll be as obvious as a whore in a bishop's underpants." Then Tyra said, "What about if we put him in uniform, bandage his face and hands, and carry him on a stretcher? Pretend he's sick." The officers looked at him, then beamed. "Good-o." "Even better," Paladar said happily. "We pretend he has some foul disease. Smallpox, measles, plague." In unison, they laughed. The samurai officer and the guards they had agreed to allow within the now empty legation followed Tyra, MacGregor, and 4 dragoons throughout the house. Their search was meticulous, every room, every cupboard, even the attics. At length he was satisfied. In the hall were 2 stretchers, on each a soldier, both feverish, both bandaged, one partially, the other Hiraga completely, head, feet, and hands, outside his soaking uniform. "Both very sick," Tyra said in Japanese, Hiraga having given him the words. "This soldier has spotted disease." The very mention of the words caused the samurai to blanch and move back a pace. Outbreaks of smallpox were endemic in the cities, but never so bad as in China, where hundreds of thousands died.
This must be reported," the officer muttered, he and his men covering their mouths, as all believed infection and spread of the disease was caused by breathing befouled air near a sufferer.
Tyler did not understand, so he just shrugged. "Man very sick. No go near."
"I am not going near him. You think I am mad?"
The big man went on to the veranda.
"Listen," he said quietly to his men. "Don't say a word about this to the others in the square, or there may be a panic. Stinking foreign dogs. Meanwhile, keep your eyes open. This Hiraga is here somewhere."
They scoured the grounds and outhouses, the full complement of legation staff and soldiers drawn up in the shade, waiting impatiently to begin the march down to the wharf and to the waiting boats. At last, satisfied, the officer bowed sourly and stalked back through the gates, samurai massed outside, Joun still bound near the front ranks, the petrified gardeners kneeling in a row, all hats off and naked. As he approached, they cowered deeper into the dirt.
"Get up!"
he said angrily, disgusted that when he had ordered them to strip, not one of them had the shaven pate of a samurai, or any sword cuts, wounds, or other sign of samurai status, so he had been forced to conclude his prey was still hiding inside, or had escaped. Now he was even more angry and stomped in front of Joun.
To disguise himself, the Ronin Hiraga has shaved his head or allowed his hair to grow like one of those scum gardeners. Identify him.
Joun was on his knees, broken, near death. He had been beaten and brought back to life, and beaten and brought back again on Anjo's orders.
Identify this Hiraga.
He's not there,
the youth cried out as the officer's iron-hard foot thudded into his most sensitive parts, then again, the gardeners shivering and terrified.
He's not there.
Again the merciless blow. In desperate, helpless agony beyond himself, Joun pointed at a youngish man who fell on his knees, screaming his innocence.
"Shut him up!" the officer shouted. "Take him before the judge, thence to prison and crucify the scum. Take them all. They are guilty of hiding him. Take them all."
They were dragged away, shrieking they were guiltless, the youngish man squealing that he had seen Hiraga earlier, near the house, and if they let him go he would show them, but no one paid any attention. And quickly his cries, and all their cries, were ended, brutally. The officer wiped the sweat off his brow, satisfied that he had carried out his orders. He took a sip from a water bottle and spat to clean his mouth, then drank gratefully.
"Yeah,"
he thought, and shivered.
"The spotted disease. A Gai-Jin disease brought from outside. Everything rotten comes from outside. Gai-Jin have got to be thrown out and kept out for all time."
Angrily he watched the bands forming up, soldiers strutting, his mind on the shishi he sought.
Not possible that gardener was a famous shishi, the Hiraga of the fight. Karma, that I and my men arrived too late that day to see him, and the others who escaped. Not karma. God was watching over me. If I had seen them, I could not have pretended to accept the one Joun pointed out. Where is this Hiraga? He is hiding somewhere. Please, God, help me. Yeah, life is curious. I hate the Gai-Jin, yet I believe in Jesus God, though secretly, like my father, and his, back to before Sekigahara. Yes, I believe in this Jesus God, the only thing of value from outside. And didn't the Jesuit teacher princess say belief gives us added power, and that when we had a problem to worry it, as a dog worries a bone? Hiraga is hiding somewhere. I have searched carefully. Therefore he has disguised himself as what? A tree? What?
Inside the walls, preparations for departure continued. The flag came down. Bands were playing now, horsemen into their saddles, stretchers into a tumbril. Gates opening, the mounted soldiers forming up, led by the Gai-Jin with the Japanese name, now passed and going down the hill, and...
The bandages!
The revelation burst in the officer's mind.
There is no plague. Clever, he thought excitedly, but not clever enough. Now, do I confront them and bottle them up in one of the narrow streets, or do I assign spies to follow him and peg him to lead me to others? I peg him.
Chapter 19. Tuesday, the 14th of October. The engagement party was in full swing under the oil lamps that lit the crowded main hall of the club, the whole building taken over by Malcolm Struan and bedecked for his party. All respectable members of the settlement had been invited and were present, all officers who could be spared from the fleet and army, and outside on the high street patrols of both services were ready to inhibit drunks and undesirables from Drunktown. Angelique had never looked more striking. Crinoline, bird of paradise feather headdress and dazzling engagement ring. The dance was a pulsating waltz by Johann Strauss the Younger, brand new, and just arrived from Vienna by diplomatic pouch, which André Poncin was playing with gusto on the piano, ably supported by a skeleton marine band in full dress uniform for the occasion. Her partner was Setri Paladar. His selection to represent the army had been greeted with a roar of approval and total jealousy. Victoria Lunkchurch and Mabel Swan were also dancing, this time partnered by Sir William and Norbert Greyforth, their dance cards filled the moment the party was announced. For all their girth, both were good dancers, both wore crinolines, though these could not compare with Angelique's in either richness or décolletage.
"These are right rotten skinflint, Barnaby,"
Victoria hissed at her husband.
Mabel and me are going to have new folderols if it costs thee thy whole company, by God, and we want titfers like hers, by God.
What?
Yes, what? Titfers. Hats.
Angelique's headdress had been the final coup de grace for both women.
'Tis war, her against us'n.
Even so, their popularity overcame their jealousy, and they twirled with abandon. Lucky bloody bastard, Marlowe muttered, eyes only for his rival. His blue naval uniform jacket glittered with the added gold braid of an aide-de-camp, white silk trousers and stockings, and black silver-buckled shoes.
Who?
Tyler asked, passing by with another glass of champagne, flushed and excited with the evening and with his success in spiriting Nakama, the samurai, out of Yedo and, with Sir William's approval, into his house as a Japanese teacher.
Who's a bastard, Marlowe?
Get stuffed, as if you didn't know. Marlowe grinned. Listen, I'm the Navy's rep. I've got the next one, and I'll show the bugger what's what or die in the attempt.
Lucky devil, what is it?
Polka.
Oh, my word. Did you arrange it?
Good God, no. The polka, based on a Bohemian folk dance, was another recent addition to the dance floors of Europe and all the rage, though still considered risque. It's on the program, didn't you notice?
No, never did. Too much on my mind,
Tyler said happily, bursting to tell someone how clever he had been, and even more that tonight, as soon as he could, he was heading across the bridge to paradise and into the arms of his beloved, regretting that he was sworn to secrecy on both counts.
Dances like a dream, doesn't she?
Hey, young Tyler! It was Dmitri Siborodin, well-oiled and sweating, a tankard of rum in his fist. I asked the bandmaster to throw in a can-can. Guy said I was the fifth to ask.
My God, is he going to? Tyler asked, appalled. I saw it performed once in Paris. You won't believe it, but the girls didn't wear any pantaloons at all.
I believe it, Dmitri guffawed. But Angel Boobs has 'em on tonight. I'm not afraid to show 'em either, by God.
Now look here, Marlowe began hotly. Come on, John, he's just joking. Dmitri, you're impossible. Surely the bandmaster wouldn't dare.
Not unless Malk gives him the nod.
They looked across the room. Malcolm Struan sat with Dr. Hogue, Babcock, Sagatard, and several of the ministers watching the dance floor, eyes only for Angelique as she dipped and swayed to the enchanting, daring modern music that exhilarated all of them. His hand rested on a heavy cane, the gold signet ring sparkling as his fingers moved to the beat, dressed in sleek silk evening clothes, winged collar, cream cravat and diamond pin, his fine leather boots from Paris. Pity he's still so disabled, Tyra murmured, genuinely sorry, but blessing his own luck. Struan and Angelique had arrived late. He walked with extreme difficulty, hunched over as much as he tried to remain upright, his weight on the two canes, Angelique radiantly on his arm. Dr. Hogue was with them, attentive and ever watchful. There were cheers for him and more for her, and then, gratefully sitting, he had welcomed them, invited them all to partake of the feast that had been laid out on tables. "But first, my friends," he said, "please raise your glasses. A toast to the most beautiful girl in the world, Mademoiselle Angelique Richaud, my bride-to-be." Cheers and more cheers. Liveried Chinese servants brought iced champagne by the case. Jamie McFay added a few words of joy, and the party was on. Wines from Bordeaux and Burgundy, a special Chablis much favoured in Asia, brandies, whiskies, all exclusive Struan imports, gin, beer from Hong Kong, sides of Australian roasted beef, a few whole lambs, chicken pies, joints of cold salt pork, hams, Shanghai potatoes baked and stuffed with roast salt pork slivers and butter, as well as puddings and chocolates, a new Swiss import. After supper had been cleared away and 7 drunks removed, André Ponsin took his place and the band began. With great formality towards Malcolm, Sir William begged the first dance. Next was Sagatard, then the other ministers, except von Heimrich, who was in bed with dysentery, the Admiral and the General, all of them and others taking turns with the other 2 women. After each dance, Angelique would be surrounded by flushed and beaming faces, and then, fanning herself, she would make her way back to Malcolm's side, delightful to everyone, yet completely attentive to him, every time refusing the dance, at length allowing herself to be persuaded by him. "But, Angelique, I love to watch you dancing, my darling. You dance so gracefully." Now he was watching her, torn between happiness and frustration, frantic that he was hobbled. "Don't fret, Malcolm.
Hogue had said this evening, wanting to calm him, the simple act of dressing a nightmare of pain and awkwardness. "This is the first time you've been up. It's only a month since the accident. Don't worry. Tell me that once more, and I'll spit blood. It's not just the pain that's tearing you apart. It's the medication, or lack of it, and today's mail. You got a letter from your mother, didn't you?"
"Yes," he had said, in total misery, and sat on the edge of the bed half-dressed. She's furious. Never known her so angry. She's totally opposed to my engagement, to my marriage. If I listen to her, Angelique is the devil incarnate. The words tumbled out of him. She dismissed my letter, dismissed it, and said, "Here, read it. Have you gone mad? Your father's not dead 6 weeks. You're not yet 21. That woman's after your money and our company. She's the daughter of an escaped bankrupt, the niece of another felon, and God help us, Catholic and French. Are you out of your mind? You say you love her. Rubbish. You're bewitched. You will stop this nonsense. You will stop this nonsense. She has bewitched you. Obviously you are in no frame of mind to run struans. You are to return without that person as soon as Dr. Hogue permits it."
"When I permit it. Malcolm, will you do as she says?"
"About Angelique? No. None of what she says is important. None of it. Clearly she didn't read my letter, doesn't give a fig for me. What the devil can I do?"
Hogue had shrugged. "What you've already decided. You will be engaged and, in due time, married. You are going to get better. You will have lots of rest, lots of good soups and porridge, and stay off the sleeping draught and painkillers. For the next 2 weeks you will stay here. Then you will go back and face the—" He had smiled kindly. "The future, with confidence.
I'm very lucky to have you as a doctor.
I'm very lucky to have you as a friend."
"Did you get a letter from her too?"
"Yes." A dry laugh. "I did, now that I think of it."
"And?"
Hogue had rolled his eyes. "Enough said."
"Yes, thanks." Now, watching her dancing, centre of a universal admiration and lust, breasts in large part fashionably revealed, slender ankles, enticing eyes to seek further under the billowing hoops of apricot silk, he felt himself hardening. "Thank God for that," he thought, much of his rage evaporating. "At least that's working, but Christ, I know I won't be able to wait until Christmas. I won't." It was nearing midnight now, and she sipped champagne and hid behind her fan, fluttering it in a practised manner, teasing those around her, then gave the glass away as though bestowing a gift, made her apologies, and went gliding back to her chair that was beside Struan. Close by was an animated group of Secretard, Sir William, Hogue, other ministers, and Ponsin. "La, Monsieur André, your playing is superb. Isn't that so, Malcolm, darling?"
"Yes, superb," Struan said, not feeling good at all, trying to cover it. Hogue glanced over at him.
In French she was saying, "André, where have you been hiding the last few days?" She looked over her fan at him. "If we were in Paris, I would swear that you had given your heart to a new lady friend."
Ponsin said lightly, "Just work, mademoiselle."
Then in English, "Ah, sad. Paris in the fall is especially wonderful, almost as breathtaking as spring. Oh, wait till I show it to you, Malcolm. We should spend a season there, no?" She was standing close to him, and she felt his arm go loosely around her waist. She rested her arm lightly on his shoulder and toyed with his long hair. The touch pleased her, his face handsome and clothes handsome, and the ring he had given her this morning, a diamond with other diamonds surrounding it, delighting her. She glanced at it, twisting it, admiring it, wondering how much it was worth. "Ah, Malcolm, you will enjoy Paris. In season it's truly wonderful. Could we?" "Why not, if you'd like to?" She sighed, her fingers discreetly caressing his neck, and said, as though taken by a sudden thought, "Perhaps, do you think, chérie, we could honeymoon there? We could dance the night away."
"Your dancing is a delight, mademoiselle, in whatever city," Hogue said, sweating and uncomfortable in his overtight clothes. "Wish I could say the same for mine."
"May I You don't dance at all, Doctor?"
Years ago, when I was in India, I did, but stopped when my wife died. She really enjoyed it so much that now I can't enjoy it at all. Marvelous party, Malcolm. May I suggest we call it a night?" Angelique glanced up at him, her smile fading, noticed the caution on his face, looked at Malcolm and saw the exhaustion.
How awful he's so sick, she thought. Damn!
It's still early, Malcolm was saying bravely, longing to lie down. Isn't it, Angelique?
I must confess I really am tired too, she said at once.
Her fan closed, she put it down, smiled at him, Ponsin and the others, preparing to leave.
Perhaps we could slip out and let the party continue.
They made their quiet apologies to those around them. Everyone else pretended not to notice them leave, but in her wake was emptiness. Outside at the door, she stopped a moment.
Oh la la, I forgot my fan. I'll catch you up, my darling.
She hurried back. Ponsin intercepted her. Mademoiselle, he said in French, I believe this is yours.
Ah, you're so kind.
She accepted her fan, delighted that her stratagem had worked, and that he was as observant as she had hoped. As he bent over her hand to kiss it, she whispered in French, I must see you tomorrow.
Legation at noon. Ask for Saratar. He won't be there.
She was brushing her hair in front of her mirror, still humming the last waltz she had danced.
Which was the best?
She asked herself.
The best dance? That's easy. Marlowe and the polka. Better than Palida and the waltzes. You should waltz only with the love of your life, allowing the music to swim your head with adoration and longing, drifting you on the clouds, tingling and wanting as I am tonight, the best day of my life, engaged to a fine man and loved by him to distraction. It should be the best day, but isn't. Strange that I enjoyed this evening and can act and think calmly, when already the day has passed. I'm overdue, probably with child of a rapist. This must be ended. She was watching her reflection as though it were another person, the brushstrokes firm, titillating her scalp and head and taking away any cobwebs, astonished that she was still alive and outwardly the same after so much agony. Curious. Every day after the first has seemed easier. Why is that? I don't know. Well, never mind. Tomorrow will solve the overdue, though perhaps even now I shall begin in the night, and there will have been no need for all the fear and crying and more fear. Tens of thousands of women have been trapped like I am trapped, and still have been made whole without hurt. Just a little drink, and everything as before, and no one the wiser, except you and God, except you and the doctor, or you and the midwife, or which. Enough for tonight, Angelique. Trust in God and the Blessed Mother. The Blessed Mother will help you. You are blameless. You are openly engaged to a marvelous man. Somehow you will be married and live happily ever after. Tomorrow will begin the where and how. Behind her, Arceau was tidying the four-poster, picking up her stockings and underwear. The crinoline already hung on a rack with two others, and half a dozen new day dresses still wrapped in their sheaves of rice paper. Through the open window came the sound of laughter and drunken singing and music from the club that still showed no sign of abating. She sighed, wanting to be back at the dance. The brush moved more vigorously. Monsieur, one thing, hiya?
No, want to sleep.
Night, missy?
Angelique bolted the door after her. The connecting door to Struan's suite was closed, but unbolted. By custom, as soon as she had finished her toilet, she would knock, then go and kiss him good night, perhaps chat just a little and return again, leaving the door ajar in case he had a seizure in the night. These were infrequent now, though since he had stopped the night medicine a week ago, he was very restless, hardly sleeping, but never demanding. Again she sat at her mirror, and was pleased with what she saw. Her peignoir was silk and lacy and Parisian, a locally made copy of one she had brought with her. And you cannot believe the workmanship, Colette, or the speed of the Chinese tailor, she had written this afternoon for tomorrow's mail ship. Now I can get anything copied. Please send me some patterns or cuttings from La Parisienne or L'Haute Couture, of the latest styles, or anything wonderful. My Malcolm is so generous and so rich, he says I can order what I like. And my ring, a diamond with 14 smaller ones around it. I asked him how on earth he had got it, and where in Yokohama, and he just smiled. I really must be more careful and not ask silly questions. Colette, everything is so marvelous, except I'm worried about his health. He improves so slowly and works very badly, but his ardor increases, poor man, and I have to take care.
Must dress for the party now, but I'll write more before the post. My everlasting love for the moment. Her lucky Colettis, her pregnancy a gift of God. Stop! No more, or the tears and terror will come back. Put the problem aside. You decided what to do, if it was or if it was not. It is, so the other plan. What else can you do? An absent touch of perfume behind her ears and on her breasts, a slight adjustment of the lace. A gentle knock on his door. Malcolm? Come in, I'm alone. Unexpectedly he was not in bed, but sitting in his armchair, red silk dressing gown, eyes strange. At once some instinct put her on guard. She bolted the door as usual and went over to him. Not tired, my love? No, and yes. You take my breath away. He held out his hands, and she came closer, heart picking up a beat. His hands were trembling. He coaxed her nearer and kissed her hands and arms and breast. For a moment she did not resist, enjoyed his adoration, wanting him, and leaned down and kissed him and allowed him to fondle her. Then, the heat mounting too swiftly, she sank on her knees beside the chair, heart pounding like his, and half broke the embrace. We mustn't, she whispered breathlessly. I know, but I must. I want you so much. His lips were throbbing and hot, and seeking, and pushed onwards. Hers responded. Now his hand was caressing her thigh, feeding more fire to her loins, and then the pleasing tormentor moved higher and higher still, and she wanted more, but drove herself from the ever-pressing brink, and again pulled away, whispering, No, chérie. But this time he was surprisingly stronger. His other arm held her in an amorous vice, his voice and lips ever more persuasive, closer and closer, but then, without thinking, he twisted too quickly, and pain ripped through him. Oh, Christ! What is it? Are you all right? She said, frightened. Yes, I think so. Christ almighty! It took him a moment or two to recover, the surging pain lancing his ardor, that ache remaining, the other pain making it seem more strong. His hand still held on to her, still trembling, but without strength. Jesus, sorry. No sorry, my darling. When thankfully she had recovered her own breath, she got up and poured some of the cold tea that he kept beside the bed, her loins restless and cramped and nervous, heart agitated, not wanting to stop either, but must, a few more minutes, and wouldn't have, must find a way to be safe, him safe, us safe. A voice shouting the litany at the forefront of her mind. A man never marries his mistress, nothing before marriage, everything permissible after, pounded into her as soon as she could understand. Here, she murmured, giving him the cup. She knelt and watched him, eyes closed, sweat staining his face and dressing gown. In a moment most of her own unease and disquiet slid away. She put a hand on his knee, and he covered it. Being so close is bad for us, Malcolm, she said softly, liking him very much, loving him, but not truly sure about love. It's difficult for both of us, chérie. I want you too, and love you too. After a long time he said with difficulty, his voice low and hurting, Yes, but you can help. But we can't, not before we're married, not yet, we can't, not now. Abruptly his pain and frustration crested at having to sit all evening and endure other men dancing with her, lusting after her, while he could hardly walk, where a month ago he knew he was a far better dancer than any one of them. Why not now? He wanted to scream at her. What difference does a month or two make? For Christ's sake! But all right, I'll accept that at marriage a proper girl must be virgin or she's a loose woman. I'll accept that a gentleman doesn't wrong her before marriage. I accept that. For the love of God, there are other ways. I know we can't now, he said throatily. But, Angelique, but please help me, please. But how? Once more words choked him. For Christ's sake, like girls in houses do, kiss you and fondle you and finish you. Do you think love-making is just spreading your legs and lying there like a piece of meat? The simple things these girls will do without fuss or shame, and happy for you afterwards. Hey, you now all same good, huh? Hiya? But he knew he could never tell her. It was against all his upbringing. How do you explain to the lady you love when she's so young and artless, or so selfish, or just ignorant? Suddenly the truth became rancid. Something in him mutated, changed. In a different voice he said, You're quite right.
Angelique. It's difficult for both of us. Sorry. Perhaps it would be best if you moved back to the French legation until we leave for Hong Kong. Now that I'm getting better, we must guard your reputation. She stared at him, unnerved by the change. But Malcolm, I am comfortable where I am and near in case you need me. Oh, yes, I need you. His mouth moved with the shadow of an ironic smile. I'll ask Jamie to make the arrangements. She hesitated, off balance, not sure how to proceed. If that's what you want, Sherry. Yes, it's best. As you said, being so close is difficult for each of us. Good night, my love. I'm so glad you enjoyed your party. A chill passed through her, but whether from outside or inside she did not know. She kissed him, ready to return his passion. But there was none. What had changed him? Sleep beautifully, Malcolm. I love you. Still nothing. Never mind, she thought. Men are so moody and difficult. Smiling as though nothing were wrong, she unbolted his door, blew him a tender kiss, and went into her own room. He watched their door. It was slightly ajar, as usual, but everything in their world was no longer as usual. The door and her nearness no longer tempted him. He was feeling different, somehow refashioned. He did not know why, but he was very sad, very old, some instinct telling him that however much he loved her, however much he tried physically, she would never in their whole life together ever completely satisfy him. Using his stick, he heaved himself to his feet and hobbled as quietly as he could to the bureau. In the top drawer was the small bottle of the medication that he had secreted away against nights when the idea of sleep became impossible. He swigged the last of it. Heavily, he shuffled to his bed. Gritting his teeth, he lay down and sighed, as most of the pain left him. That he had consumed the last of the peace-giver did not bother him in the least. Chen, Artok, or any of the servants could supply him with more whenever he wanted. After all, didn't Struan supply part of China? On her side of the door, Angelique was still leaning against the wall, in turmoil, unsure whether to go back or to leave well enough alone. She had heard him go to the bureau and the drawer open, but did not know why, heard the bed springs creak and his long, drawn-out sigh of relief. It was just a pain, and because we can't, not now, she thought, reassuring herself again, stifling a nervous yawn. And also because he had to sit still at the dance, when he is as fine a dancer as I've ever had. Wasn't it that had first attracted me to him in Hong Kong, from all the others? Not wrong that he wants to make love, and not my fault he was hurt. Poor Malcolm, he's just overwrought. Tomorrow he will have forgotten all about it, and everything will be fine, and it's better I move now. There's the other to consider. All will be well. She slipped into bed and into easy sleep, but her dreams were quickly peopled by strange monsters with twisted baby faces, shrieking with laughter and tugging at her. Mama, Mama! Writing on the sheets with her own blood that leaked from the tip of her finger she used as a pen, tracing and retracing those characters, the ones from the counterpane imprinted deeply in her mind that she had not yet had the courage to ask Andre or Tyra about. Something jerked her out of sleep. The nightscapes vanished. Uneasily awake, she glanced at the door, half expecting to see him there. But he was not, and she heard faintly his heavy, regular breathing, so she settled back in her pillows and thought it was the wind, or a banging shutter. Mon Dieu, I'm tired, but what a lovely time I had at the dance. And what a lovely ring he gave me. Humming the polka, and envious of John Marlowe's success, and quite sure he could have done as well, Philip Tyler half-danced up to the door of the House of the Three Carp in the tiny, deserted little alleyway, and knocked with a flourish. Here the Yoshiwara seemed to be slumbering, but not far away the houses and bars on Main Street were bubbling, the night young with the noise of men laughing and raucous singing, the occasional twang of samisen, and laughter and pigeon mixed with it. The door grill opened. Masawata. Please speak Japanese. I am Tyra-san, and I have an appointment.
Ah, is that so? The burly servant said. Tyra-san, eh? I will inform the Mama-san.
The grill closed. As he waited, Tyra's fingers drummed on the old wood. Yesterday and last night he had had to spend all his time with Sir William, explaining about Nakama and the legation, arranging a modus vivendi for his newfound teacher. Guilty he had not revealed the vital truth that the man could speak some English. But he had sworn, and an Englishman's word was his bond. Sir William had finally agreed Nakama could be openly samurai. Sons of samurai families had been attached to the French and British legations for short periods in the past, just as Babcock had Japanese assistants. But Sir William had ordered he was not to wear or have swords within the settlement fence. This same rule applied to all samurai, except settlement guards under an officer on their rare and prior-sanctioned patrols. Further, that Nakama was not to dress ostentatiously or go anywhere near the customs house or guardhouse, and to keep out of sight as much as possible, that if he was discovered and claimed by the Bakufu, it would be his fault and he would be handed over to them. Taira had sent for Nakama and explained that Sir William had agreed. By this time he was too tired for Fujiko. "Now, Nakama, I need to send a message and I want you to deliver it. Please write the characters for please arrange." "Arrange, please?" "To fix or to make. Please make an appointment for me tomorrow night with—" leave a blank for the name. It had taken Hiraga a little time to understand exactly what was required of him and why. In desperation, Taira had found himself giving the name Fujiko and the House of the Three Carp. "Ah, Three Carp," Hiraga had said. "Soka. Give a message, Mama-san, no mistake. Arrange you see Musume tomorrow, yes?" "Yes, please." Nakama had shown him how to write the characters, and Taira copied them, very pleased with himself, and signed the message carefully with the signature Hiraga had developed for him, and now he was here at the gate. "Come on, hurry up," he muttered, ready, willing, and able. In time the door grill opened again, by Raiko. "Ah, good evening, Taira-san. You want us to speak Japanese? Certainly," she said with a smile and a little bow, and followed with a flood of lilting Japanese which he did not catch, except the name of Fujiko several times, ended with, "So sorry." "What? Oh, you sorry. Why sorry, Raiko-san? Good evening, I have appointment Fujiko, with Fujiko." "Ah, so sorry," she repeated patiently, "but Fujiko is not available this evening, and will not be free even for a short time. So sorry, but there is nothing I can do. She sends her regrets, of course, and so sorry, but all my other ladies are equally occupied. Very sorry." Again he did not understand everything. The gist reached him. Crestfallen, Taira understood that Fujiko was not there, but not the reason. "But letter, yesterday, my message man, Nakama, he bring, yes?" "Oh, yes. Nakama-san brought it, and as I told him, I thought everything would be perfect, but so sorry. It is not now possible to accommodate you. So sorry, Taira-san. Thank you for remembering us. Good night." "Wait!" Taira shouted in English as the grill began to close, then pleading, "You said she isn't there." "Here, yes?" "Wait, please, Raiko-san, tomorrow. Sorry. Tomorrow, Fujiko, yes?" Sadly, Raiko shook her head. So sorry, tomorrow is not possible either. It really distresses me to have to say so. I do hope you understand. So sorry." Taira was aghast. "No, tomorrow? Next day, yes?" She hesitated, smiled, made another little bow. "Perhaps, Taira-san, perhaps, but so sorry. I can promise nothing. Please ask Nakama-san to come here during the day, and I will tell him. You understand? Send Nakama-san. Good night." Blankly, Taira stared at the door, cursed bitterly, bunched his fists, wanting to smash something. It took him a moment to recover from his immense disappointment, then, despondently, he turned away. Hiraga had been watching through a spy-hole in the fence. When Taira vanished around the corner, he went back along the meandering stone path, through the garden, deep in thought. The garden was deceptively spacious, with small bungalows, always with verandas, nestling in their own shrubbery. But he avoided all of them, went into the shrubbery and knocked on a panel of fence. It swung open noiselessly. The servant bowed, and he nodded and went along a path, heading for a similar dwelling. Most inns or houses had secret exits and hiding places, or connections with the one next door, and those that dared to cater to shishi paid special attention to security, for their own safety. This part of the House of the Three Carp was for very special guests with different cooking facilities, maids, but the same courtesans. On the veranda he kicked off his geta, clogs, slid back the shoji.
What did he do? Ori asked. Meekly walked away. Weird.
Hiraga shook his head in wonder and sat opposite him, nodded a brief acknowledgment of Fujiko's deep bow. Yesterday, after delivering Taira's letter, with Raiko's amused compliance, he had hired Fujiko for tonight.
May I ask why, Hiraga-san? Raiko had said. Just to annoy Taira.
I think he left his virginity here with Ako. Then he tried Mieko, then Fujiko. Fujiko made his eyes cross. He had laughed with Raiko, liking her, but when he saw Fujiko, he was bewildered that his enemy found the girl attractive. She was ordinary. Hair ordinary, everything about her ordinary, except her eyes that were unfashionably large. Nonetheless, he hid his opinion and had complimented Raiko that she had acquired such a flower, who looked 16, though she was 31 and 15 years a courtesan.
Thank you, Hiraga-san, Raiko had smiled. Yes, she's an asset. For some reason, Gai-Jin like her. But please don't forget that Taira is our client and that Gai-Jin are not like us. They tend to attach themselves to one lady only. Please encourage him. Gai-Jin are rich, and I hear he's an important official and may be here for some years.
Sono joy.
That is for you to arrange. You take their heads, but promise me not here. Meanwhile, I take their wealth.
You will permit Ori to stay.
Ori-san is a curious youth, she had said hesitantly. Very strong, very angry, very unsettled. A tinderbox. I'm afraid of him. I can hide him for a day or two, but please, curb him while he's my guest. There is trouble enough in the Willow world without seeking it.
Yes. Have you any news of my cousin Akimoto?
He's safe at Hodogaya, tea house of the first moon.
Send for him.
Hiraga had slid a gold oban from his secret pocket. He noted how her eyes glinted.
This will pay for any messenger or expenses while Akimoto and Ori are here, and for Fujiko's services tomorrow, of course.
Of course. The coin, quite a generous payment, vanished into her sleeve. Ori-san may stay until I think it is time for him to move on. So sorry. Then he leaves. You agree?
Yes.
Next, so sorry, Shishi, but I must tell you it is very dangerous for you here. This is being sent to every barrier. Raiko unfolded a woodcut poster, a portrait about a foot square, of him. The caption read, "The Bakufu offers 2 koku reward for the head of this murdering Choshu Ronin, who goes under many aliases, one of which is Hiraga."
Baka,
Hiraga said through his teeth.
Does it look like me? How is it possible? I've never had a portrait painted.
Yes and no. Artists have long memories, Hiraga-san. One of the samurai at the fight, perhaps? Unless someone closer to you is the betrayer. Bad also is that important people are seeking you. Anjo, of course, but now Toronaga Yoshi. He was chilled, wondering if the courtesan Koiko was betrayed or was the betrayer.
Why him?
Raiko shrugged. He's the head of the snake, like it or not.
Sono joy,
Hiraga-san, but do not lead the Bakufu enemy here. I want my head on my shoulders. All night Hiraga had worried about the poster and what to do about it. He accepted a refill of sake from Fujiko.
This Taira amazes me, Ori.
Why waste time on him? Kill him.
Later, not now. Watching him and them testing, trying to guess their reactions is like a game of chess, where the rules keep changing constantly. It is fascinating, once you get over their stench.
Tonight, we should have done what I wanted to do, kill him and dump his body near the guardhouse and let them be blamed.
Irritably, Ori ran his right hand over the stubble already covering his shaven pate and face, his left shoulder bandaged and arm still in a sling.
Tomorrow, I'll be shaved clean again and feel more like a samurai again.
Raiko has a barber she can trust, but clean or not, Hiraga, this forced laziness is sending me mad.
And your shoulder?
The wound's clean. It itches, but it's a good itch.
Ori lifted his arm about halfway.
Can't go further, but I force it a little every day. It would be difficult to use in a fight. Karma. But that Gai-Jin Taira, if we had killed him,
There would have been no risk to us or the house. You said he was so secretive. He wouldn't have told anyone he was here.
Yes, but he might have, and that's what I do not understand. They are unpredictable. They keep changing their minds. They say one thing, and then do the exact opposite, but not with calculation, not like we do, not like us. So no joy. Killing him would have driven the Gai-Jin mad. We should do it the next time he comes here. Yes, we will, but later. He's too valuable for the moment. He will reveal their secrets, how to humble them, kill them by the hundreds or thousands. After we have used them to humble and break the Bakufu.
Hiraga held out the cup again. Instantly Fujiko filled it, smiling at him.
I was even in the office of the leader of all the English, within 5 paces of him. I'm in the center of Gai-Jin authority. If only I could speak their language better.
He was much too cautious to reveal to Ori the true extent of his knowledge, or how he had persuaded Taira to smuggle him out, let alone in front of this girl. As she replenished their cups through the evening, smiling, totally attentive, never interrupting, she listened avidly, though appearing not to, wanting to ask 100 questions, but much too well trained to do so.
Just listen, smile, and pretend to be dull-witted, only a toy, Mama-san's drilled into all of them, and soon they will tell you all you want to know without prompting. Listen and smile and watch and flatter and make them happy. Only then are they generous. Never forget, happy equals gold, which is your only purpose and only security.
In Yedo, Hiraga was saying, this Taira was really quite brave. Tonight a coward. Fujiko, what is he like in bed?
Smiling, she hid her surprise that anyone could be so indelicate.
Like any young man, Hiraga-san.
Of course, but what is he like? Is he in proportion, tall man, tall spear?
Ah, so sorry. She dropped her eyes and made her voice humble. But the ladies of the Willow World are directed never to discuss a client with another, whoever he is.
Our rules apply to Gai-Jin, eh?
Hiraga asked. Ori chuckled.
You will get nothing out of her, or any of them. I tried. Raiko-san came and scolded me for asking. Gai-Jin or not, the ancient Yoshiwara rule applies, she said. We can talk generalizations, but any client particularly...
Bakane.
She was really quite angry.
The two men laughed, but Fujiko saw Hiraga's eyes were not laughing. Pretending not to notice, anxious to appease him, and at the same time wondering how she would have to service him tonight, she said,
So sorry, Hiraga-san, but my experience is little, with young or old or in the middle. But most experienced ladies say size does not guarantee satisfaction for him or for her, but that young men are always the best and most satisfying clients.
She laughed to herself at the well-worn lie.
I would like to tell you the truth for once, that you young men are the worst clients, the most demanding, the least satisfying. You're all hopelessly impatient, you've plenty of vigor, require many entries, you've puddles of essence, but a little contentment afterwards, and rarely generous. Worst of all, however much a girl tries not to, she can become enamored with one particular young man, and that leads to even more misery, disaster, and most times suicide. Old is 20 times better. Some youths, she said, answering without answering, are incredibly shy, however well endowed.
Interesting. Ori, I still can't believe this Taira just meekly turned away.
Ori shrugged. Meek or not, he should be dead tonight, and I would sleep better. What else could he do?
Everything. He should have kicked the door down. An appointment is an appointment, and Raiko not having a substitute ready was a further insult.
The door and fence are too strong, even for us.
Then he should have gone into the main street and got 5 or 10 or 20 of his people, and brought them back and smashed the fence down. He is an important official. The officers and all soldiers obeyed him at the legation. That would certainly have made Raiko kowtow for a year or more, and guaranteed he would have the service he wanted, when he wanted. We might have had to run off too. That is what I would have done if I were an important official like him.
Hiraga smiled, and Fujiko suppressed a shiver.
It's a matter of face. Yet they understand our face very well. They would have defended their stupid legation to the last man. Then the fleet would have laid waste Yedo.
Isn't that what we want?
Yes, Hiraga laughed. But not when you are weaponless and groveling like a gardener. I felt really naked.
Again a refill. Hiraga looked at her. Ordinarily, even though the girl of the evening was not particularly attractive, his normal virility in the sake would arouse him. Tonight was different. This was the Gai-Jin Yoshiwara. She had bedded them, so was tainted. Perhaps Ori would like her, he thought, and smiled back at her for face.
Order some food, Fujiko? The best the house can provide.
At once, Hiraga-san.
She hurried away.
Listen, Ori,
Hiraga whispered so no one could overhear.
There's great danger here.
He took out the folded poster. Ori was shocked.
To Koko, that will tempt anyone. It could be you, not exactly, but a barrier guard might stop you.
Raiko said the same. Ori looked up at him.
Joun was an artist, a good one. I'd thought of that, and I've been wondering how they caught him and broke him. He knows many Shishi secrets, knows Katsumata's planning to intercept the Shogun.
Disgusting. Allowing himself to be caught alive. It is obvious we have been infiltrated. Ori handed the picture back.
To Koko would tempt anyone, even the most zealous Mama-san. I thought of that, too. Grow a beard, Hiraga, or mustache. That would help.
Yes, that would help. Hiraga was glad that Ori was back in his head again, his counsel always valuable.
A strange feeling to know that this is out there.
Ori broke the silence.
In a day or two, soon as I can, I am stronger every day. I will go to Kyoto and join Katsumata to warn him about Joun. He should be warned. Yes, good idea, very good.
What about you?
I am safe amongst the Gai-Jin, safer there than anywhere, so long as I'm not betrayed. Akimoto's at Hodogaya. I have sent for him, then we can decide.
Good. You will be safer to try for Kyoto at once, before these pictures are sent throughout the Tokaido.
No, Taira is too good an opportunity to miss. I will cache swords there in case.
Get a revolver, less obvious.
Ori put his right hand inside his yukata, moving it away from his shoulder, and scratched the bandage. Hiraga was shocked to see the little gold cross on the thin gold chain around his neck.
Why wear that?
Ori shrugged.
It amuses me.
Get rid of it, Ori. It ties you to the Tokaido killing, Shorin and her. The cross is an unnecessary danger.
Many samurai are Christian.
Yes, but she could identify that cross. It is insane to take such a risk. If you want to wear one, get another.
After a pause, Ori said,
This one amuses me.
Hiraga saw the inflexibility, cursed him inwardly, but decided it was his duty to protect the Shishi movement, protect Sono Joy, and now was the time.
Take it off.
The blood soared into Ori's face. His half-smile did not change, but he knew he was called. His choice was simple: refuse and die or obey. A mosquito buzzed around his face. He disregarded it, not wanting to make a sudden movement. Slowly his right hand pulled the chain away from his neck, breaking it. The cross and chain vanished into his sleeve pocket. Then he placed both hands on the tatami and bowed low.
You are right, Hiraga-san. It was an unnecessary danger. Please accept my apologies.
Silently, Hiraga bowed back. Only then did he relax and Ori straighten. Both men knew their relationship had changed, permanently. They had not become enemies, just were no longer friends. Allies always, but never friends again. Ever. As Ori picked up his cup and raised it, toasting him, he was pleased to find his inner rage so controlled that his fingers did not shake.
Thank you.
Hiraga drank with him, leaned over and poured for both of them.
Now, Sumono, please tell me about her.
I remember almost nothing.
Ori opened his fan and wafted the mosquito away.
The Mama-san Noriko told me Sumomo arrived like a spirit with me on a stretcher, told her almost nothing, except that a Gai-Jin doctor had cut me open and sewed me up again. She paid half Shorin's debts and persuaded her to hide me.
During the waiting, Sumomo spoke hardly at all after asking about Shorin, what had happened to him. When the messenger returned from Yedo with your message, she left for Shimonoseki at once. The only news she gave was that Satsuma is mobilizing for war, and your Choshu batteries had again fired on the Gai-Jin ships in the straits, turning them back. Good. You told her everything about Shorin.
Yes.
She asked me seriously, and then after I told her, she said she would be revenged. Did she leave any message or letter with the Mama-san?
Ori shrugged. She left nothing with me.
Perhaps Noriko has one, Hiraga thought. Never mind, that can wait. She looked well. Yes, I owe her my life. Yes, one day she will want to collect that debt.
Repaying her, I repay you and honor Sonojoy. They sat in silence, each wondering what the other was thinking. Really thinking.
Hiraga smiled suddenly. Tonight in the settlement there was a big celebration, vile music and much drinking. It's their custom when a man agrees to marry. He quaffed his cup. This sake is good. One of the merchants, the Gai-Jin you cut at the Tokaido, is going to marry that woman.
Ori was dumbfounded.
The woman of the cross? She's here? I saw her tonight. So,
Ori muttered as though to himself, then finished his sake and poured for both of them. A little wine spilled unnoticed on the tray.
She's to be married. When?
Hiraga shrugged.
I don't know. I saw him and her together tonight. He walks with 2 canes like a cripple. Your blow wounded him severely, Ori. Good. And the woman, what was she like?
Hiraga laughed.
Outlandish, Ori, total buffoonery.
He described her crinoline and her hairstyle, and got up and parodied her gait. Soon both men were almost rolling on the tatamis with laughter.
Breath out to here, deprived. Just before I came here, I peered in a window. Men clutched her openly. She and a man clutched each other, twirling in a sort of dance, in front of everyone, to these horrid-sounding instruments. You couldn't call it music. Kicking up her skirt so you could see halfway up, and the frilly white pants to the ankles. I would never have believed it, if I hadn't seen it for myself, but she went from man to man like a onsen whore, and they all cheered her. The fool who's going to marry her, he just sat in a chair and beamed. Imagine that.
He poured, but the bottle was empty.
Sake!
At once the door opened. A maid came in, on her knees with 2 new flasks, poured, and scuttled away. He belched, the sake getting to him. They acted like beasts. Without their cannon and their ships they are beyond contempt. Ori glanced out of the window towards the sea.
What is it?
Hiraga was suddenly on guard.
Danger?
No, it was nothing. Hiraga frowned uneasily, remembering how sensitive Ori was to outside emanations.
Do you have swords here?
Yes, Raiko guards them for me.
I hate not having swords in my belt.
Yes. For a time they drank in silence, and then the food arrived. Small dishes of broiled fish, rice, sushi, and sashimi, and a Portuguese dish called tempura, fish and vegetables dipped in rice flour and deep-fried. Before the Portuguese arrived, about AD 1550, the first Europeans to appear off their shores, Japanese did not know the frying technique. When they were replete, they sent for Raiko and complimented her, refused the entertainment services of a geisha, so she bowed and left them.
You can go, Fujiko. Tomorrow I will be here, sometime after sunset.
Yes, Hiraga-san. Fujiko bowed very low, content to be dismissed without further work. As Raiko had already told her, her fee was generous.
Thank you for honoring me. Of course, nothing that you hear or see will ever be mentioned to the Taira or any Gai-Jin or anyone.
Her head jerked up in shock.
Of course not, Hiraga-sama.
When she saw his eyes, her heart lurched.
Of course not,
she repeated, her voice barely audible, bowed her forehead to the tatami and, deeply frightened, left them.
Ori, we take a risk with that woman listening.
With any of them. But she would never dare, nor the others.
Ori used his fan against the night insects.
Before we leave, we will agree on a price with Raiko to see if Fujiko is placed in a low-grade house, where she will be too busy to make mischief, and be well away from all Gai-Jin and Bakufu.
Good. That is good advice.
It may be expensive. Raiko said Fujiko is extremely popular with Gai-Jin for some reason.
Fujiko? Yes, strange, ne? Raiko says their ways are so different from ours.
Hiraga saw Ori's smile twist.
What?
Nothing. We can talk more tomorrow.
Hiraga nodded, drained the last cup, then got up, stripped off the starched yukata that all houses and inns habitually supplied their clients, and dressed again in the most ordinary kimono of a villager, rough turban and coolie straw hat, then shouldered the empty delivery basket.
"Are you safe like that?"
"Yes, so long as I do not have to uncover, and I've these." Hiraga showed the 2 passes Tyler had given him, one for Japanese, one for English.
"Guards on the gate and at the bridge are alert, and soldiers patrol the settlement at night. There's no curfew, but Tyra warned me to be careful."
Thoughtfully, Ori handed the passes back. He tucked them in his sleeve.
"Good night, Ori."
"Yes, good night, Hiraga-san."
Ori looked up at him strangely.
"I would like to know where the woman lives."
Hiraga's eyes narrowed.
"So?"
"Yes, I would like to know where."
"Exactly."
"I can find out, probably. And then?"
The silence concentrated. Ori was thinking.
"I'm not sure tonight. I wish I was. But every time I let my mind free, I remember that night, and my never-ending surge within her. If I had killed her then, that would have ended it. But knowing she's alive, I'm haunted. She haunts me. It's stupid, but I'm bewitched. She's evil, disgusting, I know it, but still I'm bewitched. And I'm sure that as long as she's alive, she will always haunt me."
"And then?"
Hiraga said again. Ori had kept all his thoughts off his face. He looked back at him levelly and shrugged. Chapter 20. Wednesday, the 15th of October. André Poncin blinked.
"You're pregnant?"
"Yes," she said softly.
"You see, that's wonderful. That makes everything perfect,"
he burst out, his shock turning into a huge beam, because Struan, the British gentleman, had wronged an innocent lady, and now could not avoid an early marriage and remain a gentleman.
"Madame, may I congratulate you?" "Hush, André, no you can't, and not so loud. Walls have ears, particularly legations, no?"
she whispered, feeling out of herself, astounded that her voice remained so calm, and she felt so calm and could tell him so easily.
"You see, unfortunately, the father is not Monsieur Struan."
His smile vanished and then came back.
"You're joking, of course."
"But why the joke?"
"Just listen, please."
Angelique moved her chair closer to him.
"I was raped in Kanagawa."
He stared at her, dumbfounded, as she told him what she thought had happened to her, what she had decided to do, how she had hidden the horror ever since.
"My God, poor Angelique, poor thing, how terrible for you,"
was all he managed to mutter, deeply shocked, while another piece of the puzzle fell into place. Sir William, Sarratar, and Struan had decided to restrict news about Dr. Hoag's operation at Kanagawa to as few people as possible, keeping it particularly from Angelique, both doctors advising that to be medically wise. Why agitate her unnecessarily? She's upset enough about the Tokaido affair.
No reason yet to tell her, André thought uneasily, the irony rocking him.
He took her hand and caressed it, forcing himself to push away his own worries and concentrate on her. Seeing her there, sitting beside him in his office, so serene and demure, clear eyes and picture of innocence, only a few hours ago the belle of the best ball Yokohama had ever had, gave her story an air of total unreality.
"This really happened? Really?"
She raised her hand as though taking an oath.
"I swear it by God."
Now her hands were folded in her lap, pale yellow hooped day dress, tiny orange bonnet and umbrella. Bewildered, he shook his head.
"Seems impossible."
Throughout his adult years he had been part of many such man-woman tragedies, put into some by his superiors, stumbling into a few, precipitating many, and using most, if not all, for the betterment of his cause, for France, the Revolution, liberté, fraternité, égalité, or Emperor Louis Napoleon, whoever or whatever the current vogue, and for himself first.
"Why not?" he thought. "What has France done for me? What will she do for me? Nothing. But this Angelique, she's either going to fall apart at any moment. Her serenity's unreal.
Or she's like some women I've known, born bad, who twist truth brilliantly for their own purposes, or like some who have been pushed over the brink by terror to become a calculating, cold-blooded woman beyond her years. What? I need to remove the problem, André. You mean abortion? You're Catholic. So are you. This is a matter between me and God. What about confession? You have to be confessed. This Sunday you must go to an... That is a matter between me and a priest, and then God. The problem must be removed first. That is against God's law and man's law, and has been done throughout the centuries since before the flood. An edge crept into her voice. Do you confess everything? Adultery is also against God's law, isn't it? Killing's against all law, too, isn't it? Who says I've killed anyone? No one, but it's more than likely you have, or caused deaths. These are violent times. André, I need your help. You risk eternal damnation. Yes, I've agonized over that with lakes of tears, she thought grimly, keeping her eyes innocent, hating him, and that she had to trust him. This morning she had awakened early and lay there thinking, reconsidering her plan, and came to realize of a sudden that she should hate all men. Men cause all our problems, fathers, husbands, brothers, sons, and priests. Priests the worst of all men, lots of them notorious fornicators and deviates, liars, who use the church for their own rotten purposes, though it is true a few are saints. Priests and other men control our world and ruin it for women. I hate them all, except Malcolm. I don't hate him, not yet. I don't know if I truly love him. I don't know what love is, but I like him more than any man I've ever known, and I understand him. As to the rest, thank God my eyes are open at last. She was looking at André, trustful and begging. Damn you that I have to put my life in thrall to you, but thank God I see through you now. Malcolm and Jamie are right. All you want is to dominate Struans or cause its downfall. Damnation that I have to trust any man. If only I were in Paris or even Hong Kong, there are dozens of women I could discreetly ask for the necessary help, but none here. Those two hags, impossible. They clearly hate me and are enemy. She allowed a few tears to appear. Please help me. He sighed. I will talk to Babcock this morning. Are you mad? Of course we dare not involve him, or Hogg. No, André, I've thought it all out very carefully. Neither of them. We must find someone else, a madam. He gaped at her again, stunned by the calm voice and logic. You mean a mama-san? He stuttered. What's that? Oh, that's the woman, the Japanese woman who runs the local whorehouses, contracts for the services of the girls, arranges prices, allocates girls, and so on. Her brow creased. I hadn't thought of one of them. I did hear there's a house down the road. My God, you mean Naughty Nelly's in Drunk Town? I wouldn't go there for 1,000 louis. But isn't the house run by Mrs. Fotheringill's sister, the famous Mrs. Fotheringill of Hong Kong? How do you know about her? Oh, my God, André, am I a foolish and bigoted Englishwoman? She said testily. Every European female in Hong Kong knows about Mrs. Fotheringill's establishment for young ladies, though they pretend not to, and never talk openly about it, or that all but the most stupid know their men visit Chinese houses, or have Oriental mistresses. Such hypocrisy. Even you would be astonished to know what the ladies discuss in the privacy of their boudoirs, or when there are no men around. In Hong Kong, I heard her sister opened the house here. It's not the same, Angelique. It caters to seamen, drunks, remittance men, the dregs. Naughty Nelly isn't her sister, she just claims to be. Probably just pays some squeeze for the use of the name. Oh, then where do you go? For entertainment. The Yoshiwara, he said, and explained, astounded with this conversation, and that he, too, could be so open. Do you have a special place, a special house? One where you're on good terms with the mama-san? Yes. Excellent. Go to your mama-san tonight and get whatever drink they use. What?
My God, André, be sensible, be serious. This is serious, and unless we can solve the problem, I will never be chatelaine of the noble house, so will never be able to assist certain interests.
She saw that this hit the mark, and was further pleased with herself.
Go there tonight and ask her for it. Don't ask your girl or a girl for it. They probably won't know. Ask the patron, the mama-san. You can say that the girl is overdue. I don't know if they have such a medicine.
She smiled benignly.
Don't be silly, André. Of course they have. They must have.
Her right hand began straightening the fingers of her left-hand glove.
Once this problem is out of the way, everything will be wonderful. We'll be married at Christmas. By the way, I decided it would be better to move out of the Struan suite until we're married. Now that Monsieur Struan is gaining strength every day, I'll be moving back to the legation this afternoon.
Is that wise? Better to stay close to him?
Normally, yes. Except there are proprieties, but more important, I'm sure the medicine will not make me feel pleasant for a day or two. As soon as that's over, I'll decide if I should go back. I know I can rely on you, my friend.
She stood up.
At the same time tomorrow?
If I've nothing, I'll send word to let you know.
No, better we meet here at noon. I know I can rely on you.
She smiled her nicest smile. He tingled, both because of the smile and because, whatever happened now, she was chained to him forever.
Those characters, he said. The ones written on the sheet, do you remember them?
Yes, she said, surprised by the non sequitur.
Why? Could you draw them for me? I might recognize them. They might have a meaning. They were on the counterpane, not the sheet, in his blood.
She took a deep breath and reached over and took the pen and dipped it in the ink.
One thing I forgot to tell you. When I woke up, the little cross I'd worn since a child had vanished. I searched everywhere, but it had gone.
He stole it?
I presume so, but nothing else. There was some jewelry, but that was not touched. The pieces were not too valuable, but worth more than the cross.
The thought of her lying there in that bed, inert, the nightdress slit from neck to hem, the rapist's hand pulling away the chain, moonlight glinting on the cross, before or after, spreading her rapidly, became real and erotic and throbbed him. His eyes flowed over her as she bent over the desk, oblivious of his lust.
There, she said, and handed him the paper.
He stared at it, the sunlight glinting on the gold signet ring he always wore. The characters did not relate in any way to anything.
Sorry, they mean nothing. Don't even look Chinese. Chinese or Japanese, the writing's the same.
At a sudden thought, he inverted the paper and gasped.
Tokaido. That's what they mean.
The color went out of her face.
You just copied them upside down. Tokaido ties everything together. He wanted you to know, wanted the whole settlement to know, and we would have, if you told anyone what had happened. But why?
Shakily, her fingers went to her temples.
I don't know. Perhaps, I don't know. He must be dead by now. Monsieur Struan shot him. Surely he must be dead.
André hesitated uneasily, weighing the reasons for and against.
Since we share so many secrets, and clearly you know how to keep one, sorry, but now another is necessary.
He told her about Hogue and the operation.
It wasn't Hogue's fault. He had no way of knowing. It's ironic. Both doctors advised against telling you to save you anguish. It's because of Babcock and his opiate that I am where I am, she muttered, her voice chilling him. The man's alive, then? We don't know. Hogue didn't give him much of a chance. Why would that devil want his evil known, Angelique? Are there any other secrets about this horror that you know and I don't? No. Why would he want everyone to know? Bravado?
For a long time she stood staring at what she had drawn, motionless except for her breast, which rose and fell with the regularity of her breathing. Then, without another word, she walked out. The door closed quietly. He shook his head in wonder, stared back at the paper. Tyler was in the small bungalow adjoining the British legation that he shared with Babcock, practicing calligraphy with nakama, the name by which he knew hiraga.
Please give me the Japanese for today, tomorrow, the day after, next week, next year, the days of the week, and the months of the year.
Yes, Taira-san.
Carefully, Hiraga said a Japanese word, watched as Taira wrote it phonetically in Roman letters. Then Hiraga wrote the characters in the space provided, and again watched while Taira copied them.
You good student. Always use same order for strokes, easy, then no forget.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand. Thank you, you're very helpful.
Taira replied pleasantly, enjoying writing and reading and learning, and teaching him in return, noticing that Nakama was highly intelligent and a quick study. He worked through the list with him, and when he was satisfied, he said, "Good, thank you. Now please go to Raiko-san and confirm my appointment for tomorrow."
Confirm, please?
Make sure my appointment is certain.
Understand.
Hiraga rubbed his chin, already dark with an overnight stubble.
I go now confirm.
I'll be back after lunch. Please be here. Then we can practice conversation, and you can tell me more about Japan. How do I say that in Japanese? Hiraga gave him the words. Taira wrote them phonetically in an exercise book, now crammed with words and phrases, repeated them several times until satisfied. He was about to dismiss him, then, on a sudden thought, said, "What's a ronin?" Hiraga thought a moment, then explained as simply as he could, but not about shishi. "Then you're a ronin, outlawed."
Hi.
Thoughtfully, Taira thanked him and let him go. He stifled a yawn. Last night he had slept badly, his world upside down at Raiko's unexpected rejection. Damn Raiko, damn Fujiko, he thought, putting on his top hat, preparing to walk down High Street to the club for tiffin lunch. Damn learning Japanese, and damn everything. My head aches, and I'll never learn this dreadfully complicated language. Don't be ridiculous, he said aloud. Of course you will. You've got Nakama and Andre, two very good teachers. Tonight you'll have a good supper, a bottle of champagne with someone jolly, and so to bed. And don't damn Fujiko. Soon you'll sleep with her again. Oh, God, I hope so. The day was fair, and the bay crowded with ships. Traders were converging on the club. Oh, hello, Andre. Good to see you. Would you care to join me for lunch?
Thank you. No.
Ponsan did not stop. What's up? You all right?
Nothing's up. Some other time.
Tomorrow? Not like Andre to be so abrupt. Damn. I wanted to ask him what I should...
I'll join you, Philip, if I may, McFay said.
Of course, Jamie. You look hungover, old chap.
I am. You look the same. That was some party.
Yes, how's Malcolm?
Not so hot. He's one of the things I wanted to talk about.
They found a table, the room smoke-filled, airless and crowded, everyone as usual in frock coats. They were sitting at a corner table, Chinese servants carrying trays of roast beef, chicken pies, fish soup, Cornish pasties, Yorkshire puddings, salt pork curries, and bowls of rice for the old China hands, plus whiskey, rum, gin, porter, champagne, red and white wine, and tankards of beer. Fly swats laid beside every place. McFay used the fly whisk.
Wanted to ask you to talk to Malcolm. Not at my suggestion. Tell him it'd be a good idea to go back to Hong Kong as soon as possible.
But, Jamie, I'm sure he will, without my saying so. He doesn't listen to me. Why should he? What's up?
His mother. I'm afraid now that's no secret. Don't say anything, but she writes by every mail, ordering me to order him back. There's not a bloody thing I can do. He just won't listen, and when the news of the party and his formal engagement reaches Hong Kong...
McFay rolled his eyes.
The shit will spread from here to Yedo.
In spite of McFay's seriousness, Taira laughed. It already has. It's stinky-poo like never before. The legation garden's knee-deep in a new dressing of prime.
Oh,
the Scot frowned and sniffed the air.
Hadn't noticed. How's the curry? He asked a neighbour.
Hot, Jamie. The man, Lunk Church, spat a piece of chicken bone into the floor sawdust. I'm on seconds. Taira beckoned one of the waiters brushing past, but the toothy youth deliberately avoided seeing him.
Hey, do nae low mo, waiter,
McFay shouted irritably.
Curry, plenty quick, hiya.
There was a shout of laughter and much jeering and catcalls at the Chinese curse words from the traders and merchants, and sour looks from the padre of the Highland Battalion, who was lunching expansively with his Church of England counterpart from the Dragoons, and their own pastor. A plate of blood rare roast beef was plunked down vigorously in front of McFay.
"Curry, massa, plenty very quick, hiya,"
the young servant said, beaming. Exasperated, McFay shoved the plate back. "This is roast beef, for God's sake. Curry! For Christ's sake, fetch curry!"
"I'll have the chicken pie," Tyler said, hastily.
Grumbling, the servant went back to the kitchen, and once inside the door, bellowed with laughter amidst the pandemonium there.
"Noble House Fay blew up like a barrel of fireworks when I shoved roast beef under his bubba's nose, pretending I thought it was curry. Hi-ya!" he said, holding his stomach with laughter. "I almost shat. Baiting foreign devils is more fun than fornication."
Others laughed with him until the head cook reached over and belted him around the face.
"Listen, you dirty little fornicator, and the rest of you, don't bait Noble House foreign devils until Noble House Chen says it is all right. Now take Noble House Fei his curry quickly, and don't spit in it, or I'll feed you your testicles in batter." "Aye, spitting in foreign devil food is quite ordinary, Honorable Chief Cook," the youth muttered, his head almost off his shoulders. Then he picked up a plate of chicken pie and rushed to obey. The plate of curry and bowl of rice banged on the table in front of McFay. "Curry, massa, you want higher, never mind." The youth hurried away, cursing inwardly, head aching, but still content, for though he had not dared to disobey the head cook, he had kept his dirty thumb in the curry all the way from the kitchen. "Rude bastard," Jamie said. $10 to a busted flush the bugger spat in it bringing it here."
"If you're so sure, why shout at him?" Tyler began cutting the Melton Mowbray-type pie with its thick crust.
"He needs it. They all need it, and a good kick in the backside as well."
With gusto, McFay began tucking into the yellowish gruel-like chicken and potato curry, globules of fat swimming on the surface.
"Next, I hear you smuggle a samurai out of Yedo who speaks some English."
Tyler almost choked on a piece of chicken.
"Rubbish! Then why are you almost purple, for goodness sake? You're talking to me, Noble House McFay. Come on, Philip. How do you expect to keep that secret here? You were overheard."
Perspiration dotted his brow from the heat of the curry, from time to time waving the flies away.
"This is hot enough to fry your balls off. Good, though. You want to try some?"
"No, thanks."
Happily, McFay continued to eat. Then, between mouthfuls, his voice hardened, though he still spoke confidentially.
"Unless you talk to me openly about him, old chap, in confidence, my word on it, and share everything, all his info, I'll make an announcement here and now. To him."
His spoon pointed at Nettlesmith, editor of the Yokohama Guardian, who was already watching them interestedly. A splatter of curry fell on the tablecloth.
"If Wee Willie reads about your secret first in the paper, he'll bust a gut like you've never seen."
All Tyra's hunger had vanished. Queasily he said,
It's true we helped a dissident escape from Yedo. That's all I can say. Now he's under HM's protection for the moment. Sorry, can't say any more official secrets."
McFay eyed him shrewdly.
"Her Britannic Majesty's protection, eh?"
"Yes, sorry. Closed mouth, catchy, no flies. Can't say any more. Secrets of state."
"Interesting."
McFay finished the plate and shouted for a second helping.
"But in return, I won't tell a soul."
"Sorry, I'm sworn to secrecy."
Tyler was sweating too, a way of life in Asia, except during the winter and spring months, and also because his secret was known. Even so, he was pleased with the way he was handling Jamie, undoubtedly the most important of the Yokohama traders.
"I'm sure you understand."
McFay nodded pleasantly, concentrating on his curry.
"I understand very well, old chap. The very second I'm finished, Nettlesmith gets the exclusive."
"You wouldn't dare."
Tyler was shocked. "States—"
"Balderdash on state secrets," McFay hissed. "First, I don't believe you. Second, even if it was, we've the right to know. We're the state, by God, not a bunch of diplomat scallywags who can't fart the way out of an empty bag."
"Now look here."
"I'm looking. Share, Philip, or read about it in the afternoon edition."
McFay's beam was seraphic, as he sopped up the last of the gravy with a final hunk of bread and consumed it. He belched and pushed his chair away from the table and began to get up.
"On your own head."
"Wait."
"Everything. You agree to tell me everything."
Numbly, Tyra nodded. "If you swear to keep it secret."
"Good, but not here. My office is safer. Come on."
As he passed Nettlesmith, he said, "What's new, Gabriel?"
"Read the afternoon edition, Jamie. War soon in Europe. Terrible in America. War brewing here."
"Just the usual. Well, see
Afternoon, Mr. Tyra."
Nettlesmith's canny eyes washed over him as he scratched thoughtfully, then put his attention to McVeigh again.
"I've an advance copy of the last chapter of Great Expectations."
Jamie shuddered to a stop. Philip, too.
"I don't believe it, by God."
$10 and the promise of an exclusive."
"What exclusive?"
"When you have one. I'll trust you." Again the shrewd eyes looked at Tyra, who tried not to wince.
"This afternoon, Gabriel? Without fail?"
"Yes, for 1 hour, so you can't copy it. It's my exclusive. It cost me almost every favour I have in Fleet Street to acquire."
"To steal." $2.
$8, but your hour's after Norbert's.
My last offer, $8, and I read it first.
Plus the exclusive. Good. You're a gentleman and a scholar, Jamie. I'll be in your office at 3. Through his open window, Tyra heard the ship's bell at the harbour master's office sound 8 bells. His feet were propped on his desk, and he was dozing, his afternoon calligraphy exercises forgotten. No need to look at the mantelpiece clock. His brain told him it was 4 p.m. Now aboard ships would be the first afternoon dog watch, a 2-hour period lasting from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., then the second from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Thence to the normal 4-hour periods until tomorrow at 4 p.m. Marlowe had explained that dog watches had been invented to allow crews to be rotated. He yawned and opened his eyes, thinking, not much more than half a year ago. I'd never even heard of a dog watch or been on a warship, and now I'm telling time by ship's bells as easy as with a timepiece. His mantelpiece clock chimed 4, exactly correct. In half an hour I'm to see Sir William. The Swiss can certainly make chronometers, better than us. Where the devil's Nakama? Has he run off? He should have been back hours ago. What the devil does Sir William want? Hope to God he hasn't heard about my secret. Hope he just wants more dispatches copied. Blast it that my writing's the best in the legation. I'm supposed to be a translator, not a clerk. Damn, damn, damn! He got up wearily, tidied his work, and began to wash his hands in the basin, getting the ink off his fingers. A knock. Come in. Behind Hiraga was a red-coat sergeant and a soldier, both with bayoneted rifles and both angry. Hiraga was bruised, dishevelled, grey with rage and almost naked, hat gone, turban gone, his villager kimono in shreds. The sergeant shoved him forward, bayonet ready, and saluted. We caught him climbing in over the fence, sir. We had the devil of a time getting him nice and quiet. He's got a pass, signed by you. Is it real? Yes, it is. Aghast, Tyra came forward. He's a guest here, Sergeant, a guest of Sir William's and me. He's a Japanese teacher. A teacher, eh? The sergeant said grimly. Well, tell the bugger teachers don't climb fences, don't try to run off, don't have samurai haircuts, don't frighten people, or fight like a bag full of tomcats. I've one man with his arm broke and another with a busted nose. Next time we catch him at it, we won't be so careful. Both soldiers stomped off. Tyra closed the door, rushed to the sideboard, and brought some water back. Here. Hiraga shook his head, choked with rage. Please, would you like sake or beer?
Yeah.
Please. Well, sit down and tell me what happened. Hiraga began pouring out an explanation in Japanese. Gomenasai English dozo. Sorry, English, please. With an effort, Hiraga changed to English, and with long, seething pauses between words, he said, Many guard at gate and bridge. I go through a swamp, go through water, over a fence. These soldiers see me. I stop, bow, reach for pass, they throw to ground. Fight, but too many. Then he followed with another searing flood of Japanese venom and promises of revenge. When the paroxysm was spent, Tyra said, Sorry, but it's your own fault. He darted back involuntarily as Hiraga whirled on him. Stop it, he said angrily. The soldier was right. Samurai frighten people. Sir William told you to be careful. So did I. We asked you to be careful. I was being polite, only doing what was correct, Hiraga said in angry Japanese. Those ill-mannered apes fell on me. I was reaching for the pass. It was difficult to find. Apes! I'll kill them all. Tyra's heart was pounding, and the sweet, sick taste of fear was in his mouth. Listen,
We must solve this together, quickly. When Sir William hears about this, he may throw you out of the settlement. You and I must solve this, understand?
Yeah. What is solve, please?
Tyra was thankful to hear the pleas and held on to his fright. This fellow's clearly as dangerous and as violent and hot-headed as any samurai in Japan. Thank God he's not armed. Solve means to arrive at an understanding. We must solve this problem. We must, you and I. How to have you live here safely. You understand.
Aye, so desu ka. Wakarimasu.
Tyra-san, me, we solve problem. Hiraga curbed his rage. Praise what suggest. Pass no good for soldier. Men who see me hate. How solve this matter? First, there's a good old English custom. Whenever we have to solve a serious problem, we have tea. Hiraga stared at him blankly. Tyra rang a bell and ordered tea from Chen, the #1 boy, who eyed Hiraga suspiciously, an ugly chopper concealed behind his back. While they waited, Tyra sat back in his chair and solemnly stared out of the window, desperately wanting the other man to tell him about Fujiko, but too well-mannered to ask directly such a leading question. Damn the fellow, he was thinking. He should volunteer the info, knowing I must be anxious as hell and not make me bloody wait. Got to teach him English ways. Got to teach him not to fly off the handle. The soldiers were quite right. Got to make an English gentleman out of him, but how? And there's bloody Jamie, who's too damn clever. After lunch, he had gone with McFay to his office, was pressed to have a small brandy, and then, within minutes, he found that he had told him everything.
Oh, Philip, you're brilliant, McFay had told him with genuine enthusiasm. That laddie will be a veritable goldmine if asked the right questions. Did he see where he was from?
Choshu, I think that's what he said.
I'd like to talk to him privately.
If he talks to you, then others are bound to find out, and then the news will be out everywhere.
If I know, Norbert knows, and I'll bet the Bakufu knows. They're no fools. Sorry, but there are no secrets here. How many times must I remind you?
All right, I'll ask him, but only if I'm present when you see him.
No, that's not really necessary, Philip. You've got so much to do. I wouldn't want to waste your time.
Yes or no? McFay sighed.
You're a hard man, Philip. All right.
And if I also get to read the last chapter without charge, say tomorrow, you arrange it with Nettlesmith.
Sharply, McFay said, if I have to pay the astounding sum of $8, you have to contribute as well.
Then no interview, and I'll inform Sir William. He smiled to himself, remembering the sour look on McFay's face, and then... Cha, masa, plenty, quick, interrupted his thoughts, bringing him back to Nakama. Chen put down the tray, no longer carrying the chopper, but it was close at hand, outside the door. Gravely, Tyra poured for both of them, added milk and sugar, and sipped the scalding iron-black brew with relish. That's better. Hiraga imitated him. It took all of his willpower not to cry out from the heat, and to hold in what was the foulest-tasting liquid he had ever had in his life. Good, eh? Tyra said with a beam, finishing his cup. Some more?
No, thank you. English custom, yes.
English and American, yes, not French. The French, Tyra shrugged. They've no taste.
Asoka,
Hiraga had noticed the slight sneer.
French not the same as English?
He asked with a pretended innocence, his fury compartmentalized for later. My goodness me, no, not like them at all. They're on the continent. We're an island nation like you. Different customs, different foods, government, everything. And, of course, France is a minor power compared to Britain. Tyra stirred in another spoon of sugar, pleased with himself that the man's rage seemed to have dissipated. Very different.
Oh, so? English and the French warred? Have?
Tyra laughed. Dozens of times over the centuries, and allies in other wars. We were allies in the last conflict. He told him briefly about the Crimea, then about Napoleon Bonaparte, the French Revolution, and the present Emperor Louis Napoleon. He's Bonaparte's nephew, an absolute buffoon. Bonaparte wasn't, but one of the most evil men ever born. He was responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths. But for Wellington and Nelson and our troops, he would have ruled the world.
Are you understanding all this?"
Hiraga nodded. "No our word, but understand."
But he had caught the gist, and this turned his head upside down, though he could not fathom why a great general should be considered evil.
Please go on, Taira-san."
For a little while Taira did, then stopped the history lesson and gave him a lead. "Now to your problem. When you left the Yoshiwara, those guards gave you no trouble?"
"No, pretend take vegetables."
"That's good. Oh, by the way, did you see Raiko-san?"
"Yes, Fujiko not possible tomorrow."
"Oh, well, never mind." Taira shrugged, dying inside. But Hiraga saw the vast disappointment and savored it.
"Sono joy,"
he thought grimly. He had had to buy Fujiko's services himself, but he did not mind. Raiko had said, "Since you pay well, though not Gai-Jin prices, I agree. But he should bed her the day after. I wouldn't want him to find another." Taira was saying, "Nakama-san, the only real way you can be safe here is to never go out. I won't send you to the Yoshiwara any more. You must stay here, inside the legation."
"Better, Taira-san. I stay in village, find a safe house. Inside the fence, safer. Each day I come at sunup, or when you want, teach and to learn. You very good, sensei. This solve problem, yes?"
Taira hesitated, not wanting him off the leash, but no longer caring to have him too close. "Yes, if first you show me where exactly, and do not move without telling me."
In a moment Hiraga nodded and said, "I agree. Please, you say soldiers good me stay here and in a village."
"Yes, I'll do that. I'm sure Sir William will agree."
"Thank you, Taira-san. Say soldiers also if attack again I get katana."
"You will do no such thing. I forbid it. Sir William has forbidden it. No weapons, no swords."
"Please, you say soldier no attack, please."
"Yes, I'll do that, but if you wear swords here, you will be killed. They'll shoot you." Hiraga shrugged.
"Please, no attack. Wakata?"
Taira did not reply. Wakata was the imperious form of Wakaremasu-ka. Do you understand? Domo. With a contained violence that Taira could almost smell, Nakama thanked him again and said that he would return at dawn to guide him to the safe house, and would be ready then to answer any questions that he wanted to ask. He bowed stiffly. Taira did the same. He walked out. It was only then that Taira saw the extent of the bruises over all his back and legs. That night the wind became changeable, the sea choppy. Out in the roads the fleet was snug at anchor and ready for sleep, the first night watch that came on duty at 8 p.m. already at their stations. Upwards of 50 men were in various cells for various offences, and with varying degrees of fear 6 were diligently making their own cat-o'-nine-tails for the 50 lashes they were due at dawn, for conduct prejudicial to good order and military discipline. 1 for threatening to break the neck of a sodomite bosun, 3 for fighting, 1 for stealing a rum ration, and another for swearing at an officer. 9 sea burials were scheduled for sunup. All ships' sick bays were overloaded with sufferers of dysentery, diarrhea, the croup, whooping cough, scarlet fever, measles, venereal diseases, broken limbs, hernias, and the like, routine, except for a dangerous 14 with smallpox aboard the flagship. Bleeding and violent purges were the recommended cures for most illnesses, the majority of doctors also being barbers, except for the lucky few patients who were given Dr. Collis's tincture, one he had invented during the Crimea, which had cut dysentery deaths by 3/4. 6 drops of the dark opium-based liquid, and your bowels began to quieten. Throughout the settlement everyone was preparing for dinner, and the most eagerly anticipated part of the day, after-dinner conversation, discussing the day's rumors or news. Thank God the mail ship's due tomorrow. Enjoying the warm camaraderie and laughter over spicy scandals, the ball, tension over business problems, and if war would begin, or about the latest book someone had read, a new funny story or poem another had thought up, or telling tales of storms or icelands or desert, or journeys made to strange places throughout the empire. New Zealand, Africa, and Australia hardly explored but for coastal areas, or the wild west of America and Canada, stories of the California gold rush of '49, or visits to Spanish or French or Russian America, Dmitri had once sailed the mostly uncharted western seaboard, from San Francisco north to Russian Alaska. Each man told of strange sights he had seen, girls sampled or wars witnessed. Good wine and drinks and pipes and tobacco from Virginia, a few nightcaps at the club, then prayers and bed. A normal night in the Empire. Some hosts specialized in chorals or poetry readings or excerpts from a coveted novel, and tonight at Norbert Greyforth's extremely private party, all guests sworn to secrecy, a special reading of the last chapter from the bootlegged copy he had had produced in his allotted hour by putting all his 50 clerks on it. "If this leaks, the whole lot of you are dismissed," he had threatened. In the club, they were still discussing the previous night's ball and trying to work out how to have another. "Why not make it a bloody weekly bash, eh? Angel Tits can kick up her heels and show her knickers for me every day of the week, along with Naughty Nellie Fotheringill." "Stop calling her Angel Tits, for Christ's sake, or else." "Angel Tits she has, and Angel Tits she is." To jeers and catcalls the fight started. Bets were taken, and the two contenders, Lunkchurch and Grimm, another trader, towed the line and tried to smash each other senseless. Almost directly across the road, on the sea side, was the large brick bungalow of the British legation, flagpole in the courtyard, gardens, and surrounded, like most important dwellings, with a defendable fence. Sir William was already dressed for dinner, and so was his main guest, the Admiral. Both were furious. "The bloody bastards," the Admiral said, his flushed face more flushed than usual, going to the sideboard to pour another large whisky. "They're beyond comprehension." "Totally." Sir William tossed the scroll aside and glared at Johann and Tyra, who stood in front of him. An hour ago the scroll had arrived by messenger from the Japanese governor, who had sent it on behalf of the Bakufu. "Very urgent, so sorry." Instead of being in Dutch, as was normal, it was in characters. With Seratard's agreement, Johann had co-opted one of the visiting French Jesuit missionaries, and had produced a rough copy that Tyra at once put into correct English. The message was from the Council of Elders, and signed by Anjo. "I communicate with you by dispatch. By orders of the Shogun, received from Kyoto, the provisional date of the meeting in 19 days with the Roju, and a meeting the same day with the Shogun, is to be postponed for 3 months, as His Majesty will not return until then. I therefore send you this first, before holding a conference as to the details. The second installment of the gift is to be delayed for 30 days. Respectful and humble communication." "Johann," Sir William said, his voice icy, "would you say this is unusually rude, impolite, and altogether vile?" The Swiss said cautiously, "I think that's about right, Sir William." "For Christ's sake, I've spent days negotiating, threatening, losing sleep, renegotiating, until they swore on the Shogun's head to meet in Yedo on November the 5th, the Shogun on November the 6th, and now this." Sir William gulped his drink, choked, and swore for almost 5 minutes in English, French, and Russian, the other staring with admiration at the gorgeously descriptive vulgarities. "Quite right," the Admiral said. "Tyra, pour Sir William another gin." Instantly Tyra obeyed. Sir William found his handkerchief, blew his nose, took some snuff, sneezed, and blew his nose again. The pox on all of them. "What do you propose, Sir William?" the Admiral said, keeping the delight off his face at this further humbling of his adversary. "Naturally, I'll reply at once. Please order the fleet to Yedo tomorrow to bombard port facilities of my choosing." The Admiral's blue eyes narrowed. "I think we will discuss this in private." "Gentlemen," Tyra and Johann at once began to leave. "No," Sir William said tightly. "Johann, you can go. Please wait outside. Tyra's my personal staff. He stays." The Admiral's neck reddened, but he said nothing until the door had closed. "You know my views on bombardment very well. Until the order from England arrives, I will not order it unless I am attacked." "Your position makes negotiations impossible. Power comes from the barrels of our cannon, nothing else." "I agree. We only disagree on timing." "Timing is my decision." "Good. Then kindly just order a small cannonade, 20 shells on targets of my choosing." "Damn it, no. Am I not clear? When the order arrives, I will conflagrate Japan, if necessary, not before. Sir William flushed. "Your reluctance to assist Her Majesty's policy in the most minor way is beyond belief."
"Personal aggrandizement seems to be the real problem. What do a few months matter? Nothing, except prudence."
"Prudence be damned," Sir William said angrily. "Of course we will get instructions to proceed as I repeat, I advise. It is imprudent to delay. By tomorrow's mail I will request you are replaced by an officer who is more tuned to Her Majesty's interests and battle-trained." The Admiral went purple. Only a few knew that in all his career he had never participated in a sea or land engagement. When he could talk, he said,
"That, sir, is your privilege. Meanwhile, until my replacement, or yours, arrives, I command Her Majesty's forces in Japan. Good night, sir." The door slammed.
"Rude bugger," Sir William muttered, then to his surprise saw Tyler, who had been standing behind him out of his eye line, paralyzed by the salvos. "You'd best keep your mouth shut. Did they teach you that?"
"Yes, sir, yes, indeed."
"Good," Sir William said, and took his agitated mind off the Gordian knot of the Bakufu, Roju, and intransigence of the Admiral for later. "Tyra, get yourself a sherry. You look as though you need one. And you'd better join us for dinner, as the Admiral has declined my invitation. You play backgammon?"
"Yes, sir. Thank you, sir,"
Tyra said meekly. "While I think of it, what's this I hear about a skirmish, your pet samurai versus the British Army?" Tyler gave him the details and his solution, but not about his sensei's threats to get swords, feeling ever more guilty about hiding facts from the minister. "I'd like to retain him, of course, with your approval, sir, but he is a very good teacher, and I think will be most useful to us." "I doubt that, and it's more important to have no more trouble here. No telling what the fellow will do. He could become a viper in our nest. He's ordered out tomorrow."
"But, sir, he's already given me some very valuable information."
Tyra held on to his sudden distress and blurted out,
"For instance, he told me the Shogun's only a boy, barely 16. He's only the puppet of the Bakufu. The real power belongs to the Emperor. He used the title Mikado several times, who lives in Kyoto."
"God almighty!" Sir William exploded. "Is this true?" It was on the tip of Tyra's tongue to tell about the English-speaking, but he managed to stop himself.
"I don't know yet, sir. I haven't had time to really question him. He's difficult to bring out, but yes, I think he told me the truth."
Sir William stared at him, his mind agog with the implications of the information. "What else has he told you?" "I've only just started, and it all takes time, as you'll appreciate." Tyler's excitement picked up. "But he's told me about Ronin. The word means wave, sir. They're called Ronin because they're as free as the waves. They're all samurai, but outlawed for different reasons. Most of them are adversaries of the Bakufu, like Nakama, who believe they've usurped power from the Mikado, as I said." "Wait a moment. Slow down, Tyler. There's plenty of time. Now, what is a Ronin exactly?" Tyra told him. "Good God!" Sir William thought a moment. "So Ronin are samurai who are either outlawed because their king has lost favour, or outlawed by their kings for crimes real or imagined, or voluntary outlaws who are banding together to overthrow the central government of the puppet Shogun."
"Yes, sir. He says illegal government."
Sir William sipped the last of his gin, nodding to himself, astonished and elated as he ran this all around in his mind. "Then Nakama's a Ronin, and what you call a dissident, and what I'd call a revolutionary?"
"Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir, can I sit down?"
Tyra asked shakily, desperate to blurt out the real truth about the man, and afraid to do so. Of course, Tyra, so sorry. But first get another sherry and bring me a tot of gin." Sir William watched him, delighted with him, yet somehow perturbed. Years of dealing with diplomats, spies, half-truths, lies, and blatant disinformation were calling up warning signals that something was being hidden from him. He accepted the drink. "Thanks. Take that chair. It's the most comfortable." "Cheers. You must be speaking very good Japanese to get all this in such a short time," he said easily.
"No, sir, sorry, I don't. But I spend all my time at it. With Nakama, it's, well, mostly patience, gestures, a few English words and Japanese words and phrases André Ponsin has given me. He's been tremendously helpful, sir."
"Does André know what this man has told you?"
"No, sir."
"Tell him nothing at all."
"Anyone else?" "No, sir, except Jamie McFay." Tyra gulped his sherry. He knew a little already, and, well, he's very persuasive, and he, well, pried it out about the Shogun. Sir William sighed. Yes, Jamie's persuasive, to say the least, and always knows far more than he tells. He sat back in the comfortable old leather swivel chair and sipped his drink, his mind roving over all this priceless new knowledge, already redesigning his reply to tonight's rude missive, wondering how far he dare gamble and how far he could trust Tyra's information. As always in these circumstances, queasily he remembered the Permanent Undersecretary's parting salvos about failure. "About Nakama," he said. "I'll agree to your plan, Philip. May I call you Philip?" Tyra flushed with pleasure at the sudden and unexpected compliment. "Of course, sir. Thank you, sir." "Good, thank you. For the moment, I'll agree to your plan, but for God's sake, be careful of him. Don't forget Ronin have committed all the murders, except poor Canterbury." "I'll be careful, Sir William, don't worry. Get all you can out of him, but tell no one else, and give me the information at once. For God's sake, be careful. Always have a revolver on hand, and if he shows the slightest indication of violence, scream bloody murder, shoot him, or clap him in irons." Next door to the British legation was the American, then the Dutch, Russian, German, and last the French. And there, in her suite that evening, Angelique was dressing for dinner, helped by Arceau. In an hour, the dinner Sarratar was giving her and Malcolm to celebrate their engagement was due to begin. Then later there would be music. "But don't play too long, André. Say you're tired," she had cautioned him earlier. "Leave plenty of time for your mission, no? Men are so lucky." She was glad and sad that she had moved. "It's wiser, better," she thought. "In 3 days I can move back. A new life, a new—" "What wrong, missy?" "Nothing, Arceau." Angelique forced her mind away from what must soon be endured and buried her fear deeper. Just down the street, in the best location on the waterfront, the Struan building was well lit, as was Brock & Sons next door, both with many clerks and schroffs still at their work. Today Malcolm Struan had moved into the Taipan suite that was much bigger and more comfortable than the one he had been using, and now he was fighting his way into his dinner clothes. "What's your advice, Jamie? Damned if I know what to do about Mother and her letters, but that's my damned problem, not yours. She's given you stick, too, isn't she?" Jamie McFay shrugged. "It's awfully difficult for her. From her point of view, she's right. She only wants the best for you. I think she's worried to death over your health, you being so far away, she unable to come here. And nothing about Struans can be solved from Yokohama, everything in Hong Kong. China Cloud docks in a few days from Shanghai, then a quick turnaround for Hong Kong. You'll be returning with her?" "No, and please don't bring it up again," Struan said sharply. "I'll tell you when we, Angelique and I, are leaving. I just hope to God Mother isn't on China Cloud. That'd be the last straw." Struan bent to pull on his boots. Failed, the pain too much. "Sorry, could you?" "Thanks." Then he burst out. "This being like a fucking cripple is driving me over the brink." "I can imagine." McFay covered his surprise. This was the first time he had ever heard Struan use that expletive. "I'd be the same. No, not the same. A bloody sight worse," he added kindly, liking him, admiring his courage. "I'll be fine when we're married and all the waiting's over, everything tidy." Struan with difficulty used the chamber pot, painful always, and saw a few flecks of blood in the stream. He had told Hogue about it yesterday, when it had begun anew, and Hogue had said not to worry. "Then why do you look so worried?" "I'm not, Malcolm, just concerned. With these kinds of vicious internal wounds, any indication during the healing process should be noted." Struan finished and hobbled over to the chair by the window and sat gratefully. "Jamie, I need a favour." "Of course. Anything. What can I do?" "Can you, well, I must have a woman. Could you arrange it from the Yoshiwara?" Jamie was startled. Yes, I imagine so." Then he added, "Is that wise?" A gust rattled the shutters and tugged at trees and gardens, clattering a few loose roof tiles to the ground, sending the rats scurrying from the piles of garbage thrown carelessly into the high street and from the encircling turgid and fetid canal that also served as a sewer. "No," Malcolm said. Half a mile away from the Struan building, near Drunk Town, in a nondescript dwelling in the Japanese village, Hiraga was lying on his stomach, naked, being massaged.
The house was ordinary, the facade facing the street decrepit, a pattern of the others that lined both sides of the narrow dirt roadway, each serving as home, warehouse, and shop during the day. Inside, like many that belonged to the more substantial merchants, everything was sparkling clean, polished, cherished, and expensive. It was the house of the Shoya, the village elder. The masseuse was blind. She was in her early 20s, firmly built, with a gentle face and sweet smile. By ancient custom throughout most of Asia, blind people had a monopoly on the art, though there were also practitioners with normal sight. Again, by ancient custom, the blind were always quite safe and never to be touched.
"You are very strong, Samurai-sama," she said, breaking a silence. "Those you fought must be dead or suffering."
For a moment Hiraga did not reply, enjoying the deep probing and wise fingers that sought out his knotted muscles and relaxed them.
"Perhaps."
"Please, may I suggest I have some special oil from China that will help heal your cuts and bruises quickly?"
He smiled. This was an often-used ploy to gain extra money.
"Good. Use it."
"Oh, but you smile, honored samurai. It is not a trick to get more money," she said at once, her fingers kneading his back. "My grandmother, who was also blind, gave me the secret."
"How did you know I smiled?"
She laughed, and the sound reminded him of a lark sailing the dawn air currents.
"A smile begins in many parts of the body. My fingers listen to you, to your muscles, and even sometimes to your thoughts."
"And what am I thinking now?"
"About Sono Joy."
"Ah,
I was right."
Again the laugh that disconcerted him.
"But don't be afraid. You have said nothing. The patrons here have said nothing. I will say nothing, but my fingers tell me you are a special swordsman, the best I have ever served. Clearly you're not a Bakufu. Therefore you must be Ronin. Ronin by choice because you are a guest in this house, therefore Shishi, the first we have ever had here." She bowed. "We are honored. If I were a man, I would support Sono Joy."
Deliberately her steel-hard fingertip pressed a nerve center, and she felt the tremor of pain go through him, and it pleased her that she could help him more than he knew.
"So sorry, but this point is very important to rejuvenate you and keep your juices flowing."
He grunted, the pain grinding him to the futons, yet strangely pleasing.
"Your grandmother was also a masseuse?"
"Yes. In my family, at least one girl in every second generation is born blind. It was my turn in this lifetime."
"Karma."
"Yes. It is said that in China today, fathers or mothers will blind one of their daughters, so that when she grows up she will find employment for all her life."
Hiraga had never heard this, but he believed it and was incensed.
"This is not China, and never will be, and one day we will take China and civilize her."
So sorry to disturb your harmony, Lord. Please excuse me, oh, so sorry. Ah, that's better. Again, so sorry, please excuse me. You were saying, Lord, civilize China, as Dictator Nakamura wanted to do. Is it possible?
"Yes, one day. It is our destiny to gain the dragon throne, as it is your destiny to massage and not to talk."
Again her laugh was gentle.
"Yes, Lord."
Hiraga sighed as her finger released the pressure point and left a pervading, soothing glow in place of pain.
"So everyone knows I'm Shishi," he thought. "How long before I'm betrayed? Why not? 2 koku is a fortune."
Getting into this haven had not been easy. When he had strode into the quarter, there was an aghast silence, for here was a samurai without swords, looking like a wild man. The street cleared except those nearby who knelt and awaited their fate.
"You, old man, where is your nearest ryokan? Inn?"
"We don't have one, Lord. There's no need, honored Lord," the old shopkeeper muttered, his fear making him gabble on. "There's no need, as Yoshiwara is nearby. Bigger than most cities with dozens of places you can stay in, and over 100 girls, not counting maids, 3 real geisha, and 7 trainees. It's that way."
"Enough! Where's the house of the Shoya?"
"There, Lord."
"Where, fool? Get up, show me the way."
Still enraged, he followed him down the street, wanting to smash the eyes that watched from every opening and crush the whispers in his wake.
"There, Lord."
Hiraga waved him away. The sign outside the open shop, that was filled with goods of all description but empty of people, announced that this was the residence and place of business of Ichi Ryoshi, shoya, rice merchant, and banker, the Yokohama agent for the Gyokoyama. The Gyokoyama was a zaibatsu, meaning a closely knit family complex of businesses, immensely powerful in Yedo and Osaka as rice traders, sake and beer distillers, and all-important bankers. He took hold of himself. With great care and politeness he knocked, squatted on his heels, and began to wait, trying to dominate the pain from the beating he had taken from the 10-man patrol. At length a strong-faced, middle-aged man came out into the open shop, knelt and bowed. Hiraga bowed back equally, introduced himself as Nakama Otami, and mentioned that his grandfather was also shoya, not saying where, but giving enough information for him to know it was the truth, and that, perhaps, as there was no ryokan to stay at, the shoya might have a room for paying guests that was not being used.
My grandfather also is honored to have dealings with the Gyokoyama, Zaibatsu. His villages sell all their crops through it, he said politely. In fact, I would like you, please, to send my pledge to them in Osaka, and would be grateful if you would advance me some cash against it.
Yedo is nearer than Osaka, Otami-san.
Yes, but Osaka is better for me than Yedo, Hiraga said, not wanting to risk Yedo, where there could be leaks to the Bakufu. He noted the cool, unafraid appraisal, and hid his hatred, but even daimyos had to be careful when dealing with the Gyokoyama or their agents, even Lord Ogama of Choshu. It was common knowledge that Ogama was heavily in debt to them, with years of future revenue already pledged as security.
My company is honored to serve old customers. Please, how long would you wish to stay in my house?
A few days, if it would not inconvenience you. Hiraga told him about Taira and the problem of the soldiers, only because he was sure the news had preceded him.
You may stay at least 3 days, Otami-san. So sorry, but you must be prepared to leave quickly in case of a sudden raid, by day or night.
I understand. Thank you.
Please excuse me, but I would like an order signed by this Taira, or better, the chief of the Gai-Jin, ordering me to open my house to you in case or when the Bakufu arrive here.
I will arrange it.
Hiraga bowed his thanks and hid his irritation at the restraints.
Thank you.
The shoya ordered a maid to bring tea and writing materials, and watched while Hiraga wrote the pledge that asked the amount be deducted from the account of Shinsaku Otami, the secret codename of his father. He signed it and sealed it with his chop, signed and sealed the receipt for Ryoshi, who agreed to advance half the amount at the usual interest of 2% per month for the 3 months that would be needed to send the paper to Osaka and complete the transaction.
Do you want the money in cash?
No, thank you. I still have a few oban, he said, exaggerating, down to his last 2. Please open an account for me, deduct the charges for my room and the food. I need some clothes, sword, and could you please arrange a masseuse?
Of course, Otami-san. About clothes, the servant will show you our stock. Choose what you want. As to swords, for sale.
Ryoshi shrugged.
The only ones I have are trinkets for Gai-Jin, and hardly worth your trouble. But you may see what I have. Perhaps I could obtain proper ones for you. Now I will show you your room and your private entrance and exit. There is a guard here, by day and by night.
Hiraga had followed him. Never once had Ryoshi commented on his nakedness or bruises or asked any questions.
You are welcome and honor my poor house, he had said, and left him.
Remembering the way it was said suddenly made Hiraga's skin crawl, so polite and grave, but underneath so deadly.
Disgusting, he thought. Disgusting that we samurai are kept in poverty by corrupt daimyos and shoguns and the Bakufu, and forced to borrow from these low-class zaibatsu, who are nothing but filthy money-grubbing merchants who act as though their money gives them power over us. By all gods, when the emperor has regained the power, there'll be a reckoning. Merchants and zaibatsu will begin to pay.
In the same instant he felt her fingers stop.
"What is it, Lord?"
the masseuse asked, frightened.
Nothing. Please, continue.
Her fingers obeyed, but now their touch was different, and there was tension in the room. It was an 8-mat room, the futons stuffed with down, the tatami of good quality, and shojis recently renewed with oiled paper. In the tokonoma niche was an oil lamp, flower arrangement, and small scroll painting of a vast landscape, its only habitation a tiny cottage in a bamboo grove, with an even tinier woman forlorn in the doorway, peering into the distance, a love poem beside it. Waiting, listening to the rain, beating on the rain. So lonely, filled with so much hope for her man's return. Hiraga was drifting into sleep when the screen door slid back.
"Excuse me, Lord."
The servant knelt and said uneasily,
"So sorry. There is a low-class person outside who claims to know you, asks to see you. So sorry to disturb you, but he is very insistent and—"
"Who is he? What's his name?"
"He wouldn't give a name, and he didn't ask for you by name, Lord, but kept on saying, 'Say to the samurai, Todo is the brother of Joun.'"
Instantly, Hiraga was on his feet. As he slipped on his yukata, he asked the masseuse to come back tomorrow at the same time, and dismissed her, moved closer to the 2 swords he had borrowed until the shoya could obtain better, and knelt in a defensive attack position facing the door.
"Send him here, and keep everyone else away."
The slight, dirty young peasant with a tattered kimono grovelled along the passageway, and went onto his knees outside the door.
"Thank you, Lord. Thank you for seeing me,"
the youth mumbled, then looked up and beamed inanely, his front teeth missing.
"Thank you, Lord."
Hiraga glowered at him, then gasped with disbelief.
"Ori, but it's impossible."
Then peered closer and saw that his tooth had just been blackened out as part of his disguise, in this light the illusion perfect. But no mistaking that Ori was no longer obviously samurai. His topknot had been cut off, and all hair on the back and sides of his head roughly trimmed to the same length as the 2-week stubble that covered his pate.
"Why?"
he asked helplessly. Ori grinned and sat close to him.
"Bakufu are looking for Ronin, eh?"
he whispered, keeping his voice down against ears they both knew would be listening.
"I'm not less a samurai, but now I can pass any barrier, eh?"
The air hissed out of Hiraga's mouth with admiration.
"You are right. You are brilliant. Sono joy doesn't depend on a hairstyle. So simple. I would never have thought of it."
"It occurred to me last night. I was thinking about your problem, Hiraga, and—"
"Careful. Here my name's Nakama Otami."
"Ah, so that's it.
"Good,"
Ori smiled. "I did not know what to use, hence the code."
"Have they found Todo and the others?"
No, they are still missing. They have to be dead. We heard Joun was executed like a common criminal, but still don't know how he was caught."
"Why come here, Ori? It's too dangerous."
"Not like this, nor at night, and I needed to test the new Ori and to see you."
Squeamishly he ran his hand over his head stubble, scratching his scalp, his face freshly shaven.
"It feels awful and dirty, somehow obscene, but never mind. Now I am safe to get to Kyoto. I will leave in 2 days.
Hiraga stared at his head, fascinated, still bewildered by the astonishing change.
"If anything makes you safe, that should, except that now all samurai will take you for a common man. How can you wear swords?"
"When I need swords, I will wear a hat. When I am disguised, I have this."
Ori slipped his good hand into his sleeve and brought out a 2-shot derringer. Again Hiraga's face lit up.
Brilliant! Where did you get it?"
"Fujiko. She sold it to me with a box of cartridges. A client gave it to her as a present when he left Yokohama. Imagine! A low-class whore with such a treasure."
Hiraga held it carefully, weighing it in his hand, pointing it, then lifting the catch to see the 2 bronze cartridges, neatly in the barrels.
"You could certainly kill 2 men before you were killed, if you were close enough."
"One is enough to give you time to run off and get some swords." Ori peered at Hiraga. "We heard about the soldiers. I wanted to see if you were all right." "Baka! We will go to Kyoto together and leave this place to the dogs until we can come back in a force."
Hiraga shook his head and told what really happened, then about Taira, and discovering the enmity between the French and English, adding excitedly,
"This is one of the wedges we can drive between them. We get them fighting amongst themselves, let them kill each other for us, eh? I must stay, Ori. It is only the beginning. We must learn all they know, be able to think like them, and then we can destroy them."
Ori frowned, considering the reasons for and the reasons against. Though he had not forgiven Hiraga for forcing him to lose face and remove her cross, he still had to protect Sonojoy.
"In that case, if you are to be our spy, you will have to be like them in every way and burrow into their society like a bedbug.
outwardly become friends, even wear Gai-Jin clothes. At Hiraga's blank look, he added, "Why not? That will further protect you and make it easier for them to accept you, ne?"
"But why should they accept me?"
"They should not, but they are fools. Taira will be your spearhead. He can arrange it, order it. He could insist."
"Why should he?"
"Bata Fujiko."
"Eh?"
"Raiko gave us the key. Gai-Jin are different. They prefer to bed the same woman. Help Raiko to wrap him in their net. Then he is your running dog, because you are his indispensable go-between. Tomorrow tell him, even though you were furious with the soldiers, it was not his fault. With great difficulty you sneaked back to the Yoshiwara and arranged Fujiko for him for tomorrow evening, and so sorry, Taira-sama, it would be simpler for me to arrange these trysts if I had proper European clothes to pass the barriers and so on. Make her available or not. Get him on her barb and twist it. Eh?"
Hiraga began laughing quietly. "Better you stay here and not go to Kyoto. Your counsel is too valuable."
"Katsumata must be forewarned. Now, the Gai-Jin woman.
Tomorrow I will find out exactly where she is."
"Good." The wind picked up and a gust passed through the house, crackling the paper in the frames and setting the oil flame dancing. Ori watched him. "Have you seen her?"
"Not yet. Tired servants, a filthy lot of Chinese, don't speak any language I can understand, so I could not find out from them. But the biggest building in the settlement belongs to the man she is to marry."
"She lives there?"
"I am not sure, but—"
Hiraga stopped as an idea barreled into his head.
"Listen, if I could become accepted, I could go everywhere, could find out all about their defenses, could go aboard of their warships and—"
"And on a certain night," Ori said at once, jumping ahead, "perhaps we could capture one, or sink one."
"Yes."
Both men glowed at the thought, the candle fluttering and casting strange shadows. "With the right wind," Ori said softly, "a south wind like tonight with 5 or 6 shishi, a few kegs of oil already planted in the right warehouses, even that is not necessary. We can make incendiaries and start fires in the Yoshiwara. The wind would jump those fires into the village, and those would spread to the settlement and burn it up. Ne?"
"And the ship?"
"In the confusion we row out to the big one. We could do it easily, ne?"
"Not easily, but what a coup."
"So no joy." Chapter 21. Thursday, the 16th of October. "Come in." "Ah, good morning, André," Angelique said with a warmth that belied her anxiety. "You're very punctual. All's well with you?" He nodded, closed the door of the small ground-floor room adjoining her bedroom that served as her boudoir in the French legation, once more astonished that she appeared so calm and could make small talk. Politely he bent over her hand and kissed it, then sat opposite her. The room was drab with old chairs and chaises and writing desk, plaster walls with a few cheap oils by current French painters, Delacroix and Corot. "The army taught me punctuality is next to godliness." She smiled at the pleasantry. "Ah, I didn't know you had been in the army." "I had a commission in Algeria for a year when I was 22, after université. Nothing very grand, just helping to crush one of the usual rebellions. The sooner we really stamp out the troublemakers and annex all North Africa as French territory, the better." He waved absently at the flies and studied her. "You look more beautiful than ever. Your state suits you." Her eyes lost their color and became flinty. Last night had been bad for her, the bed here in the untidy, seedy bedroom uncomfortable. During the dark time her anxieties had overridden her confidence, and she had become increasingly nervous about leaving her suite next to Struan and all her comfort so hastily. In the dawn her humor had not improved, and again the all-consuming idea pervaded her. Men caused all her woes. Revenge will be sweet. "You mean my marriage state to be, no?" "Of course," he said, after the barest pause, and she wondered, aggravated, what was the matter with him, and why he was so boorish and distant, like last night when the music had gone on, without his usual touch. He had dark rings under his eyes, and his features seemed sharper than usual. "Is anything wrong?"
my dear friend?
No, dear Angelique, nothing at all.
Liar, she thought. Why is it men lie so much to others and to themselves? You were successful?
Yes and no. He knew that she was twisting on the spit, and of a sudden he wanted to make her squirm, wanted to fan the flames to make her scream and pay for Hannah. You're mad, he thought. It's not Angelique's fault. That is true, but because of her, last night I went to the Three Carp and saw Raiko, and while we talked in our mixture of Japanese and English and pidgin, I suddenly felt that the other had just been a rotten nightmare, and at any moment Hannah would appear, the laugh in her eyes, and my heart would swirl, as always, and we would leave Raiko and bathe together, play there, eat in private and love without haste. And when I realized the truth, with Hannah gone forever, my entrails and brain crawling with spawning worms, I almost vomited. Raiko got to know who 3 clients were.
So sorry, Furan-so-san, I said before, her mama-san is dead. People of house scattered, in of 47 Ronin dead.
There must be some way to find the...
None. So sorry.
Then tell me the truth of how she died.
With your knife in her throat. So sorry.
She did it? Harakiri? Raiko had answered with the same patient voice, the same voice that had told the same story and given the same answer to the same questions a dozen times before.
Harakiri is the ancient way, honorable way, the only way, atone a wrong. Hannah betrayed you and us, owners, patrons, and herself. That was her karma in this life. There is nothing more to say. So sorry, let her rest. Her 40th day after her death day, her kami day, when a person is reborn or becomes a kami, has passed now. Let her kami, her spirit, rest. So sorry, not speak of her again. Now, what other thing can I do for you? Angelique was sitting straight in her chair as she had been taught from childhood, disquieted, watching him, one hand in her lap, the other fanned against the flies. Twice she had said, "What do you mean, yes and no?" But he had not heard her, seemingly in a trance. Just before she had left Paris, her uncle had been the same, and her aunt had said, "Leave him be. Who knows what devils inhabit a man's mind when troubled?" "What trouble is he in, Aunt Mamma?"
"Ah, chérie, all life is a trouble when what you earn won't pay for what is needed. Taxes crush us. Paris is a cesspit of greed and without morals. France is rumbling again. The franc buys less every month. Bread has doubled in half a year. Leave him be, poor man. He does his best." Angelique sighed. "Yes, poor man. Tomorrow I will do my best and talk to Malcolm. He will arrange to pay his debts. Such a good man should not be in debtor's prison. What can his debts amount to? A few louis?" She saw André come back into himself and look at her. "Yes and no, André. What does that mean?" "Yes, they have such a medicine, but no, you cannot have it yet because you—" "But why? Why have—" "Mon Dieu, be patient. Then I can tell you what the Mama-san told me. You cannot have it yet because it cannot be taken until the 30th day, then again on the 35th day, and also because the drink and infusion of herbs must be prepared freshly each time." His words had ripped the simplicity of her plan apart. André was to have given her now the drink or powder that he had obtained last night. She would take it at once and go to bed, saying she had the vapors. Voila! A small stomachache, and in a few hours, a day at the most, and everything perfect. For a moment she felt her whole world twisting, but again managed to put on the brakes. "Stop it. You're alone. You are the heroine whom the forces of evil have ensnared. You must be strong. You have to fight alone, and you can beat them." 30 days? She sounded strangled. "Yes, and you repeat it on the 35th. You must be accurate, and what happens then, André? Is it fast? What?" "For God's sake, let me finish. She said it usually works at once. The second draft isn't always necessary." "There's nothing I can take immediately?" "No, there isn't anything like that." "But this other, she said it's successful every time?" "Yes." Raiko's answer to his same question had been, 9 times in 10. If the medicine does not work, there are other ways."
You mean a doctor? Yes. The medicine usually works, but is expensive. I must pay medicine maker before he will give it to me. He must buy herbs. Do you understand?
André concentrated on Angelique again. The mama-san said it was effective, but expensive.
Effective every time and not dangerous?
Every time and not dangerous, but expensive. She has to pay apothecary in advance. He has to obtain fresh herbs.
Oh, she said airily. Then please pay her for me, and shortly I will repay you 3 times.
His lips went into a thin line. I've already advanced 20 louis. I'm not a rich man.
But what can a little medicine cost, André? Such an ordinary medicine. It can't be expensive, surely?
She said, for such a girl wanting such help, secret help, what does the cost matter?
I agree, dear André.
Angelique brushed this problem aside with warmth and friendliness, her heart hardening against him for being so mercenary.
In 30 days I can pay whatever it is out of the allowance Malcolm has promised. And anyway, I'm sure, I know, you'll be able to arrange it. A good, wise man like you. Thank you, my dear friend. Please tell her it is exactly 8 days from when I should have had my period. When do you get the medicine?
I already told you the day before, the 30th day. We can collect it or send someone for it the day before.
And the discomfort? How long will that be?
André was feeling very tired, uncomfortable, and now furious that he had allowed himself to become embroiled, however many the potential permanent advantages. She told me it depends on the girl, her age, if this has been done before. If it hasn't, it should be easy.
But how many days of sickness will there be?
Mon Dieu, she didn't say, and I didn't ask her.
If you have specific questions, write them down, and I'll try to get you the answers. Now, if you'll excuse me.
He got up. Instantly, she allowed her eyes to fill with tears.
Oh, André, thank you. I'm so sorry. You're so kind to help me, and I'm sorry to upset you, she sobbed,
and was pleased to see him melt at once. Don't cry, Angelique.
I'm not upset with you. It's not your fault. I apologize. It must be terrible for you, but please don't worry. I'll fetch the medicine on time and help all I can. Just write down the questions, and in the next few days I'll have the answers for you. Sorry, I've not been feeling well recently.
She had pretended to comfort him, and after he had left, she weighed what he had told her, looking out through the fly-specked curtains to High Street, seeing nothing.
30 days. Never mind. I can live with the delay. Nothing will show.
She was thinking over and over, wanting to convince herself.
22 more days won't matter.
To make sure, she took out her diary, unlocked it, and began counting. Then she recounted and reached the same day, November the 7th, Friday, the saint day of St. Theodore.
Who is he? I light candles to him every Sunday. No need to mark the day, she thought with a shiver.
Nonetheless, she put a small cross in the corner.
What about confession? God understands. He understands everything. I can wait, but what if it doesn't work? Or André gets sick, or lost, or killed, or the mama-san fails me, or any one of 1,000 reasons.
This gnawed at her. It obliterated her resolve. Real tears wet her cheeks. Then suddenly she remembered what her father had once said years upon years ago, just before he had deserted her and her little brother in Paris.
Yes, he deserted us, she said out loud, the first time she had ever articulated that truth. He did. Mon Dieu, from what I know now, probably that's just as well. He would have sold us, certainly sold me, long since.
Her father had quoted his idol, Napoleon Bonaparte. A wise general always has a line of retreat planned from which to launch the hammer blow of victory.
What is my line of retreat?
Then something André Poncin had said weeks ago slid into her mind. She smiled, all her care vanishing. Philip Tyrer was putting the final touches to the draft of Sir William's reply to the Roju in his best copperplate writing. Unlike all previous communications, Sir William was sending the original in English and a copy in Dutch, which Johann had been told to prepare. There, Johann, I'm done. He finished the tale of the bee of Sir William Aylesbury, K.C.B., with an intricate twirl.
Scheiß in meinen Hut,
Johann beamed.
That's the best writing I've ever seen. No wonder Wee Willie wants you to copy all his London dispatches.
Shigata Ganai, Tyra said without thinking. It doesn't matter.
You're really working at it, the Japanese, eh?
Yes, I am, and between us, for God's sake, don't tell Willie. I enjoy it immensely. What do you think of his ploy?
Johann sighed. With Japos, I don't think. Me, I think Japo Millie-mouthing has scrambled his head.
The message read,
To His Excellency, Nori Hanjo, Esquire, Chief Roju, I have your dispatch of yesterday and inform you it is rejected entirely. If you do not pay the agreed installment of the indemnity for the murder of 2 British soldiers on time, the amount owing will be quadrupled for every day of delay. I am sorry to learn you are clearly not masters of your own calendar. I will correct this for you at once. I will leave for Kyoto on my flagship with an escorting squadron 12 days from today, docking at Osaka. Then, with a mounted escort and obligatory 60-pound cannon of our mounted Royal Artillery, 4 royal salutes, I and the other ministers will proceed at once to Kyoto to seek redress for you from His Young Majesty, Shogun Nobusada, personally, or, if he is not available, from His Imperial Highness Emperor Kome, personally, promising full royal honours with a 21-cannon salute. Please inform them of our impending arrival. Signed, Her Britannic Majesty's Minister and Ambassador, Sir William Aylesbury, K.C.B.
Emperor? What emperor? Johann said disgustedly. There's only the Mikado, some name like that, and he's only a kind of minor pope without power, not like Pius IX, who meddles and connives and plays politics, and like all Gottverdammt Catholics wants us back on the stake.
Come now, Johann, they're not all bad. Now English Catholics can vote and even stand for Parliament like anyone who's eligible.
The pox on Catholics, I'm Swiss, and we don't forget.
Then why are the Pope's personal guards all Swiss?
The Catholic mercenaries. Johann shrugged. Give me the rough copy of the dispatch and I'll get to work.
So Willie says you're not renewing your contract.
It's time to move on and leave the field to younger and the wiser.
Johann beamed suddenly.
You.
That's not funny. Please send Nakama in. I think he's in the garden.
Don't trust that bastard. Best watch him, Philip.
Saida wondered what Johann would say if he knew the real truth about him. Hiraga opened the door.
Hi, Taira-san.
Ikimasho, Nakama-sensei, old chap. Hi. Let's go, all right? Taira said, beaming, still marvelling at the change. When Hiraga had arrived at dawn this morning, gone were the dirt and rags and most of all the samurai haircut, his short hair now similar to that of almost any commoner, in his neat, starched but ordinary kimono, new sun hat hanging by its thong on his back, new tabi and thongs, he was like the son of a prosperous merchant. My God, you look terrific, Nakama, he had burst out. That haircut suits you.
Ah, Taira-san,
Hiraga had said hesitantly, with pretended humility, following the ploy he and Ori had formulated.
I think what you say, me, help me give up a samurai, stop, be samurai. Soon go back Choshu, become farmer, like grandfather, or in beer or sake factory.
Give up samurai? Is that possible?
Hi, possible. Please, not one say more, yes.
All right, but it's a wise decision. Congratulations. Involuntarily, Hiraga ran his hand over his head, the close-shorn sides and newness itching.
Soon hair grows, Taira-san, same yours.
Why not? Taira wore his hair naturally wavy, almost to his shoulders. Unlike most, he was fastidious about its cleanliness. A petty point had hung over his bed forever, stitched by his mother. Cleanliness is next to godliness. How are your bruises?
I've forgotten them.
I have forgotten them.
Ah, thank you. I have forgotten them. Some good news, Taira-san.
Elaborately, Hiraga had told him about going to the Yoshiwara and arranging Fujiko for tonight.
She yours all night. Good, ne?
For a moment, Taira had been speechless. Impulsively, he wrung Hiraga's hand. Thank you, my dear friend, thank you. He had sat back and pulled out his pipe and offered tobacco to Hiraga, who refused, hard put not to laugh. That's marvelous. Taira's mind had jumped him ahead to their tryst, his heart throbbing and manhood conscious. My God, marvelous. With an effort, he had put all those immediate erotic thoughts aside to concentrate on the day's schedule. "Have you arranged somewhere to stay in the village?"
"Yes, please, we go now, yes?"
During their walk to the Japanese quarter, always careful to keep their voices down and not speak English near any passer-by, Taira had continued to probe Hiraga, mining diamonds, amongst them the names of the shogun and emperor. At the dwelling of the shoya, he had inspected the shop and tiny drab room off it, where Hiraga was supposed to be staying. Then he had brought him back to the legation, completely pleased and reassured. "Did you notice on the street how you were hardly noticed even by the soldiers, now that you don't look like a samurai?"
"Yes, Taira-san. You can help me, please."
"Anything? What?"
"I try to wear your clothes, become more like Gai-Jin, yes?"
"Great idea." When they got back to the legation, Taira hurried to see Sir William. Excitedly had given him the names of the shogun and emperor. "I thought you would want to know at once, sir. Also another piece of info. I think I've understood correctly, but he says all Japanese, even daimyos, have to get permission to visit Kyoto, where the emperor lives."
"What are daimyos?"
"That's what they call their kings, sir. But everyone, even them, they must get permission to visit Kyoto. He says the bakufu, which is another name for the shogunate, like their civil service, are afraid to allow free access there to anyone." He had tried to keep calm, but the words rushed out of him. "If that's true, and if the shogun's there at present, and the emperor's there permanently, and if all power's there, if you were to go there, sir, wouldn't that bypass the bakufu?" "An inspired leap of logic," Sir William said kindly with a sigh of pleasure, already there, long before Taira had explained. "Philip, I think I will redraft the dispatch. Come back in an hour. You've done very well." "Thank you, sir." Then he had told him about the new nakama and new haircut. "My thought is that if we could persuade him into European clothes, he would become more and more malleable. Of course, as he teaches me Japanese while I'm teaching him English." "Very good idea, Philip." "Thank you, sir. I'll arrange it instantly. I can have the bill sent to our shroff for payment?" Some of Sir William's good humour vanished. "We have no excess funds, Philip, and the exchequer." "Very well, but one outfit only. You're responsible, the bill's modest." Taira had left hastily, and now that he had finished his work on the dispatch, he was going to take Hiraga to the Chinese tailor down the road. High Street was not crowded at this time of the day, mid-afternoon, most men in their counting-houses or at siesta or at the club. A few drunks huddled in the lee of the wharfs, the wind still gusting. Later a football match had been arranged, Navy versus Army on their parade ground, and Taira was looking forward to it, but not to the meeting with Jamie McFay he had had to agree to after the tailors. "He's head of Struan's here, Nakama-san. Somehow he's found out about you, and that you can speak some English. He's to be trusted."
"So, Struan, the man who is to marry?"
"Oh, the servants told you about the engagement party." "No, McFay's just their head merchant. Mr. Struan, the taipan, is the one who's going to be married. That's his building, warehouse, offices, and living quarters."
"So,
Hiraga studied it.
Difficult to attack or get into, he thought. Barred lower windows. "This Struan also his woman, they stay there?"
Taira's mind leapt to Fujiko, and he said absently, "Struan does. I'm not sure about her. In London, this building would be nothing compared to ordinary houses, thousands upon thousands. London's the richest city in the world."
"Richer than Yedo?"
Taira laughed. "Richer than 20, 50 Yedos. How do I say that in Japanese?" Hiraga told him, his sharp eyes taking in everything, disbelieving about London, and most of what Taira was telling him as lies to confuse him. Now they were passing the various bungalows that served as legations, picking their way through the rubbish that was strewn everywhere.
"Why different frags, praise?"
Taira wanted to practice speaking Japanese, but every time he started, Hiraga would answer in English, and at once ask another question. Even so he explained, pointing them out. "They're legations. That's the Russian, the American, over there's the French, that one's Prussian. Prussia's an important nation on the continent. If I wanted to say that—"
so sorry, you have map of your world, please?"
"Oh, yes, I'd be glad to show it to you." A detachment of soldiers approached and marched past, paying them no attention.
"These men of Prussia,"
Hiraga pronounced the word carefully.
They also war against our French.
Sometimes. They're certainly warlike, always battling someone. They've just got a new king, and his chief supporter is a big, tough prince called Bismarck, who's trying to collect all German speakers into one great nation, and—
Praise, so sorry, Tyler-san, not so fast, yes?
Gomen nasai. Tyler repeated what he had said, but more slowly, answering more questions, never failing to be astounded at their number and extent and range of his protégé's inquiring mind. He laughed again. We must have an agreement. 1 hour about my world in English, 1 hour about yours in English, and then a 1-hour conversation in Japanese. Hai?
Hai, domo.
4 horsemen going out to the racetrack overtook them, greeted Tyler and looked Hiraga over curiously. Tyler greeted them back. At the far end of High Street by the barrier, lines of coolies with the afternoon's shipment of goods and foods began to clear through the custom house under the watchful eye of the samurai guards. We'd best hurry, don't want to get mixed up with that lot, he said, and crossed the road, picking his way through the horse manure, then stopped abruptly and waved. They had been passing the French legation. Angelique was standing at her ground-floor window, the curtains pulled aside. She smiled and waved back. Hiraga pretended not to have noticed her scrutiny. That's the lady Mr. Struan's going to marry, Tyler said, walking on again. Beautiful, isn't she?
Aye. That her house, yes?
Yes.
Good night, Mr. McFay. Everything's locked up.
Thanks. Night, Vargas.
McFay stifled a yawn, continued writing his daily journal, the last job of the day. His desk was clear, but for 2 weeks' worth of newspapers still to be read. His in-tray empty, out-tray spilling over with answers to most of today's mail, and orders, bills of lading already completed and signed, ready for collection at sunup when business began. Vargas absently scratched at a flea bite, a way of life in Asia, and put the key to the strong room on the desk. Shall I bring you more light?
No, thanks, I'm almost finished. See you tomorrow.
The Choshus are due tomorrow, about the guns.
Yes, I hadn't forgotten. Good night.
Now that he was alone in this part of the ground floor, McFay felt happier, always pleased to be on his own and always safe within himself. Except for Vargas, all clerks, shroffs, and other staff had their own staircase and rooms far to the back of the godown. The communicating door between the 2 sections was locked nightly. Only Artok and their personal servants stayed in this 4 section that contained offices, the strong room where all guns, ledgers, safes with all specie and Mexican silver dollars, gold taels and Japanese coin were kept, and their living quarters on the floor above. Mail day was always busy, and a late night, tonight later than most, because the moment he had got the last installment of Great Expectations from Nettlesmith, he had rushed upstairs and shared his allotted hour, page by relished page, with Malcolm Struan, then had come down again, delighted and satisfied that all had worked out for Pip and the girl, and that a new Dickens epic would be announced in next month's edition. The grandfather clock was ticking pleasantly. He wrote rapidly with a fine, clear hand.
MS was enraged with his mother's letter in today's mail. Steamship, swift wind, a day late, 1 man lost overboard in storm off Shanghai. Also, she had to run the gauntlet in the Shimonoseki Straits. The shore batteries firing perhaps 20 rounds without hurt, thank God. My reply to my Mrs. S.'s cannonade today was honeyed. She has not yet heard about the party that will cause an explosion from Hong Kong to Java, but doubt if it will smooth any waters. I informed her that A had moved over to the French legation, but don't think that will mean a damn to Mrs. S, though MS was fretful all day that A hadn't visited him, and again swore at Artok, putting her in a filthy mood, which she passed on to all the other servants. Aye-ya! I must record, in spite of all his pain, that MS is much wiser than I imagined, with an excellent grasp of business generally, and international trade, and now accepts my view that there is great potential here. We discussed the Brock problem, and agreed there was nothing to be done from here, but as soon as he returned to HK, he would deal with them. Again he refused to consider returning on the mail ship. Hogue fence sits, and is not my ally, seeing the longer Malcolm rests here the better, A bad voyage would be traumatic. Had a first meeting with this Japanese Nakama. That has to be an alias, who is certainly more than he pretends to be. A samurai, a Ronin outlaw, who can speak some English, who would cut his hair because he has decided to give up his samurai status, who seeks to wear our clothes, has to be out of the ordinary and watched carefully. If half of what he says is true, then we have made, through Taira, bless him, a major intelligence step forward. Pity that Nakama knows nothing about business. His only usable information was that Osaka is Japan's main business center, not Yedo, so all the more reason to press for the opening of that city as soon as possible. Nakama is certainly to be cultivated, and... There was a tap on one of the shutters. He glanced at the clock, almost 10, an hour late. Never mind, Asian time's different to our time. Without haste he got up, slipped the small revolver into the side pocket of his frock coat, went to his private door and unlocked it. Outside were 2 women muffled in hooded cloaks with a manservant. They all bowed. He beckoned the women in, gave a few coins to the man, who thanked him, bowed again, and went back down the side alley towards the Yoshiwara. McVeigh relocked the door. "Hiya, Nemi. You all seem pretty neat." He smiled and hugged one of them. The girl beamed at him from under her hood, a sparkle to her, his musume for a year and kept by him for half that time. "Heya, Jimmy-san, you are good, heya? This musume, my sister, Shizuka. Pretty, ne?" Nervously, the other girl moved her hood aside, forced a smile. He began to breathe again. Shizuka was as young as Nemi, as attractive and fragrant. "Hi," he said, and both were relieved that she had passed initial scrutiny. This was the first time McVeigh had ever arranged a girl for someone else. Awkwardly, he had asked Nemi to make sure the Mama-san understood the girl was for the taipan, and therefore had to be special. Both girls were in their early 20s, barely coming up to his shoulder, both more at ease now, though completely aware the real hurdle had yet to be surmounted. "Shizuka, I please you see. Taipan, top man," he said kindly. Then to Nemi, patting his side where Struan's wound was, "She understand about wound, ne?" Nemi nodded, her white teeth sparkling. "Hi, I sprain, Jimmy-san. Dozo, reeve coat here or upstairs?" "Upstairs." He led the way up the great staircase, well lit with oil lamps, Nemi chattering to the new girl, who was all eyes. It was his custom from time to time to send for Nemi to spend the night here, the manservant returning just before dawn to escort her back to the little dwelling he had bought for her within the grounds of her house, the Inn of Succulent Joy. 10 gold sovereigns it had cost him for a 5-year lease for the house, after days of haggling. Another 10 for her contract for the same period, plus extra for a new kimono each month, hairdressing, a personal maid, and sake. "But Mama-san, what if fire burn house down, heya?" he had asked, appalled that he was agreeing to such a huge price, though the extraordinarily advantageous exchange rate gave them a profit of 400% most months, which meant that almost everyone could keep a pony or 2, consume champagne at will, and more importantly, guaranteed that Nemi's running expenses would not amount to more than a few pounds yearly. The Mama-san was shocked. "Build like new. You pay half price fair, ne?" Nemi, present at the final negotiation, had laughed. "Plenty fire in house, Jami-san. Parenti jig-a-jig, ne?" When McVeigh reached the top of the stairs, he gave her another happy hug for no reason, other than she had proved to be worth every farthing, giving him so much pleasure and so much peace. On the landing was a large high-back chair. Nemi took off her cloak and hood, telling the other girl to do likewise, leaving them there. Neat and pretty kimonos underneath, hair well coiffured, chrysalis into butterfly. Pleased with himself, he knocked on the door. "Come in." Malcolm Struan sat in his chair, a cheroot smouldering between his fingers, elegant in his dressing gown, but ill at ease. "Hello, Jimmy." "Evening, Taipan."
Both girls bowed with great deference.
MacFay quite unaware that almost everything about Malcolm Struan, as well as himself and most Gai-Jin, was common knowledge and the subject of constant and avid Yoshiwara gossip, his enormous wealth, that he had recently become taipan, the circumstances of his wound and now impending marriage. "This is Shizuka. She'll stay with you. The servant will arrive just before dawn. Everything as I told you. I'll knock first. She may be a bit shy, but well, no problem. This is my Musume, Naomi. I thought it best the first time to bring her along to make things easier." Both girls bowed again.
"Heya, taipan,"
Naomi said in complete control, delighted to meet him and confident with her choice.
"Shizuka, sister, my good Musume, heya."
She nodded vigorously and gave Shizuka a little push. The girl went over to him hesitantly, knelt and bowed again. "I'll be in my rooms if you need me."
"Thanks, Jamie."
MacFay closed the door quietly, went further down the corridor. His suite was tidy, masculine, and comfortable. 3 rooms, sitting room, bedroom, spare bedroom, all with fireplaces and a bathroom. On the sideboard were cold cuts, fresh bread and her favorite, a freshly baked apple pie, the apples imported from Shanghai, sake in a container of hot water, and Loch Vey whiskey from Struan's own distillery that she adored. The moment the door was bolted, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him hungrily.
"No see 6th day, first bedio, then bath,"
she said, reversing the usual order. His heart picked up a beat, though he was in no hurry. She took him by the hand, led him into the bedroom, and half pushed him onto the bed, knelt to pull off his boots and began to undress him, all the time chattering in her half-comprehensible pidgin, telling him that the Yoshiwara was abuzz with business.
"The floating world, prosperous, not to worry about Shizuka, she was expensive, but the best. And what was this they hear about war? And please, we do not want war, just business, and I have a new kimono with lucky carp all over it that was, well, a little expensive. But, Ichiban, Jamie-san, you are right, very. Bedyu."
Obediently, he got into the 4-poster. The night was perfect, neither hot nor cool. She untied her obi, let the kimono fall, then her underkimono and slip. Quite naked, completely without guilt or shame about nudity, like all musume, one of the many characteristics that set them apart, and one that MacFay and all Gai-Jin found so astounding and enviable. She took the pins from her hair, shook it, and let it fall to her waist, and marched triumphantly to the bathroom, and the first delight of the evening. She sat on the toilet and reached up for the handle to the chain of the water closet and pulled. The water roared down into the porcelain bowl, and, as always, she clapped her hands with glee. The first time she had seen it, she had not believed it.
"Well, what a go?"
she asked suspiciously. He had explained and drawn pictures, but she still would not believe him until he had shown her the pipes and taken her into the garden where the manhole cover of the septic tank was. All pipes, water tanks, boilers, toilet bowls, hand basins, sinks, taps, and the 3 baths imported from England, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, where many pieces were beginning to be manufactured for the vast Indian and Asian markets. She had begged him to allow her to show her friends. Proudly he had agreed, because this was the first such installation in all Japan, to Sir William's chagrin and Norbert Greyforth's fury, and now the pattern of the dozen or so working and non-working copies, though not all with hot and cold water. Nothing but the best and most modern, therefore British, for Struan's. So guided tours of the privileged few to examine the Jamie-san cleansing room became one of the most sought-after sights of Gai-Jin Yokohama, the chattering musume, like so many exotic birds, bowing and sucking in their breaths, and pulling the chain to gasps of wonder and applause. Naomi washed her hands. With a contented sigh, she slipped under the sheets beside him. Philip Taira was spent and almost asleep. Fujiko bore his weight comfortably, then began to ease away.
"Ie, Matsu. No, don't move, wait," he murmured. "I just want to fetch a towel, Taira-san. Towel, do you understand?" Ah, yes, understand towel. You stay, I get. Oh, no, I would lose face. It is my duty. Let me go, please. Now do not be difficult or naughty.
She chuckled as he nuzzled her, and held on, but she was deft and knew her craft well and waited. Now the small room was peaceful. Outside the night was fair, Wind rustled the trees and bushes, a few draughts from around the sliding windows, not yet cold or unpleasant, flickering oil lamp. In a moment she slid away without disturbing his tranquillity and went to the little bathroom with its high wooden tub, filled to the brim with hot water, which was on a wooden grill to allow the water to flow away when the bung was pulled out. Scented soap and chamber pot and fresh towels. Quickly she used a damp towel and dried herself. When she came back, she brought a hot towel, sponged him, then dried him. All the while his eyes were tightly closed, and he was near moaning with pleasure, at the same time embarrassed that she was doing it for him, not he for her. "Ah, Fujiko-chan, you are wonderful." "No, it is my pleasure," she said, long over her wonder and embarrassment at the strange habits of the foreigners. That they rarely bathed, were usually consumed with shame and guilt over pillow pleasures, were astoundingly possessive and usually furious that she had other clients. Stupid! What were they but clients? Or turning away, blushing when she was undressing for their enjoyment, or covering themselves when only half naked, preferring to fornicate in the dark when everyone knew much of the thrill was to see, examine, and observe, or were embarrassed purple when she attempted normal variations to prevent boredom and to prolong and increase moments with the gods, the time of the clouds and the rain. No, Gai-Jin aren't like us. They almost always favor first position with urgency, occasionally baiting the hen or cherry blossom time, so allowing me no opportunity to demonstrate my skills, or when, in the light, I would position myself to play with a one-eyed monk the many games of uplifting, such as near and far, over the dragon, springtime planting, stealing the honey that even the most unpracticed youth would require and appreciate. A Gai-Jin would jerk away, firmly but gently, pull me up alongside him, kiss my neck, hold tight, and mumble incomprehensibles. She murmured, "Now I'll massage you to sleep." "I don't understand." "Massage?" "Massage, Taira-san, like this." "Ah, now I understand. Massage, thank you." Her fingers were gentle and wonderful, and he drifted away, hardly believing his luck, proud of his performance, and that she had ecstatically finished 3 times at least to his wants, and never mind that Raiko had said that tomorrow Fujiko had to visit her village near Yedo to see her sick grandfather. "But only for a few days, Taira-san." "Oh, so sorry, Raiko-san. Please, how many day way?" "How many days will she be away?" "Only 3. "Ah, thank you. How many days will she be away?" Taira repeated. He had asked her and Fujiko always to correct him. 3 days. That will give me time to recover. My God, that was the best. Wonder what will happen when the Roju get our dispatch. I'm sure my advice is correct, and that Nakama is telling the truth. God, I've a lot to thank him for. Sir William was positively beaming, and as for Fujiko... Lulled by her touch, his mind began a jumble of Nakama and her and being in Japan and everything so different and learning Japanese, incessant words and phrases leaping forward untidily. The futons were hard and difficult to get used to, but he was comfortable, lying on his stomach, enjoying her nearness. God, but I'm tired. Can't stand the idea of other clients, he thought. Got to make her mine, just mine. Tomorrow I'll ask Andre to help me. Without turning, he reached back, put his hand on her thigh. Lovely silky skin. Where was I? Oh, yes, the Roju. We'll give the buggers what for. Bloody awful about the mail ship being fired on. We've just got to make Shimonoseki safe. And if the bloody Bakufu won't do it, that means taking out those batteries ourselves. Must remember to be careful about that with Nakama. Mustn't forget he's from Choshu, too. Could I use him as a go-between? And if the Roju won't deal with those Satsuma devils, we'll have to crush them ourselves. The bloody effrontery of the daimyo saying that he can't find Canterbury's murderers. The bastards came out of his own ranks, for God's sake. I saw them hack off Canterbury's arm, and the blood sprayed. Her fingers froze. What's the matter, Taira-san? Before he knew it, he was hugging her, wanting to block out the Tokaido, and then, when the trembling had stopped, he lay back, pulling her with him, and held on to her, the warm, pliant length of her against him, loving her, so thankful to be with her, waiting for the bad to return to its recess. She lay quiet, also waiting, not thinking about him, except that once more Gai-Jin proved to be curious indeed, beyond understanding. It was comfortable resting against him, and she was glad that the first explosion had been achieved properly, that the client was satisfied, so she could safely believe she had earned her extra fee. When Raiko was assigning all their appointments this morning, the Mama-san had told her she was putting up her rate. "With Taira only, because you will have extra work. Remember, he could be a big fish for you, Fujiko, a long-term patron, much better than Canterbury-san, if we're careful, and if you please him. Frenchie tells me he's an important official, so strive hard to please him. Only speak Japanese, no pidgin. Become a teacher. Encourage him, and remember he is ridiculously shy, and knows nothing, and never mention Canterbury. We will pretend you have to go away for a few days, but do not worry. I have 2 clients for you tomorrow in the afternoon, a Gai-Jin, a civilized person at night. With a generous patron for a year or 2, I could quickly pay off my debts, and life would be much better than having to take whatever client was available," she thought, then contentedly abandoned the present, as she always tried to do when with a client, projecting herself into the future where she lived happily with her rich farmer husband and 4 or 5 sons. She could see their farmhouse amid their many rice fields, abundant with green shoots of winter or spring plantings, promising another rich harvest, her mother-in-law kind and pleased with her, a bullock or 2 tethered to a plough, flowers in the little garden, and— "Ah, Fujiko, thank you. You are wonderful." She nestled closer and said how strong and manly he was. "What?" he asked sleepily. One of her hands answered intimately, and he twisted. "No, Fujiko, please. First sleep. No, please, later." "Ah, but a strong man like you," she murmured, hid her boredom, and continued dutifully. Ori yawned and took his eye away from the spy-hole. "I've seen enough," he whispered. "Shocking." "I agree." Hiraga kept his voice down, too. "Terrible. Fujiko's performance was the worst I've ever seen. Baka." "If I was Taira, I would demand my money back." "I agree. Baka. She won't have him ready for hours, and as for him, only first position once and talk about urgency. 10 thrusts and poof, over the moon like a duck." Ori had to hold his hand over his mouth to stop the laughter. Then carefully he stuck little pieces of paper to cover the holes they had made in the far corner of the shoji screen. Together they slipped away into the bushes, through the secret gate in the fence, and thence to Ori's dwelling. "Sake!" Half asleep, the maid set the tray in front of them, poured and shuffled away, still finding it difficult not to stare at their heads. They toasted each other and refilled the cups, the room small and pleasant, candle-lit, with bed futons already made up in the adjoining room. Swords were on low lacquer racks. Raiko had bent the Yoshiwara rule forbidding weapons within the walls because they were shishi, because of Hiraga's portrait, and because both had sworn by Sono Joy not to use the weapons against anyone in the house or any guest, and only in defense. "I cannot believe Taira was taken in by her faked moment with the gods, Hiraga. One after another like that. Her acting was terrible. Is he that stupid?" "Obviously." Hiraga laughed and rubbed the back and sides of his head vigorously. With that sized weapon, he should have really made her squeal. Are all Gai-Jin built like that?" "Who cares? In his case, it is wasted." "No finesse, Ori. Perhaps I should get him a pillow book like a virgin bride, eh?" "Better we kill him, and them, and fire the settlement." "Be patient, we will. There is plenty of time." "He is a perfect target. It is another perfect opportunity," Ori said, an edge creeping into his voice. Hiraga watched him, all warmth gone of a sudden. "Yes, but not now. He's too important." "You said yourself if we could infuriate them enough, they'd bombard Yedo, and that would be wonderful for our cause." "Yes, you are right, but we have time." Hiraga showed none of his concern, appeasing him, wanting him controlled. "Taira is answering all my questions. For instance, no one told us Gai-Jin fight each other like wild dogs, worse than daimyos before Toranaga. The Dutch hid that from us, eh?" "They are all liars and barbarians."
Yes, but there must be hundreds of bits of information like that will unlock the way to play them and dominate them. We must learn everything, Ori, and then, when we are part of the new Bakufu, we will set German against Russian, against Frenchman, against English, against American.
Hiraga shivered, remembering the little Taira had told him about that civil war, the battles and casualties, all the modern weapons and hundreds of thousands of armed men involved, and the unbelievable vastness of the Gai-Jin lands.
This evening he said the English Navy rules the world oceans, that by their law is twice as big as the next two navies combined, with hundreds of men of war, thousands of cannon.
Lies, exaggeration to frighten you. He and all of them want us cowed, you as much as any. He wants our secrets too.
I only give him what I think he should know.
Hiraga belched irritably.
Ori, we've got to learn about them. These dogs have conquered most of the world, humbled China, and burnt Peking, and this year the French became overlords of Cochin China and are set to colonize Cambodia.
Yes, but the French played native prince against native prince, like the British in India. This is Japan. We're different. This is the land of the gods. With all the cannon in the world, they will never conquer us.
Ori's face twisted strangely.
Even if they seduce some daimyos to their side, even then the rest of us will slaughter them.
Not without cannon and knowledge.
Without cannon, yes, Hiraga-san.
Hiraga shrugged and poured for both of them. There were many Shishi who shared Ori's zeal, and had forgotten Sun Tzu.
Know your enemy as you know yourself, and you will win 100 battles.
I hope you are right. Meanwhile, I will find out as much as I can. Tomorrow he promised to let me look at a map of the world. He called it an atlas.
How do you know it will not be false, made up?
That is not likely, not falsifying one. Perhaps I could even get a copy. We could have it translated, and some of their school books.
Hiraga's excitement picked up.
Taira said they have new skills in counting, taught in ordinary schools, and astronomy measurers called longitude, latitude.
Hiraga pronounced the English words with difficulty.
That somehow guide them with fantastic accuracy on the oceans, 1,000 ri from land. Baka that I know so little, baka that I cannot read English.
You will, Ori said. I never will. You will be part of our new government. I never will.
Why say that?
I worship Sonojoy. I have already thought of my death poem and spoken it. I told it to Shorin the night of the attack. Baka that he got himself killed too soon.
Ori drained his cup and poured the last drops and ordered a new flask. He looked at Hiraga narrowly.
I heard your Lord Ogama will pardon any Choshu Shishi who publicly forswears Sonojoy.
Hiraga nodded. My father wrote to me about that. It means nothing to us, to Choshu Shishi.
There is a rumor that Ogama controls the gates, excluding everyone else, even that there's new fighting between his troops and Satsuma's.
Many daimyos are misguided from time to time,
Hiraga said levelly, not liking the way the conversation was going, noticing that in his cups Ori was ever more quarrelsome. Tonight Raiko had again warned him that Ori was a smoking volcano.
We all agreed long ago not to be bound by the deeds or misdeeds of our hereditary leaders.
If Ogama holds the gates, he would give back power to the Emperor and make Sonojoy a fact.
Perhaps he will. Perhaps he has already.
Ori drained the cup.
I will be glad to leave Yokohama. Poison is in the air. Better you come to Kyoto with me. This nest of liars may infect you.
You will be safer on the road to Kyoto without me. Even without my hair, I could be recognized.
A sudden gust tugged at the roof thatch and rattled the half-opened shutter. They glanced at it momentarily, then went back to drinking. The sake had loosened them, but had not dispelled the undercurrents, thoughts of death, and the net tightening around them, or of the planned ambush of Shogun Nobusada, of Shorin and Sumomo. And most of all, what about the Gai-Jin girl? Hiraga had not yet mentioned her, nor had Ori yet asked about her, but both were waiting, both circling this central issue, both impatient and still undecided. Ori broke the silence.
When Akimoto arrives tomorrow, how much are you going to tell him?
Everything we know. He will travel to Kyoto with you.
No, better he stays.
You will need a fighter here. Why?
Again Ori shrugged.
2 are better than 1.
Now, he said flatly, tell me where she is. Hiraga described the place. Exactly.
There were no bars on the windows or side door I could see.
All day he had been wondering what to do about Ori. If Ori broke into the house and killed her, whether he lived or died, the whole settlement would be in an uproar, and their venom would first turn on every Japanese within reach.
I agree she is a correct target for Sonojoy, but not yet, not while I am accepted by them and learning so many of their secrets. Such a perfect target should be dealt with at once. Katsumata said to hesitate is to lose. We can get those secrets out of books. I have already said I do not agree. At the same time I kill her, we fire the Yoshiwara, and thus the settlement, the 3 of us, and retreat in the confusion. We do it 2 days from now. No, I say yes, 2 or 3 days, no more.
Hiraga thought about that, and Ori, very carefully, icily. Then again he decided,
it is forbidden.
The finality of the words washed over Ori, for the second time in as few days, both times over her. No sound in the room now, both impassive. Outside they could hear the wind. It had dropped a little. From time to time it crackled the shoji's oiled paper. Ori sipped, seething, implacably committed but showing none of it, knowing that if both his arms were as strong as before, and he was as agile as before, he would be readying to dive for his sword to fend off the attack that, unless he surrendered, was inevitable.
Never mind. In a direct fight, even if I were totally fit, Hiraga would always beat me to the first cut. Therefore he must be removed from my path in another way.
With a will to match the new enemy who was determined to thwart him, Ori vowed he would not be the first to break the silence, and so lose face. Pressure between them soared. In seconds it became unbearable, now cresting. Running footsteps, the shoji slid back. Raiko was chalky.
Bakufu enforcer patrols are on the bridge and at the gate. You must leave. Hurry!
Both were aghast, all else forgotten. They went for their swords.
Will they come into the Yoshiwara?
Ori asked.
Yes, in 2s and 3s. They have before, avoiding Gai-Jin, but not us.
Her voice trembled like her hands.
Is there a safe way out through the paddy?
Everywhere and nowhere, Ori,
Hiraga said for her, having examined that as a possible escape route yesterday.
The lands are flat with no cover for a re. If they're blocking the gate and the bridge, they'll be there too.
What about the Gai-Jin area, Raiko? The settlement? They've never gone there. You must...
She whirled, even more frightened. Both men jerked their swords half out, while a white-faced maid rushed up.
They are in the lane, making a house-to-house search, she whimpered. Warn the others.
The girl fled. Hiraga tried to get his brain working.
Raiko, where is your safe place, your secret cellar?
We have none,
she said, wringing her hands.
There must be one somewhere.
Abruptly, Ori snaked over to her, and she backed off, terrified.
Where's the secret way into the settlement? Quick!
Raiko almost fainted as he shifted his grip on his sword hilt, and though not actually menaced, she knew she was near death.
Into the settlement? I'm not sure, but years ago I was told... I'd forgotten, she said, trembling. I'm not sure, but please follow quietly.
They stayed close to her, going deep in the bushes, careless of the branches that fought to prevent their passage, the moon still good and high between scudding clouds, the wind tugging at them. When she reached a hidden part of the fence between her inn and the next, she pressed a knot in the wood. A section creaked open, the wooden hinges grimed and unused. Without disturbing the carousers, she crossed this garden to the far side, through a gate into another garden and around the back, past the low bricked fireproof structure that served as a safe for valuables, to where the large water tanks or wells were, the tanks part filled by rainwater, part by daily lines of water coolies. Panting, she motioned at the wooden cover over a well.
I think it is there.
Hiraga eased the cover aside. Crude, rusty iron bars as footholds and handholds were hammered into the mud-brick walls, no sign of water below. Still frightened, she whispered, I was told it leads to a tunnel. I am not sure, but I was told it goes under the canal, but where it comes out, I do not know. I had forgotten about it. I must get back. Wait! Ori stepped in her way, picked up a stone and dropped it into the well. A loud plop as it hit water far below.
Who made this?
Bakufu, I was told, when they built the settlement. Who told you about it? One of the manservants. I forget who, but he had seen them.
They all looked over towards the main street. Angry voices there.
I have to get back.
She vanished the way she had come. Uneasily they peered below.
If the Bakufu built it, Ori, it could be a trap for people like us.
From one of the nearby houses, the sound of voices cursing in English.
What the hell do you want? Push off!
Ori stuck his long sword in his belt. Awkwardly, because of his shoulder, he slid over the lip and began to descend. Hiraga followed, replacing the cover. The blackness seemed ever more black. Then Ori's feet hit earth again. Careful. I think it is a ledge. His voice was strangled and echoed eerily. Hiraga groped down beside him. In his sleeve pocket were some safety matches, and he scraped one alight.
Yeah,
Ori said excitedly. Where did you get that?
They have them everywhere in the legation. Those dogs are so rich they just leave them around. Taira said to help myself. Look there.
In the last of the match, they saw the mouth of the tunnel. It was dry and the height of a man. Water filled the well 10 feet below them. In a niche was an old candle. It took Hiraga 3 matches to light it.
Come on.
The tunnel sloped downwards. After 50 paces or so, it became wet. The floor puddled and awash in parts. Fetid water seeped down from the roughly shored roof and sides, the wood rotting and unsafe. As they went onwards, the air became more rancid, breathing difficult.
We can wait here, Ori. No, go on.
They were sweating, in part from fear, in part from the closeness. The flame guttered and went out. Cursing, Hiraga lit it and cupped the flame. Not much of the wick left, or of the candle. He waded onwards, the water level rising. Still the roof sloped downwards, now the water to their hips. Ori slipped but regained his footing. Another 20 or 30 paces, water still rising, now to their waists. The roof not far above their heads. Onwards, candle weakening, on again. Hiraga was watching the candle, cursing.
Better we go back and wait in the dry part.
No, go on until the candle goes out.
Ahead the tunnel curled into the blackness, the roof lowering to not far above the water. Nauseated, Hiraga waded forward again, the bottom slippery. More paces, the roof pressed against his head. More, and now the roof rose slightly.
Water level is going down,
he said, sick with relief, wading faster, the murk stinking. Around the bend, roof higher now, onwards, just before the candle spluttered and died. They saw dry earth and the tunnel end, a shaft leading up. Another down. Hiraga groped forward, unable to see anything.
Ori, now I am at the edge. Listen, I will toss a stone down into it.
The stone took seconds and seconds ricocheting before it plopped dully.
Yeah, it must go down 100 feet or more, he said, his stomach heaving. Light another match. I have only 3 left.
Hiraga lit one. They could see rusty, precarious footholds leading upwards, nothing more.
How did you know Raiko knew about this?
It was a sudden thought. There had to be a tunnel. I would have built one if I had been them.
Ori's voice was hoarse, heavy breathing.
They could be up there, in ambush. They will shove us back, or we will have to jump.
Yes.
Hurry up, I hate it here. Climb.
Equally uncomfortable, Hiraga eased his long sword in his belt. Ori backed nervously, gripping his sword hilt. Abruptly the 2 men faced each other, near safety perhaps, but nothing solved between them. The match guttered and went out. In the blackness they could no longer see each other. Without thinking, each had at once retreated against the tunnel wall, away from the lip. Hiraga, more battle-cunning, dropping to one knee, his hand on his hilt, ready to slash the legs from under Ori if he attacked, listening intently for a sword sliding from its sheath.
Hiraga,
Ori's voice rasped out of the black, well out of range, further away down the tunnel.
I want her dead. I will go after her, for Sonojoy and me. You want to stay? Solve the problem.
Silently, Hiraga stood.
You solve it,
he hissed, and at once, soundlessly, changed positions.
I cannot solve it. I have tried.
Hiraga hesitated, expecting a trick.
First, put your swords down.
And then?
Next, because she obsesses you above Sonojoy, you will not be armed near me in Yokohama. You will leave for Kyoto tomorrow and tell Katsumata. He is your Satsuma leader. When you return, we will do it. Everything, as you said.
And if I do not return?
Then I will do it, in a time of my choosing.
The voice grated even more.
But she could leave, escape, ne?
What if she leaves before I return? I will make sure I hear about any move and will send you word. If you cannot be here in time, I will decide. She and her husband, if by then they are married, they will only go to Hong Kong. You, or we, can follow her there.
He heard Ori's heavy breathing and waited, on guard against a sudden rush, knowing he could not trust Ori while she was alive and near, but this seemed to be the best plan for the moment.
Killing him would be a waste. I need his wisdom. You agree?
He waited and waited. Then,
yes. What else? Last, the cross. You will throw it down the well.
Hiraga heard a sudden angry intake of breath. The silence grew.
I agree, Hiraga-san. Please accept my apologies.
Then his sharp ears heard the slight sound of cloth being moved. Something went past him, and the tiny sound of metal hitting the well wall behind him, almost immediately to vanish below. Sound of swords being grounded. Hiraga lit a match. Indeed, now Ori was standing defenseless. At once Hiraga darted forward. Ori rushed back in panic, but Hiraga only collected the swords. Before the match died, he had had time to throw the swords also into the well.
Please obey me, Ori. Then you have nothing to fear. I will go first. Wait till I call down to you.
The rungs were jagged with rust, some loose. The ascent was precarious. Then far above, thankfully, he saw the mouth of the well open to the sky, speckles of stars between the clouds, night sounds, wind and sea. Climbing again, but more cautiously, it took all of his strength to ease himself up to the stone balustrade and peer around. The abandoned well was near the canal fence, in a wasteland of weeds and derelict junk. Seashore not far off, broken-down houses, deep potholes in the dirt roadways, snarl of a foraging dog nearby, raucous voices singing on the wind. Now Hiraga had his bearings. They were in Drunk Town. Chapter 22. Friday, the 17th of October. In the morning light in Yedo Castle, Misamoto, the fisherman, fake samurai, and Yoshi's spy, was trembling on his knees in front of the alarmed Council of Elders, the English version of Sir William's reply shaking in his hand. Beside him cowered a Bakufu official.
Speak up, fisherman,
Anjo, the chief elder, repeated, the audience room hushed and tense and chill.
Never mind if you don't understand all the English words. We want to know if the Bakufu official translated the message accurately. Is that what the Gai-Jin message says? Exactly.
Well, yes, more or less, yes, sire,
Misamoto mumbled, so frightened he could hardly speak.
It's as the Lord official, more or less, sire, more or...
Have you seaweed for a tongue, fish offal for brains? Hurry up! Lord Toranaga says you can read English. Read!
An hour ago, Anjo had been awakened by the unnerved Bakufu official, who had brought Sir William's reply in Dutch and English. Hastily, Anjo had convened a meeting of the council where the official had just repeated his translation of the Dutch.
What does the paper say in English?
Well, sire, yes,
Again Misamoto's voice died away, once more choked with panic. Exasperated, Anjo looked at Yoshi.
This fishhead is your spy,
he said with just the right amount of ice.
It was your idea to fetch him. Please make him speak up.
Tell us what the letter says, Misamoto,
Yoshi said kindly, inwardly almost blind with frustration and anger.
No one is going to hurt you. In your own words, the truth. Well, sire, it's more or less as the Lord official said, sire,
Misamoto stuttered.
But this letter's, I don't know all the words, sire, but some of them, well...
His face was twisted with fear. Yoshi waited a moment.
Go on, Misamoto. Don't be afraid. Speak the truth, whatever it is. No one will touch you. We need the truth. Well, sire, the Gai-Jin leader,
Misamoto tried not to stammer.
He says he's going to Osaka in 11 days, as the official said, but not to make a ceremonial visit.
He quailed under the strength of their eyes, so terrified that now his nose was running and saliva dribbled his chin. Then he blurted out,
He's not at all happy. In fact, he's strongly angry, and he's going...
going to Osaka with his fleet, going in force to Kyoto with cannon, 60-pounders, and cavalry and soldiers to see the Son of Heaven and the Lord Shogun. He's even named them, sire, Emperor Kome and the boy Shogun Nobusada."
Everyone gasped, even the guards, normally impassive and not supposed to be listening. Misamoto shoved his head to the tatami and kept it there. Yoshi pointed at the Bakufu official, who blanched as all attention focused on him. "Is that correct?"
"The ceremonial visit, sire. For your august ears, that should be the correct translation. The barbarian wording is rude and uncouth, and should, I sincerely believe, be correctly construed as a ceremonial state visit, and—"
"Does it say with cannon and cavalry and such?"
"In principle, sire, the letter—"
To everyone's shock, Yoshi almost shouted,
"Yes or no?"
The official swallowed, aghast that he was ordered to answer so directly, the first time in his life, and appalled that he was being challenged, and ordinary rules and manners and the niceties of diplomacy were being disregarded.
"I regret to inform you that, in principle, it does mention those, but such an impertinence is clearly a mistake, and—"
"Why did you not translate accurately?"
"For august ears, sire, it is necessary to interpret."
"Are those august persons named, yes or no?"
"Their names are contained, but you—"
"Are the characters of their names the correct ones?"
"It would seem, sire, the characters appear to be—"
"Write an exact translation of what it says at once." The raw words were said softly, but the violence ricocheted off the unadorned stone walls. "Exact. Make all future communications from them, or to them, equally exact."
"Exact."
"One mistake, and your head will be on a rubbish dump. Get out. Misamoto, you did very well. Please wait outside." The two men fled, Misamoto cursing his ill luck, and the day he had agreed to accompany Perry to Japan, believing the Bakufu would welcome him for his unique knowledge, would grant him a fortune, the official swearing to be revenged on Yoshi and this lying fisherman before the council made good the sentence that he, a wise and correct official, could not avoid. Yoshi broke the silence, his mind working frantically to formulate the next move in the never-ending conflict. "We cannot possibly allow an armed visit to Kyoto. This proves what I have been saying all along. We must have English speakers, translators we can trust, who will tell us what their foul messages really say."
"That is not necessary,"
Toyama grated, his heavy dewlaps shaking with fury.
"This Gai-Jin impertinence is insulting beyond belief, tantamount to a declaration of war. Such impertinence must be answered in blood."
A rustle went through the guards.
"It is a declaration of war. Good. In 3 or 4 days, I will lead the surprise attack on the settlement and finish this nonsense once and for all." "That would be baka. We dare not. Baka."
Anjo repeated, more for the guards than anyone. Easy for one to be a secret Shishi admirer or Sono Joy adherent.
"How many times must I say no attack yet? Not even a surprise attack."
Toyama had flushed even more.
"Yoshi-san," he said, "we could smash them and burn Yokohama, ne? We could, ne? I cannot bear the shame. It's too much."
"You are right. Of course we could destroy Yokohama easily, but Anjo Dono is correct. We cannot get at their fleet. I suggest we continue as before," Yoshi said calmly, not feeling calm at all. "We supply them with watered soup and no fish. We offer them a meeting with the Council of Elders in 30 days, allowing ourselves to be negotiated down to 8 days, delay that as long as we can."
"I will only meet those dogs on a battlefield."
Yoshi curbed his temper. "I'm sure you will do what the Roju decides, but I propose you are represented by an impostor at this meeting, Misamoto."
"Eh?"
They all stared at him. "He'll be a perfect substitute."
Anjo said, "That stupid fisherman will never be—"
"Dressed in ceremonial clothes, taught to wear them, 8 days is enough time. He looks like a samurai now, though he does not act like one. Fortunately, he is not a stupid, and he's so frightened that he will do whatever we order.
And most important, he will tell the truth, which is in short supply.
Yoshi saw Anjo redden. The others pretended not to notice.
What then, Yoshi-san?
Next, we'll hold the meeting here in the castle.
Out of the question,
Anjo said.
Of course, we first offer Kanagawa, Yoshi told him irritably, then allow ourselves to agree to meet them here.
Out of the question,
Anjo said again to the agreement of the others.
With the castle as a bait, we can delay again, perhaps even another month. Their curiosity will consume them, and we only allow them into the outer area. Why not the castle? All the Gai-Jin leaders of their own free will are within our grasp. We could take them hostage. Their presence would give us a dozen chances to entwine them further.
They gaped at him off balance.
Take them hostage?
A possibility. One of many,
Yoshi said patiently, knowing he needed allies in the coming struggle.
We must use guile and silken threads and their own weaknesses against them, not war, until we can match their fleets.
Until then,
Adachi spluttered. The rotund little man was the richest of them all, and his Toranaga bloodline equal to Yoshi's.
You really believe we have to deal with these dogs until we have fleets to match theirs?
Or enough big cannon to keep them off our shores. We only need a sack or two of gold, and they will trample over themselves to sell us the means to blow them out of our water.
Yoshi's brow darkened.
I heard a rumor that some Choshu emissaries are already trying to buy rifles from them.
Those dogs,
Toyama spat with rage.
Always Choshu. The sooner we put them down, the better. And Satsuma,
Anjo muttered to general agreement and looked at Yoshi.
And others.
Yoshi pretended not to understand what his adversary implied.
Never mind, he thought. The day is coming. We can deal with all enemies, one at a time, not together.
Toyama said gruffly,
I vote we order all friendly daimyos to increase taxes at once and arm. I begin tomorrow.
Advise is a better word,
Adachi said carefully, and drained his teacup. Delicate flowers decorated the lacquered trays that had been set in front of all of them. He stifled a yawn, bored and anxious to go back to bed.
Please go on with your plan, Yoshi-dono, until we know all the details. How can we vote on it? The morning of the meeting, Anjo-sama will, unfortunately, be taken ill. Oh, so sorry. As the whole Roju is not present, we will be unable to make any binding decisions, but we will listen and try to reach a compromise. If we cannot compromise, then we will, with suitable deference, agree to submit their desires to the full council as soon as possible, and delay to drive them mad so they make a mistake, not us.
Why should they agree to another delay?
Anjo asked, glad that he would not have to be nose-to-nose with Gai-Jin, distrusting Yoshi and wondering where the trick was.
The dogs have proved they would rather talk than fight. They are cowards, Yoshi was saying, though they could easily dominate us. It is clear they don't have the stomach for it.
What if they do not agree and this insolent English ape makes good his threat and leaves for Kyoto? What then? We cannot allow that under any circumstances.
I agree, Yoshi said with great finality, and everyone tensed. That means war. A war we must eventually lose.
Toyama said instantly,
Better to war as men than become slaves like all the Chinese, Indians, and all other barbarian tribes.
The old man peered at Yoshi.
If they land, you'll vote for war.
Instantly. Any attempt to land in force anywhere will be prevented.
Good. Then I hope they land,
Toyama said, satisfied.
War would be very bad. I think they will talk, and we can maneuver them out of this madness.
Yoshi's voice became harsher.
We can, if we are clever enough. Meanwhile, we must concentrate on the more important matters, like Kyoto, and taking back control of our gates, like the hostile daimyos, like getting enough gold to buy weapons and modernize and equip our forces, and those of our trusted allies, and not allow Choshu, Tosa, and Satsuma to arm,
under the guise of supporting us, merely to more quickly attack us.
The traitor Ogama should be outlawed, Toyama said. Why don't we outlaw him and take back our gates?
To attack him now would be baka, Anjo told him sourly. It would only push Satsuma and Tosa into his arms, along with other fence-sitters.
He shifted uncomfortably, his stomach hurting him, head hurting, and no relief from the new Chinese doctor he had consulted in secret about his constant pains.
We settle it this way. Yoshidono, please draft a reply to the Gai-Jin for approval at tomorrow's meeting.
Certainly. But what I want to know is who is feeding our secrets to them? Who is the Gai-Jin spy? This is the first time they've mentioned the young shogun and named him, and named the emperor. Someone is betraying us.
We will put all our spies onto it. Good. And we will meet tomorrow morning as usual. Consider the draft of our reply, and decide on your plan.
Anjo's eyes slitted.
And to make final preparations for Shogun Nobusada's departure to Kyoto.
The blood went out of Yoshi's face.
We have discussed this a dozen times. At our last meeting.
His visit will go forward. He will travel by the North Road, not the Tokaido, along the coast. Safer.
As guardian, I oppose the visit for the reasons already stated over and over, by any road.
Toyama said, Better for my son to be in Kyoto. Soon we will be at war. Our warriors won't be checked much longer.
No war and no visit. Either will destroy us,
Yoshi said angrily.
The moment a shogun kowtows, as Nobusada will, our position is ruined for all time. The legacy states that.
Anjo said,
The legacy will not dominate in this. The Toranaga legacy is our only anchor, and cannot be. I do not agree.
Choking back his rage, Yoshi began to get up, but stopped as Anjo said,
There is a last matter to decide today. The immediate appointment of the new elder, Utani's replacement.
There was a sudden tension amongst them. Since Utani's assassination and the manner of his death, the room in which he and the youth had been impaled had not been completely destroyed in the fire, together with the failure of legions of spies and soldiers to apprehend the assassins. All the elders had slept less comfortably, particularly Anjo, who was still smarting from his own near assassination. Except for Yoshi, who was occasionally supported by Utani, none of the others regretted his death, or the manner of it, least of all Anjo, who had been shocked to discover the identity of the paramour, and loathed Utani even more for secretly stealing his occasional pleasure.
Let us vote now.
Such an important matter should wait until tomorrow.
So sorry, Yoshi-sama. Now is a perfect time.
Adachi nodded.
Unless the council is at full strength, we cannot make important decisions. Who do you propose?
I formally propose Zukumura of Gai.
In spite of his control, Yoshi gasped. The daimyo was simple-minded, a kinsman and open ally of Anjo.
I have already stated my disapproval of him. There are a dozen better than him, he said at once. We agreed on Genpaira.
I did not agree.
Anjo smiled with his mouth only.
I merely said I would consider him carefully. I have. Zukumura is a better choice. Now we will vote.
I do not think a vote now is wise or advised.
Vote. As chief counselor, it is my right to put it to a vote. Vote.
I vote no,
Yoshi said and glared at the other two. Adachi did not meet his eye, just said, Gai have been Mito's allies since Sekigahara.
Yes.
Toyama shrugged.
Whatever you want.
Yoshi slashed violently at his two opponents with the wooden sword, sweat pouring off his face, then darted back, spun, and attacked again. Both men, experts, sidestepped and pressed their own attack on orders to be victors, with failure costing them a month confined to barracks and 3 months' pay. Cleverly, one man feinted to give the other an opening, but Yoshi was ready and ducked under the blow and caught the man across the chest, and his sword shattered with the strength of his blow. If the blade had been real, it would have almost cut the man in two, eliminating him from the contest. At once the other rushed in confidently for the kill, but Yoshi was no longer where he had expected. but almost floor-level and hacking forward with a karate foot chop. This man groaned in agony as the iron-hard edge of Yoshi's foot crashed into his scrotum and he fell, writhing. Still enwrapped in his rage and adrenaline, Yoshi leapt at the prone man, a splintered haft of his sword ready on high, a stake to drive into the man's throat for the death blow. But he stayed the blow a hair above the man's neck, heart pumping, ecstatic with his skill and control, and that he had not failed this time, victory meaning nothing. His pent-up fury was no more. Content now, he tossed the broken haft aside and began to unwind, the exercise room bare and Spartan like the rest of the castle. All were panting from their exertions, the prone man still twisting and turning with pain. Then Yoshi was astonished to hear gentle clapping. Angrily he turned. By his custom, no one was ever invited to witness these practice sessions where the extent of his prowess could be gauged, his weaknesses could be judged, and his brutality measured. But this anger vanished also. "Hosaki, when did you arrive?" he said, trying to regain his breath. "Why not send a messenger to tell me you were coming?" His smile vanished. "Trouble?" "No, sire," his wife said happily, kneeling beside the door. "No trouble, just an abundance of pleasure to see you." She bowed deeply, her riding skirt and jacket, serviceable heavy green silk, modest and travel-marked, like the padded matching overmantle and wide hat, tied under her chin and short sword in her obi. "Please, excuse me for slipping in like this uninvited, and not changing first, but, well, I could not wait to see you. And now I am even more pleased I did, for now I know that you are a better swordsman than ever." He pretended not to be delighted, then went closer and looked at her searchingly. "Really, no trouble?" "Yes, sire." She beamed, her adoration open, white teeth and ebony slanted eyes in a classic face that was neither attractive nor ordinary, but not to be forgotten. Her whole presence was one of great dignity. "Yoshi," his father had said 9 years ago when he was 17, "I have chosen your wife for you. Her bloodline is Toranaga, equal to yours, though from the minor branch of the Mitowara. Her name is Hosaki, meaning an ear of wheat in the ancient tongue, a harbinger of abundance and fertility, and also a spearhead. I do not think she will fail you in either capacity." "Nor has she," Yoshi thought proudly. "Already 2 fine sons and a daughter, and she's still strong, always wise, a firm manager of our finances, and rare in a wife, pleasant enough to pillow occasionally, though with none of the fire of my consort or pleasure partners, particularly Koiko." He accepted a dry towel from the man who was unhurt, and waved his hand in dismissal. The man bowed silently and helped the other, still in agony, to limp out. He knelt near her, toweling the sweat away. "So, it's not safe here, ne?" she said softly. "Nowhere is safe. First," she said in a normal voice, "first, Yoshi-chan, we will look after your body, a bath, massage, and then talk." "Good. There is much to talk about here." "Yes." Smiling, she got up, and again, at his searching look, reassured him. "Truly, at Dragon's Tooth all is well. Your son's healthy, your consort and her son happy, your captains and retainers alert and well-armed. Everything as you would want. I just decided to make a short visit on a sudden whim," she said for the listening ears. "I merely needed to see you, and to talk about castle management. And also to bed you, my beauty," she was thinking in her secret heart, looking up at him, her nostrils filled with his masculine smell, conscious of his nearness and as always aching for his strength. "While you are away, Yoshi-chan, I can keep calm most of the time, but near you? Then that is very hard, though I pretend, oh, how I pretend, and hide my jealousy of the others, and behave like a perfect wife. But that does not mean that I, like all wives, do not feel jealousy, violently, sometimes to a point of madness, wishing to kill or even better to mutilate the others, wanting to be desired and bedded with an equal passion." "You've been away too long, husband," she said gently, wanting him to take her now on the floor, to rut like she imagined young peasants would rut. It was near midday, with a kind wind that broomed the sky. They were within his innermost sanctum, a suite of 3 tatami rooms and bathing room off a corner battlement. She was pouring tea for him elegantly, as always. Since a child, she had studied the tea ceremony, as he had, but now she was a sensei, a teacher of tea in her own right. Both had bathed and had been massaged. Doors were barred, guards posted, and maids dismissed. He wore a starched kimono, she a flowing sleeping kimono, her hair loosed.
After our talk, I think I will rest. Then my head will be clear for this evening.
You rode all the way?
Yes, sire.
The journey had been rough, in fact, little sleep and changing horses every 3 ri, about 9 miles.
How long did it take you? 2.5 days. I just brought 20 retainers under the command of Captain Ishimoto. She laughed. I certainly needed a massage and the bath, but first...
Almost 10 ri a day?
Why the forced march? Mostly for my pleasure, she said lightly,
knowing there was time enough for bad news.
But first, Yoshi-chan, tea for your pleasure.
Thank you. He drank the fine green tea from the Ming gourd and set it down again, watching and waiting swept up in her mastery and tranquility. After she had poured again and sipped and set her own cup down, she said softly, I decided to come here without delay because I had heard disquieting rumors, and needed to reassure myself and your captains that you were well. Rumors that you were in danger, that Anjo was padding the consul against you, that the Shishi attempt on him and Utani's assassination were all part of a major escalation of Sono joy, that war is coming within and from without, and that Anjo is further betraying you and all the shogunate. He must be insane to allow the shogun and his imperial wife to go to Kyoto, to kowtow. All true, or partially true, he said, equally quietly, and her face tumbled. Bad news travels with the wings of a hawk, Hosaki, ne? It's worse because of the Gai-Jin. Then he told her about his meeting with the foreigners and Misamoto the spy, then in more detail about the castle intrigues, but not about Koiko's suspected connection to the Shishi.
Hosaki would never understand how exciting she is, and how much more exciting this knowledge makes her, he thought. My wife would only advise Koiko's immediate dismissal, investigation and punishment, and give me no peace until it was done. He finished by telling her about the alien fleet at their doors, Sir William's letter and threat, and today's meeting. Zukumura? An elder? That senile fishhead? Isn't one of his sons married to a niece of Anjo's? Surely old Toyama didn't vote for him?
He just shrugged and said, Him or another, it means nothing. We will be warring soon. Have who you want.
Then at best it will be 3-2 against you.
Yes.
Now there is no curb on Anjo. He can do what he wants, vote himself increased powers, make himself tyro, whatever stupidity he wants, such as Nobusada's stupid trek to Kyoto.
Yoshi felt another tightness in his chest, but put it away, glad to be able to talk openly, as much as he could ever be open, trusting her more than he could trust anyone.
The barbarians were as you imagined them, sire? She asked.
Everything about them fascinated her.
Know your enemy as you know yourself.
Sun Tzu had been the prime learning book for her and her 4 sisters and 3 brothers, along with martial arts, calligraphy, and the tea ceremony. She and her sisters also had concentrated teaching by their mother and aunts on land and financial management, together with practical methods of dealing with men of all classes and the all-important future. She had never excelled at martial arts, though she could use a knife and war fan well enough. Everything Yoshi could remember, he told her, and also what Misamoto had said about Gai-Jin in the part of the Americas called California, and sometimes called the Land of the Golden Mountain. Her eyes narrowed, but he did not notice. When he had finished, she still had 1,000 questions, but contained them for later, not wanting to tire him.
You helped me to picture everything, Yoshi-chan. You are a wonderful observer. What have you decided?
Nothing yet.
I wish my father was alive. I miss his counsel. And mother's.
Yes, she said, glad that both were dead. The father 2 years ago, mostly of old age, aggravated by his close confinement by E. He was 55. The mother in last year's smallpox epidemic. Both had made her life miserable, at the same time keeping Yoshi in thrall, In her opinion, the father not doing his duty to the family, making bad decisions more times than not, and the mother forever being the most ill-tempered, difficult-to-please mother-in-law in her ken, worse to her than the wives of his 3 brothers.
The only clever thing they did in their whole lives, she thought, was to agree to my father's proposal of marriage to Toranaga Yoshi. For that I thank them. Now I rule Dragon's Tooth and our lands, and they will be passed on to my sons strong, inviolate, and worthy of the Lord Shogun, Toranaga. Yes, she said, so sorry they are gone. I bow to their shrine every day and beg to be worthy of their trust.
He sighed. Since his mother's death he had felt in a void, more so than with his father, whom he admired but feared. Whenever he had a problem or was afraid, he always knew he could go to her and be soothed, guided, and given new strength. He said sadly,
Karma, that mother died so young.
Yes, sire, she said, understanding his sadness and perfectly content, for, of course, it would be the same with all sons whose first duty is to obey and to cherish their mother above everyone, all their lives.
I can never fill that void any more than the wives of my sons will fill mine.
What's your advice, Hosaki?
I've too many thoughts for these too many problems, she told him worriedly, her mind grappling with the mosaic of danger from every quarter. I feel useless. Let me think carefully tonight and tomorrow. Perhaps I can suggest something that will give you a clue to what you must do. Then, with your permission, I'll return home the next day. One thing for certain, to further strengthen our defenses. You must tell me what to do. Meanwhile, a few immediate observations for you to consider. Increase the vigilance of your guards and quietly mobilize all your forces.
I had already decided that.
This Gai-Jin who accosted you after the meeting, a Frenchman, you say. I suggest you take advantage of the offer to see the inside of a warship with your own eyes. Very important for you to see for yourself. Perhaps even pretend to become friendly with them. Then perhaps you could play them against the English. Eh?
I had already decided to do that. She smiled to herself and lowered her voice even more.
However difficult, the sooner the better. Anjo must be removed permanently. As it is now probable you cannot prevent the Shogun and the princess from leaving for Kyoto. I agree she is, correctly from her point of view, the court spy and puppet and your enemy. Then you must leave secretly just after them and rush to Kyoto by the shorter Tokaido, and be there before them. You smile, sire.
Only because you please me.
And when I get to Kyoto? You must become the Emperor's confidant. We have friends in court who will assist you. Then, one possibility of dozens. Make a secret agreement with Ogama of Choshu to leave him in control of the gates.
She hesitated as Yoshi flushed.
But only as long as he is openly allied with you against Satsuma and Tosa.
Ogama would never believe I would keep that bargain, nor would I.
But we must get back our gates, whatever the cost. I agree. But say the final part of your pact is that if he agrees to join forces for a surprise attack on Lord Sanjiro of Satsuma, at a time of your choosing, then when Sanjiro is overcome, Ogama gives you back the gates and he gets Satsuma in return.
Yoshi frowned even more.
Very difficult to conquer Sanjiro by land when he is skulking behind his mountains. Even Shogun Toranaga did not attack Satsuma after Sekigahara, just accepted their public vows, oaths of fidelity, and curbed them with kindness. We cannot launch a seaborne attack.
He thought a moment.
That is a dream, not a real possibility. Too difficult, he muttered. But then who knows? Next, she dropped her voice, remove Nobosada on his way to Kyoto. It is a chance in a lifetime.
Never, he said, openly shocked, and inwardly aghast that she thought as he did, or even worse, had read his most secret heart.
That would betray the legacy, my heritage, everything that Lord Shogun Toranaga strived for. I have accepted him as liege lord, as I am bound to do. Of course you are right, she said at once soothingly, already bowing low, prepared and expecting that reaction, but needing to articulate it for him. That was baka of me. I completely agree. So sorry. Good.
Never think or say that again.
Of course. Please forgive me.
She kept her head bowed for the correct time, muttering apologies, then leaned forward and refilled his cup and sat back again, eyes downcast, waiting to be asked to continue.
Nobusada should have been removed by your father, Yoshi, she was thinking calmly. I am astonished that you never realized it. Your father and mother, who should have given him correct counsel, failed in their duty when that stupid boy was proposed against you as shogun by the traitor Ii. Ii shoved us all into house arrest, destroyed our peace for years, almost caused the death of our eldest son because of the months we were so closely confined that we all starved. We all knew Ii would do it long before it happened. Removing Nobusada has always been so obvious, however heretical and distasteful an action, but the only real way to protect our future. If you will not consider it, Yoshi, I will find a way.
That was a bad thought, Hosaki. Terrible.
I agree, sire. Please accept my humble apologies.
Again her head touched the tatami.
It was stupid. I do not know where such stupidity comes from. You are right, of course. Perhaps it was because I am overwrought with the dangers surrounding you. Please, sire, will you allow me to leave?
In a moment. Yes, meanwhile. A little mollified, he motioned for her to pour more tea, still off balance that she would dare to speak such sacrilege openly, even to him.
May I mention one other thought, sire, before I go?
Yes, provided it's not stupid like the last one. She almost laughed out loud at the petulant little boy barb that did not enter even her outermost defences.
You said, sire, so wisely, that the most important and immediate Gai-Jin riddle to solve is how to sink their fleets or to keep their cannon away from our shores, ne? Yes. Could cannon be mounted on barges?
Eh? He frowned, deflected from Nobusada by this new tack.
I'd imagine so. Why? We could find out from the Dutch. They would help us. Perhaps we could build a defensive fleet, no matter how cumbersome, and anchor the barges offshore, as far out to sea as we can in strategic approaches to our important areas, like the Shimonoseki Straits, along with fortifying the mouths to all our harbors. Fortunately, there are very few, ne?
It might be possible, he conceded, the idea not having occurred to him.
But I don't have enough money or gold to buy all the cannon necessary for our shore batteries, let alone to build such a fleet. Or enough time or knowledge or wealth to set up our own armories and factories to make our own, or the men to run them. Yes, so true, sire. You are so wise, she agreed. Then sadly she took a deep breath. All daimyos are impoverished and in debt, us as much as any.
Eh?
The harvest? He asked sharply. So sorry to bring bad news, less than last year. How much less? About a third. That is dreadful news, and just when I need extra revenue. His fist bunched. Farmers are all baka. So sorry. It is not their fault, Yoshi-chan. The rains were too late or too early. The sun, too. This year the gods have not smiled on us. There are no gods, Hosaki-chan, but there is karma. Karma that there is a bad harvest. You will have to put up taxes nonetheless. Her eyes glistened with tears. There will be famine in the Kwanto before next harvest. And if with us, the richest rice land in all Nippon, what about the others?
The memory of the famine 4 years ago rushed back at them. Thousands had died, and tens of thousands in the inevitable plagues that followed. And in the great famine 20 years ago, hundreds of thousands had perished.
This is indeed the land of tears.
He nodded absently. Then he said, his voice acid,
You will increase taxes by a 10th part. All samurai will get a 10th part less. Talk to the moneylenders. They can increase our loans. The money will be spent on armaments. Of course.
Then added carefully,
We are better off than most. Only next year's harvest is pledged, but it will be difficult to get ordinary interest rates. He said irritably, What do I know or care of interest rates? Make the best arrangement you can. His face tightened. Perhaps the time has come to propose to the council we adjust interest rates like my great-grandfather.
60-odd years ago, the shogun, crushed under the weight of his father's debts, with years of future harvests mortgaged like those of all daimyos, and goaded by the ever-increasing arrogance and disdain of the merchant class, had abruptly decreed that all debts were cancelled and all future harvests debt-free. In the 2.5 centuries since Sekigahara, this extreme act had been promulgated 4 times. It caused chaos throughout the land. Suffering amongst all classes was huge, especially samurai. There was little the rice merchants, the main moneylenders, could do. Many went bankrupt. A few committed seppuku. The rest slid under cover as best they could and suffered in the general lake of pain. Until the next harvest. Then farmers needed merchants and all people needed rice, and so carefully sales were consummated and scarce, therefore highly expensive money was loaned to them for seed and tools against the next harvest, and once more, but very humbly, money and credit was advanced to samurai against their expected income for living and entertainment and silks and swords. Soon samurai overspending became endemic. With greater care, moneylenders slipped back into business. Soon inducements had to be offered to them. Samurai status was reluctantly proffered, and gratefully purchased for some sons, and everything was soon as before, with fiefs in pawn.
Perhaps you should, sire.
She was as disgusted as he with moneylenders.
I have secret stocks of rice against famine. Your men would be hungry, but they will not starve.
Good.
Barter those for guns. So sorry. The amount would not be significant, she told him gently, appalled with his naivete, and added quickly to divert him, meanwhile taxes will not produce the cash Gai-Jin will require.
Then it will have to be the moneylenders, he said sharply. Do whatever is necessary. I must have guns.
Yes.
She allowed the silence to gather, then slowly put forward a long, pondered plan.
Something you said before you left home gave me an idea, sire. The small gold mine in our North Mountains, I propose we increase the workforce. But you have told me many times, the mine is already scavenged to capacity and produces less revenue every year. True, but you made me realize our miners are not experts, and my thought is that where there is one vein, there may be others. If we had expert prospectors to seek them out, perhaps our methods are old-fashioned. Amongst the Gai-Jin there may be experts. He looked at her. How so? I was talking to Old Smelly.
This was the nickname of an old Dutchman who years ago had been a merchant at Deshima, and had been enticed to become one of Yoshi's tutors, and who, with the gift of maids, a youthful consort, and much sake, had been induced to stay until it was too late to leave. He told me about a huge gold rush in the land of the Golden Mountain, you mentioned, only 13 years ago, where Gai-Jin of all nations went to steal a fortune from the earth. Also, a few years ago, there was another such gold rush in a land far to our south. He called it Van Diemen's Land. In Yokohama, there must be men who took part in one or the other. Experts. And if they exist, Yoshi wondered about Misamoto. I suggest you offer them a safe passage, and half the gold they discover within 1 year. There are many Americans and adventurers in the settlement, so I am told. You would want Gai-Jin wandering about our lands, spying on our lands? He asked slowly. She shook her head, then leaned forward, knowing she had his complete attention. Once again, you provided the solution, Yoshi-chan. Say you approached the most important Yokohama trader, in secret, the one you told me you thought was going to supply Choshu with rifles. I agree we must get rifles and a modern cannon at all costs, and prevent enemies from acquiring them. Say you offer him your gold concession, an exclusive. In return, he arranges all aspects of the search and mining. You would accept only 1 or 2 unarmed prospectors, and of course they would be closely monitored. In return, you are supplied immediately with so many cannon and rifles in advance against your half of the gold found. And this merchant agrees to sell guns and cannon only to you, never to Choshu, Tosa, or Satsumas. You smile, sire. And our go-between is Misamoto. Without your cleverness in discovering and training him, this would not be possible. She said it with perfect deference, and sat back, secretly content, listening to his comments and her replies, knowing that he would put her plan into operation quickly, that they would somehow get some guns, and never, never, never barter her secret rice away. Then shortly she could pretend to be tired and beg his permission to rest. "You should rest also, sire, after such a marvelous though strenuous practice session." "Of course he should, a fine man like him," she thought. And once there, many judicious compliments, asking permission to massage his tired shoulder muscles, cautiously becoming more intimate, a sigh or two, and quickly he would be as close as she could ever desire, as close as Koiko. Earlier, Koiko had correctly begged permission to visit her, and had bowed and thanked her, and said that she hoped her services had pleased the great lord, that she was honored to be allowed into his household for even a brief time. They had chatted for a while, and then she had gone away. Such a beauty, Hosaki thought without jealousy or envy. Yoshi is entitled to a toy, however expensive, from time to time. Their beauty is so fragile, so transient, their life so sad, truly cherry blossoms from the tree of life. A man's world is so much more physically exciting than ours. To be able to go from flower to flower, without hurt or thought. If the punishment for even a little philandering on our side was not so immediate and severe, women would consider it much more frequently. Wouldn't we? Why not, if it was safe? Sometimes when Yoshi is away, the thought of such enormous danger and immediate death is an almost overwhelming aphrodisiac. Foolish for such a fleeting pleasure. Is it? She waited, watching him, a warm glow within, adoring the game of life while his mind was abuzz with variations of the plan and how to use his creation, Misamoto. I will start at once, he was thinking. Hosaki has a good mind and is clever at putting my ideas together, but to articulate that about the boy was baka in the extreme. However correct an act of state such an action might be, women have no finesse. In the settlement this morning, just before dawn, Jamie McFay had given Namie a final kiss, and then together they walked down the corridor to Malcolm Struan's suite. He knocked gently. At once the door opened, and the young girl, Shizuka, came out, eased the door closed, smiled curiously, and began whispering to Namie, who took McFay by the arm and hurried him to the landing. "What? Bad news here?" McFay asked nervously. He had caught a glimpse of Struan fast asleep in the huge four-poster before the door closed, but all seemed well. Namie paid no attention to him and continued to cross-question the girl. Exasperated, McFay said, "Namie, what bad?" She hesitated, then with an initial flood of sing-song apologetic Japanese caught herself and beamed. "No bad, Jamie-san. You are come Yoshiwara tomorrow, yes, no?" She put on her cloak and began to go down the stairs, but he stopped her. "What bad, Namie?" he asked suspiciously. She stared up at him a moment, then more Japanese and pidgin that did not make sense. Finally she shrugged. "Secret? Wakaramasu ka?" "Secret? For God's sake, what skirt? Here. Skirt, Jamie-san, hi?" "Secret, for God's sake! Wakarimasu! Secret what?" She sighed with relief and beamed. "Secret good! Secret Jamie-san Shizuka! Namie! Hi? Hey, us keep secret now what?" More incomprehensible Japanese and more pidgin as they put on their outer robes, and then, frustrated because she could not explain properly, or that she had to explain at all, Namie parodied plenty of movement and whispered, "Shizuka good, work good all night." "Taipan good?" Her eyes soared. "Hi, Jamie-san, Shizuka good." All his questions had only produced more bowing and smiles from both of them, so he had thanked Shizuka, her fee already arranged. "Taipan credit plenty very good," the Mama-san had told him. For a last time Namie swore him to secrecy. The waiting servant took them back to the Yoshiwara. Perturbed, but not knowing why, though sure he had not been told all the truth, he had tiptoed back and stood over the bed, but Struan was fast asleep, breathing peacefully, so he had left and gone to his office and worked, until just after 10.
"Hello, Doctor. Come in. Good to see you. What's new?"
Hoag's face was grim.
Talk sent for me, and I've just seen Malcolm. That's what's new. I wish to Christ you'd asked me before you... Oh, for God's sake, Jamie.
The squat, good man added quickly, seeing him flush.
I know he asked you to arrange it. I just wish you'd thought to ask me first. I would have thought it bloody obvious it would be bloody dangerous and bloody ridiculous to try so soon after that wound with half your inside patched and near to bursting.
He stopped and sat down.
Sorry, but I had to let that out.
That's all right. Is it bad?
I don't know. Some blood in his urine and plenty of pain in his loins. It seems she was very vigorous. He got carried away, and when he climaxed, he said his stomach spasmed with the surge and then cramped up. Poor fellow, though he's in a lot of pain now, he did tell me she was worth it.
He said that?
Yes, in some detail. Don't mention that I told you, eh? I've given him some painkiller, so he'll sleep for an hour or two. I'll be back later.
Hoag sighed and got up with a grim smile.
I had another note from Mrs. Struan. Did you?
Yes, more of the same.
Will you order him back to Hong Kong now?
I can't order him to do anything.
He goes when he wants to go. This is the storm season, for God's sake. He's wise to stay, unless there's anything pressing in Hong Kong.
There are dozens of reasons. That's the seat of power. There's nothing for him to do here, really.
Hoag shrugged. I agree Hong Kong would be better. I'd planned to go back with the mail ship, but after last night I think I'll wait for a few more days for him.
Take him with you, please, on the mail ship.
I already suggested it and was told rather impolitely. No, forget it, Jamie. It's not wrong for him to rest here, and a foul sea voyage would be extremely bad for him, maybe a killer. By the way, I hear there may be another ball next Tuesday with Angel T, the guest of honor.
Malcolm didn't mention it.
Under the auspices of Ambassador Saratard of dubious ancestry, father of all the French. Well, I must be going. Keep me advised, and if Malcolm asks for a similar bout, check with me first, privately.
All right. Thanks, Doctor. Later, Vargas knocked.
Senor, Tok says the Taipan wants to see you.
Climbing the staircase, there was a sudden nasty twinge in Jamie's stomach, imagining himself in Malcolm's place.
Senor McFay, Vargas called up from the stairwell. Excuse me, but the Choshu samurai have just arrived, about ordering the rifles, senor.
I'll be right back.
McFay knocked and opened the door.
Hello, Taipan,
he said kindly. Struan was propped in bed, his eyes strange, a flat smile on his face.
How are you today?
You saw Hoag?
Yes.
Good. Then you know she was very satisfactory and, well, thanks, Jamie. She helped tremendously, though. Struan laughed nervously, though the finish shook me up a bit. Terrific body. It was all very satisfactory, but I don't think I'll need a repeat performance until I'm really better. She certainly got rid of the logjam. Again the short, nervous laugh. Didn't realize, Jamie, how strong a little girl like that could be, or how much... You understand, eh?
Of course. Everything went according to plan, and...
For an instant, Struan wavered, then he said firmly, Yes, better than that. I want you to double her fee.
Certainly.
McFay read the underlying anxiety, and his heart went out to him. Obviously, whatever happened, Malcolm's deal with Shizuka was secret.
If that's the way he wants it, fine, not up to me. What's done is done. Just another secret to add to all the rest.
Glad it was all right. Better than all right. Did the girl say anything?
Only that she worked hard all night to try to please you.
A bright knock on the door, and Angelique sailed in, blooming with good health, chic, in a new lavender dress, parasol, feathered hat, gloves and shawl.
Hello, my love. Hello, Jamie. How are you today? Oh, Malcolm, I'm so pleased to see you.
As she bent over the bed to kiss Struan tenderly.
Oh, chérie, how I've missed you.
The moment the door had opened, the hearts of both men stretched. MacFay's nervousness soared. At once his eyes checked the bed and room to see if there were any telltale signs, but all was neat and tidy, clean new sheets and pillowcases daily. More Struan fastidiousness about cleanliness to the point of foolishness, he thought. Clean shirt every day. Ridiculous. Once or twice a month, more than enough. But then he knew the habit had been implanted by Dirk Struan, and whatever the Taipan had decreed was law for Tess Struan and therefore her family. Struan was freshly shaved, clean nightshirt, the windows opened to the sea breeze that would carry away any trace of perfume. He began to breathe easier. Then she said, "I saw Dr. Hogue," and both men almost went into spasm again.
"You poor darling," she said with hardly a pause. "He told me you'd had a bad night, poor darling, and that you won't come to Sir William's soirée this evening, so I thought I'd just drop in and sit with you until lunch."
Again the gorgeous smile that seduced both of them, and she arranged herself in the tall chair, Struan weak with love for her, at the same time sick with guilt.
"I must have been insane to want a whore to substitute for the love of my life," he thought, glorying in her open warmth, wanting to blurt out about Shizuka and beg her forgiveness.
The night had begun well enough, with Shizuka undressing and smiling and pressing against him, fondling and encouraging. He had touched her, too, fondling, and was both proud and anxious, awkward and painful to position normally and move normally, so staying seated, and beginning, but not quite. Then of a sudden Angelique's face and presence had swamped him, unbidden and unwanted. His manhood vanished, and as much as Shizuka had tried and he had tried, it would not return. They rested and tried again, the ache for him awful now, overlaid with frantic, impotent rage, and his need to prove himself, more groping and trying. She was well trained with hand and lips and body, but nothing would create that which responded in varying degrees to lust and need, but especially to love and its indefinable mystery. Nor, whatever she did, could she or he dispel the spectre, or conquer the pain. At length she gave up, her young body sheened with perspiration and panting from her exertions.
"Gomen nasai, Taipan," she had whispered again and again, apologizing, but hiding her fury and almost in tears at his impotence, for she had never failed before, and was expecting him to send for servants any moment to beat her and throw her out for failure to arouse him as a civilized person would do. And more than anything, she was beset with anxiety as to how she would explain her inadequacy to her Mama-san. "Buddha bear witness, this man failed, not me." Gomen nasai, her mouth kept saying.
"It's the accident," he mumbled, despising himself, the pain grotesque, telling her about the Tokaido and his wounds, even though he knew she would not understand the words, his frustration shattering him. When that storm had passed and his tears had passed, he made her lie beside him, had stopped her trying again, and had made her understand that she would get a double fee if she kept everything secret. "Secret? Wakarimasu ka?" he pleaded with her.
"Hi, Taipan, wakarimasu,"
she had agreed happily, found the medicine he required, and then cradled him to sleep.
"Malcolm," Angelique said.
"Yes," Struan said at once, concentrating, his heart pounding, reminding him he had used the last of Hogue's sleeping draught and that he must ask Artok to replace the mixture for just a day or so.
"I'm so pleased to see you too." "Me too. How do you like my dress?" "It's wonderful, and so are you," he said.
"Think I'll be going, Taipan," MacFay broke in, seeing how happy Struan had become, pleased for him, though still sweating. "The Choshu reps are downstairs. All right to proceed with them."
"As we decided." "Good. Thanks again, Jamie. Let me know how it goes." "Malcolm," Angelique said quietly, "while Jamie's here, you remember you asked me to remind you when we were all together about the small allowance." "Ah, yes, of course, Jamie," he said expansively as she took his hand, her open pleasure casting the night into oblivion. Forever, he thought happily, that night never happened. "Put my fiancé's chits against my account," he told him with a twinge of happiness at the word. "Angel, just sign chits
Whatever you want, Jamie will take care of them."
"Thank you, Sherry, that's wonderful. But please, can I have some money?"
He laughed, and Jamie smiled also. "You don't need any here. There's no need for cash. None of us carry money."
"But, Malcolm, I would—"
"Angelique," he said, his voice firmer, "chits are the way we pay for everything, at the club or at any store in the settlement. Everyone does, even in Hong Kong. Surely you haven't forgotten. It stops tradesmen cheating, and you've a permanent record."
"But I've always had money, Sherry, money of my own to pay my own bills," she said, with an outward show of complete honesty. "And as my father has... well, you understand."
"Paying your own bills? What an appalling idea. That's unheard of in good society." "Now, don't worry yourself," he said, smiling at her. "That's for men to do. Chits are our perfect solution."
"Perhaps French people are different. We always have cash, and—"
"So do we in England and elsewhere, but in Asia we all sign chits. Whatever you want to buy, just sign for it. Even better, we must get you your personal chop. We'll choose the perfect Chinese name for you." This was a small stamp, usually a rectangular piece of ivory or bone, the bottom of which was ornately carved with the Chinese characters that sounded like the owner's name. When pressed into an ink pad, then onto paper, it would produce a unique imprint, almost impossible to forge. "Jamie will arrange it for you."
"Thank you, Malcolm. But then, well, can I have my own account, Sherry? I'm really very good at managing."
"I'm sure you are. Now, don't worry your beautiful head. When we're married, I'll arrange it, but here it's unnecessary." She hardly listened to herself as she entertained Struan with gossip from the French legation, what she had read in the papers, what her friend in Paris had written about a superb residence called Hôtel there, on the Champs-Élysées, belonging to a countess, that would soon become available, and was so inexpensive, planting seeds for their own glorious future, making him laugh, waiting for him to become drowsy when she would leave for her lunch at the club with the French officers, then later to ride with them, and some of the English Navy officers on the racecourse, then a siesta, then to prepare for Sir William's soirée. No reason not to go, but first returning to say good night to her soon-to-be husband. Everything marvelous and terrible, most of her mind on her new dilemma, how to get cash.
"What am I going to do? I have to have cash to pay for the medicine. That swine André Poncin won't advance it for me. I know he won't. Damn him, and damn my father for stealing my money, and damn him of the Tokaido into eternal hell forever. Stop that and think. Remember, you are on your own, and you must solve your problems. My only possession of value is my engagement ring, and I can't sell that. I just can't. Oh, God, everything was going so well. I'm officially engaged. Malcolm is getting better. André is helping me, but the medicine's so expensive, and I've no money, real money. Oh, God, what am I going to do?"
Tears spilled out of her eyes.
"Good God, Angelique, what is it?" Just that I'm so unhappy." She sobbed and buried her head in the bedclothes. "So unhappy that the Tokaido happened, and you're hurt, and I'm hurt too. It's not fair."
Sir William's 10-oared cutter sped through the swell in double quick time, aimed at the flagship anchored in the roads off Yokohama, her bow wave heavy. He was alone in the cabin, and he stood, riding easily in frock-coat, cutaway, and top hat. Sea fair, light fading in the west, the clouds already grey, but with no apparent threat of storm. As she swung alongside the ship, all oars went to the vertical. He jumped onto the gangway and hurried up to the main deck to be piped aboard. "Afternoon, sir," Lieutenant Marlowe saluted smartly. "This way, please." Past gleaming rows of cannon to the quarterdeck, the main deck and shrouds a hive of activity, cannons being secured, hawsers coiled, sails checked, smoke from the funnel, up a gangway, then down another to the second gun deck, past sailors battening down and stowing gear to the Admiral's cabin aft. The marine sentry saluted as Marlowe knocked. "Sir William, sir."
"Well, open the door, Marlowe, for Christ's sake."
Marlowe held the door for Sir William and began to close it. "Marlowe, stay here," the Admiral ordered. The large cabin filled the stern of the ship. Many small sea windows, big table and sea chairs anchored to the deck, small bunk and toilet, large sideboard with cut-glass decanters. The Admiral and General half got up with token politeness and sat again. Marlowe stayed at the door. "Thank you for arriving so expeditiously, Sir William. Brandy? Sherry?" Brandy, thank you. Admiral Ketterer. Trouble? The florid-faced man glared at Marlowe.
Would you oblige, Mr. Marlowe? Brandy for Sir William.
He tossed a sheet of paper on the table.
Dispatch from Hong Kong.
With the usual flowery greetings, the dispatch read, You will proceed at once with the flagship and 4 or 5 warships to the port of Bo Chi Se, north of Shanghai, coordinates overleaf, where the main pirate fleet of Wu Song Choi is now harboring. A week ago, a swarm of this pirate junks, arrogantly flying his flag, the White Lotus, intercepted and sank H.M.'s mail ship Bonnie Sailor in the waters off Mears Bay, the pirate haven north of Hong Kong. The fleet here will deal with Mears Bay. You will decimate Bo Chi Se and sink all craft, not fishing vessels, if the leader, believed to be Chu Fang Choi, refuses to strike his colors and declines to surrender to Her Majesty's justice. When accomplished, send 1 ship with a report here and return to Yokohama, placing yourself as usual at the disposition of Her Majesty's servants. Show this to Sir William, and please give him the enclosed. Yours, Stanhope, K.C.B., Governor, Far East. P.S. The Bonnie Sailor was lost with all hands, 76 officers and men, 10 passengers, one of whom was an Englishwoman, the wife of a trader here. A cargo of gold, opium, and rice worth 10,000 guineas. Chu Fang Choi had the effrontery to have delivered to Government House a sack containing the ship's log and 43 pairs of ears, with a letter apologizing that the others could not be recovered. The woman's were not included, and we fear the worst for her.
Bastards,
Sir William muttered, with an added queasiness at the thought that, as pirates were endemic in all Asian waters, particularly from Singapore north to Peking, and the White Lotus fleets the most abundant and notorious of all, the woman could easily have been his wife, who was due to arrive in Hong Kong any week from England with 3 of his children. You leave on the tide?
Yes.
The Admiral slid an envelope across the table. Sir William broke the seals. Dear Willie, the next mail ship will bring the specie for the legation expenses. Between ourselves, sorry, Willie, but I cannot give you any further troops at the moment, or ships. In the spring, possibly. I have been ordered to return troops and ships to India, where the authorities fear repetition of the mutiny of 5 years ago. Added to that, the Punjab is in ferment again. Pirates plague the Persian Gulf, and damned nomads in Mesopotamia have again cut the telegraph. Another expeditionary force is being organized to deal with them once and for all. How is that poor fellow Struan? Questions are bound to be asked in Parliament about failure to protect our nationals. News of your Tokaido disaster should reach London within 2 weeks. Their answer not for 2 more months. I trust they will countenance stiff reprisals and send us the money, troops, and ships to carry out their orders. In the meantime, weather the storm, if there is one, as best you can. Hong Kong is seething about this attack. Struan's mother is hopping mad, and all the riff-raff China traders here, however rich from their foul opium trade, are up in arms, their misguided, slanted gutter-snipe press demanding your resignation. Was it ever different, as Disraeli would say? In haste, Godspeed, yours, Stanhope, K.C.B., Governor. Sir William took a large sip, hoping his face did not betray his anxiety. Good brandy, Admiral. Yes, it is my very best private stock, in your honour, the Admiral said, furious that Marlowe had given Sir William almost half a tumbler, and had not used the ordinary 2nd grade he kept for visitors. Stupid Burke, he thought. He should know better. He'll never make flag rank. What about going to Osaka? Sir William said. Oh, Osaka. I regret you will have to delay until I return. The smile was barely concealed. When will that be? The sinking feeling became worse. To arrive at our destination, 6 or 7 days, depending on the winds. 2 or 3 days at Bo Chi Se should be enough. I will have to recoal at Shanghai. Oh, I'd say I should be off Yokohama again, unless fresh orders arrive in... The Admiral quaffed his port and poured another. I should be back in 4 or 5 weeks. Sir William finished his brandy, and this helped to ease his nausea. Lieutenant, would you be so kind? Thanks. Marlowe took his glass politely and refilled it with the Admiral's best, hiding his disgust at being a flunky and totally fed up with his aide-de-camp posting, wanting to be back on his own ship, his own quarterdeck, to supervise the repairs the storm had caused. But at least I'll see some action at long last, he thought with relish, imagining the attack on the pirate haven, all guns blazing. Well, Admiral, Sir William was saying, if we fail to make good our threat, we will lose enormous face, the initiative, and put ourselves in great danger.
It was your threat, Sir William, not ours.
As to face, you put too much value on it. As to danger, I presume you mean to the settlement. Damn, sir, the natives of Japan would not dare to create any major problem. They didn't really bother you with the legation. They won't really bother Yokohama.
With the fleet gone, we're helpless.
Not exactly, Sir William, the general said stiffly. The army is here in some strength. Quite right, the admiral agreed. But Sir William is perfectly correct to say the Royal Navy keeps the peace. I plan to take 4 warships, sir, not 5, and leave 1 frigate on station. That should be sufficient. The Pearl. Before Marlowe could stop himself, he had said, Excuse me, sir, but she's still undergoing major repairs. I'm so glad to know you keep abreast of the state of my fleet, Mr. Marlowe, and that you keep your ears open. The Admiral said witheringly, Obviously Pearl can't go on this expedition, so you'd best report back aboard and make sure she's in first-class seagoing condition, ready for any duty by sundown tomorrow, or you won't have a ship.
Yes, sir.
Marlowe gulped, saluted, and rushed off. The Admiral grunted and said to the General, Good officer, but not dry behind the ears yet. Fine naval family. 2 brothers, also officers, and his father's flag captain at Plymouth. He looked at Sir William. Don't worry, his frigate will have stepped her mast by tomorrow and be in good order. He's the best of my captains, but for God's sake, don't tell him I said so. He'll guard you until I return. If there's nothing else, gentlemen, I put to sea right smartly, so sorry I can't join you for dinner. Sir William and the General finished their drinks and stood up. Godspeed, Admiral Ketterer. May you come back safely with all hands, Sir William said sincerely, the General echoing him. Then his face hardened. If I don't get any satisfaction from the Bakufu, I will leave for Osaka as planned, in Pearl or not, at the head of the army or not, but, by God, go to Osaka and Kyoto. I will. Best wait until I return. Best be prudent. Best not swear by God to undertake such an ill-advised action, Sir William, the Admiral said curtly. God might decide otherwise. That evening, just before midnight, Angelique, Philip Tyrer, and Paladar left the British legation and strolled down High Street, heading for the Struan building. La, she said happily, Sir William certainly has a modest chef. They were all in evening dress, and they laughed, for the food had been abundant English fare and especially delicious. A side of roast beef, trays of pork sausages, and fresh crabs brought in on ice from Shanghai in a mail ship's ice room, as part of the diplomatic pouch, and therefore not subject to customs inspection or duty. These were served with boiled vegetables, roast potatoes, also imported from Shanghai, with Yorkshire pudding, and followed by apple pies and mince pies, with all the claret, pouilly, fumé, port, and champagne the 20 guests could drink. And when Madame Longchurch threw a crab at her husband, I thought I would die, she said to more laughter, but Tyra, embarrassed, said, I'm afraid some of the so-called traders and their wives are inclined to be boisterous. Please don't judge all Englishmen or women by their behavior. Quite right. Paladar was beaming, delighted that he also had been accepted as part of her escort, and conscious that his evening dress uniform and plumed cap made Tyra's drab frock coat, his old-fashioned and abundant silk cravat and top hat, seem even more funereal. Dreadful people. Without your presence, the evening would have been awful, no doubt at all. High Street and its side streets were still busy with traders, clerks, and others, weaving their way home to their dwellings or strolling the promenade, the odd drunk lying by the oil lamps that lit the length of it. An occasional cluster of Japanese fishermen carrying oars and nets and paper lanterns to light their way trudged up from the shore where their boats were beached, or headed down from the village for their night's fishing. At the front door of the Struan building, she stopped and held out her hand to be kissed. Thank you and good night, dear friends. Please don't bother to wait. One of the servants can see me back to the legation. Wouldn't dream of it, Paladar said at once, taking her hand and holding on for a moment. We'd be glad to wait, Tyler assured her. But I may be an hour or a few minutes, depending how my fiancé is. But they insisted, and she thanked them, and she swept past the liveried, armed night watchman, up the stairs, crinoline billowing, trailing her shawl, still caught up in the excitement of the evening and the adoration that surrounded her.
"Hello, darling. Just wanted to say good night."
Struan wore an elegant red silk dressing-gown over a loose shirt and trousers with soft boots, cravat at his throat, and he got up out of the chair, the pain deadened now by the elixir Artok had given him half an hour ago.
"I feel better than I have for days, my darling. A bit wobbly, but fine. How lovely you are."
The light from the oil lamp made his gaunt face more handsome than ever, and her more desirable than ever. He put his hands on her shoulders to steady himself, his head and body feeling strangely light, her skin creamy and warm to his touch. His eyes were dancing, and he looked down, loving her, and kissed her. Gently at first, then, as she responded, glorying further in her taste and welcome.
"I love you,"
he murmured between kisses.
"I love you,"
she replied, believing it, and weak with pleasure, so happy that he seemed truly better, his lips strong and seeking, and hands strong and seeking, but within bounds, bounds that suddenly, deliriously, she wanted to cast aside.
"Je t'aime, chérie, je t'aime."
For a moment they stood in their embrace, and then, with a strength he did not know he had, he lifted her and sat again in the big, high-backed chair, and cradled her in his lap, lips touching one arm around her tiny waist, a hand quietly on her breast, the silk seeming to enhance the half-cupped warmth beneath. Wonder filled him, wonder that here, where every part of her was covered and forbidden in the night, all was open and offered and was young. But now he was more euphoric and stimulated than he had ever been, yet at the same time controlled, no longer frantic with lust. "So strange," he murmured, and thought, "but not so strange. The pain's masked by the medicine. The rest isn't my love for her. Chérie, strange that I need you so much, yet I can wait. Not long, but I can wait."
"Please, not long, please."
Again her lips sought his, nothing in her mind but him, heat welding her memory closed and worry closed, and never a problem any more, for both of them. Then the sudden sound of a nearby gunshot from outside. Their mood shattered. She sat upright on his lap, and before she knew it, was hurrying for the half-open window. Below she could see Paladar and Tyra. Damn, I'd forgotten them, she thought. The two men were looking inland. Then they turned, their attention directed towards Drunk Town. She craned out of the window, but saw only a vague group of men at the far end, their bleary shouts wafted on the wind. "It seems to be nothing, just Drunk Town," she said, guns and fights, even duels, not rare in that part of Yokohama. Then, feeling strange and chilled, and at the same time flushed, she came back and looked at him. With a little sigh, she knelt and took his hand and pressed it to her cheek, her head in his lap, but his gentleness and his fingers caressing her hair and the nape of her neck no longer drove the devils away.
"I should go home, my love."
"Yes." His fingers continued their stroking.
"I want to stay." "I know."
Struan saw himself, out of himself, the perfect gentleman, calm, quiet, helping her to her feet, waiting while she straightened her bodice and hair, and draped her shawl around her, then hand in hand walking slowly with her to the head of the stairs, where he allowed himself to be persuaded to stay, permitting a servant to lead her below. At the door she turned once and waved a loving farewell, and he waved, and then she was gone. It seemed to take him no effort to walk back and undress, letting his servant pull off his boots, then into bed with no help at all, lying back, at peace with himself and the world. Head fine, body fine, relaxed. "How is my son?" Artok whispered from the doorway. "In the land of the poppy." "Good, good. No pain for my son there." The servant blew out the flame, and then left him. Down the high street, the French soldier sentry, his uniform as sloppy as his manner, opened the legation door for her. "Bonsoir, mademoiselle."
"Bonsoir, monsieur. Good night, Philippe. Good night, Cetri."
The door closed, and she leaned against it a moment to collect herself. The delight of the evening had vanished. In its place, the spectres were crowding for attention. Deep in thought, she walked across the hall towards her suite, saw a light under Saratad's door. She stopped, and, on a sudden impulse that this might be a perfect time to ask for a loan, she knocked and went in.
"Oh, André. Hello. Excuse me, I was expecting Monsieur Henri."
He's still with Sir William. I'm just finishing a dispatch for him. André was at Sarratard's desk, many papers spread around. The dispatch dealt with Struans, their possible arms deal with the Choshu, and the possible help that a possible French wife might render their fledgling arms industry. Did you have a good time? How's your fiancé?
He's much better, thank you. The dinner was huge, if you like to eat heavily. Ah, to be in Paris, yes?
Yes. My God, she's beddable, he thought, and that reminded him of the infectious vileness eating him away.
What is it?
She asked, startled by his sudden pallor.
Nothing.
He cleared his throat and fought to control the horror. Just
out of sorts.
Nothing grave. He seemed so vulnerable, so helpless, that abruptly she decided to trust him again, and closed the door and sat near him, pouring out her story.
What am I going to do, dear André? I can't get any cash. What can I do?
Dry your tears, Angelique. The answer is so simple. Tomorrow or the next day I will take you shopping, he said, his mind quite clear for mundane matters. You've asked me to go shopping with you, haven't you? To help find an engagement present for Monsieur Struan. Gold cufflinks with pearls and pearl earrings for yourself. His voice saddened. But oh, so terrible. Somewhere en route, back from the jeweller's, you lose one pair. We look everywhere, but to no avail. Terrible. His pale brown eyes held hers. Meanwhile, the Mama-san has her secret payment. I will make sure the pair you lose more than covers the medicine and all costs.
You're wonderful, she burst out and hugged him. Wonderful, what would I do without you?
She embraced him again, thanked him again, and virtually danced out of the room. He looked at the closed door a long time. Yes, it will cover the medicine and my 20 louis and other expenses if I decide, he thought, curiously unsettled. Poor little cabbage, so easy to manipulate you. You embroil yourself in deeper and deeper whirlpools. Don't you realize that now you become a thief, and worse, you're a criminal planning a willful fraud? And you, André, you are an accessory to the conspiracy. He laughed outright, a bad, twisted laugh. Prove it. Will she tell a court about an abortion? Will the Mama-san be witness against me? Will the court believe the story of the daughter and niece of criminals against mine? No. But God will know, and soon you will be before him. Yes, and he will know. I've done much worse, and intend to do even more evil. Tears began to stream down his face.
Aïe, missy,
Asso said, trying to help Angelique undress, who would not be still, again in a merry mood, her immediate problem solved.
Missy!
Oh, very well, but do hurry. Angelique stood by her bed, but continued to hum her cheery polka, the room more feminine and friendly in the oil light than during the day, the glass windows slightly ajar with the slatted shutters barred.
Missy, a good time, haya?
Nimbly, Asso began to untie the waist straps of the crinoline. Good, thank you, Angelique said politely, not liking her particularly. Asso was a big-hipped, middle-aged woman, a servant, and not a real ama.
But she's so old, Malcolm. Can't you find me someone young and pretty who laughs?
Gordon Chen, our comprador, chose her angel. He guarantees she's completely trustworthy. She can brush her hair, bathe you, can look after your European clothes, and she's my gift to you while she's with you in Japan. The straps loosened and the crinoline fell away. Then Asso did the same with the petticoat, and last, the vast framework of hoops of bone and metal that gave the crinoline body. Long pantaloons, silk stockings, short slip, and the boned cinch and corset that made her 20-inch waist 18 inches, and swelled her breasts fashionably. As the maid unlaced the cinch corset, Angelique let out a deep sigh of contentment, stepped out of the sea of material and flopped on the bed, and, as a child would, allowed herself to be undressed completely. Obediently she raised her arms to permit the flowery nightdress to be eased around her.
Sit, missy. No, not tonight, Asso, my hair can wait. Ay, yeah, tomorrow no good.
Asso brandished the brush.
Oh, all right.
Angelique sighed and scrambled off the bed, and sat by the dressing-table and allowed her to take out the pins and begin to brush. It felt very good.
Oh, how clever André is. He makes everything so simple. Now I can get all the money I need. Oh, how clever he is.
From time to time a benign sea breeze creaked the shutters. 100 yards away across the promenade, waves ran up the pebbled shore and departed and came again with a good sound that promised another gentle night that all in the settlement had welcomed. The fleet had left with the light. Everyone not drunk or bedridden had watched with varying degrees of anxiety as the ships sailed off. All wished them Godspeed and a quick return, except the Japanese. Ori was one of them, and he had his eyes pressed to a crack in one of her shutters, well hidden and camouflaged by the tall camellia bushes that grew here abundantly, and that Seratard, a keen gardener, had planted. Long before midnight Ori was in this ambush, waiting for her, time passing slowly, thinking and rethinking schemes, exhausting himself, nervously checking and rechecking that his short sword was loose in its scabbard, and the derringer safe in the sleeve of his fisherman's kimono. But when he had seen her approaching the legation in the company of the two Gai-Jin, all his tiredness had vanished. For a moment he had contemplated rushing out and killing them, but discarded that foolishness, knowing it was unlikely he could kill the 3 of them, and the sentry, before being killed himself. And anyway, he thought grimly, that would end my plan to have her once more before I die, and then to burn the settlement. Without me to go, Hiraga, he will never do it. He's too weak now. He's Gai-Jin infected. If Hiraga the Strong can succumb so quickly, what about the others? The Emperor is right to hate Gai-Jin and want them expelled. So he curbed his anger and slunk deeper into hiding, biding his time, planning for any eventuality. No way through the windows, unless she unbarred them. The back door was unguarded and possible, and plenty of footholds to the next floor, if it would not open. He had watched the undressing in every detail, barely 2 paces away, beyond the wall. Now she was being prepared for bed, the maid fussing about her mistress. His impatience became almost unbearable. Earlier, one of the mixed naval and army patrols that roamed the settlement nightly to keep order had suddenly challenged him in a lane behind High Street. He had stopped without fear. There was no curfew, nor was any part of the settlement forbidden to Japanese, though wisely they kept mostly to their own quarter and chose not to tempt Gai-Jin temper. Unfortunately, the sergeant had rudely shoved a lantern in his face, making him jerk back, startled. The concealed short sword clattered to the ground. "Here, you little bastard, you knows daggers and the like is forbidden. Kinjiru!" Though Ori did not understand the words, the rule and penalty were common knowledge. At once he grabbed up his knife and fled. The sergeant fired at him, but the bullet haranged off a tile harmlessly, and he leapt over a low wall to lose himself in the maze of lanes and dwellings. The patrol did not bother to give chase, just shouted a few curses after him. Carrying a knife was a small misdemeanor, worth only an immediate beating and the weapon confiscated. Again he had waited in hiding until he could join a group of fishermen to go down to the shore, then doubled back, scaled the legation's fence, and quickly found a safe place. Once there he had slumped down and began to wait. This morning he had pretended he was ready to leave the Yoshiwara for Kyoto, as Hiraga had demanded. "As soon as I've contacted Katsumata there, I'll send you a message," he had said, deliberately tight-lipped. "Make sure the girl does not escape. She's the Taipan's woman, so her every step is measured, and she'll be easy to find," Hiraga had told him as coldly. "Watch yourself. The Tokaido will be dangerous. Enforcer patrols and barrier guards will be very alert." "Better we honor Sonojoy. Better you allow me to stay. Better we burn Yokohama. Akimoto arrives today. We could do it easily." "We will, when you return. If you stay now, you will make a mistake. The woman has turned your head and made you dangerous to yourself, your friends, and Sonojoy." "What about you, Hiraga? The Gai-Jin have turned you and twisted your judgment." "No, I tell you for the last time." Careless of provoking Hiraga even more, he flared. "You saw what scum Gai-Jin are, drunk and revolting, fighting like beasts, carousing in the filth of Drunk Town. Are these the men you want to know more of, to be like? Go!" Angrily, he had collected his short sword and derringer. At Raiko's suggestion, he joined the daily procession of servants leaving for Kanagawa Market, where the best sake and foods were purchased. With them he had passed through the Yoshiwara and settlement barriers, the enforcer patrol still lurking amongst the guards, making them as nervous as the villagers. Halfway to Kanagawa, the road traffic heavy, he had slipped away to the shore. There he had bribed a fisherman to row him to the far end of the settlement near Drunktown to hide him till dusk.
I am doing the correct thing, he thought with absolute conviction, the small sea wind scattering the night insects. The woman is the perfect target for Sonojoy. Whatever Hiraga says, I may never have another chance to cast away her spell. Yes, I am in her spell. She must be a kami, a spirit, a wolf woman, reborn, Gai-Jin. No other woman could be virgin and drugged yet still be as welcoming. No other could make a man explode like I exploded or keep me deranged with desire. Tonight I will lay her for the second time. Then I will kill her. If I escape, karma. If I do not escape, karma. But she will die by my hand.
The sweat was running down his face and back. Once more he concentrated, watching her through the crack, so very close that, but for the wall, he could almost reach out and touch her. She climbed into bed, night's dress revealing. Now the maid turned down the oil flame to leave a warm glow of light.
"Night, missy."
"Night, asso." Happy to be alone, Angelique snuggled down in the bedclothes, watching the flame shadows dance with the drafts, her head resting comfortably on her arm. Before Kanagawa, the dark had never bothered her, and she would go quickly into dream time to awake refreshed. Since Kanagawa, her pattern had changed. Now she insisted on a nightlight. Sleep did not come easily. Soon her mind took her into paths of wild surmise. Her hands would stray to her breasts.
Are they a little fuller than yesterday, my nipples more sensitive? Yes, they are. No, it is just imagination. And my stomach, is it rounder? No, there's no difference, and yet there is a vast difference, like BC and AD, and at least once a day I wonder, would it be a boy or girl? Or devil, taking after the rapist father? No child of mine could be a devil. Devil, that reminds me today's Friday, and in 2 days I have to go to church and confess again. The words get no easier. How I hate confession now and loathe Father Leo, such a fat, uncouth, tobacco-smelling and lecherous old man. He reminds me of Aunt Emma's confessor in Paris, the ancient Scot, smelling of whiskey, whose French was as vile as his cassock. Lucky for me that neither she nor Uncle Michel were fanatic, just ordinary Sunday Catholics. I wonder how she is. And poor Uncle Michel. Tomorrow I will speak to Malcolm. Dear Malcolm, he was so nice tonight, so strong and wise, and oh, how I wanted him. So glad I can talk to him, so lucky for me that Aunt Emma refused to learn French, so I had to learn English. How could she possibly survive in Paris all those years speaking only English? And what possessed Uncle Michel to marry her and endure such hardship? Though I love her and him, she so dowdy, he so ordinary. Love, that's what he would always say, and she would say, and that they had met when he was in Normandy one summer vacation, she an actress with a traveling Shakespearean troupe, he a junior official. It was love at first glance, they would always say, and tell how beautiful she was and handsome he was. Then running away together, married within the week, so romantic, but not so happy ever after. But we will be, Malcolm and I. Ah, yes, and I will love Malcolm as a modern wife should. We'll have lots of children. They'll be brought up Catholic. It won't matter to him. He's not fanatic either. I'm really not, Angelique. Of course we'll be married according to Protestant traditions. Mother will not have it otherwise, of that I'm certain. Afterwards we can have a Catholic ceremony privately, if you wish. Never mind, even if it's secret, it's the real marriage, not like the other. The children will be accepted into Mother Church. We will all live in Paris most of the year. He will love me and I will love him, and we'll make love marvelously, she thought, her heart beginning to thump pleasantly as she let her mind roam, deeper and deeper. Then, because the evening had been wonderful, and she felt wonderful and quite safe, she allowed the pleasing parts of that night's dream to return. She could remember none of it exactly. The outrage dissolved into pictures within erotic pictures within erotic pictures, a little burning that became a pervading warmth. Knowing but not knowing, feeling but not feeling, strong arms embracing, and being possessed by a never-before-experienced sensuality and openness, head, body, and life, gloriously free to abandon all restraint, to relish everything because it was Just a dream. But did I awake, or almost awake, and only pretend that I didn't? She asked herself again and again, always with a shudder. I could not have responded that wantonly awake, surely not. But the dream was so strong, and in its grasp I was driven by a tempest to want more, and again more, and— She heard the outer door open and close, and the bedroom door latch moving, and whirled to see Andre open the door silently and close it silently, bolt it, and lean against it, a mocking smile on his lips. Suddenly she was afraid. "What do you want, Andre?" For a long time he did not answer, then came over to the bed and stared down at her. To talk, eh?" he said softly. "We should, eh? Talk, or what?" "I don't understand," she said, understanding too well, painfully aware of the disturbing glitter in his eyes, where only a few minutes before there had been only compassion. But she kept her voice reasonable, cursing herself that she had not barred the door. Never a need here, always servants or legation staff about, and no one would dare enter without permission. "Please, don't you— We should talk about tomorrow and be friends." "Dear Andre, please, it's late. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. Sorry, but you've no right to come in here without knock—" In momentary panic, she retreated to the other side of the bed as he sat on the edge and reached for her. "Stop, or I'll scream." His laugh was soft and barbed. "If you scream, dear Angelique, that will bring the servants, and I will unlock the door and tell them you invited me here. You wanted privacy to discuss your need for money, cash money for your abortion." Again the mocking, twisted smile. "Eh? Oh, Andre, don't be like that. Please leave, please. If someone were to see you, please." First a kiss." She flushed. "Get out! How dare you!" "Shut up and listen," he whispered harshly, and his hand caught her wrist and held it in a vice. "I can dare anything. If I want more than a kiss, you'll give it to me happily, or else. Without me, you'll be found out. Without me—" "Andre, please let me go." As much as she tried, she could not break his grip. With a twisted smile, he released her. "You hurt me," she said, near tears. "I don't want to hurt you," he said throatily, his voice sounding strange to him, and he knew he was insane to be here and doing this, but he had been caught up in such sudden horror that it had overpowered his reason, his feet carrying him here of their own volition, to force her to— To what? To share his degradation? Why not? His brain was shrieking. It's her fault, flaunting her tits and blatant sexuality, reminding me. She's no better than a street slut. Maybe she wasn't raped. Isn't she out to trap Struan and his millions by any means? I'm your friend, aren't I? Helping you? Come over here. A kiss isn't much payment. No! By Christ, do it happily, or I'll stop helping you, and in a day or two I'll inform Struan and the Badcoat anonymously. You want that, eh? Andre, please. She looked around, desperate for a way to escape. There was none. He moved closer to her on the bed, and reached for her breast, but she pushed his hand away, and began to resist and to fight, and hacked with her nails for his eyes. But he held her helpless as she struggled, afraid to call out, knowing she was snared and lost and would have to submit. Abruptly there was a violent pounding on the shutter. The suddenness ripped Andre out of his madness, and she screamed in fright. Aghast, he leapt off the bed, rushed for the door, unlocked it and the one to the corridor, then whirled and ran to the windows, pulling them open. In seconds he had unbarred the shutters and shoved them outwards. Nothing. No one there. Nothing but bushes, waving in the wind, the sound of the sea, the promenade beyond the fence, empty of people. A sentry hurried into view. "What's going on?" "I should ask you that, soldier," Andre said, his heart grinding, his words tumbling over. "Did you see anyone, anything? I was passing Mademoiselle's door and heard, or thought I heard, someone pounding on her shutters. Quick, look around." Behind him, Pierre Vervaine, the chargé d'affaires, a flickering candle in his hand, hurried anxiously into the room, dressing-gown over his nightshirt, nightcap askew. Others began crowding the doorway. "What's going on? Oh, Andre! What the devil? What's going on? Mademoiselle, you screamed?" "Yes, he—" she stammered. "Andre was— someone banged on the shutters, and Andre, well, he—" "I was just passing her door," Andre said.
And rushed in. Isn't that true, Angelique? She dropped her eyes, holding the bedclothes closer around her.
Yes, that's true,
she said, afraid and hating him, but attempting to hide it. Vervain joined Andre at the window and peered out. Perhaps it was the wind. We have sudden squalls here, and the shutters aren't exactly new. He shook one of them. Indeed, it was loose and rattled noisily. Then he leaned out and shouted after the sentry, "Make a very good search, and come back and report to me." Then he closed and barred the shutters and rebolted the windows.
There, nothing to worry about. Yes, but...
Tears of relief began to well.
Mon Dieu, mademoiselle, nothing to worry about. Don't cry. You're perfectly safe, no need to worry, of course not.
Vervain took off his nightcap and scratched his bald pate at a loss. Then, thankfully, he saw Asso amongst the others at the doorway and motioned at her importantly.
Asso, you are asleep here with Missy Haya? Yes, massa.
Asso hurried off to get some bedding, and everyone else began to drift away.
I'll wait with you, Mademoiselle Angelique, until she returns.
The older man yawned.
Probably you were both mistaken, and it was the wind. Who would want to bang on the shutters, eh? There aren't any rotten little street urchins and gutter snipes in the settlement to play pranks or be pickpockets, thank God. Must have been the wind, eh?
I'm sure you're right, Andre said, over his scare now, dreading that someone had been outside watching. He had seen the crack, but no other signs. Don't you agree, Angelique?
I perhaps yes,
she said, very unsettled and not yet recovered from her fright, both because of him and because of the sudden sound.
Why did it happen then? Was it someone or just a God-given wind? Truly a gift from God? Wind or not, person or not, I don't care, she decided. I don't care. I escaped. Tomorrow I move back beside Malcolm. Daren't stay here. Mustn't stay. Too close to Andre. Too dangerous. It sounded like someone banging, but I could be mistaken. It could have been a sudden gust.
I'm sure it was, Vervain said confidently.
My shutters are always banging, wake me up all the time.
He coughed and sat down, peering kindly at Andre, whose face was still chalky.
No need for you to wait, my friend. You don't look very well at all, as though, heaven forbid, you've a crisis of the liver.
Perhaps I have. I certainly don't feel very well. Andre glanced at Angelique. Sorry, he said, holding her eyes, making his voice calm and soft, seemingly the old Andre once more. All strangeness and lust and violence vanished. Good night, Angelique. You've nothing to be afraid of, ever. Monsieur Vervain is quite right.
Yes, thank you, Andre.
She forced a smile, and then he was gone. She had looked at him deeply, wanting to read the truth behind his eyes. They were friendly, nothing else, but she did not trust what she had seen. Even so, she knew that she would have to make peace with him, would accept his inevitable apologies, pretending to forget everything and agreeing the attack was a momentary madness, and would become friends again, on the surface. She shuddered. In her innermost being, she also grasped that whatever he demanded, eventually she would have to give, while he lived. Ori was trembling, hunched down against an upturned fishing boat on the pebbled beach. 20 yards away was the edge of the surf, the waves sibilant.
"You're completely baka,"
he gasped, his fury directed totally against himself. Before he realized what he was doing, he had hammered on the shutters, and then, appalled at his stupidity, had rushed away, scaled the fence, found the oar he used as camouflage, shouldered it, and loped across the roadway without being challenged, Gai-Jin voices in his wake.
Hiraga must be right,
he thought, nauseated, mixed up, his heart aching in his chest, shoulder throbbing, and a warm trickle of blood seeping from the tear in the wound his headlong flight had caused.
Perhaps this woman really has sent me mad. Madness to pound on the shutters. What good would that do me? What does it matter if another pillows her? Why should that inflame me, make my heart roar in my ears? I don't own her or want to own her. What does it matter if another Gai-Jin takes her with or without violence? Some women need a measure of violence to excite them, like many men. Wait, would it have been better if she had fought me, rather than welcoming me? However drugged she was or pretended to be? Pretended.
This was the first time such a thought had entered his mind. Some of his venom left him, though his heart continued to race and the ache behind his temples did not leave.
Could she have been pretending? It's possible. Her arms embraced me and her legs wrapped me, and her body moved like no one has ever moved. All pillow partners move sensually, with moans and sighs and sometimes a few tears, and, "Oh, how strong you are, how you exhaust me, never have I had the privilege of such a man before." But every client knows that these are surface words, learned by rote, part of their training, nothing more, and meaningless. She wasn't like that. Every moment had a meaning for me. Whether she pretended or not doesn't matter. She probably did. Women are so filled with guile. I don't care. I should not have bludgeoned the shutter like a berserk fool, revealing my presence and hiding place, and probably ruining forever my chance of gaining access there again. Again his anger burst. His fist smashed the wood of the hull. "Baka!" he croaked, wanting to shriek it aloud. Footsteps on the pebbles. On guard, he slid deeper into the shadows, the moon baleful, then heard the voices of approaching fishermen chatting one with another, and cursed himself afresh for not being more alert. Almost at once a rough, middle-aged fisherman came around the stern of the boat and stopped. "Watch out! Who are you, stranger?" the man said angrily, readying the short mast he carried as a club. "What are you up to?" Ori did not move, just glared up at him and at the other two, who moved up beside him. One was also middle-aged, the other a youth not much older than Ori himself. Both carried oars and fishing tackle. "You do not ask those questions of your betters," he said. "Where are your manners?" "Who are you? You're not samurai—" The man stopped, petrified, as Ori leapt to his feet, the sword instantly in his hand, the blade dangerously half out of its scabbard. "On your knees, scum, before I cut your baka hearts out. A haircut does not make me any less samurai." Instantly the fishermen fell to their knees, heads to the beach, and were bleating their apologies, no mistaking the authority or the way the short sword was held. "Shut up," Ori snarled. "Where were you going?" "To fish, Lord. Half a league out to sea. Please excuse us, but well in the dark, and your hair not no—" "Shut up. Get the boat in the water. Move." Once safe out to sea, now over his blinding anger, the salt air cleansing, Ori looked back at the settlement. Lights still on in the French and British legations, the strewn building, and the club that Hiraga had identified for him. Oil street lamps along the praia, a few windows glowing in other bungalows and godowns, drunk town pulsating as normal throughout the night, the gin shops never totally sleeping. But all of his attention was on the French legation. Why, he kept asking himself, why should I have been so possessed with jealousy? That's the real word. An insane jealousy. To be jealous over pillowing is baka. Was it because of what Hiraga had told me? Taira says their custom is like ours amongst the leader class. A man does not pillow the woman he will marry before marriage, which means this taipan will not bed her, and, as she is promised, no one else has the right. Did I smash the shutters to prevent that man pillowing her, or was it to protect her? Or was it just because I wanted no other man to enjoy her until I can again? That's even more stupid. How could I ever tell? Was it because I was the first? Does it make that pillowing different? Because you have possessed her uniquely? Remember, Chinese have always believed virginity to be the most powerful aphrodisiac between heaven and earth. Is that why I did what I did? No, it was a sudden impulse. I believe she is a wolf woman who must be killed. Preferably after I've pillowed her once more, for me to escape her spell. But how and when? It must be now. Too dangerous to stay in the settlement or Yoshiwara. Hiraga is bound to hear I have not left. I am a dead man if he finds me. Could I risk 3 more days, then, if I fail to snare her, hurry off to Kyoto, with Hiraga none the wiser? Safer to leave now. Which? You, old man, where do you live? The 2nd street, 5th house, lord, the fisherman said, all of them deeply afraid, long since realizing that this must be one of the ronin who were hiding in the settlement to escape the Toranaga enforcers. Chapter 23. Sunday, the 19th of October. Church bells were beckoning the faithful on this nice, crisp morning. Not many bloody faithful in Yokohama, Jamie McFay said to Struan,
MacFay's shoulders and back were aching, the church and the coming service not to his liking, nothing like the austere Scottish Presbyterianism of his childhood.
"Not that I'm a real churchgoer, not any more," he said, very much on guard, unsure how Struan was going to be after their violent row the day before. "My ma's still as strict as they come, 3 times on Sunday."
"Like mine, though she's Church of England," Struan agreed heavily. He walked slowly and badly, hunched over, leaning on his canes amid groups of men converging on a church that was down the high street, and set back slightly in its own garden on a choice lot facing the sea. The church is pretty, though, mix Yokohama, permanent. Holy Trinity, or Holy Titty, as they privately dubbed it, was the pride of the settlement. It had been consecrated last year by the Bishop of Hong Kong. The steeple was tall, and the bell sweet-sounding, reminding all expatriates of home, so very far away. Wood and plaster and bricks from Shanghai, neat gardens and small cemetery with only 7 graves, sickness rare in Yokohama, unlike Hong Kong with its plagues and the lethal Happy Valley fever, malaria. All 7 deaths by misadventure, except one of old age. 20 years working in Asia were rare, and men past retirement age, rarer still. Again the bell tolled, not yet insistent, more than enough time to take their places, the noble house pew in the first row. "I need all the help I can get," Struan was thinking fervently, never devout, though always a believer. "I'm glad it's our church, more than the other traders." The land and the building had been donated to the Church of England by all traders. They had enthusiastically voted the levy 4 hours after the Yokohama Club had opened its doors for business, the same day the settlement was founded. At MacFay's insistence and on the orders of Tess Struan, who guaranteed 50% of the cost. She had also pledged to provide the bell, and had it cast in their new foundry in Hong Kong. When Tyler Brock heard about it, not to be outdone by his estranged and hated daughter, he had ordered a stained-glass window from London and pews of English oak. "Sunday church is all right, once a month," Father used to say, but never in Mother's hearing. Struan smiled bleakly. When he was younger, he was as much a churchgoer as she is now. He stopped a moment to gather his breath and stared out to sea. The sea was choppy, blue-grey, the sky speckled with cumulus. A dozen or so merchantmen lay snug in the roads, English predominantly, 1 American, 1 Russian, yesterday's mail steamer, the French paddle steamer flagship wallowing at anchor, and the 21-gun steam frigate HMS Pearl, still without her foremast. "Feels naked without the fleet, doesn't it?"
"Yes, it does. Not many will miss prayers today."
MacFay circled his head to ease the ache in his neck. "How long do you think they'll be gone?"
"A month is my bet. Morning, Mrs. Longchurch." Both raised their hats politely. Struan awkwardly, as she sailed past, bustled and bonneted, husband sweatily in tow, his face dark with bruises.
What the devil happened to him?
"Fighting," MacFay said cautiously, still trying to gauge Struan's humour. He had not seen him or heard from him since yesterday, except to get a curt message this morning to join him for their walk to church. He fell into step as Struan started off again.
"Seems he, Dimitri, and a few others decided to visit Drunktown last night for a Saturday night binge."
"You mean a punch-up?"
"'Fraid that was the basic idea. Dimitri, well, he said they had a grand time."
Struan noticed the sudden glint in MacFay's eyes.
"Ah, you were there too, Jamie?"
he asked dryly, and then smiled. MacFay saw the smile and was greatly relieved.
"Well, yes, Taipan, yes, I went along, just to make sure Dimitri didn't get into trouble."
"Did he?" Struan asked with a sudden stab of envy.
"No, but, hey, Taipan, we had a grand time."
"You lucky fellow. Come on, Jamie, tell all."
Jamie heard and saw the open friendliness and camaraderie that he had been afraid he had lost forever, and beamed, his aches forgotten, angers forgotten, and worries over his future.
"There was a smashing cockfight at the Bull and Cock, best we've had there. They've a new ring now, and a new Nagasaki beer that's better than our own Highland Dark. 2 army handlers were pitted against 2 of our lads, Chandler Sykes and Old Bloody."
"Who?"
"He's one of our retired seamen, a master gunner, name of Charlie Bent, who paid off of Lasting Cloud. The same gunner who blew Wu Sung Choi's war junk out of the water for your dad back in '43. Now he's nicknamed Old Bloody as he looks after the abattoir. Well, I backed him all the way, Taipan, and won £25. Afterwards we descended on the Yokopoco Palace. That's the biggest tavern in Drunktown. Army, mostly. The Navy goes to the Friar Tuck, and never the twain shall meet. He laughed. Lost a tenner at roulette, another 5 at dice. In no time at all, there was the greatest free-for-all traders against the rest. I think we won. Then home to bed, though. A few repaired to naughty alleys.
You too?
Well, yes, but only for a nightcap. Her champagne's the best and cheapest in Yokohama.
And the girls?
McFay laughed again. Nothing like Mrs. Fotheringill's establishment for young ladies in Hong Kong. There are about a dozen birds, mostly from the East End via Hong Kong, a few from Sydney and Australia, daughters of women convicts who've served their time and stayed on. They're all a bit grotty and not to my taste.
Filled with bonhomie, he greeted passers-by and added without thinking,
My needs are more than well looked after by Mamie.
He glanced at Struan and saw the stretched face. His good humour vanished, and he cursed himself for mentioning her.
You all right, Taipan?
Yes, of course, Struan said abruptly, filled with envy at the other man's strength and virility, not loathing him for it, just himself. Can't bear being like this, Jamie. Hate it. Christ, it's so difficult to be patient.
I just got to, I know that.
He forced a smile. Mamie? Oh yes, she seemed a nice girl. Pretty. With a vast effort, Struan tore his mind off Shizuka and his failure, his frantic need to succeed with Angelique, and to weather the shoals ahead and coming tempest his mother was bound to generate. One thing at a time. Gear yourself to get through church, then through the rest of the day until 6 o'clock, when our talk will bring you the medicine. Would you like a little before you go to your temple, my son?
No, thank you, Mother. Once a day is enough. The doctor said I should be careful.
What do foreign devils know?
Aye, I'm a foreign devil.
Aye, yes, but you're my son.
I talk's such an old biddy, but then I can trust her. No harm in a little once a day.
I can quit any time, he reassured himself. Don't need it during the day, though, it certainly helps. Got to decide about Mother's letter. Got to write her by tomorrow's mail. Got to. Her letter had been delivered by hand from the mail ship by special courier, inevitably a relation of the comprador, Gordon Chen. Again it had no P.S. I love you. Again the secret message had infuriated him. Malcolm, have you gone totally dotty? Engagement party? After I warned you. Why on earth did you totally disregard my letter and my urgent summons to return? If it wasn't for Dr. Hoag's medical report received today with the unbelievable news, I would have presumed you had head injuries, as well as the terrible sword wounds. I have demanded our governor take the most stringent measures against these uncivilized beasts, and bring the violators to the Queen's justice at once. If he doesn't, I warned him personally that the whole force of the noble house will be arranged against this administration. Enough of that. It is vital that you return to Hong Kong at once to make final 3 matters. Of course I am prepared to forgive your transgression. You are still so very young. You have been through a terrible experience and have fallen into the clutches of an exceedingly clever woman. I thank God you are gaining strength every day. From Dr. Hoag's report, thankfully, you should certainly be fit enough to travel by the time you receive this. I have instructed Dr. Hoag to return with you and hold him personally responsible for your safety. I have booked passage for you both on the mail ship, not for her, deliberately. It is essential you come back quickly and alone, first to formally become Taipan. Your grandfather left specific instructions in writing that must be complied with before you legally become Taipan of Struan's, whatever your father or I leave to you by will. Before your father died in your absence, my son, he made me swear what had to be sworn, and that I would swear you to these same conditions. This must be done quickly. Second, because we must decide at once how to combat Tyler Brock's attack on us. I mentioned before that he has the full support of the Victoria Bank, and today threatens to foreclose on our promissory notes that will ruin us if successful. Gordon Chen has suggested a solution, but it is terribly risky, may not be put to paper, and requires the Taipan's signature and participation. My stepbrother, Sir Morgan Brock, has just arrived in Hong Kong and is flaunting his knighthood, that he only acquired by persuading his heirless father-in-law to adopt him, who then, conveniently and almost at once thereafter, died. Was the poor man assisted? God forgive me, but I would not doubt it. Both he and Tyler Brock openly claim that by Christmas they will have us humbled, and they will be in possession of our steward's box at the races in Happy Valley. The voting for a new steward was yesterday. As per your grandfather's wishes on your behalf, I again blackballed him. God forgive me, but I hate my father so much I almost become mad. Third, your entrapment. I could not believe my ears about this engagement party until it was confirmed. I hope by now, I pray God, your good sense has returned and you realize what has happened to you. Fortunately, of course, you cannot marry without my approval, and certainly not the Catholic daughter of a runaway embezzler. There are warrants out to seize him for debts. In fairness, I do understand you. Gordon Chen explained how easy it would be for a youth like you to be embroiled, so do not despair. We have a plan that will extract you from her toils and prove to you conclusively that she is just sorry, my son, but I have to be blunt, just a Jezebel. When you marry, your wife must be English, God-fearing, never a heretic, a lady of good family, trained and at ease in society, and worthy to be your wife, bringing you a suitable dowry and qualities to assist your future. When the time comes, you will have many suitable ladies to choose from. By the same mail I have written Dr. Hogue, and also McFay, expressing my shock that he allowed this engagement stupidity to happen. I look forward to embracing you in a few days, your loving mother. Almost at once, Jamie had rushed into the room, white-faced. She's heard. I know that, never mind. Jesus Christ, Malcolm, you can't just say never mind. McFay spluttered, practically incoherent. He offered him the letter that shook in his hand. Here, read it for yourself. The letter, without any form of greeting, was just signed Tess Struan. Unless you have a satisfactory explanation why you permitted my son, though he is to be Taipan, you must know is still a minor, to become engaged without first obtaining my approval, which you must know would never be forthcoming for such an unsuitable match, you will cease to head Struans in Japan at the end of the year. Put Mr. Vargas in charge for the moment and return with my son on the mail ship to settle this matter. Struan had angrily shoved the letter back. I'm not going back to Hong Kong yet. I'll go when I choose. Christ Jesus, Malcolm, if she orders us back, then we had better go. There's reasons for that. No, he had flared. Understand? No. For God's sake, open your eyes to the truth. McFay had fled back. You are underage. She is running the company and has been for years. We're under her orders, and I'm not under her orders. Any orders. Get out. I won't. Can't you see what she asks is wise and no hardship? We can be back here in 2 to 3 weeks. You have to get her approval sometime. Surely it's better to try now. It'll clear the air for you and make our job easier. And no. And I'm cancelling her orders. I order you. I'm Taipan of Struans. Christ, you must know I can't go against her. Struan almost faltered in his steps, remembering the dreadful stab of pain in his loins as he had thoughtlessly scrambled out of his chair to his feet and shouted at McFay. You fucking listen. I remind you of your sacred oath to serve the Taipan. The Taipan, for Christ's sake, whoever he is. The Taipan, not his fucking mother. Remember. But don't you? Who are you going to obey, Jamie? Me or my mother? There had been a vast chasm between them, and more anger and more words, but he had prevailed. This battle was no contest. The stipulation was written into every document of appointment, to be signed and settled under God's oath in accordance with their founder's instructions. All right, I agree, McFay had said through his teeth, but I ask the right to write to her and tell her my new orders. Do that by the mail ship, and while you're about it, tell her the Taipan orders you to stay here, that only I can fire you, as I will. By God, if I have any trouble, and that if I want to get engaged, minor or no, that's up to me. Then he had groped back to his chair, almost doubled up with pain. My God, Taipan, McFay said weakly, she'll dismiss me whether you like it or not. I'm finished. No, not without my say-so. It's in our bylaws. Maybe, but like it or not, she can make my life and yours a misery. No, you're only doing what I want. You're within Dutch law, and that's what governs her above all else, he said, remembering the times without number she had invoked the name of Dirk Struan to his father, or to him or his brothers and sisters, on a point of business or morality or on life itself. And didn't father and mother both say 1,000 times that I was to be Taipan after him? Everyone, particularly Uncle Gordon, accepting that. Any formalities can wait. She's just using that as an additional excuse to curb me. Christ, I've trained all my life for the job. I know how to deal with her, and I know what's wrong here. I'm Taipan, by God, and now, if you'll excuse me, I've work to do. The moment he was alone, he had shouted for our talk. Aye, yeah, that was one time I really needed the medicine. It worked so well and saved me all that pain and anguish and gave me courage again. And later, such a happy time with Angelique. Ah, my angel. Back again in her suite next door, thank God. So near and delectable and warm. Near, but, oh, and Christ, I wish when I thought of her the ache wouldn't begin. And that ache would not lead to the other pain. And it's not yet mid-morning with a boring sermon and lunch to endure, and more than 8 hours until the next. Sorry about yesterday, McFay was saying. Very sorry. I'm not. It brought matters out in the open and settled them, he said with a curious strength. Now there's a real head to the company. I agree my father wasn't effective and spent most of the last few years drunk, with mother doing the best she could, which hasn't kept us ahead of Brock's. Again, let's be honest, they're stronger and richer and more sound than we are, and we'll be lucky to weather the current storm. Take Japan. Japan's hardly paying expenses. Yes, short-term, but long-term it will be profitable. Not the way you've been running it so far. Japos are not buying any profitable goods from us. We buy silk cloth and silkworms, a few lacquer trinkets, what else? Nothing of value. They've no industry and don't seem to want any. True, but then China took time to open up, years. And there we've the opium tea silver triangle. True, but China's different. China's a cultured, ancient civilization. We've friends there and, as you say, a trading pattern. My point is we've got to hurry things up here to survive or we'll close it down. As soon as Sir William sorts out the Bakufu. The pox on that, Struan's voice sharpened. I'm tired of being stuck in a chair and sick of hearing people say we have to wait until Sir William orders the fleet and army to do its job. The next time there's a meeting with the Bakufu, I want to be there. Or better still, you arrange a private one for me first. But Taipan, do it, Jimmy. That's what I want, and do it quickly. I don't know how that's possible. Ask Philip Tyler's team samurai Nakama. Better still, arrange a secret meeting, then Philip won't be compromised. McFay had given him the information that Nakama had provided. That's a good idea, he said, meaning it, and seeing the jutting jaw in the fire he was warmed. Perhaps at long last, he thought, here's someone who can make things happen. I'll see Philip after church. When's the next ship scheduled for San Francisco? In a week, the Confederate merchantman Savannah Lady. McFay dropped his voice cautiously, a group of other traders passing by. Our Choshu order goes with her. Who could we trust to go with her for a special mission? Struan asked, putting his plan into operation. Vargas. Not him, he's needed here. Again Struan stopped, his legs aching, then hobbled to the side of the promenade where there was a low wall, mostly to rest but also to keep their conversation private. Who else? Has to be good. His nephew, Pedrito. He's a sharp lad. Looks more Portuguese than Vargas. Hardly any Chinese in his face. Speaks Portuguese, Spanish, English and Cantonese. Good at figures. He'd be acceptable in either the North or the Confederacy. What had you in mind? Book passage for him on that ship. I want him to go with the order which we're going to quadruple. Also to order 4,000 rifles. McFay gaped at him. Yes, also send a letter to the factory via tomorrow's mail ship telling them to expect him. She'll connect with the California steamer out of Hong Kong. McFay said uneasily. But we only got a down payment of gold to cover 200. We'll have to cover the whole order, that's factory policy. Don't you think we could be overextending ourselves? Some people might think so. I don't. Even with a shipment of 2,000, the Admiral's hysterical against importation of all arms and opium. I know he can't by law, McFay said hastily, But if he wants, he can still seize a cargo on the grounds of national emergency. He won't find them or hear about them until it's too late. You'll be too clever. Meanwhile, draft a letter to go with the order and a copy by the mail ship. Do it yourself, Jamie, privately. Asking the factory for special service on this consignment, but also to make us their exclusive agents for Asia. That's a fine idea, Taipan, but I strongly advise against upping the order. Make it 5,000 rifles, and emphasize we'll negotiate a most attractive deal. I don't want Norbert to steal a march on us. Struan began walking again, the pain worse now. Without looking at McFay, he knew what he was thinking and said, an edge to his voice. There's no need to check with Hong Kong first. Do it. I'll sign the order and the letter. After a pause, McFay nodded. Just as you see. Good. He heard the reluctance in McFay's voice, and decided now was the time. We're changing our policy in Japan. They like killing here, eh? According to this Nakama, many of their kings are ready to revolt against the Bakufu, who certainly aren't our friends. Good. We'll help them do what they want. We'll sell them what they want, armaments, some ships, even a gun factory or two, in ever-increasing amounts for gold and silver. And what if they turn these guns on us? Once will be enough to teach them a lesson, like everywhere else on Earth. We'll sell them muskets, some breech loaders, but no machine guns, no big cannon or modern fighting ships. We're going to give the customer what he wants to buy.
Angelique knelt and settled herself in the tiny screened confessional, as best as her voluminous skirts would allow, and began the ritual, the Latin words running together as was normal for those who did not read or write the language, but had learnt the obligatory prayers and responses from childhood by constant repetition. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. On the other side of the screen, Father Leo was more attentive than usual. Normally he listened with half an ear, sadly, sure that his penitents were lying, their sins unconfessed, their level of transgression great, but no greater than in other settlements in Asia, and the penances he ordered were merely paid lip service or totally disregarded.
So, my child, you have sinned, he said in his most pleasant voice, his French heavily accented. He was 55, corpulent and bearded, a Portuguese Jesuit and believer, ordained for 27 of those years, and largely content with the crumbs of life he judged God permitted him. What sins have you committed this week? I forgot to ask the Madonna for forgiveness in my prayers one night, she said with perfect calm, continuing her pact, and had many bad thoughts and dreams, and was afraid, and forgot I was in God's hands. At Kanagawa, the day after that night, once she had reasoned a way out of her catastrophe, she had knelt weeping before the small crucifix she always carried with her. Mother of God, there was no need to explain what has happened, and how I've been sinned against grievously, she had sobbed, praying with all the fervor she could gather. All that I've no one to turn to, all that I need your help desperately, all that obviously I can't tell anyone, even at confession. I daren't openly confess what has happened. I daren't. It would destroy the only chance. So please, on my knees, I beg you, may we have a pact? When I say at confession, I forgot to ask the Blessed Mother for forgiveness in my prayers, it really means that I'm confessing and telling everything that I've told you and you've seen happen to me, together with the added little white lies I will have to tell to protect myself. I beg forgiveness for asking, and beg your help. There's no one else I can turn to. I know you'll forgive me, and know you'll understand because you are the mother of God and a woman. You will understand, and know you will absolve me.
She could see Father Leo's profile behind the screen and smell the wine and garlic on his breath. She sighed, thanked the Madonna with all her heart for helping her. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Those sins don't appear to be so bad, my child. Thank you, Father. She stifled a yawn, preparing to accept her usual modest penance, then to cross herself and to be absolved and to thank him and to leave. Tiffin at the club with Malcolm and Saratar. Siesta in my beautiful suite next to Malcolm's dinner at the Russian League. What kind of bad thoughts did you have? Oh, just being impatient, she said without thinking, and not content to rest in God's hands. Impatient about what?
"Oh, impatient with my maid," she said, flustered, caught unawares, "and that my fiancé is not as fit, is not as well as I'd like him to be."
"Ah, yes, the Taiping. A fine young man, but grandson of a great enemy of the true church. Has he told you about him? His grandfather, Dirk Struan?"
"Some stories, father," she said, even more unsettled. "About my maid I was impatient."
"Malcolm Struan's a fine young man, not like his grandfather. You have asked him to become Catholic?"
The color went out of her face. "We have discussed it, yes. Such a discussion is very delicate and of course may not be hurried."
Yes, indeed."
Father Leo had heard the intake of breath and sensed her anxiety. "And I agree it is terribly important for him and for you." He frowned, his experience telling him the girl was hiding much from him. Not that that would be unusual, he thought. He was going to leave the matter there, then suddenly realized here was a God-given opportunity both to save a soul and have a worthwhile enterprise. Life in Yokohama, unlike in his beloved and happy Portugal, was drab, with little to do except fish and drink and eat and pray. His church was small and dingy, his flock sparse and ungodly, the settlement a veritable prison.
"Such a discussion may be delicate, but it must be pressed forward. His immortal soul is in absolute jeopardy. I will pray for your success. Your children will be brought up in Mother Church. Of course, he has already agreed."
"Oh, we have discussed it too, father," she said, forcing lightness. "Of course our children will be Catholic."
"If they are not, you cast them into the eternal pit. Your immortal soul will be at risk as well."
He was glad to notice her shudder.
"Good," he thought, "one blow for the Lord against the Antichrist.
This must be formally agreed to before marriage." Her heart was racing now, her head aching with apprehension that she fought to keep out of her voice, believing absolutely in God and the devil, life everlasting and eternal damnation. "Thank you for your advice, father."
"I will talk to Mr. Struan."
"Oh, no, father, please, no," she said in sudden panic. I suggest that would be very unwise."
"Unwise?"
Again he pursed his lips, scratching absently at the lice that inhabited his beard and hair and ancient cassock, quickly concluding the possible coup of Struan's conversion was a prize worth waiting for and needed careful planning.
"I will pray for God's guidance, and that He will guide you too. But don't forget you are a minor, as he is. I suppose, in the absence of your father, Monsieur Sarata would legally be considered your guardian. Before any marriage could be performed or consummated, permission must be granted, and these and other matters settled for the protection of your soul." He beamed, more than a little satisfied. "Now for a penance, say 10 Hail Marys and read the letters of St. John twice by next Sunday, and continue to pray for God's guidance."
"Thank you, father." Thankfully she crossed herself, her palms sweaty, and bowed her head for his benediction.
"In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti absolvo tuum."
He made the sign of the cross over her. "Pray for me, my child," he said with finality, ending the ritual, in his mind already beginning his dialogue with Malcolm Struan. At dusk, Philip Tyler was sitting cross-legged, opposite Hiraga, in a tiny private room, in the equally tiny restaurant that was half hidden beside the house of the Shoya, the village elder. They were the only customers, and this was the first real Japanese meal with the Japanese host Tyler had experienced. He was hungry and ready to taste everything.
"Thank you, invite me, Nakama-san."
"It is my pleasure, Tyler-san. May I say that your Japanese accent is improving? Please eat."
On the low table between them, the maid had set many small dishes with different foods, some hot, some cold, on decorative lacquered trays. Shoji screens, tatami mats, small sliding windows open to the descending darkness, oil lamps giving a pleasing light, flower arrangement in the nook. Adjoining was another private room, and outside these, the rest of the restaurant, not much more than a corridor with stools that opened to an alley that led to the street, charcoal cooking brazier, sake and beer barrels, a cook, and 3 maids. Hiraga and Taira wore loose-belted sleeping lounging kimonos. Taira enjoying its unaccustomed comfort, and Hiraga relieved to get out of the European clothes that he had worn all day. Both had been bathed and massaged in the nearby bathhouse.
Please, eat.
Awkwardly, Taira used chopsticks. In Peking, the embassy had advised against eating any Chinese foods. Not unless you want to get poisoned, old boy. These buggers really eat dog, drink snake's bile, spoon out insects, anything, and have an astounding but universal belief. If its back faces heaven, you can eat it. Hiraga corrected the way to hold the sticks.
There.
Thank you, Nakama-san, very difficult, Taira laughed. Will fat not get eating these?
I will not get fat eating with these,
Hiraga said, not yet weary of correcting Taira's Japanese, for he had found he enjoyed teaching him. Taira was an apt pupil with a remarkable memory and happy disposition, and very important for himself, a continual fountain of information.
Sorry, I won't get fat eating with these. What are these foods?
This is what we call tempura, fish fried in batter.
So, sorry, what is batter?
Taira listened attentively, missing many of the words, but understanding the gist, just as he knew the other man would miss English words.
We speak more English than Japanese, he thought wryly, but never mind. Nakama's a great teacher, and we seem to have made an accommodation, which is fine. Without him I wouldn't be here, probably not alive either, and would certainly never have all the face I gained with Marlowe, Paladar, and Wee Willie Winkie, let alone the invaluable intelligence he is supplying.
Taira smiled. It pleased him to be able to think of Sir William now by his nickname, when only a few days ago he had been petrified of him.
Oh, now I understand. Batter. We also use batter.
This food to your liking, Taira-san?
Hiraga asked, switching to English.
Yes, thank you.
Whenever he could, Taira would answer in Japanese. Thank for everything. Massage, bath, now calm and happy. Some of the food he found exciting, tempura and yakitori, bite-sized pieces of chicken that were grilled with a sweet and salty sauce. Unagi turned out to be grilled eel with a warm, sweet-sour sauce he particularly liked. Sushi, slivers of various raw fish of different colors and textures on a ball of rice, he found difficult to swallow at first, but when dipped in a mysterious salty sauce called soy or soya, they became palatable. After all, he thought, Father did advise me to try everything. My son, since you insist on this dramatic idea of becoming a Japanese interpreter, then I advise you to hurl yourself into their way of life and foods and so on, without forgetting you're an English gentleman with obligations, a duty to the crown, the empire, and to God.
Wonder what the old man would say about Fujiko. She's certainly part of their way of life.
Taira beamed suddenly and pointed with a chopstick.
What's this?
Oh, sorry, Taira-san. It's bad manners to point with the thin end of a chopstick. Please use the other end. This is wasabi.
Before Hiraga could stop him, Taira had picked up the nodule of green paste and eaten it. At once his sinuses caught fire, and he gasped, eyes watering, almost blinded. In time the conflagration passed, leaving him panting.
My God,
Hiraga said, copying Taira and trying not to laugh.
Wasabi, not eat, just put word very hard for me. Just put some in the soy to make it spicy.
My mistake, Taira gasped, momentarily strangled. My God, that's lethal, worse than chili. Next time, careful.
You're very good for men who begin, Taira-san, and you learn Japanese or so quick, very good.
Domo, Nakama-san, domo. Same with you in English.
Pleased to be complimented, Taira concentrated on being more deft. The next morsel he tried was taco, sliced octopus tentacle. It tasted like slimy rubber, even with a touch of soy and wasabi.
This is very tasty. I like this very much.
I'm starving, he was thinking. I'd like triples of the chicken, another bowl of rice, 20 more of the tempura prawns, and Hiraga eats like a baby. Never mind, I'm being entertained by a samurai. It's not a week since he helped get us out of the Yedo legation without an international incident. Not 6 weeks since I first met Andre, yet I can already talk a little Japanese, already know more about their customs than most traders who have been here since the beginning. If I can keep this up, I'll be gazetted as an official interpreter in a few months and in line for the official salary. £400 a year. Hooray! Or banzai, as the Japanese would say. At the present rate of exchange, I can easily afford another pony, but before that— His heart quickened. Before that, I'll buy Fujiko's contract. Nakama's promised to help, so I'll have no trouble. He promised. Perhaps we'll begin tonight. Thank God Fujiko's back from visiting her grandmother. I suppose I really shouldn't on a Sunday, but never mind. Karma. He sighed. Between Andre and Nakama, he had discovered that word and the marvelous way it became a panacea for all happenings, good or bad, over which you had no control. Karma. What, Tara-san? Nothing. Food's good. Oh, food's good. Hiraga mimicked him. Good, thank you. I praised. He called for more beer and sake. The shoji slid back, and the drinks appeared on a tray carried by a merry-faced maid, who beamed at Hiraga, smiled shyly at Taira. With hardly a thought, Hiraga caressed her rump. How would you like it over the mountain? Hey, you naughty man! Over mountain? Oh, no, not me, no, Anda. But I might play the flute for a gold oban. They both laughed at the sally, one gold oban being outrageously expensive, the fee a courtesan of the first class might charge for such a service. The maid poured the sake, filled Taira's mug, and left. What she say, Nakama-san? He smiled. Oh, so sorry, difficult explain, not words enough yet. Just a joke, man-woman joke, you understand. Wakaremasu, church today, you like? With Sir William's approval and the avid consent of the Reverend Michaelmas Tweet, he had sneaked Hiraga up to the minstrel's gallery. Dressed in his new Western clothes, made to order by the Chinese tailor with his usual unbelievable speed and beaver top hat, Hiraga had passed as Eurasian and was hardly noticed, except by Jamie McFay, who had winked discreetly. "Oh, church good, and your explain, too," Hiraga said. But inside he was still trying to sift Taira's information into perspective, along with the astonishing sight of all these grown men and two revolting-looking women, singing in unison, getting up, sitting down, solemnly droning out prayers, bowing their heads to their very strange god who, after the service, Taira had explained, was actually three people, the father, his son who was crucified like a common criminal, and a kami. "Osoka?" Hiraga had said, perplexed. "So, Taira-san, woman named Madonna, who not God, has son God, but she not God, and she piro with Kami, who not God, but like Hatamoto of God, with wing, who not husband, husband who also not God, but father is, so father of her son is grandfather, ne?" No, there was no pillowing. You see— Again he listened, eventually pretended to understand so he could question Taira about the enmity of the two churches, for he had noticed that Ori's woman was not present, and had asked why. "Two churches, equally powerful, constantly at war, and Ori wanted me to give up. Baka!" And when, head aching from concentration, he had discovered the reason for the schism, and the resulting scale of hatred and mass killings and universal wars, he knew for certain in some areas Gai-Jin were totally mad, but oh so vulnerable. "The split was only because an old bonze called Rutha, 300-odd years before, had decided on a different interpretation of some minor point of dogma that had been invented by another bonze 14 or 15 centuries before him. This man, clearly another lunatic, had decreed, amongst other things, that poverty was to be sought, and no pillowing with women would, after death, send you forever to somewhere called heaven, where there was no sake, no food, and no women, and you were a bird. Barbarians are beyond belief. Who could want to go to such a place? Anyone could see at once that old Bonds was like any other ambitious, disgruntled fool who, after a lifetime of pretending to be chaste, just wanted to have a wife or concubine openly like any ordinary, sensible Bonds or person. "Taira-san," he said weakly, "need a bath, massage, sake. You also, then food. Follow, please." At first he had been worried that he had proffered the invitation. Now the village elder, the Shoya, would discover he could speak English. "Eh, how wonderful to speak Gai-Jin! I wish I did, Otami-san. The Shoya had chortled with open admiration. "May I tell you again that I support Sono Joy, and also I have assigned the cleverest of my sons to a Gai-Jin bonds, with orders to pretend to convert to their ridiculous beliefs, so he can learn their language and their ways." "You will make sure the servants are safe?" "You will be protected like one of my family. For extra safety, I suggest you should hire the whole restaurant and order this Taira to speak only Japanese in the bathhouse. You say he learns quickly?" "Very." "Your secrets are safe with me. Sono Joy." Hiraga smiled grimly, remembering the fervor with which the Shoya had echoed him, believing him not at all. "I wonder what he would do if he knew of our plan to burn all Yokohama. He would shit. But before even cleaning himself, he would run to the Bakufu and bash his head to the earth in his haste to serve them and betray me. Baka." Taira was still eating voraciously. Though still hungry, Hiraga toyed with his food, following accepted Japanese custom and training of disciplining oneself to be satisfied with little, there being more hungry times than abundant, to bear cold and pain with fortitude, there being more bad days than good, more cold than warmth, so best be prepared. "Less is better than more, except for sake and fornication," he smiled. "Sake, Taira-san, kanpai." The flask was soon gone. He pressed Taira to drink, pretending it was an important Japanese custom to toast each other. Soon Taira was happily telling about Gai-Jin wars, the extent of the British Empire, about the goods they manufactured and the amounts thereof. Because of Taira's sincerity, possible sincerity, and his "I swear it's the God's truth," he decided to accept the information, however frightening or preposterous, until proven false. An hour's study of Taira's school atlas and maps had truly shocked him. "But please, how can so little country like England rule so many?" "Lots of reasons," Taira said, warm and loose and pleased with himself, and, forgetting for a moment to use simple words and ideas, he went on guilelessly. "Lots of reasons. Because of our superior education. Superior learning, you understand? A superior heritage, a wise and benevolent queen, and our unique and special form of government, our parliament, which has given us superior laws and freedoms. At the same time, we're blessed. We're an island fortress. The sea protects us. Our fleets control the sea lanes for trade, so we've been able to develop better skills in peace and quiet, to invent and experiment. We trade more, therefore we've more capital, Nakama-san, more money than anyone else. And we're very clever at divide and rule. That's an old Roman law." He laughed and finished the flask. "And most important of all, I've told you before, we've twice the number of cannon, ships, and firepower than the next two countries. Half the world's ships are British, with British crews and British gunners." "For so many words and ideas I don't understand," Hiraga thought, his head reeling. "Romans, who are they? If half of what Taira says is true, no, 100th part, then it will take decades to catch up with them." "Yes," he thought, "but in time we will catch them. We are an island too. Better than them, this is land of the gods. Man for man, we are tougher, stronger, better fighters. With discipline and more courage, and most of all, we must win eventually, because we're not afraid to die. Even today, I can see ways to twist them that I could not have conceived a few days ago." "Honto," he muttered. "Honto, Nakama-san? The truth? What's true?" "But just think about what you say. So much truth. Please, you say earlier, kanpai." "Kanpai? Each time visit Yoshiwara, ne?" Taira stifled a contented yawn, weary of questions, but feeling grand. "I not forget, Taira-san." Hiraga hid a smile. He had already arranged that Fujiko would not be available this evening. "Finish sake, last question, then go. Please, you say earlier, about machines making machines. How is possible?" Taira launched into another enthusiastic answer, saying the British were leaders in what was called the Industrial Revolution. The steam engine, railways, steel and iron ships, spinning jennies, seed planters, mass production, harvesters, are all our inventions. 60-pounders, submersibles, anesthetics, new medicines, navigation. 4 years ago, we laid the first telegraph wire across the Atlantic, 1,000 leagues or more. he said grandly, deciding not to mention the cable had burnt out within a month, and soon another had to be laid in its place. "We've invented electric generators, gas lighting." Soon Hiraga was giddy from the effort of concentration, and his desperate wish to understand everything when he understood almost nothing, but also because he could not comprehend why an official as important as Tyler would answer any question an enemy would ask. "For of course we are enemies." "I must learn English more quickly. I will." A gentle tap on the door, and the shoji slid back. "Please excuse me, Otami-san," the maid said, "but the shoya begs a moment of your time." Hiraga nodded briefly, told Tyler he would return in a moment, and followed the maid out into the alley that was empty and then into the busy street. The few pedestrians who appeared to notice him bowed politely, as to a merchant, and not to a samurai, as the shoya had ordered. Good. The shoya was waiting in an inner room, kneeling behind the table, his arm resting comfortably on an armrest. A cat was curled beside him. He bowed. "So sorry to disturb you, Otami-san, but in case this Gai-Jin understands our language better than he pretends, I thought it best to speak here." Hiraga frowned, sat on his heels, and bowed back, all attention. "Yes, Ryoshi-san." "There are several matters you should know, Otami-sama." The strong-faced man poured green tea into little cups from the miniature iron teapot. The tea was superb, as rare as the eggshell cups, aromatic and delicate. Hiraga's foreboding increased. The shoya sipped again, then took a scroll from his sleeve and spread it out. It was another copy of the woodcut poster. "The Bakufu offers 2 koku reward for this murdering revolutionary of many aliases, one of which is Hiraga." Hiraga picked it up, pretending this was the first time he had seen it. Non-committally he grunted and handed it back. The older man put the edge to the candle flame. Both watched as the paper curled and became ash, both knowing that with his new haircut and rapidly thickening stubble, Hiraga's disguise was very good. "The Bakufu become fiends in pursuit of our brave Shishi." Hiraga nodded, but said nothing, waiting. Absently the shoya stroked the cat, and it purred softly. "It is said Lord Yoshi is sending an emissary to negotiate with the chief Gai-Jin for guns. No doubt a lord of his high rank would offer higher prices than Choshu emissaries." He added delicately, "Gai-Jin will sell to the highest bidder." Hiraga had heard about the Choshu samurai visiting the noble house from Raiko. Almost everyone in the Yoshiwara was aware of the negotiations, and he was sure if he knew their real names he would certainly know the men personally or their families. Only a year or so ago a stepbrother, who also had gone to the same English school in Shimonoseki, had been one of the team sent to buy the first 100 guns. Curious, Hiraga thought, that it should be to the same company owned by this Taipan, who will soon be dead, both he and his woman and this whole cesspit of evil. Gai-Jin have no honor. Disgusting. Another sip of tea. In Yedo Castle, there is much activity. They say the Shogun and the Imperial Princess plan to leave for Kyoto in a week or 2. Why should they do that? Hiraga asked, pretending uninterest that fooled neither of them. The older man chuckled. I do not know, Otami-san, but it is very curious that the Shogun should leave his lair now to travel many dangerous miles to visit the lair of many enemies when, since the beginning, he has always sent a flunky. The cat stretched, and he tickled her stomach, adding thoughtfully, The Rojo are increasing taxes in old Toranaga lands to pay for any amounts of cannon and weapons that can be bought, except by Satsuma, Tosa, and Chosho. Hiraga sensed the Shoya's underlying anger, though none showed, or his own amusement. What are peasants and merchants for, if not to pay taxes? Unless the Son of Heaven can use his heaven-granted power, the Bakufu will plunge Nippon into eternal civil war again. I agree. Hiraga was thinking, I wonder how much you really agree, old man. He put that aside to ponder how to push the Bakufu and Toranaga Yoshi from their course. Akimoto should go at once to Yedo and the House of Wisteria. We haven't heard from Koiko or her mama-san for days. Perhaps we should go together. Last,
It seems your Shishi friend, Ori-san, did not leave for Kyoto as planned, the Shoya said conversationally.
Hiraga's eyes went flat, almost reptilian. The Shoya suppressed a shudder, instantly aware the cat was erect in one smooth movement, watching warily. Hiraga broke the silence. "Where is he?"
"In that part of the settlement where the low-class Gai-Jin live, drink, and fornicate."
Near midnight, André Ponsin knocked on the door of the House of the Three Carp. At once the doorkeeper admitted him. Raiko welcomed him, and soon they were drinking sake, discussing the latest news of the Yoshiwara and settlement. She was a source of much intelligence for him, as he was for her, in their usual mixture of Japanese and English.
"And the enforcer patrol searched every house for Anso-san, as though we would hide criminals. It is against Yoshiwara rules. We know how to keep our rice bowls full by promoting peace and avoiding trouble. Enforcers are still at the main gate, glowering at every passerby."
Raiko fanned herself, remembering her narrow escape, and wished that she had never invited Shishi to favor her house.
"It's time they all went elsewhere," she thought. "Enforcers and the Shishi, however much I like Hiraga. I wish they would go away."
"What criminals look for?" André asked.
"Traitors. Ronin, usually. But anyone who is against them is a traitor. Ronin, they are their usual prey."
"Bakufu? Can Bakufu be thrown out? Revolution?" She laughed softly and emptied a flask and began another.
"The Bakufu are like lice in a prison. You destroy 1,000 and only make room for 100,000 more. No, the Bakufu and Shogunate are Nippon and with us forever."
"But tonight, Taira-san here?" She shook her head.
"The girl he wanted was not available. I offered another, but he refused and left. Curious, eh? A curious young man in many ways, though possibly a good customer. Thank you for introducing him to my poor house."
"This Japanese sensei, teacher, samurai, Taira has found. Who is he, Raiko?"
"I don't know. So sorry. But I've heard he's a Yedo man and lives in a settlement in the village."
"Taira-san, he talk Fujiko about him?"
"She never mentioned it. But then I did not ask her. Next time, perhaps by next time I will know, Franzo-san."
André did not believe her, but never mind, he thought. When she's ready, she'll tell me. "The medicine? It arranged?"
"Of course. Whatever I can do to help a favorite client is my purpose in life."
He took out the pair of pearl earrings and laid them on the table. Her eyes glittered. She made no move to pick them up, but he was sure she had instantly weighed them mentally, deciding on their quality, cost, and resale value. "I asked to give these as present," he said pleasantly, and she smiled prettily, pretending to be overwhelmed, though already aware payment would be in jewelry, which could not be offered for sale in Yokohama. Her fingers trembled as she reached for them. He forestalled her, picking them up and pretending to examine them closely. His plan for Angelique had worked perfectly. Servants from the noble house had scoured the streets to no avail. Her anxiety and tears had been genuine, and she had whispered privately, "Oh, André, did I do the correct thing? Malcolm was really very upset. I had no idea they were so expensive." "But he told you just to sign for whatever you wanted, didn't he? Not your fault that you didn't ask the price. He liked his cufflinks, didn't he?"
"Yes, but, André—"
"There will be enough left over in case it's needed. A credit against any eventuality, Angelique." André smiled to himself and turned his full attention to Raiko. "Value many times cost of medicine."
"The buying price, certainly. But I must send them to the Yedo or Nagasaki Yoshiwara. A difficult sale, but please do not worry. I will help you to be rid of an unwanted child."
"Not mine," he said sharply.
So sorry. Please excuse me," she said, believing him.
"Good. I was afraid it was his," she told herself, greatly relieved.
"I want no more complications with this man. It is not my business."
"Just help for friend of friends in Zangtown."
"Please excuse me, so sorry."
He smiled without humor. "You know Pearl?" This value 50 times cost of medicine." She kept her smile in place and her voice cooing, but inside she was gnashing her teeth.
"I will have them valued. Of course they are worth more than the cost of the medicine."
"Of course." He held his palm flat, and she took them. The pearls were almost black, sea island pearls. She touched them to her teeth to feel if they were cold, and carefully bit on them, but they did not mar. Satisfied now that they were genuine and rich, she said lovingly,
"The price, old friend?"
"Price is all medicine, even if first time fail. What necessary if drink fail, understand? What need, whatever need to stop child. Yes?"
"Yes,"
she agreed happily, knowing this to be a marvelous bargain.
Guaranteed elimination, termination."
"Plus 20 gold oban," he added, and was delighted to see her face twist with real horror, though this was less than a third of what she would squeeze from the sale. The setting was of little value, but he had made sure the Chinese jeweler only used the finest pearls. She groaned and cursed, and they bargained back and forth, both enjoying the encounter, both knowing that the real cost of the medicine and any medical advice was hardly significant to a brothel mama-san. Soon they were close to making a deal, and then, of a sudden, her mood changed, and she stared at him strangely, liking him, so sad for him, and thought,
"Should I interfere with karma?"
"What?" he asked suspiciously.
"Let me think a moment, Foranso-san."
Later, in an entirely different voice, warm and soft as in the old days, when he had been her first customer, and had lavishly wined and dined the whole house to celebrate their opening, she said,
"Since we met, much water has flowed under many bridges, lots of good times and laughter in our floating world, and, as it is in this life, also sadness and the lake of tears, not of my choosing. Suddenly I remembered the last time we bargained like this was over Hana's contract."
His face settled into a mask. "Not talk about Hana."
So sorry. I would like to, please, because I may have a solution to her."
"There none," he said angrily. "No cure. Hana dead. Hana nothing do with pearls."
"True. Please be calm and listen. Perhaps," she said gently, "perhaps I could find another Hana, similar, but one who already has the Chinese disease."
"Not possible," he burst out, shocked. "Disease very bad, ugly."
"Yes, near the end," she said patiently. "Many times nothing shows for years. You are not yet ugly. Nothing shows with you, Foranso-san. It may be years before that happens. It depends on your karma. I should seek such a one."
He started to speak, stopped, and shook his head.
"Listen, if I could find new Hana, and then if—"
"Not possible."
"If you approve her, and she approves you, you could be together until you decide." Raiko shrugged. "Never mind the future. Today is today. And that is the rule of our floating world. You would keep the girl here. I would build you a new house. The other, naturally, we destroyed. You treat her like Hana in every way. Same contract price, same monthly money for clothes and lodging, and she is for you only."
Her eyes bored into him, and he knew she could see into his soul, see him writhing with a frantic, sudden hope, and craving to accept that which would release him from torment. The news of his karma had travelled with the speed of light. Now every house barred to him, politely, oh so politely, but still barred for pillowing. Only drunk town possible, yet be a never-ending Damocles sword over him forever. And even worse, there was no lessening of his sexual urge, but a heightening, a greater obsession to pillow than before, one that had already driven him to the insanity of 2 nights ago with Angelique. Not that he did not still desire her, he did, more than ever, and knew without a release he would try again and would not fail next time.
"Blessed Mother, help me," he thought, near tears. "I do not want to infect her too." "There is another possibility," Raiko was saying, her gaze curious. "We can discuss that later. Now, Hana."
"Not talk about Hana."
"I have to, Foranso-san. Now, you wanted to know how she died, ne?"
Raiko saw his eyes focus and his breathing almost stop.
"After you ran out into the night and she, weeping, told me the reason, I was as shocked as you, and ordered her out of the house and cursed her, even though she was like my own daughter. Of course you were right, and you should have killed her, not just hit her before you left. You are right, and of course her mama-san should have told me, and she should have told me the mom—
Speak slow, more slow.
Please excuse me, but it is very hard slowly. But she should have told me the moment she knew. I was furious and left her to try to catch up with you, but failed. Then one of the maids, it was Mieko. Mieko rushed in to say that Hana had tried to harakiri.
Raiko was perspiring now. This was by no means the first attempted suicide she had been involved in. There had been dozens during her years as apprentice courtesan and mama-san. She had even been born in the Willow world, her mother a specialist courtesan of the second rank. Many suicides were successful, few by the knife, most by poison or drowning, some dual suicides between lovers, the man always impoverished, even samurai. But Hana's had been the worst. When she had rushed into the room, she found the girl in agony, weeping and helpless, her neck slashed several times, but no artery or vein severed, and the windpipe only nicked. A little air bubbled from the cut that bled badly, but not badly enough. She was crumpled on the futons, knife nearby. But her hand could not grip it, and each time she tried to lift it, it would slip from her grasp, all the time weeping and choking and retching, begging forgiveness and crying out, "Help me, help me, help me." She was beyond all wish for life, for Anso-san, Raiko said sadly. I've seen too many not to know. If she had lived through that attempt, she would have tried again and again without ceasing. In this world, surely, in ours, there does come a time when it is good and wise to go beyond. We put animals out of misery. It is right to give the same relief to a person, so we helped her. We calmed her and cleaned her and sat her up, and she had time to say, "Namu Amida Butsu." Then I held the knife to her throat, and peacefully Hana fell on it. That is how she died. You kill, part kill her? It was my duty as her mama-san, Raiko said simply. Again she hesitated, sighing. No need for more tears. Those had been shed long since. I have none left. How many times when I was her age, hating my life and the way I had to earn my rice, did I not contemplate the same escape, even once cutting my wrists to be succored and saved by my mama-san who, when I was well, beat me unmercifully. But she was right, my mama-san, as I was right, because she knew I was not serious, as Hana was serious, and now I cannot even remember the face of the boy she had forbidden me, only that he was a poet. Before she died, Hana asked me to apologize again for her to you, to beg your forgiveness for her. Do you forgive? What a strange question, she thought, startled. That Hana was like last year's cherry blossom scattered by the wind. No need to forgive or not to forgive. Just a petal of the willow world. She existed but did not. You understand? In turmoil he nodded, not comprehending all the words, but understanding what she had done and why. He hated her and blessed her, was relieved and sad and suicidal and filled with hope. 3 men. 3 who before me? Who? I do not know, so sorry, except they were Japanese. Truly, she told him, her eyes clean, the names buried in her most secret heart, waiting to use if necessary for or against the bakufu. About these, she opened her hand. The pearls glowed in the oil light enticingly. Let us agree that I give you 1/3 of whatever I get from the sale, plus all medicines and whatever else is necessary. 1/3 would be— She stopped as Friend in Drunktown fell into place. The medicine is for the woman who is to marry the taipan, she told herself excitedly. Wasn't it she who was supposed to have lost some jewelry yesterday that I thought nothing of? It must be her. The pearls confirm it, and if it's her, the abortion must be without his approval or knowledge, or surely Jaime-san would be the intermediary, not Foranso-san. 1/3 would be fair, she said, and was going to add smugly, to the young Gai-Jin woman who is to marry the taipan, but seeing Foranso-san staring gloomily into his cup, decided there was no need yet to divulge. She had deduced the who.
Tonight has been most profitable, she thought gleefully. Knowledge of a secret abortion by such an important lady to bury or to tell could be extremely valuable to the lady herself, before or after she marries, or to this Taipan who is as rich as Adachi of Mito, before or after he marries, or even to one of his many enemies. Next, through Hiraga, I have this Taira firmly stuck to Fujiko's jade gate. What is it about the girl that attracts round eyes to her? And last but not least, the solution to Foranzo-san, my precious Gai-Jin spy, presented herself.
Raiko wanted to shout with joy, but carefully she retained her most modest, sincere look.
A third? Foranzo-san?
Bleakly he looked up at her, nodded his agreement.
You have told the lady there is a risk.
What risk? Raiko say medicine good most times.
It is most times, but if the drink does not succeed, let us not worry about that now. Let us hope Buddha smiles on her, and it is her karma to have an easy release, than to enjoy the good things in life.
She looked at him steadily.
And you also, ne?
He stared back at her. Chapter 24. Thursday the 6th of November.
Dearest Colette, the weeks have rushed by, and tomorrow is my special day,
Angelique wrote, aglow with expectation.
I feel so good I can hardly believe it. I sleep marvelously. My cheeks are rosy, everyone compliments me, and my figure is better than ever.
No signs, nothing, she thought.
Nothing. Breasts a little tender, but that's just imagination, and tomorrow all will be over.
She was sitting at the bureau in her suite facing the bay, the tip of her tongue between her lips, far too cautious to write anything that could possibly compromise her.
What a lucky omen, it's his day for my new beginning. Tomorrow is Saint Theodore's Day. He's my new patron saint. You see, Colette, by marriage I become British, not English because Malcolm is Scots and part English, and Saint Theodore is one of their oh so few saints. He became British too. He was a Greek 1,200 years ago and rose to be Archbishop of Canterbury.
Her steel-tipped pen hesitated as that name brought phantoms from the mists, but she would not acknowledge them, and they sank back into the depths again.
That means he was like the Pope of the British Isles. He reformed the church, cast out evildoers and heathen practices, was also holy and kind, particularly to women, lived to be an astonishing 88, and altogether a wonderful man of the true church. I'm celebrating by having a special fast day. Then, in 3 days, a party. Father Leo told me about him. I really don't like him, stinky as he is. I have to use a pomander handkerchief in the confessional. He would make you faint, dear Colette. Last Sunday I had the vapors, and will certainly miss this Sunday too. Do you remember how we used to do that when we were at school? Though how we avoided a scolding, I'll never know.
Thoughts of Colette and school and Paris distracted her for a moment, and she stared out of the window at the ocean, slate-grey and stormy, with a sharp wind creating seahorses that ran ashore, to whoosh up the beach 100 yards away, the other side of the promenade. Merchantmen at anchor, bum boats loading or unloading, the only warship, the frigate Pearl, resplendent with her new mast and new paint, steaming for her mooring just back from Yedo. But Angelique did not really see any of it, her eyes beguiled by the rosy future her mind was promising. Here in her suite it was warm and calm, with no draughts, the windows well-fitting, a fire blazing in the fireplace, with Malcolm Struan dozing comfortably in a tall red velvet chair, papers, letters, and invoices in his lap and scattered about his feet. The connecting door was open, her door to the corridor unlocked. This was their new custom, safer, both had agreed, plenty of time in the future to be private. Some days he would arrive early and conduct his business from her boudoir until noon, when he would doze a few minutes until lunch. Sometimes he would stay in his own suite, and some days he would hobble downstairs to the offices below. He would always say she was always welcome there, but she knew that was only a politeness. Downstairs was masculine domain. She was delighted he was working. McFay had told her that since the Taipan has taken charge, everyone's more diligent. We've big plans hatching and our company's humming. And so was she. No fear for the morrow. On the contrary, she was looking forward to seeing André in the evening at the legation. Together they had hatched an excuse, and she would move back there tomorrow for 3 days while her rooms were repainted, and new curtains made for the windows and 4-poster that she had chosen from silks in their warehouse.
"But, Angel," Struan had said, "we're only here for a few more weeks. The expense really isn't."
A laugh and a kiss had changed his mind.
"La, I begin to love him and adore the game of getting my own way."
She smiled and began to write again.
"Colette, darling, I've more energy than I've ever had. Riding every day, no excursions, which makes the settlement restricting, but lots of galloping around the racecourse with Philip Tyre, Setri, Paledar, who's the best rider I've ever seen, sometimes with French and English cavalry officers, and not forgetting poor Marlowe, who's turning out to be the most dear man, but not, I'm afraid, a horseman. They all left 3 days ago to go to Yedo, where Sir William and the ministers are having the meeting with the native cabinet and their king, called Shogun. Malcolm is getting better, but oh, so slowly. He still walks badly, but is wonderful. Except on mail days, twice monthly, when he's furious with everything and everyone, even me. It's only because there are always letters from his mother. I begin to hate her, who complains bitterly that he stays here and doesn't return to Hong Kong. 3 days ago was worse than usual. One of the Noble House clippers arrived, this time with another letter and a verbal summons delivered by the captain, who said, "I'd appreciate it, sir, if you could come aboard. The moment we've unloaded the special cargo, our orders are to escort you and Dr. Hogue to Hong Kong right smartly." I've never heard such language, Colette. I thought poor Malcolm would have apoplexy. The captain crumpled and fled. Again I implored Malcolm to let us do what she wants, but he just growled. "We'll go when I decide to go, by God. Don't mention it again." Yokohama is very tedious, and I'd really like to return to Hong Kong and civilization. To pass the time, I have been reading everything I can lay my hands on. Newspapers, apart from fashion and Paris life, are really quite interesting, I was surprised to find, and they make me realize what a scatterbrain I am. But I must prepare for all the soirées I must give for my husband to entertain his important guests, as well as their wives. So I intend to learn about trade, opium and tea and cotton and silkworms. But one has to be so careful. The first time I tried to talk about an article relating to the awful state of the French silk industry, which is why Japan silkworms are so valuable, Malcolm said, "Don't you worry your pretty head about that, Angel." I could get not one word in, even sideways. In fact, he was quite irritable when I said Struans could start a silk factory in France. Oh, dearest Colette, I wish you were here. Then I could pour my heart out to you. I miss you, miss you, miss you.
The steel nib, set into a bone handle, began blotching. Carefully she dried it and cleaned the tip, marveling that it was so easy, the nib again as good as new. Up to a few years ago the quill pen was commonplace, and she would have had to find the special quill knife and cut a new point, splitting it to last but a page or two, whereas these Mitchell pens, mass-produced in Birmingham, would last for days and came in many sizes to please your fancy and your writing. Behind her Struan stirred, but did not awaken. Asleep he has a tidy face, she thought, neat and strong. The door opened, and Ah So barged in. "Missy Tiffin, you want here or downstairs? Hiya?" Struan had awoken at once. "Your mistress will eat here," he said brusquely, in Cantonese. "I'll dine downstairs in our main dining room, and tell the cook the food had better be exceptional." "Yes, Taipan." Ah So hurried off. "What did you tell her, Malcolm?" "Just that you'd lunch here. I'll be downstairs. I've invited Dimitri, Jamie, and Norbert." He looked at her silhouetted against the light. "You look splendid." "Thank you. Can I join you? I'd prefer that." "Sorry, we've business to discuss." With a great effort he heaved himself upright, and she gave him his 2 walking sticks. Before he took them he put his arms around her, and she allowed her body to sink against him, hiding her anger that she would be cooped up again. Nowhere to go, nothing to do except to write some more, or read some more, and to wait. Boring, boring, boring. Lun, too, cut the first of the large deep-dish apple pies into quarters, slid them onto fine pewter plates, poured thick cream generously, and served the 4 men. "God Almighty, where the devil did you get it?" Norbert Greyforth asked, and Dimitri said over him with equal awe, "I'll be goddamned." "The cream," McFay belched. "Pardon, compliments of the Taipan." Dimitri spooned a mouthful. "Last time I had cream was in Hong Kong 6 months ago. God damn, this is good." This a new Noble House exclusive? Malcolm smiled. Our last clipper, a few days ago, sneaked in 3 cows. We unloaded them at night, and with the help of the army quartermaster, we've had them hidden amongst the horses. Didn't want them hijacked or the Japo customs asking questions. Day and night guard now. He could not contain his pleasure at the effect of the cream after a lavish amount of beef, roast potatoes and fresh vegetables, local pheasant pie, French and English cheeses, with beer, Chateau Haut-Briand 46, a fine Chablis, and port. We're going to start the herd if they acclimatise here, and a dairy farm, as a subsidiary of our Hong Kong dairy farm. It was Jamie's idea originally, and of course the produce will be available to anyone. At the usual noble prices, Norbert said sarcastically, plainly irritated he had had no forewarning of this new Struan endeavour. That's a profit, but a reasonable one, Struan said. He had ordered the cows to be rushed from Hong Kong the moment he arrived here. More, Dimitri? Thanks, great pie milk. How's the word from home? Jamie asked, to break the tension between Struan and Norbert Greyforth. Lousy, terrible. Both sides are mixing it, and with rifles and long-range artillery, shit. The killings are the worst ever. Afraid the new world's crazy. The whole world's crazy, old friend, Norbert said. But war's good business, that's a fact, for the lucky ones. Then added, just to rile Struan, Brocks have all the Hawaiian sugar you'll need at reasonable prices. It'll be a change for anything to be reasonable, Dimitri said lightly. He knew all about the huge losses Struans were going to sustain because of Tyler and Morgan Brock's coup, but shrugged to himself. I'm not in their war. I've my own to worry about. Dear God in heaven, how will it end? War's never good for the people. God damn, the cost's going to be huge. You hear that Lincoln's just got his goddamn income tax through Congress to pay for the war? All the other spoons hesitated. What's the rate? 3 cents on the dollar, he said disgustedly, and they all laughed. You're sure? I just heard today by a special off the Caliph Bell. 3%, you're bloody lucky, Dimitri, Jamie said, his plate almost empty. I expected 15. You crazy? There'd have been a revolution. You're already in one. Anyway, 3% is the same as us, but yours is only for 3 years. That's... Wait a minute, Jamie said, raising his voice. That's what Lincoln promised. Swore it was only for 3 years, according to the last Frisco Chronicle. If Congress passed it, 3 years. True, but you know goddamn politicians, Jamie, once they get a tax through Congress or Parliament, they'll never take it off. Goddamn Congress, shysters, all of them. 3%'s only the beginning. You're right there, Norbert began equally sourly, then to Lunn. Yes, I'll have another slice and a good dollop of cream. You're right about bloody taxes. Bloody Pitt. He's the bugger who first invented income tax, and he promised the same and reneged like Lincoln will. Politicians are liars all over, but Robert Peel should have been horsewhipped. Robert Peel, the same guy who started a police force, the Peelers? Dimitri asked, and took another spoon of cream. Yes, that's him. The Peelers were a good idea, though it wasn't his idea alone, and we could use some here, no doubt about that. But income tax? Monstrous. Malcolm said, Peel was a good Prime Minister. Norbert deliberately overrode him. We only had that damn tax for 2 short periods during the Napoleon Wars, fair enough. But then it was repealed forever in 15, directly after Waterloo. Forever, by God. But didn't piss-arsed Peel bring it back in 41 at 7p in the pound, 3%, like Jamie said. And only for 3 years, didn't he renege and all the other buggers who followed him? It'll go on forever, and 20 guineas to a bent farthing Lincoln'll renege too. You're stuck, Dimitri, old lad. We are too, because of Peel. Stupid bastard. He added deliberately to irritate Struan, even though privately he agreed with his assessment of Peel overall. Struan's good humour was evaporating fast. Brandy, Lunn, then closed door. Lunn, too, poured generous snifters and left with the other 4 liveried servants. Norbert belched. Cream was good, young Malcolm. Now, to what do we owe the pleasure of such a feast? The mood at the table changed, deepened. What concerns all traders? Sir William and us being excluded from the Shogun and Bakufu meeting. I agree the bugger should be axed. Never heard anything like it in my life. Yes, Struan said. At the very least, we should have had our representative there. Agreed, Dimitri said grimly, most of his mind on home. One brother already dead, food riots nearby. Our guy's nice enough, but he's Yankee. I suggested he appoint me deputy, but he shat on that idea. What do you have in mind, Malcolm? A joint deputation to make sure it won't happen again. an immediate complaint to the governor, and— "Stanhope's a Burke," Norbert said, and smiled thinly. "But he will do what your mamma wants." "He's not our puppet, if that's what you imply," Struan said, his eyes as cold as his voice. Dmitri said, "Puppet or not, will he fire Wee Willie?" "No," Struan said. "That has to come from London. My idea is, if William won't agree that we're to be part of any negotiations in the future, then we advise Stanhope to make it policy. He can certainly do that. After all, it's we who pay taxes. It's we who negotiate with the Chinese. Why not here? Jointly we could accomplish that. Norbert? That bugger will agree to anything for a simple life, and it won't do a bit of good." His face tightened. "William's not our whole problem. It's the Admiral. We need a new Admiral. That's more important than shoving William aside. It's him who won't bombard the bastards like he should. It's him, not William. Any fool can see that." Norbert finished his brandy and refilled his glass as he continued, pretending not to notice how his barb had rocked Struan and irritated McFay. "Again, my compliments on the cream, but the brandy's not up to scratch. May I send you a barrel of our Napoleon?" With an effort, Struan kept his temper. "Why not? Perhaps it's better. Is your solution to our problem better?" "My solution's well known," Norbert said harshly. "Demand they hand over Canterbury's murderers, and the indemnity, and if no action, 3 days later flatten Yado. How many times do I have to say it? But the idiots we've got here won't take normal reprisals, which is the only action natives understand. Any enemy, for that matter. And until the Navy act proper, every bloody one of us here is at risk, by God." The silence grew. McFay kept his thoughts off his face, concerned that Struan let himself be at loggerheads with this much older and more experienced man, and saddened that Norbert's reply had not been part of Struan's opening salvo, and disgusted that he had been kept unaware of the real reason for the meeting, so had not had an opportunity to give some advice beforehand. "Be that as it may, Norbert, you agree that you, Dmitri, and the Taipan, representing the majority, should see Wee Willie as soon as he returns." "It's all right to see him, but it will mean nothing." Norbert drank more brandy, feeling better for the confrontation. "I know what Mr. Brock, a real Taipan, and Sir Morgan would say. Tyler Brock would say, with a lot of blunt Anglo-Saxon, that the Admiral's the bleeder in the woodpile. William's an arrogant little bastard who won't change, that he'll see Stanhope personally, who's an equal fool, and by the first post he'll write to our friendly members of Parliament to raise holy hell." While he spoke he lit a cheroot, and said through the smoke, his voice sneering, "And he'll add, even though our friends are more powerful than yours, and will do more than yours, meanwhile it's a bag full of fart, because that'll take 5 or 6 months. So he'd say, get thy arse out of thy god-rotting chair. These responsible, by God, these to solve thy problem, or I'll be coming to the Japans and break heads." Struan felt the wave of anger and wash of latent fear that always occurred hearing Tyler Brock's name, or when he read about him in the papers or saw him on the streets of Hong Kong or at the races. "Then what's the answer?" "I don't have one. If I had, I would already have done it, by God." Norbert belched rudely. "Like your secret Japa and his mining concessions you'll never get." Struan and McFay gaped at him. 2 weeks ago Vargas had excitedly whispered that he had been approached by one of their silk suppliers, acting as an intermediary for a Lord Ota, who wanted to meet the Taipan secretly to discuss granting Struan's an exclusive gold mining concession in his domain that included most of the Kwanto, the area covering most of the plains and mountains around Yedo, the concession in return for trade. Armaments. "Perfect," Struan had said. "If this is a bona fide, it could be a major breakthrough for us. Eh, Jamie?"
"If it's real, absolutely."
"Here, look. Here's their authority." Vargas showed them the sheet of fine-quality rice paper covered with columns of Chinese-style characters and sealed elaborately. "This seal is Lord Ota's, and this is the seal of one of the Rojo, Lord Yoshi. There are 2 conditions, that the meeting is to take place in Kanagawa, and that everything is kept a secret from the Bakufu." "Why? And why Kanagawa? Why not here?" "They just said that is where they have to meet, though they did say they would come by night to the Kanagawa legation. The meeting could take place there."
"It could be a trap, Taipan," Jamie said. "Don't forget Legation 1 was murdered there, and those assassins—"
Malcolm's excitement shriveled, being reminded, but he put that away. "There are soldiers there to protect us." Vargas said, "They guaranteed their officials would be unarmed, stressing only the need for secrecy, senor."
That's too risky for you, Taipan, Jamie said. I'll go with Vargas, who can interpret.
Sorry, Senor McFay, Vargas said, but they want to talk to the Taipan personally. It seems there's no need for an interpreter. They would supply one who could speak English.
That's too dangerous, Taipan.
Yes, but too good an opportunity to miss, Jamie. Nothing like this has ever been offered to any one of us. If we can make such a deal in secret, all the better. We'll have made a giant step forward. What are the terms, Vargas?
They did not say, Taipan.
Never mind. Accept their invitation, and we'll meet as soon as possible. One condition. I also bring Mr. McFay. Jamie, we'll go by boat. Arrange a palanquin for me at Kanagawa. The meeting had been quick and untoward direct. 2 samurai, one calling himself Watanabe, spoke a mixture of English and American slang, his accent American. Lord Ota wants 2 prospectors, experts. They can go anywhere in his lands, with guides, no arms. He guarantees safe conduct, gives them good dry lodgings, food, with all the sake they can drink and women to spare. 1-year contract. Used to keep half the gold they finds, used to supply free all mining gear and overseers for to train his men if they makes a strike. Used to handle sales. If successful, he renews 2nd year and 3rd and more. If noble house plays fair. Agreed.
That the prospect only for gold?
Of course, gold. Lord Ota says he has 1 small mine, maybe more nearby, eh? Used to handle sales. Men must be good. Must have been to California or Australia, fields. Agreed.
Agreed. It will take time to find the men.
How long?
2 weeks if there are any in the settlement. 6 months if we have to bring them from Australia or America.
Sooner the better. Next, how many rifles used for sale in here right now?
5.
Lord Ota buys them, and all the Choshu rifles use agreed. When they arrives, same price.
Those are already promised. We can supply others.
Lord Ota wants them Choshu rifles. He wants them. He pays same price. All Choshu guns, understand? And all others you can get. You'll sell to him only in Nippon. Him only, understand? Same with cannon and ships. All you can get. He pays in gold. More you finds, more is urine.
Neither Malcolm Struan nor McFay could shift the man's position in any way. At length Struan had agreed, and they had fixed another meeting in a month, when Struans would present a simple contract, specifying their guarantees, and also dossiers on the 2 men. After the samurai had left, they had congratulated each other, and,
Jamie,
you'll find them in Drunktown. For God's sake, hurry and be careful before Norbert finds out.
Leave everything to me.
In days, McFay had found 2 qualified men, an American and a Cornish tin miner, both of whom had worked the goldfields near Sutter's Mill in California and the Anderson's Creek discoveries in Australia. Tomorrow the miners were to finalize their equipment needs and arrange the details of their contracts, and now Struan and McFay listened appalled to Norbert saying, "I've done that deal, young Malcolm. It's done. You can forget it. And those mining scallywags, too. They're contracted to Brock & Sons for 5 years."
"You've what?"
Struan gasped. Norbert laughed. "Early bird gets the wriggles, old son. They bettered your deal, and I've already shipped them off to Yado, to Samurai Watanabe."
"Where'd that bastard learn American English?"
"Did he tell you?" "Never mind. 50-50 on any gold we find is a good deal." His laugh became even more scornful. "As to William, I'll see him soon as he's back. No skin off my nose. Dimitri, you're welcome. I'll make the arrangements." He looked at Struan, his upper lip curling. "As you won't be here, I'll take Jamie along."
"What?"
Norbert belched again. "Didn't I hear your mother ordered you back to Hong Kong on the next boat?" Jamie flushed.
"Now look here,
"Keep out of this, Jamie," Struan snarled. "Norbert, I'd advise you to choose your words more carefully." "Is that so, my fine young feller? Didn't I hear correct that she wants you back, ordered you back right smartly, that your captain was under orders to do just that? That's none of your damn business. I advise you. Everything that goes on in Yokohama is my bloody business." Norbert slammed back at him. "And we don't take advice from anyone in Struan's, least of all a young puppy not yet dry behind the ears." McFay jumped to his feet, and Struan jerked up his glass of brandy and threw the contents in Norbert's face.
"Christ almighty."
"Retract that, Norbert," Struan shouted. Dimitri and Jamie McFay, stupefied by the suddenness of the escalation. "Take it back, or I demand satisfaction, by God." "Pistols at dawn," Norbert jeered, the action even better than he had hoped. Abruptly he yanked half the tablecloth away to dab his face, sending the glasses clattering. "Pardon for the mess, but you two are witness. I said nothing but the truth, by Christ." "Do you apologize, yes or no?" Norbert put both hands on the table, glaring down at Malcolm Struan, who glared back, white with rage. "You were ordered back. You are 20, so still a minor before the law, and that's hardly dry behind the ears. It's the truth, and here's another. I could blow your head off, or cut it off with one hand tied. You can't even stand straight, so how you going to fight, eh?" he said, his voice jeering and heavy with scorn. "You're a cripple, young Malcolm, and that's the God's truth. Another truth, your ma runs Struan's, has for years, and she's running it into the ground. Ask Jamie or anyone honest enough to tell you. You may call yourself Taipan, but you're not, and you're not Derek Struan, you're not the Taipan, and never will be. Tyler Brock's the Taipan, and by God we'll be Noble House before Christmas, too. Duel? You're mad, if that's what you want, any time." He stalked out, the door slammed. I'd like you both to be my seconds," Malcolm said, trembling with rage. Dmitri got up shakily. "Malk, you crazy. Dueling's against the law, but okay. Thanks for lunch." He left. Struan tried to catch his breath, his heart hurting. He looked up at McFay, who was staring at him as though he were a stranger. "Yes, it's mad, Jamie, but then Norbert's the best of Brock and Sons. He's swamped you, and I'm sorry that... So am I. But more truth is I told no one about the miners. Vargas knew nothing about them, so it leaked through you. You're the best we've got in the company, but Norbert will bury us here. A bullet in the bastard's head is the best way to deal with him, or any of the God-cursed Brocks." After a pause, McFay said, "Sorry I failed you." "Yes, I am, very much, but sorry, I want no part of any duel, or your vendetta. It's insane." Struan's pallor increased. "Let's talk about you. Either you keep your holy oath to support me, by God, or you're really finished. You've 3 days. Earlier this morning, Setri Paladar and a troop of mounted dragoons led the procession across the bridge that spanned the first moat of Yedo Castle. They clattered between ranks of impassive uniformed samurai, shoulder to shoulder. Thousands of others had lined the route, over the drawbridge, under the portcullis, and through the massive iron-sheathed gates. Ahead were their guides, masked samurai carrying 10-foot-high banners, bearing the insignia of the Roju, 3 entwined cherry blossoms. Behind the dragoons were 100 Highlanders, preceded by their 20-man band and giant band leader, pipes skirling, then the party of ministers and their staff, all mounted, ministers in court dress, cocked hats, ceremonial swords, cloaks or frock coats against the stiff breeze, except the Russian who wore Cossack uniform and cape and rode the best horse in Japan, a brown stallion that had a personal covey of 20 stablemen to cherish and guard him with their lives. Philip Tyra and Johann were in attendance on Sir William, André Ponsin on Henri Savatat. A company of redcoats brought up the rear. 2 small horse-drawn cannon with their camions and gun crews remained on the other side of the bridge. This had been the subject of days of wrangling, Sir William insisting that accompanying ceremonial cannon were an accustomed courtesy to royals, the bakufu that any Gai-Jin arms were against the law, and an insult to their revered shogun. The compromise, after a week of impatient dickering by Sir William, was that the cannon would stay outside the bridge, that royal salutes would not be fired until the unanimous Roju gave the promised formal permission. "No ammunition to be landed. So sorry." This major hitch was resolved with the help of the French admiral. During one of the interminable sessions, he brought the flagship closer to shore, and fired broadside after none too accurate broadside of shells and cannonballs that passed just beyond the settlement, to land harmlessly in the paddy beyond, but petrifying every Japanese within hearing. "If we can't land ammunition," Sir William explained sweetly, "then we will just have to make salutes from the sea like this. We did ask him to use blanks, but somehow I suppose he misunderstood. Language, you know. And so sorry if his range falls short and hits your city. It will be your fault. I will have to explain this in detail to your Emperor Komei as the cannonade, and carrying our rifles for full royal honours is only a token of respect to honour your shogun and, when we see him, your Emperor Komei, which visit to Kyoto I have postponed 3 times to accommodate you. I will certainly reschedule the very moment my more powerful fleet returns from decimating most of the China coast inhabited by foul pirates who had the effrontery to pirate a small British vessel." Bakufu opposition crumbled. So all rifles were armed and all soldiers warned that though there might be a fight, under no circumstances, and on pain of extreme punishment, were any Japanese to be provoked.
"What about HMS Pearl, Sir William?"
the general had asked at the last briefing. "She can deliver me and my party to Yedo, then return here, in case our hosts mount a surprise attack against the settlement while we're away. She can cover an evacuation."
"Good God, sir. If you think there's a chance of that, why put yourself at risk?" the general had said worriedly. "The other ministers, well, they'd be no loss, but you, sir, if anything happens to you, it would be an international incident. After all, sir, you represent the Empire. You should not risk your person."
"Part of the job, my dear general." Sir William smiled to himself, remembering how he kept his voice flat, meaning it as a pleasantry, but the general had nodded wisely, believing it to be the truth. "Poor bugger's a bug, but then that goes with his job, no doubt about that," he thought cheerfully, then dismissed everything to concentrate on the castle and the coming meeting that was the culmination of months of negotiating, that would, in effect, give legality to the treaty and the opening of the treaty ports. It was those few French shells that worked the miracle, he thought grimly. Damn Ketter, but thank God his operation in China went well, according to dispatches, and that he'll be back soon. If he can bombard the coast of China, why not here? Damn him. And damn this castle. From afar it had not looked very imposing, but the closer they got to it, the more immense it became, with 8 rings of barrack-like structures as its outer defences. Then the castle itself, elegant and beautifully proportioned, he thought, its moat almost 200 yards across, the towering outer walls 30 or 40 feet thick and made of huge granite blocks. Even our 60-pounders wouldn't dent those, he told himself, awed. And inside, God only knows how many fortifications surrounding the central keep, and the only way in through one of the gates or over the walls, a frontal attack, and I wouldn't like to have to order that. Starve it out? God only knows how many storage places it would have, or how many troops could be billeted here. Thousands. Beyond the gate, the roadway angled into a narrow staging area dominated by bowmen, massed in defensive slots or on the parapets 30 feet above. The gate was open and led to another confined courtyard that led out through another fortified gate into another, clearly to be repeated in a maze of passageways that eventually would lead to the central keep, but would always leave a hostile force at the mercy of the defenders above. "We dismount here," Sir William Paladar said, riding up and saluting. He was captain of the escort. With him were samurai officers on foot, and they were pointing at a vast door that was being heaved open. "Good. You're clear on what you have to do." "Oh, yes. But I haven't a hope in hell of covering you or fighting our way out of here, even against bows and arrows." "I don't plan to have to fight anyone, Captain," Sir William smiled. He turned in his saddle and gave the signal to dismount. "This is quite a castle, eh?" "Better than anything I've ever read or heard about," Paladar said uneasily. "Beats anything the Crusaders had. It makes the great castle of the Knights of St. John in Malta seem tiny. Lovely to defend. I'd hate to have to attack it." "My thought, too." "Philip," Sir William called out, "ask someone where you pee around here." Tyler hurried over to one of the samurai officers, bowed politely, and whispered to him. The man grunted and waved at a casual screen. "There are buckets over there, sir, and I think he said there's a bucket in the corner of most rooms in case one is caught short." "Good. Always best to do it before a meeting. Even so, a strong bladder is a most important boon to a diplomat." After Sir William, mightily, and the other ministers had relieved themselves, he led them through the door. Sagatsa, Count Sergeyev, von Heimrich, van der Tromp, Adamson, and a newcomer by the last mail ship, Burgermeister Fritz Ehrlicher, of the Confederation of Helvetia, Switzerland, a bearded giant from their capital, Bern, who spoke French, English, German, Dutch, and many German dialects. Philip Tyre and Johann followed closely, André Poncin alongside Sagatar. The audience room was 40 yards square, with a massive high-beamed ceiling, very clean, very draughty, and stone walls with arrow slits for windows. Impassive samurai lined the walls. 2 rows of half a dozen chairs facing each other at the far end. Many doors. Only servants present to greet them. An elaborately garbed, though low-rank Bakufu official motioned them to chairs, without bowing, as servants brought small trays, saying in Dutch, "Please be seated for tea." Sir William saw that Johann was deep in conversation with his Swiss minister, so he said irritably, "Philip, ask that fellow where the Council of Elders the road you are." Hiding his nervousness and conscious that all eyes were on him and wanting to relieve himself again, Philip Tyler walked over to the official and waited for him to bow. The man did not, just stared at him, so he said sharply, "Where are your manners? Bow. I am a lord in my country, and I represent these high lords." The man flushed and bowed low and mumbled his apologies, and Tyler was exceedingly pleased that he had had the foresight to ask Nakama for some key phrases. He interrupted the man even more imperiously. "Where are your masters, the Roju?"
So sorry, please excuse me, lord," the man stammered. "They ask that you wait here to take refreshment."
Tyler missed words, but he caught the gist.
"And after refreshment?"
"It will be my honor to conduct you to the meeting place," the man said,
his eyes cautiously lowered. Again, to Tyler's enormous relief, he understood. As he told Sir William what had been said, he could feel the cold sweat on his back and knew he had been lucky so far. Sir William snorted and leaned towards the others. "Damned if we should wait, eh, gentlemen? They're overdue. It was agreed we'd go straight to the meeting. Damned if I want to wait, nor drink their apology for tea." "Good," he said, and added to general approval, "Philip, tell the fellow we came to see the Roju. That's what we want to do now."
"Now. How strong do you, want me to be, sir?"
"For God's sake, Philip, if I wanted you to be long-winded and diplomatic, I would have been long-winded and diplomatic. An interpreter's job is to translate what is said exactly, not to give his interpretation of what is said." "The great lord says he wants to see a Roju now." "Now!" The official was shocked at the impolite bluntness, an unheard-of affront, and was in a complete quandary. His instructions had been clear. The Gai-Jin will be kept awaiting a suitable face-losing period, about half a candle, when we will send word, and you may escort them into our presence. He said rapidly,
"Of course, I will take you the instant you have had a refreshment, and everything is ready for your perfect reception. But oh, so sorry, this is just not possible for a little while, as their august persons are not yet in their correct attire, so it is not yet possible to comply with your master's unseemly request, Interpreter-san."
"Please to say again, not fast," Tyler said nervously, swamped. Another flood of Japanese. "Sir William, I think he's saying we have to wait."
"Eh? Why?" "My master say, why wait?"
More Japanese, which Tyler lost, so the man turned to Dutch, and Erlica stepped into the conversation, further irritating Sir William and the others. At length Erlica said, "It seems, Sir William, that the Roju are not, how you say, yes, they are not quite ready, but when they are, will be taken to the audience room."
"Please tell this fellow bluntly to take us there right smartly, that we are on time, that high-level meetings are always on time, because both sides have other important affairs of state to deal with, as I've explained 50 times, and tell him to hurry up."
Erlica beamed, and said it plainly, and however much the official twisted and turned and eventually begged, he bowed and, as slowly as possible, led them through a door down a corridor, first sending a messenger ahead to warn the council of the Gai-Jin's astounding impertinence. Another corridor, and then, ahead, samurai opened huge doors. The official went onto his knees and bowed his head to the floor. 4 men, in elaborate silk robes, swords in their belts, sat on chairs at the far end of the audience room on a slightly raised platform. The central chair was empty. In front of them, on a lower level, which all ministers noted instantly, were 6 chairs for each of the ministers, and between the two knelt the official interpreter. 100 or so samurai officers knelt in a half-circle facing the door, and as Sir William came in, all samurai in the room bowed. The 4 Roju did not. Sir William and the others bowed back politely, then approached the dais and took their seats.
"Under no circumstances do ministers of civilized nations get down on their knees and bow their heads to the floor," Sir William had said. "Whatever your customs, whether you do it or no, and that's the end of it." Philip Tyler, now an expert on bowing because of Nakama, noticed that each time an elder bowed, it was as superior to inferior. "Never mind," he thought, awed and excited. "We're in the inner sanctum. When does the Shogun arrive to take the empty chair? A boy. I wonder what he'll look like and what—" An elder began to speak. With a sudden start, Tyler recognized him as the youngish official from their previous meeting at their legation, and also the nervous, swarthy man, sitting beside him, who had said nothing then but had watched everything with his narrow eyes. Why had 2 elders come to meet with us without announcing themselves as such? He asked himself. Wait a minute. Didn't the young official introduce himself as Tomo Watanabe? Yes, certainly he did. Junior official, second class. Obviously a phony name, but why? And why the disguise? Unsettled, Taira left that to be answered later, and gave his attention to what the man was saying, understanding almost none of it, as he had been forewarned by Nakama would happen, who had told him that court-oriented words would probably be used, most of which, as with most ordinary Japanese words and phrases, had different, often conflicting meanings. His concentration wandered. The third elder was rotund, with a pudgy face and feminine hands, and the last truly elderly, greying and thin-faced, with a bad scar on his left cheek. All were barely over 5.5 feet, their wing-like overmantles and wide-legged trousers and high-domed lacquered hats tied under their chins, and, above all, their immobile dignity, making them imposing. Now the Japanese interpreter spoke in Dutch. The Rojo, the Council of Elders of the Shogunate, welcomes the foreign representatives and wishes them to present their documents as has been agreed. Sir William sighed, mesmerized by the empty chair. All right, Johann, let's begin. Say to them, shouldn't we wait until the Shogun honors us with his presence? This into Dutch, into Japanese, much discussion, then again the young elder, Yoshi, made a pronouncement, slowly and meticulously, translated into Dutch, into English. Basically, without the usual palaver, Sir William, the spokesman says the Shogun wasn't expected in this meeting. This is with the Roju only. The Shogun was to be later. That was not, as was agreed, and I inform them again that ministerial credentials are only presented to the head of state, in this case the Shogun, so we can't proceed. Back and forth, and then to the minister's displeasure. The elder says the Shogun had to leave for Kyoto urgently, and regrets he will not have the pleasure of meeting you, etc., but you can give the Roju your credentials, as they have his authority to accept them. Back and forth, Sir William's annoyance reddening into visible anger, more discussion on both sides, and more time consumed. Then a scroll, heavy with characters and sealed importantly and handled as though it were the Holy Grail, was presented by a kneeling official to Sir William. Philip, can you read this? No. Sorry, sir. No need to worry. Sir William sighed and turned to the others. This is most improper. Yes, von Heimlich said coldly. Unacceptable, Count Alexei Sergeyev agreed. A dangerous precedent, Adamson said. It's certainly most unusual, Seratad said in French, and they did promise the Shogun. We could, for just this meeting, agree to their request, my friends? He was careful to hide his own annoyance, and kept his voice smooth and gentle, as André Ponsin, at his elbow, had suggested in a cautious whisper the moment they had entered the room, adding, Be careful, Henri. The Roju spokesman is the same Bakufu official we made the offer to, after the other meeting, to inspect our warship, remember? Mon Dieu, I thought he was important, but never one of the elders. If we could get him on the side of France, it would be a marvelous coup. Count Sergeyev was saying, Agreeing will create a deplorable precedent. It will only be for this meeting, yes? It doesn't matter, it's wind over a cow's ass, the Swiss Ehrlicher said. Let's get on with it. They argued. Tyler listened, but kept his attention on the elders, without being apparent, fascinated by them, wanting to take advantage of this rare opportunity to learn the maximum about them in the minimum time. His father had impressed on him from an early age. In any meeting, always watch your opponent's hands and feet. They are the giveaways. Eyes, too, and faces, yes, but those are usually easily controlled. Concentrate. Observe, but cautiously, or the clues to tell you what he or she is really thinking will be obscured. Remember, my son, everyone exaggerates, everyone lies in some degree. The hands and feet of the swarthy, shifty-eyed elder twitched constantly, little nervous movements, those of the young elder hardly at all. From time to time, as in the other meeting, he saw the man he had dubbed Shifty Eyes whisper to the young elder, the spokesman, only to him. Why? Tyler asked himself, and why does Shifty Eyes take no part in any of their discussions, seemingly dismissed by them, keeping his eyes constantly on the ministers and not on the interpreters? Abruptly Sir William motioned at the empty chair. If the Shogun was not expected at this meeting, and there are 5 elders in the Roju, why is there an empty chair? Back and forth and back, and then, He says the president of the council, Lord Anjo, has just been taken ill and cannot be here. But that does not matter.
They have his authority to proceed. Please, proceed. Von Heimrich said in perfect French, as a put-down to Saratard, "Doesn't this invalidate the meeting? Didn't they keep harping on the unanimous nature of this council? 5 men. This could be another deceitful ploy to be used in future to negate the whole proceedings." Again an argument began. Only Sir William was silent. He was keeping his fury and anxiety off his face. Clearly we've been duped again. What to do? Then he heard himself say in a firm voice, "Very well. We will accept this authority as bona fide from your shogun, for this meeting only. We will inform our governments that prior agreement was not adhered to, and we will proceed to Kyoto as soon as possible to present credentials properly to your shogun and Emperor Komei with a more than suitable escort." As Johann began to translate into Dutch, Count Zageyev murmured, "Bravo! That's the only way to deal with the materierbs." Von Heimrich and Van Tromp, the Dutchman, quietly agreed to the objections of Saratard, Adamson the American, and Ehrlicher. The Japanese interpreter gaped and said loudly he was sure that he had misunderstood. Johann told him there was no misunderstanding. During this lengthy back and forth, Sir William closed his ears to them, watching the faces of the Roju intently as they listened to the interpreter. In varying degrees all of them became unsettled. Good, he thought. "With the usual palaver, Sir William, but with a heavy load of polite apologies this time. He says it won't be possible to see the Shogun in Kyoto. The weather is very inclement at this time of the year, but they will make sure the moment he's back, etc., etc." Sir William smiled mirthlessly. "Say to them, inclement or not, we will visit the Emperor in the very near future. Stress that, Johann. On that basis only we will proceed." The Roju received that in stony silence. In turn, Sir William first, then the others, got up and bowed, spoke his name and rank and the country he represented, and offered his credentials. These were accepted with dignity. Each time the Roju bowed back, respectfully. "Now," Sir William said, his chin jutting, "to proceed with the second business of the meeting. Her Majesty's government reaffirms that on Friday the 12th of September, this year of our Lord, 1862, an English gentleman was foully murdered in daylight by samurai of the Satsuma contingent under the command of their king Sanjiro. 2 others were wounded. Her Majesty's government demands the murderers be handed over or dealt with publicly according to Japanese law, that a reparation of £100,000 in gold be paid forthwith, an apology published and a public guarantee promulgated that this will not happen again. Next, the second and final payment of £5,000 in gold as reparation for the murders of Sergeant Gunn and Corporal Roper in our legation last year, weeks overdue, be paid in gold in 3 days, or the amount is doubled every day thereafter." Sir William allowed time for Johann to translate word for word, but allowing no discussion until he had finished the list. Then Adamson had demanded reparations for the murder of the American official. Last, the Russian minister, Count Zageyev, his multitude of medals and decorations clinking on his gold-braided uniform, said, "A Russian officer and 1 soldier of our men of war, Goodenough, were hacked to death in Yokohama on 16th of February last year." Then added to the consternation of the others, "For reparations, Tsar Alexander II of all the Russias demands the Kuril Islands." During the translations, Sir William leaned over and whispered pleasantly in Russian, "A nice jest, Count Alexei, for of course Her Majesty's government could never agree to such an intrusion into our sphere of influence. Perhaps not. War is coming in Europe again. Soon we'll have to see who are our friends and who enemies." Sir William chuckled. "That's always a problem for certain countries. The United Kingdom has no permanent enemies, only permanent interests." "True, dear friend, but you forgot to add no permanent friends. Also now with Vladivostok with a Pacific power." "Power from sea to sea, the dream of the Tsars, eh?" "Why not? Better us than some," Count Alexei said pointedly, then shrugged. "The Kurils, if not them, some other islands, merely to protect Vladivostok." "We must discuss your curious Pacific presence under more perfect conditions. My government is most interested." Saratard, not understanding Russian and furious that he had not been party to this exchange, said coldly in French, "I trust, Sir William, you are well aware of French interests."
As always, monsieur, the interests of gallant allies are forefront in the mind of Her Majesty's Foreign Office.
Sir William, Johann said wearily, the elder says he's only repeating their previous position, that they've no jurisdiction over Satsuma, don't know who the murderers are, and think any reparation should be claimed from Satsuma itself, through correct channels, of course.
What correct channels?
Back and forth. He says through them that they'll pass on your request to Satsuma again.
It's not a request, by God. We will try one final time. Stress that, Johann. A different tack, Sir William said. Say, do they punish murderers? And tell the interpreter I require a yes or no only. Back and forth.
He says, Sir William, that under some
Murder, for Christ's sake, yes or no. Philip, say it in Japanese. Tyler's stomach twisted. He had been watching the swarthy elder, whispering again, but bravely he jumped to his feet. Honored lords, please excuse my poor Japanese, but my master asked, please, if, when murder, you kill murder man, yes or no, please. Silence. The elders looked at Yoshi, who stared at Tyler, hands playing with his fan. The man alongside whispered to him, and he nodded.
The penalty for murder is death.
He says, yes, sir. For murder the penalty is death, Tyler said, having learnt those key words from Nakama, who had also explained the Japanese penal code and its severity. Tell him thank you. My master say, thank you, Lord. Now ask him, is it correct to demand a reparation for such a crime, yes or no? Lord, please excuse me, but Tyler stopped, his mind a sudden blank. Sorry, Sir William, I don't know the word for reparations. At once Andre Ponsin leapt in with, the word's back in, Sir William, and the little known. May I try it, please? Go ahead. Honored lords, Ponsin said with a deep bow, and Tyler blessed him for the rescue and saving his face. Please, my master ask if correct. Humbly ask for justice and head payment for family, for murder, a fine against Satsuma. Against Satsuma, yes, Yoshi said with a fleeting smile. Andre sighed with relief. He says, yes, Sir William, but the reparation should be demanded specifically from Satsuma. Before Sir William could ask another question, Ponsin, in his most perfect rehearsed Japanese, and to Tyler's astonishment, began to offer the face-saving formula he had devised. Honored Lord, on behalf of my master, humbly suggest Roju perhaps consider, perhaps consider Roju lend Satsuma first payment 1/5. This you offer now, give time, get rest Satsuma, collect rest from Satsuma, please. This time they all saw the young elder's interest. At once he began a whispered conversation with the others. Andre saw Tyler frowning at him, so subtly shook his head, silently asking him not to interfere. In a moment Yoshi said, perhaps it would be possible to offer a 20th, paid in 100 days against Satsuma's obvious debt. Honorable lords, what the devil's he saying, Philip and the elder? Just a second, Sir William. Andre cut in pleasantly, wanting to crush him. Honored lords, my master would recommend a 10th in 60 days. So sorry, please excuse bad pronouncing, but humbly, very humbly beg yes. Greatly relieved, Ponsin saw their discussion begin and gambled again. Sorry, Sir William, but as Philip will confirm, I suggested they consider advancing payment on behalf of Satsuma, who they say rightfully should pay any reparations. The devil you did. They are? Sir William stared at him, tiredness dropping away from him and all of them. Well done. If they do that, then I could compromise, eh? You agree? For the sake of courtesy, he turned to the others for their opinion. Behind him, Tyler whistled tonelessly, having understood most of what Ponsin had said in Japanese, the way he was manipulating the elder and the minister, and the slight, though important, difference of the English translation. Clever of Andre, but what is he up to? Is this his idea, or is it Saratad's? Again, Shifty Eyes began murmuring confidentially to the young elder, whose attention went to the ministers. It's almost as though... All at once it was as if cataracts had dropped from his eyes, and he had become clear-sighted again. Even more than that,
Now he was seeing the elders with straight eyes, and not with the oblique and clouded gaze of a self-styled civilized man, seeing them as people, equally civilized, equally simple or complex, but as people, and not as outlandish, mysterious, or weird Japos that Nakama, Fujiko, even Andre in their various ways correctly resented.
God Almighty! Shifty Eyes understands English, he wanted to shout ecstatically. That's the only answer. And another's that he's a Roju spy and no more an elder than I am, which is why the others pay no attention to him in their discussions. What else? He must be Watanabe's spy, because he's the only one whispered to. Must find out their real names, and to ask Nakama about them. Watanabe is the most powerful of this lot, acting president. The absent president? Got to find out his real name, too. What else? Where did Andre... He concentrated as Yoshi addressed the interpreter. His voice had sharpened. Instantly the interpreter became more alert, and his Dutch 20 times briefer. Johann translated, trying to contain his astonishment. The Roju agrees in this instant it is correct to ask for a reparation from Satsuma. That yes, 100,000 seems reasonable for a nobleman, though they can't say it will be considered so by the Lord of Satsuma. As a gesture of friendship to the British and to outside nations, the Roju will advance a 10th part in 70 days on Satsuma's behalf, while formal British requests are forwarded to the Satsuma. Concerning the request of the Russian minister, as with his own homeland, Japanese soil is Japanese soil, and is, I suppose the word would be inviolate, or not to be battered. Without being obvious, Sir William put a hand on Count Alexei's to stop the outburst, saying softly in Russian, "Let it rest, Alexei." Then loudly to Johann, ready to negotiate the number of days down and the amount up, "Excellent. Johann, please tell them that—" He stopped as Tyler whispered quickly, "Excuse me, sir, suggest you accept at once, but you really should know their names." It was almost as though Tyler had not spoken, for Sir William continued with hardly a pause and no change of expression. "Johann, please tell them that their suggestion is acceptable to Her Majesty's government in the same spirit of friendliness. Concerning the minister from the court of St. Petersburg, I am sure he will consult his government, who will, undoubtedly, agree that a monetary settlement would satisfy." Without allowing Count Alexei any time to reply, he rushed on. "Regarding our other pressing problem, the Shimonoseki Straits, all foreign governments protest shore batteries firing on their ships when using those straits peacefully." Sir William repeated the dates and the names of ships, already the matter of much heated correspondence. "They say they will pass on the complaint, Sir William, with the usual, that they've no control over Choshu." Johann, say, "In the friendly spirit of this meeting, may I suggest it is difficult, if not impossible, for foreign governments to deal with the Bakufu that apparently does not have authority over its various kingdoms or states. Therefore, what should we do? Deal directly with the shogun who signed our treaties, or Emperor Komei?" "The legal government of Nippon is the shogunate. The supreme ruler of the shogunate is the shogun who rules on behalf of the Son of Heaven. The Roju are the supreme advisors to the shogunate, whose officials are the Bakufu. In all cases, foreign governments must deal with the shogunate." "In that case, how can we ensure safe passage for all shipping using the Shimonoseki?" More draining discussion, and always variations of the same response that was an answer but not an answer, however much Sir William probed. Bladders agitated the general, impatience and fatigue. 3 hours had passed since they began. Then a vagrant thought became a full-blown solution. Sir William smiled to himself. "Very well. Say, presuming there are no further attacks and our serious remonstrations are delivered to the Choshu daimyo forthwith, we will, in the spirit of this new friendliness, accept their position for a future meeting in 100 days. An hour of added manoeuvring. The Roju agree to a second meeting in 156 days here in Yedo and wish to declare this meeting over. "Good," Sir William said, satisfied, stifling a yawn. "Could we please have their names now, verbally, and then in correct characters on the paper that we will exchange within 3 days to confirm our formal agreements?" Back and forth, minor details changed, then finally, "Sir William, he says you will have the paper in a week. The interpreter will give you their names, and the meeting is ended."
As each elder was introduced, the man nodded briefly and impassively. Lord Adachi of Mito, Lord Zukamuro of Gai, Lord Yoshi of Hisamatsu. Taira was delighted to see that Shifty Eyes, last in the line, was sweating, his hands and feet squirming, and his bow had nowhere near the imperiousness of the others. Lord Ki of Zukoshi. Please give them our thanks. As previously agreed, I will now order royal salutes. Lord Yoshi says, unfortunately, one of their members is missing. As previously agreed, unanimous approval of the Roju is necessary to grant the firing of any cannon. Abruptly, Sir William's bonhomie fell away. All ministers were shocked. What about our agreements? He asked sharply. Do they require unanimous approval, too? Back and forth amid much tension and muttered caution amongst the ministers. Then Johann said awkwardly, Lord Yoshi says that this gathering has the Shogun's authority and the President's to accept credentials, to listen and recommend. They will unanimously recommend the settlement. As previously agreed, approval for firing cannon needs unanimous approval of all elders, so regretfully this body cannot allow it. The silence became unhealthy, as Sir William and all of them realized the trap they had fallen into. No option this time, he thought, his stomach twisting. Captain Paladar. Yes, sir. Paladar came from the back, heart suddenly grinding, knowing, along with everyone else facing the Roju, that Sir William had no option now but to give the order to fire the salutes, whatever the cost, or the same excuse would surely be used to negate their settlement. As Paladar saluted perfectly, Sagatar broke in with his smoothest and most diplomatic voice. Sir William, I feel sure that the agreement is bona fide, will be implemented, and you can accept it. I recommend you do this. We all do, gentlemen? He said to general relief at the face-saver, and also recommend, under the circumstances, we forgo the salutes. You agree, Sir William, on our behalf. Sir William hesitated grimly. To further astonishment, Sagatard added grandly, André, tell them on behalf of France, I will go surety for the first installment. Before Sir William could say anything, André was bowing. My master say, honored lords, he happy Roju give paper in a week, agree lend Satsuma first money in 70 day. Say also France, as Nippon friend, honored give personal bond to British minister against the first payment. Also, he honored greet all or one of Roju anytime personally in ship or any place. Humbly thank you, honored lords. With narrowed eyes, Yoshi said, Thank your master. The meeting is ended. A samurai officer called out, Kare! Salute, and every samurai bowed, holding that position as the Roju got to their feet and bowed back with measured politeness. Sir William and the others had little option but to follow suit, as Yoshi led the way to an unseen door beside the dais, and they were quickly gone. At once the samurai straightened and resumed their staring, suspicious hostility. Very satisfactory, Sir William, Saratard said expansively in French, taking his arm, wanting to distract him again. Well done. Your masters in the Élysée will be very peed off with you when we ask for 10,000 in gold, Sir William said, a little piqued, but not entirely. Except for the firing of the cannon, he had made a giant step forward. Peed or not, it was a grand gesture, Henri, however expensive. Saratard laughed. 20 guineas says they'll pay. Done. Will you dine with us at the legation? They began walking out, careless of the arrogant, bellicose stares. Thank you, no. As we've concluded our business, I think I'll start back for Yokohama now, instead of tomorrow. There's time enough, and the sea's calm. Why wait for Pearl? Join us aboard my flagship. We can dine en route, Thanks, but I'll wait till tomorrow. I want to make sure all our lads are back safely on our transports. Behind them, unnoticed in the throng, Tyra had waited for André, who had knelt to adjust a shoe buckle, who then, not realizing Tyra was watching, began a whispered conversation with the Japanese interpreter. The man hesitated, then nodded and bowed. Domo. André turned, saw Philip scrutinizing him. For a split second he was nonplussed, then smiled as he joined him. Well, Philippe, that went very well, didn't it? I thought you were excellent, and we certainly made the points. I wasn't, and you saved the day, and my face, for which many thanks. Tyler frowned, unsettled, following the procession. Even so, though you brilliantly solved the impasse,
What you said in English and what was said in Japanese was different, wasn't it? Not that different, mon ami. Not enough to matter. I don't think Sir William would agree. Perhaps not. Perhaps you were mistaken. Andre forced a laugh. It's never wise to agitate a minister, eh? A closed mouth catches no nasties. Most times, yes. What did you say to that interpreter? I thanked him. Mon Dieu, my blood is killing me. How's yours? Same. Tyler agreed, sure that Andre was lying about the interpreter. But then why shouldn't he? He was thinking with his newfound point of view. Andre is enemy, if not enemy, the opposition, and every nuance was to benefit and ingratiate Seratard, France, and Andre. Fair enough. What would he ask for secretly? To pass on a message, yes, but what? What secret message? What would I ask for secretly? You asked for a private meeting with Lord Yoshi, eh? He said, gambling. For you and Monsieur Seratard. Andre Poncin's expression did not change, but Tyler noticed his right hand on his ceremonial sword became white-knuckled. Philip, he said thinly, I've been a good friend to you since you arrived. Helping you begin Japanese, introducing you around, eh? I haven't interfered with your private samurai, Nakama, eh? Though I've heard secretly he's got other names. Haven't— What other names? Tyler asked, suddenly nervous and not knowing why. What do you know about him? Andre went on as though Tyler had not spoken. Haven't tried to question him or you about him, though I did warn you about the Japanese, all of them. Time enough for you to tell me about him if you want to, as a friend. Remember, we're on the same side, Philip. We're servants, not masters. We're friends. We're in Japan, where Gai-Jin really have to help each other. Like I did introducing you to Raiko, who led to Fujiko, eh? Nice girl, Fujiko. Best to have a little Gallic realism, Philip. Best keep private information private. Best beware of your Nakama, and remember what I've said a dozen times. In Japan, there are only Japanese solutions. Near sunset the same day, Yoshi hurried along a somber, drafty stone corridor in the castle keep. Now he wore his characteristic kimono, with 2 swords, a cowled riding cloak over them. Every 20 paces were flickering oil torches set into iron brackets beside bowmen emplacements that also served as windows. Outside the air was cool. Ahead was a circular staircase. It led to his private stables below. He ran down the steps.
Halt! Ho! Ah! So sorry, Lord.
The sentry bowed. Yoshi nodded and went on. Throughout the castle, soldiers, stablemen, servants were preparing for bed, or for night duties, following the universal worldwide custom of bedding down at nightfall. Only the well-to-do had light by night to see, to read, or to play.
Halt! Ah, so sorry, Lord.
This sentry bowed, and the next, and the next. In the stable courtyard, a personal guard of 20 men was assembled at the heads of their ponies. Amongst them was Misamoto, the fisherman, the make-believe samurai and elder. Now he was poorly clad as a common foot soldier, unarmed and frightened. 2 small enclosed palanquins, especially light and designed for rapid transport, were there. Each was slotted onto 2 shafts that fitted into a harness for 2 saddle ponies ahead and behind. All hooves were muffled, and all this part of a plan he had devised with Hosaki days ago. The spy window of one palanquin slid aside. He saw Koiko peer out. She smiled, nodding a greeting. The window closed. His hand tightened on his sword. Ready, he slid her door open enough to ensure she was who he thought she was, and that she was alone. When he was very young, his father had beaten the first law of survival into him, word by word.
If you are caught unawares, betrayed unawares, killed unawares, you failed in your duty to me and to yourself. The fault will be yours alone, because you failed to check personally and to plan against any eventuality. There is no excuse for failure, except karma, and gods do not exist.
A quick, reassuring smile to her. He slid the door home and checked that the other palanquin was unoccupied and available for his use if he needed it. Satisfied, he gave the signal to mount. This was done in almost complete silence, which again pleased him. He had ordered all armor and harnesses to be muffled. A last silent check, but he could sense no danger. The new rifle was in a saddle holster, the ammunition pouch full, the other 4 guns slung over the shoulders of his most trusted marksman. Noiselessly he swung into his saddle. Another signal. His advance guard and bannerman, carrying his personal standard, led off. He followed, then the 2 palanquins, and the rest fell into place as rear guard.
Their progress was quick and almost soundless, up the passageway into the next fortification, directly away from the main gate and main thoroughfares. At each checkpoint they were motioned through without challenge. Instead of turning into the maze of the castle proper, they made for a large building on the north side, set against one of the major fortifications. Outside, it was heavily guarded. The moment Yoshi was recognized, tall doors swung open to let them ride through. Inside was a large enclosed and packed earth practice riding ring with a high vaulted ceiling and a second tier for viewing. A few torches here and there. The doors closed behind them. Yoshi cantered to the head and led briskly through the far archway past stable and harness rooms. All were empty. The area was cobbled, the air heavy with the smell of dung and urine and sweat. Beyond, the hard-packed earth began again, and another arch led out to an inner, smaller ring. Across it was an archway dimly lit. Yoshi heeled his sure-footed pony faster, then reined in suddenly. The surrounding upper tier was packed with silent bowmen. None had arrows in their bows, but all those in the ring knew they were dead men, if the order was given.
"Ah, Yoshi-sama."
Nori Anjo's harsh voice came out of the semi-darkness above, and Yoshi had difficulty for a moment picking him out. Then he saw him. Armorless, he was sitting at the back of the tier beside the staircase.
"At this afternoon's meeting, you didn't tell us you were going to leave the castle with armed men like what? Like ninja?"
A rustle of anger spread through Yoshi's men, but he laughed, and this broke the tension below and above.
"Not a ninja, Anjo-sama, though certainly as quietly as possible. It's a good idea to test defenses without warning. I'm guardian of the castle as well as guardian of the shogun. And you? To what do I owe this pleasure?"
"You are just testing our defenses?"
"I am killing 3 doves with 1 arrow, yes."
The humor had left Yoshi's voice, and all were chilled, wondering why 3, and what did he mean.
"And you? Why so many bowmen? For an ambush, perhaps?"
The coarse laugh pealed among the rafters, edging everyone further. Hands tightened on weapons, though no one made an overt move.
"Ambush? Oh no, not an ambush, an honor guard. The moment I heard you planned a patrol with muffled hooves, these men are just to honor you, and to show you not all of us are sleeping, that the castle is in good hands, and the guardian not needed."
He barked a command. At once all bowmen hurried down the stairs and formed 2 lines the length of the ring, Yoshi and his men between them. They bowed formally. Yoshi and his men bowed back formally, but nothing had changed. The trap was still ready to be sprung.
"You need guns to test defenses."
"Our council advised all daimyos to